Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Yinwu woke up flailing from his sleep and immediately turned the chair's backrest upright before sinking into thought. The dream exchange, himself without a dream, and the shop owner. The dream he had in broad daylight was definitely real, and that brief deviation was another side of Yinwu. Right. If you don't particularly want to live long, you might live like that. He had lost the dream of survival. It meant his caution had been removed. He might not hesitate to dance in a minefield or charge at monsters if it seemed fun. The world was already like thin ice, wasn't it? When you might die at any moment, fun could take priority. Of course, to Yinwu, who wanted to live a long life, it seemed like the behavior of a madman. How many crazy things did I do? Yinwu shivered, biting his nails. He had rushed at the shop owner, not even to get his dream back, but just because he felt bad. He rolled the dice recklessly. He wasn't even afraid of critical failures. If things had gone wrong, what might have happened? After being trapped in the past for a while, Yinwu finally came to his senses. Let's start with the report. He placed his hands on the keyboard. As a company employee, he reported on the anomalous entity he had encountered. Since he felt the company had been suspicious of him lately, he wrote everything without hiding or deceiving. The story of going to the dream exchange while napping in the office. The story of Yinwu's dream and how it was taken from him. How he briefly lost his mind, but got his dream back. My dream is to live safely for a long time. If they know this, the company should be reassured. Click, click. Only the sound of Yinwu typing on the keyboard echoed in the quiet office. The report, which ended with the statement that the dream exchange owner had lost their dream, was registered as is, and Yinwu leisurely closed the company system. There shouldn't be any big problems. Since the dream peddler had many dreams, wouldn't they have replenished it somehow? Maybe they had become free from dreams as they said. Yinwu regarded everything that had happened in the dream as a brief incident and returned to his daily life. The world full of anomalous entities bustled along busily. The company's researchers researched every day, the special forces fought anomalous entities, and the information agents were busy in their own way. New anomalous entities were discovered too. A vengeful snowman, a Halloween latecomer, a third character, and so on. Amidst all this busyness, one more task was thrown at the company. The transformed dream exchange. A dream snatcher. Yes. It's a bit odd to say Yinwu Korea well, anyway, there's an entity that was created because of the trouble he caused. Reports came in that the dream exchange owner, who used to enjoy passing on dreams and watching people achieve them, had turned into a demon-like being. This used to be a safe entity. Apparently, several artists had already fallen victim. They were in an uproar, saying they would cooperate with the company to catch and kill it immediately. Yinwu, he's really a troublemaker. The observatory's gone, the blessed child caused a containment breach. How many times has it been now? Let's raise the hostility level of the dream snatcher for now, and start making plans for sealing or destruction. In the end, a few artists and a special forces unit began to work together to form a plan. Someone at headquarters was tearing their hair out while analyzing Yinwu's report. The club started moving to build a relationship with Yinwu. Send a request to Yinwu. What kind of request should we send? Let's keep it simple, ask for luck to be bestowed on several people. Regardless of our relationship with him, if it goes well, it could be an opportunity to fulfill our dream. And so, an old man from the Korean branch of the Goldberg Club came to the investigation team's office. Are you alone? Where did all the investigators go? Tap, tap, the old man entered, tapping his cane on the floor, and looked around the empty office. The newly renovated office was full of signs of life, with all sorts of odds and ends, scrap paper, and trash scattered about. Yinwu greeted the old man with a slightly uncomfortable expression. They're all sick and resting. Sick? All the investigators? That doesn't make sense. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Investigators could get hurt, but it was rare for an entire investigation team to be paralyzed. There were only 3 or 4 investigators, but still, they were masters of survival. All of them? Did some accident happen? This doesn't seem normal. They caught colds. Yinwu answered honestly. The old man didn't believe it. He thought Yinwu was hiding the truth because he was from a hostile group. Just a cold taking out all the investigators doesn't make sense. In any case, there was no need to pry if Yinwu didn't want to talk about it. The old man found a chair and sat down, tapping on the desk. The cheap desk made a plastic-like sound. Is the investigation team short on budget? How? So, what brings you here? Yinwu handed over a bottle of water, and the old man looked at it with a sour expression before placing it in a corner of the desk. The information broker is liquidating assets, so I came to deliver that. And I have a request as well. Ah, he had completely forgotten. The information broker was supposed to give him various things. Yinwu smiled broadly, but his expression soon turned strange. If he had come to give a reward, the old man's attire was very light. He only had a cane. Noticing that look, the old man clicked his tongue. Did you think I'd carry it all with this old body? Our kids are bringing it by truck now, so wait. Look at the list first. Let's talk about the request too. He pulled out a few documents from his pocket. Yinwu quickly took them and saw a long list of items. Skipping the cash. Time buying bills, real estate contract, club-made pistol, gold bars. There were many pieces of equipment, but those were the most important. Weapons and anomalous equipment. The old man spoke proudly. Do you know what the real estate contract is? Yes. Something that lets you exert force as the owner of some land? That's what I understand. You know your stuff. This is something we don't sell outside the club, but we're giving it to you as a special gift. Yinwu smiled happily. With this, my house won't be destroyed. An anomalous contract that lets you exert force as the owner of a house. If used well, it could be as good as any shelter. Kick out intruders, expel anomalous entities. I need to find a house right away. After that, the old man pulled out things like the information broker's confidentiality agreement, but Yinwu, lost in sweet dreams, glossed over them carelessly. As the atmosphere improved, the old man moved on to the main point. And there's a request I'd like to make. A request? What kind of request? Yinwu snapped back to attention. As if he had never been in a good mood, he wore an uneasy expression. Warning words poured out. There's a chance of failure, and if a critical failure comes up, it could be unmanageable. Even if it succeeds, the result might be different from what you expect. Actually, it's best not to gamble with the dice at all, unless it was a situation where the Goldberg Club was really pushed to the brink and needed to gamble. And in such a situation, it would clearly be dangerous, so Yinwu would reject the request. The old man looked at Yinwu with some bewilderment. What kind of self-employed person tries not to sell their own product? Ahem, the old man cleared his throat and pulled out a document. The club is running a project, and we're thinking of using the dice for it. Take a look. This is a kind of proposal. Yinwu quickly schemed it and saw it was a document related to two-dimensional exploration and space development. Though the technology and words were grandiose, the purpose was simple. Securing gold. The gold used in golden omnipotence is permanently consumed. Eventually, the gold on Earth is limited, and if we keep using it, won't it run out? So, you're saying it's a project to mine gold? That's right. Space is vast, and dimensions are even vaster, so there's no need to mine gold only on Earth, is there? Yinwu seriously examined the document before shaking his head. He placed the document on the desk and pushed it slightly away. This isn't my area of expertise. It would be better to find magicians or the company's space research department. Magicians who are experts in two-dimensional exploration. The company's department specializing in space science. It would be right to entrust it to them. We've already tried all that. But the old man muttered gloomily. Of course, they had first tried collaborating with experts. The result was, a magician knew of a dimension made of gold. We paid a hefty sum for the coordinates of that dimension. But do you know what happened? I don't know. Yinwu blinked, and the old man pressed his head firmly. That dimension. It had been plundered by magicians several times already, since gold is a material magicians use too. So when the natives saw us, they attacked immediately. The club had only suffered losses and withdrawn, he said. Yinwu's mouth fell open. It seemed the club had been badly scammed. No way. A scam. What happened to that magician? What do you think happened? They took a huge chunk of our resources and fled to another dimension. That's all that happened. Adat novel bin adat. The old man wore a tired expression. He tapped the floor with his cane for no reason. Then what else could we do? If we pursued it to the end, we'd only increase our losses. The profit and loss didn't match up. If they used golden omnipotence to punish the magician who had fled across dimensions, the resources they would lose would be more than what they could recover. Not just the gold that would be consumed. In the past, one magician opened a door to a dimension of meat and turned an entire gold mine into flesh. Another magician dropped their enemy onto a club branch. They're potential terrorists. There's no one who lives as freely as magicians. And those who play word games were actually the better ones. Most of them blatantly committed fraud. If things went wrong, they could just run away. After hearing all this, Yinwu blinked. A strange realization crossed his mind. I guess if you have power, even dangerous things aren't dangerous. No, what am I thinking? The experience at the Dream Exchange seemed to have shaken his values somehow. Yinwu shook his head and lightly patted his cheeks. So what's the request? It's simple. Bestowing luck. The old man pointed to a paragraph in the middle of the proposal. Roll the dice for a few club members. We plan to assign random exploration to the one who gains luck. This seems okay. Yinwu nodded. It wasn't particularly dangerous work, just rolling for luck for a few people. The old man held out his hand. Then we'll consider the contract established. Yinwu stared at the wrinkled hand for a moment, then shook his head. I'd rather not shake hands. I'm afraid there might be some kind of binding force. He was the head of the club's Korean branch, after all. There might be something hidden in even a small action. The old man said he understood and withdrew his hand. Suddenly, Yinwu asked a question. Haven't you tried collaborating with the company for space development? That. The old man let out a hollow laugh. They told us not to come out because space is under the jurisdiction of the company and ordinary people. They didn't know what kind of anomalous entities might be in space, so they couldn't allow hostile groups to come out. It meant they wanted to control it from the start because they didn't know what kind of accidents might happen. Not that other groups obediently listened, but collaboration was impossible. The truck loaded with gifts arrived. Several club members bustled about, moving boxes to the warehouse, while some members who had participated in two-dimensional exploration made their way to the office to see Yinwu. The old man briefly introduced them. Here are 10 people to start. Roll for them as you like. We only need one success. They could all fail, you know, Yinwu pointed out. That's fine. We have 10 more waiting. We're bound to get at least one success. Ah, I see. Yinwu muttered softly, his eyes scanning the club members. Their ages ranged from 20s to 40s, a mix of men and women, all in good physical shape. They seemed to be carefully selected club members, exuding an air of expertise with sharp, focused gazes. Yinwu gave a final warning, like a nurse telling a patient their shot might sting. If you fail, you could be unlucky for a few days. If you critically fail, you might suffer misfortune for life. This is riskier than you think, so if anyone doesn't want to do this, you can back out now. We just need one success, right? If we get a critical success, that'd be amazing, one member said, rubbing their hands together with a grin. They seemed to be focusing on what they could gain rather than what they might lose. It wasn't baseless confidence or gambling addiction. The old man spoke up. We've made our own preparations. No need to worry. Well, if you say so. Yinwu thought about it. The club was probably well versed in risk management and diversification. Besides, Yinwu himself wasn't in any danger. Whatever happened would affect other people. Yinwu looked at the member standing on the far left. I'll start with you. All right. The dice rolled. Clunk. A miss meant no change. Yinwu kept rolling until he got a result that would manifest a possibility, whether failure or success. 1, 2, 3, and all 10. 7 failures and 3 successes. The people split into 2 groups based on the results. Those who succeeded stood behind the old man, while those who failed huddled near the door, shivering. My body feels weird. Why did I fall? Is this bad luck? There was nothing on the floor. Ugh, cough, cough. I choked on my own spit. The consequences of failing to receive luck were already hitting them. Minor accidents. Some suddenly caught colds, others saw their cryptocurrency values plummet. On the other hand, those blessed with luck smiled happily. Fortune favored them. Stocks are rising. Now's the time. I'm buying a lottery ticket. Quick, to the gotcha games. They were using the luck meant for exploration for personal gain. Frantically tapping on their phones, excitedly pacing about. Yinwu watched them with an uncomfortable expression. More precisely, he waved his hands at the unlucky ones, wary of them. The request is over. Please leave quickly. The payment will be handled as agreed. He was afraid their misfortune might affect him. With more bad luck than good luck around, who knew what kind of accident might happen? The old man nodded contentedly, then struck the floor with his cane. The sharp sound pierced their eardrums. The chattering members fell silent, and Yinwu turned to look at him. The results are better than expected. We'll finish one more task before leaving. What task do you mean? At this rate, we might have a traffic accident on the way back. We need to take precautions. Saying this, the old man reached into his jacket. His hand emerged from the inner pocket with a straw. Yinwu blinked. A straw? What's this about? A plastic straw with red and white stripes. The members seemed to know what it was, eyeing each other nervously. They looked like competitors sizing each other up. The old man explained, bad luck and good luck. We'll concentrate them each on one person. It's easier to control that way. Now, understand? Choose who will take it all. At that moment, the members quickly raised their hands. Shouts of anyone but me, or I have to win, erupted. Let's do rock paper scissors. Drawing straws would be better. It seemed they were going to pick 2 people to concentrate the luck and misfortune on. The members argued fiercely, and Yinwu, who had somehow grasped the situation, wore a puzzled expression. Can they handle this? Good luck is one thing, but concentrating all the bad luck on one person. Noticing Yinwu's expression, the old man waved the straw at him. It's called an immaterial straw. It can suck up things like luck, emotions, and such. It can turn things we normally can't handle into commodities. So, they were going to maximize the good luck and concentrate all the bad luck in one place. Is this right? Yinwu frowned, thinking for a moment before giving up. It was out of his hands now. Whatever you're doing, please do it outside. No need to worry. You don't think we'd act recklessly, do you? No, but... By this point, 2 people had been chosen. The arguing members now wore different expressions. The person who would receive all the bad luck kept rubbing their face with a gloomy expression, while the one getting all the good luck smiled smugly. The old man first handed the straw to the person who would take on all the bad luck. Go ahead. Yes. That person, clearly reluctant, grudgingly took the straw. Sighing continuously, they began to suck up the other's bad luck. Whoosh. The straw, pointed at another person, made a sucking sound. Though it looked like they were just playing around, Yinwu felt a strange sensation. A sense of probabilistic possibilities squirming. A feeling of danger creeping in. There are 7 people with bad luck. If it's all concentrated. Sure enough. As they absorbed the bad luck from 2, then 3 people, minor accidents kept happening. Gack. They suddenly fell, scraping the roof of their mouth with the straw. Red liquid, a mix of blood and saliva, dribbled from their mouth. They let out a long scream. The old man coldly watched the person rolling on the ground in pain. Keep going. Old man, am I going to die? I feel like I'm having a heart attack. No, I really might have one. You volunteered knowing this, didn't you? It might be better to finish quickly. In the end, that person forced themselves to endure the searing pain and absorbed the remaining bad luck. A whole 7 people's worth of bad luck. Chaos ensued. They bumped the nearby shelf, knocking down the team leader's carelessly placed electric drill, which turned on and fell on their foot. Crack, their arm bone broke. It was a stress fracture. In an instant, a perfectly healthy person became a dying patient. They lay on the floor, letting out groans that couldn't even become screams. Ugh, ugh, you did well. Then, the old man took out a stamp from his pocket and pressed it against that person's forehead. It was a temporary seal. It would contain the bad luck until they returned to their base for proper processing. Yinwu had retreated to a safe distance, watching cautiously. Is it over? Is that it? If they'd just dealt with the bad luck, there shouldn't be any problems. He just needed to avoid getting caught up in any accidents. Yinwu, clutching his bag tightly and looking around, slowly returned to the office. His body, which had been tense and ready for battle, finally relaxed. The old man glanced at Yinwu, then wiped the straw with a handkerchief before handing it to the person who would receive all the good luck. Your turn. Yes. Whoosh. The luck of 3 people concentrated on one person. No accidents occurred. As their luck increased, reality began to work in their favor. They received messages about winning coupons and notifications about being selected for events. With this, the old man's work was done. He smiled with satisfaction and nodded to Yinwu. Good. We'll be going now. I hope we can cooperate again in the future. At novel bin at. Right, please just go, Yinwu said glumly, looking at the mess in the office. The unlucky ones had caused chaos, leaving the office in disarray. Do I have to clean this up? Oh, I guess I do. The club members hurriedly left the office in a crowd. The injured person hung limply on someone's back. Watching them leave, Yinwu let out a deep sigh and went to find a mop. They were like troublesome customers, but they'd probably pay well for this, so he decided not to complain and started cleaning up. The request seemed to be wrapping up. The old man walked away, tapping his cane on the floor, with the other members following slowly behind. The person who had received all the good luck suddenly turned back. Though they felt an urge to leave quickly, an idea had struck them. He used to be an investigator. He must have some kind of survival instinct. Even with good luck, 2-dimensional exploration was dangerous. They would be randomly thrown into dimensions in search of gold. There was no telling what dimensions they might face or what beings they might encounter. Even friendly entities could be dangerous. That's why the member chosen for exploration looked intently at Yinwu, busy moving about, mopping the floor and putting fallen objects back in place. The luck of someone who started as an investigator, became a department head, and survived the risks of the dice. I'll just borrow a little. Swish. The member quietly raised the straw. Their hand suddenly trembled, almost dropping it, but they quickly caught it and put it to their lips. Cough, ahem. Though they suddenly coughed and felt short of breath, the member used their strong willpower to inhale deeply, to suck up Yinwu's luck. Whoosh. Their throat stung. It felt like inhaling sand. Or maybe poison gas. It was actually similar. Instead of the survival luck they had expected, they absorbed something more like a fate that attracted accidents. And they did so for over 10 seconds. Got it. The member smiled broadly and hurried their steps. This was indeed good fortune. Thanks to their luck, no one had caught them using the straw without permission. Now that I've absorbed a survivor's luck, I should be able to survive even if I encounter accidents. With those light steps, the member dreamed of a bright future. What's this? Why do I feel so refreshed? Yinwu tilted his head, holding the mop. Was it because he had cleaned? Or because he was going to receive a generous payment? He suddenly felt good. Dash. The old man and the club members moved quickly. They sent the injured person to the emergency room after some first aid, while the ordinary members returned to their regular jobs. The old man and the member who had received all the good luck headed together to a certain building. Since the luck bestowed by the dice was temporary, they planned to start the exploration right away. We have high hopes for you. This is no small task. The club chairman himself will be watching, the old man said. Leave it to me. I've got the luck of 3 people, right? Even if we don't find gold, I'll discover something valuable. Something that'll turn a profit, the member replied confidently. Their conversation continued inside the smoothly running car. The member chosen for exploration sat up straight, brimming with confidence. Not only was he surrounded by good luck, but the survivor's luck he had absorbed as insurance boosted his confidence even more. He was certain he'd complete the exploration safely. In other words, he felt he had nothing to lose. As long as I come back in one piece, it's all good. The old man looked at the member with satisfaction. Sometimes opportunities lay within dangers, and a courageous attitude was important. Still, out of concern, the old man started offering various pieces of advice, like a nurse telling a patient their shot might sting. I've done dimensional exploration a few times myself. The first few seconds after you land in another dimension are the most crucial. If it seems dangerous, come back immediately. But if the environment looks okay dash. They had a serious conversation in the warm car. The old man spoke, and the member listened attentively, while the driver focused silently on driving. The cheerful sound of the navigation system's alerts occasionally chimed in. Turn right in 300 meters. Some time passed as the driver glanced sideways while driving. The old man, whose throat had gone dry from talking, took out some water to drink. He suddenly looked out the window. Perhaps because of his age, every road seemed familiar no matter where they went. Similar-looking buildings, roads, and traffic lights. Busy cars and people on the sidewalks. Things might have changed, but the old man couldn't tell the difference. Maybe he'd seen so many strange things that ordinary scenery no longer moved him. Life is. The old man, suddenly feeling sentimental, carefully put down his water bottle. That's when it happened. The old man sensed something was off. He quickly lifted his head to look ahead. The driver spoke with a trembling voice. Branch manager, sir. Sweat glistened on the back of the driver's neck and the side of his face, visible at a glance. There's a problem with the navigation system. What kind of problem? The old man frowned. The member who had received all the good luck hugged the dashboard and leaned forward, looking at the strangely broken navigation screen. The map itself was fine. Only the map was fine. Looks like an error. The data's weird. The current time was off. It was past lunchtime, but the screen showed 35:68. The current location was also garbled, showing as XY#92* or something similar. That wasn't all. A strange warning popped up. Ding dong. This is an anomaly outbreak caution zone. Silence fell inside the car. The situation was clear. An accident had caught up with them. They were facing an anomalous phenomenon. And this was before they'd even started their dimensional exploration. The old man glanced at the member for a moment. He wondered if he might have brought the person who had received all the bad luck by mistake. But it was clearly the member who had received all the good luck, and the old man tried to think as rationally as possible. Is this good luck? Could this be helpful to you? Luck. It was hard to understand, but maybe this had happened because of good luck? Who knows, this might be an opportunity. Not just the member, but even the driver seemed to think so. The member stared at the navigation system with a troubled expression, while the driver regained his composure and focused on driving again. I'll keep driving for now. Alright. Well, they did have good luck on their side, after all. So they didn't take it too seriously at first. But as time passed, their expressions darkened. The navigation system wasn't guiding them to their destination. They were going in circles. Right turn, right turn, right turn, right turn. They were driving in a square, going nowhere. The old man looked outside and said, I've lost count of how many times we've passed that building. Ignore the navigation and just drive. I'll use the navigation app on my phone, the member said. The member tapped on his phone to open the navigation app. There were many ways to find directions. Turn right in 300 meters. The driver ignored the navigation system's instructions and went straight ahead. The car accelerated down the road just as the member opened the app, and both navigation systems gave instructions at the same time. You have deviated from the route. You have deviated from the route. The member's hand trembled as he looked at his phone, then turned to the old man. My phone's broken just like that navigation system. At times like these, analog is best. There should be a map in the glove compartment in front of you. Let's use that to find our way. The old man spoke casually, as if reminiscing about the good old days, which helped keep the mood from getting too tense. The member contorted his body to reach into the glove compartment and pulled out a crisp new map. Luckily, or perhaps due to their good fortune, the map was intact. Right. What could go wrong? The member relaxed. Maybe they had faced a life-threatening situation, but thanks to their luck, it had ended with just this minor inconvenience. That's when it happened. The navigation system belatedly spoke up. Recalculating route. You have entered a human enforcement zone. Beep, beep. It sounded a warning alarm, the screen flashing red. Because they were human, they were driving on a road where humans shouldn't be. Such rules applied to them, and it was hard to guess what the consequences of breaking these rules might be. The old man gripped his cane tightly. This seems like a dangerous anomaly. To encounter an anomalous phenomenon that couldn't even be sold as a product. Was this really what good luck looked like? At novel bin at. Did Yunwu cheat us? No, we saw the luck and bad luck with our own eyes. The old man, wearing a sour expression, made a decision before the situation could worsen further. An anomalous entity that only brought losses? They just needed to abandon it and run. Stop the car. Whether we take a taxi, use public transport, rent a car, or borrow someone else's, we should be fine if we just ditch this machine. Leave your phone in the car too. Even if they couldn't turn it off, wouldn't it be okay if they physically distanced themselves from it? The driver and the member acted immediately. The car smoothly pulled over to the shoulder with its hazard lights on, and the member turned off his phone completely. The car with flashing hazard lights gradually slowed down. Then, the navigation system spoke up. No stopping allowed in this zone. Please increase your speed. The foot on the brake pedal loosened, and the car crept forward like a turtle. The driver licked his dry lips. Branch manager, sir. What should we do? The old man closed his eyes tightly. He needed to make a quick decision. It seemed that strange rules were piling up one after another. An unknown danger. We'll have to risk it. Keep the speed as low as possible, and we'll jump out of the moving car. I'll be fine, but what about you, sir? Concerned that the old man might get hurt due to his age, the driver's words trailed off, but the old man shook his head. It's better than being at the mercy of that possessed navigation system. Better to break a few bones than face an unknown anomalous phenomenon. With that resolve, the club members prepared themselves, and a few seconds later, they flung the doors open and threw themselves onto the road. Bang! The old man and the driver rolled towards the road. The member was lucky enough to land on a pile of soft garbage bags and stood up unscathed. Move quickly, the old man shouted. He leaned on his cane without showing any sign of pain. Whether his designer suit was scratched or his joints ached, now was not the time to stop moving. Where do we go? How? The member asked. Just get away from that anomalous entity for now. Let's get off this road. After all, wasn't this supposed to be a human enforcement zone? And then, the member's good luck helped them. They managed to leave the road without any problems. The old man, the member, and the driver sat side by side on a park bench, catching their breath. As they caught their breath, they were gripped by doubt. Was this really good luck? This won't do. Maybe it's a sign that you shouldn't go on the exploration, the old man said. Fate, whether good or bad luck, was hard to interpret, and they interpreted it subjectively within their own understanding. What was the meaning of encountering an anomalous entity they couldn't even profit from? Wasn't it trying to prevent the exploration? But the old man's misinterpreted words gave the member an idea. Wait a minute, could this be? A memory surfaced. The things that had happened when he absorbed Yunwa's luck. Dropping the straw, coughing, feeling short of breath. As if warning him not to do it, that it shouldn't be done. The member's face turned pale as he finally grasped the truth. Trembling, he asked, "Old man, about the company's investigators. What does the company look for first when recruiting investigators? Isn't it survival ability or luck for staying alive? Survival? That's something you develop over time." The old man, having caught his breath, gave the member a puzzled look, wondering why he was asking such a thing. What's an investigator's job? Isn't it to seek out anomalous entities? If anything, they're people who experience a lot of accidents. They used people who were good at encountering anomalous entities for thorough investigations. For example, they might scout ordinary people who had faced anomalous phenomena. That was also why investigators were seen as masters of survival. It meant they were humans who had survived encountering so many anomalies. Those with poor survival skills would die after just a few investigations. Then, what I absorbed was dash. It was a disaster. He had absorbed something he shouldn't have. At this rate, good luck wasn't the issue. Surely there must be a limit to good luck. Maybe the good luck had already run out. Because he had absorbed something like bad luck. Old man? Actually dash. In the end, the member confessed honestly. He wanted to receive even a temporary seal. The old man, who had taken back the straw, wore an expressionless face. This fool had ruined no ordinary project on his own whim. Unfortunately, the stamp is single-use. So you'll have to endure it. Even if you absorbed it, it's not permanent. But there must be some way dash. That's when it happened. A person wearing a helmet staggered into the park where they were resting. They walked with zombie-like, clumsy steps, flailing their arms. A gurgling, phlegm-filled sound came from behind the helmet. The blood-stained helmet created an ominous atmosphere. Looks like an anomalous entity. It's come for you. You handle it. I need to go back and revise the project, the old man said. No, wait. The old man and the driver left without hesitation. The member tried to chase after them, but he was caught by the helmeted stranger who lunged at him with a waik. The member kicked and struggled, tears streaming down his face. It wasn't like he had some kind of anomaly attracting air freshener, but accidents kept chasing after him. Dash. The helmeted stranger grabbed the club member's shoulders tightly. As the member's body was pulled forward, the stranger thrust their face close, bringing the pitch-black helmet mere inches from the member's nose. A gurgling, phlegm-filled sound emanated from within. Through the semi-transparent, blood-stained faceplate, the vague outline of a zombie's face was visible. It was a grotesque visage, half-rotted with only the rough contours remaining. Gwarg. Get off me, get away. The member wailed, his face contorted in fear. He flailed his limbs and pushed with his palms, but couldn't overcome the zombie's strength. Thunk. The zombie head butted the member while still wearing the helmet. Its teeth clacked audibly behind the faceplate. Fresh meat was right in front of it, but the helmet prevented it from feeding. The zombie continued to slam its head against the member. Thunk, 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 until the member's skull would crack. Until the helmet would be stained with his blood. Ugh. The world spun dizzily. Everything turned red with blood. The zombie's hungry cries and the thunderous impacts filled the member's ears. That's when luck finally decided to intervene. Crash. The helmeted zombie, forever doomed to hunger, toppled over. Its grip on the member slipped. A lucky break had arrived. Attack. No, run, gotta run. The member, his head cracked and bleeding profusely, staggered backward. Something was off with his balance, though he couldn't tell exactly what. He couldn't even blame the old man who had abandoned him, nor did he think to draw the gun tucked in his jacket. I need to get somewhere safe. If I waste any more time, I'll run into another anomaly. At novel bin at. It was the right judgment, but also a misjudgment. Was there truly a safe place? Even if there was, could he make it there? The member ran desperately down the icy path. Despite his shattered sense of balance, his luck kept him from falling. In contrast, the zombie kept tumbling behind him. The sounds of it falling and wailing echoed from behind. How long had he run with blood clouding his vision? Reaching the edge of the park, the member spotted a strange flower. A mugingawe flower. In the dead of winter, on a snow-covered park path. Despite the weather, shy buds were forming on the mugingawe. A light pink flower was blooming rapidly, as if time had been fast-forwarded. It was an accident. An anomaly. An event he couldn't avoid, no matter how lucky he was, had found him. No way, right. The member stopped, gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread. His hands trembled, not from the cold, but from fear. No way, right? This can't be real, right? Running into 3 anomalies in just a few hours? This doesn't make any sense. If a person's fate was this twisted, could they even be called human? They'd be more like a magnet for anomalies. These thoughts, coupled with his dulled and slow reactions, made him miss his chance. The moment he could have survived. The Mugingawe flower, which had been covered in snow from a sudden gust of wind, burst into full bloom. The member thought he heard a childish singing voice. The Mugingawe flower has bloomed. He also recalled the children's game where you had to freeze when you heard those words, or you'd be out. Carelessly, the member took a step back. His heart plummeted. And then it never beat again. His heart had stopped. The member collapsed backward. His eyes, which he couldn't bring himself to close, stared blankly at the gloomy sky. A single snowflake drifted down onto his wide-open eyes, as if in disbelief. The snow melted from his still warm body temperature, mixing with blood to form bloody tears that trickled down his face. No matter how lucky you are, you can't always be lucky. Moreover, if you lack the skill to seize opportunities, even good fortune will pass you by. The member, who had been living off Yinwu's fate without earning it, died on a winter park path. You have to cut your losses quickly. The old man abandoned the unlucky member and immediately returned to the safe shelter, contacting the club chairman. This project is a failure. I know. I saw everything. The chairman's voice came through the phone. He sounded troubled, as if the recent events had given him much to ponder. The old man asked, his voice tinged with confusion, but didn't we at least get information about the dice? We didn't come away empty-handed. The dice is certainly interesting. The problem is Yinwu, that man. Don't you feel like we've been deceived by the packaging of the dice? I'm not sure I follow. The chairman fell silent for a moment. Struggling to find the right words, he finally spoke plainly. If we look at just the dice, there are many ways to use it. But the company's higher UPS used Yinwu, not the dice. Like a nuclear bomb. Now I understand why. Many club members were blinded by profit. They overlooked dangers or other aspects. Or even if they knew, they tended to take reckless risks repeatedly. But high-ranking members like the chairman had seen many things, and he had quickly grasped Yinwu's true nature. A man like radiation or a swamp. Someone who brought accidents to those around him, or dragged down everything he was involved with. Just look at how much time and resources the company had spent dealing with accidents caused by Yinwu. We should put him on the blacklist, not the VIP list. He's the type of person who only brings losses when you get involved with him. Like the president of the Artist Association, the old man asked. The chairman sighed before answering, in some ways, he might be worse than that person. Even if you approach him with good intentions for mutual benefit, you get nothing in return. So what are we going to do from now on? The club's approach would have to change. The old man spoke, considering various possibilities, and the chairman decided on a policy for dealing with Yinwu. Living as if we don't know each other is probably best. Whether we earn his hostility or goodwill, nothing good will come of it. I understand. Oh, and what about the gold acquisition project? Let's just explore relying purely on luck. If we use golden omnipotence to get information, we'll barely break even, won't we? They could create gold with golden omnipotence, but they'd have to pay an equivalent price, so it wasn't worth it. With that, they wrapped up their discussion about Yinwu and the exploration. Also, be wary of the doomsday cultists. I have a feeling those guys are about to make some desperate moves. True, they'd do anything to avoid withering away. I'll be careful. Their conversation continued, warning each other about other potential dangers. Deep in an underground cavern, high-ranking doomsday cultists gathered, groaning in pain. The smoker, shrouded in black smoke, had grown faint. The warrior was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. The ghost of the electronic world sat in a corner, clutching their head. Pain-filled moans echoed through the cavern, which reeked of medicine like a hospital ward. It was all due to the aftermath of war and the machinations of various groups. Curses, sniping, misfortune, spatial distortions, viruses, attacks, rebellions, and more. Fantastical assaults composed of all sorts of anomalies. I'm really dying here. If only that person with the eraser was still here, we wouldn't be in this mess. They all expressed the same regret. The one who had become one with the eraser. If he had survived intact, all these schemes would have been erased. But he was already dead, and the eraser had been taken. The doomsday cultists, who had accumulated too much bad karma, couldn't hold out. The ghost of the electronic world, clutching a phone, muttered, "It's Yinwu. That guy's the problem. He's the reason we're in this mess." The doomsday cultists weren't stupid. They had analyzed the cause in their own way. The single cause. Starting with resolving the climate anomalies, killing the doomsday cultist with the eraser, infiltrating their gathering to deal with glasses and the reptilian boss, and finally turning the afterlife fragments against them with bad luck. A man who brought doom to the doomsday cultists. He killed the guy who was like a nuclear bomb, took out the reptilian boss who had the biggest influence, and even glasses who was our brains. How did he manage to pick off just the right people? Maybe the company prepared him specifically to deal with us. Can we stop talking about the past? At that point, the mummy-like warrior raised a hand. He was holding a half-empty bottle of vodka, which sloshed as he gestured. Don't we have enough problems as it is? It's hard enough finding solutions to those? A moment of silence fell. They closed their mouths tightly, as if forgetting their pain. The situation was truly dire. They had no danger level 6 entities, few doomsday cultists remained, and almost every group was sharpening their knives to hunt them down. Not wanting to die before the world and humanity ended, they struggled desperately to survive. The ghost of the electronic world spoke gloomily, recruitment isn't working. No matter how many ads we send out, no one's joining. We can't secure a danger level 6 either. If we had that kind of ability, we wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. Our only hope is you? The smoker coughed and looked at the warrior. How's it looking? Do you think you can do it? No. The warrior, who had vowed to fight and defeat the world, clenched his fist. His bandaged hand, looking like a teddy bear's paw, swiped through the air. I can beat radiation now that I've escaped from the red giant. I'm stronger than radiation, but I still have many weaknesses. There are many things I can't hit. The future looks bleak. The smoker exhaled a cloud of black smoke. It was as dark as their future. Meanwhile, the ghost of the electronic world groaned, clutching their head as they pondered. If only Glasses was here, we could have found a solution. Glasses. If we think like Glasses. Glasses, who used to come up with grand strategies and all sorts of clever tricks. The ghost of the electronic world recalled the face of their departed comrade, trying to think from his perspective. Memories of collaborating with him, the strategies he devised, how he utilized situations. All these memories became a legacy, shining brightly in their small mind. Suddenly, the ghost of the electronic world looked up. Their once dull eyes now gleamed. It was as if Glasses' spectacles were glinting. The climate anomalies. What are you on about? You're still not right in the head, so get some rest. We're really done for if you get hurt too. Have a drink and go to sleep. Despite the worried scolding from the other two cultists, the ghost of the electronic world shook their head vigorously. They even jumped up. When the climate anomalies were resolved, what did we do? What did we do? We tried to divert some of the anomaly components. The others began to catch on. The ghost of the electronic world clapped their hands. That's it. We can get what we lack from others. How? That doesn't sound easy. The smoker paused, about to light a cigarette. Smoking in the sealed cavern didn't seem like a good idea. The ghost of the electronic world excitedly flapped their hands. Let's poach company people. We'll recruit danger level 6 entities too. Again, how? The voice was tinged with irritation now. The ghost of the electronic world moved quickly. Their hands dissolved into strings of zeros and ones, diving into the phone to retrieve classified documents. The first doomsday cultist was a company employee. Why? Because they thought humans create anomalies. The classified document was clearly displayed on the phone screen. It stated that humans were the origin of anomalies. That if all humans died, anomalous entities would disappear and no more would appear. That humans were the cause of this irrational universe. If humanity goes extinct, anomalies will vanish too. We must die for the sake of intelligent species and life in the universe that will be born after humanity. Let's use this to recruit company employees. It's better than just sending out spam texts. The smoker showed a glimmer of interest. Many company employees had lost their minds. During the climate anomalies, a faction called the Humanity Genocide Company had formed, willing to kill 6 billion people to resolve the issue. Couldn't they use that grand sense of mission to mass-produce fanatical doomsday cultists? The warrior took a few swigs of vodka and asked, what about danger level 6? No matter how many people we gather, we can't do anything without power. We'll just wither away. We'll steal that too. We just need to recruit people who are on the verge of reaching level 6. Like Yinwu. That's right, he's a target too. The ghost of the electronic world nodded vigorously. He's a problem because he's our enemy? Imagine how reliable he'd be on our side. That's true, but would that guy do something like this? They all knew the basic information. Yinwu was their archenemy, so they knew him even better. First of all, he had a survivalist tendency. He didn't seem like the type to do dangerous things, regardless of the cause. But the ghost of the electronic world's eyes sparkled with confidence as they spoke. We have a few anomalous entities for recruitment. The warrior and the smoker looked at each other briefly before nodding. Well, I guess things can't get much worse from here. If we succeed, we might be able to turn the situation around. And so, in the dark cavern, a plan was hatched. Yinwu prepared to leave work. Though leaving work just meant moving from the office to the adjacent room. I'm feeling pretty good today. After checking the window one last time, Yinwu walked out with a bright smile and a spring in his step. He had finished cleaning thoroughly, and the payment for the request had just come through. True to the club's reputation, the money matters were handled cleanly. They had transferred the cash without any fuss. With that, Yinwu left the office, firmly closing the door behind him. At that moment, Yinwu's face suddenly twisted into a grimace. Why do I suddenly feel so bad? The fate that brought murder cases wherever he went had returned. Yinwu, who had enjoyed half a day of freedom, instinctively made an unpleasant expression. In the dark hideout of the doomsday cultists, a plot was brewing. A woman holding a perfume bottle looked up from her phone. You want me to use my feminine charms on this guy? That's right. The ghost of the electronic world nodded. They waved their hand, and all sorts of information about Yinwu downloaded onto the woman's phone. It included his personality profile analyzed by company profilers, his work history, and personal relationships. The woman read the documents, her mouth hanging open. The ghost waited patiently, creating a quiet atmosphere in the hideout. After some time had passed, the woman's expression turned confident. All right, I'll give it a shot. Truthfully, just looking at the documents, the chances of failure seemed high. Yinwu didn't seem like the type to fall for feminine wiles. A man who ate and slept in his office. Someone only interested in his own survival. No hobbies, no weaknesses. But they had the perfume. The love potion. An anomalous entity that made anyone who smelled it fall madly in love. Both the ghost and the woman felt confident. No matter how much of a survivalist he was, he'd be blinded by love. Even if that emotion was artificially created by an anomalous entity. The ghost of the electronic world smiled contentedly. If we can get Yinwo on our side, we can rest easy. Time passed. The woman acting as a spy for the doomsday cultists waited in her car. She watched keenly from an apartment parking lot, waiting for someone to come out. I'll approach the investigation team leader first. Since Yinwo wasn't taking any requests and was holed up in his office, she planned to use the team leader as a stepping stone to meet him. For example, she could cause a traffic accident with the team leader, then visit his office with coffee or food as an apology. She needed a plausible reason, as Yinwo would be suspicious if she just showed up out of nowhere. Once I naturally meet Yinwo, I'll spray the perfume and it's over. Just as she was checking the jewel-encrusted bottle, the team leader came out for work early in the morning. He was yawning widely and walking lazily. Damn, don't feel like going to work. There he was. The woman's eyes lit up. Now she just had to crash into his car as he was backing out. She started her car, and the team leader slowly began backing out of his parking spot near the sidewalk. Before his car was fully out, the woman quickly stepped on the accelerator, turning the steering wheel sharply. Her car rushed forward with bright headlights. Damn. The team leader's reaction was swift. In a split second, barely a few seconds, he shifted gears from reverse to drive and floored the accelerator. The woman's car lunging forward and the team leader's car driving onto the sidewalk happened almost simultaneously. The result was simple. Crash. The woman hit the car next to the team leader's instead. The innocent car crumpled. In contrast, the team leader's car sat unscathed with its front wheels on the sidewalk. He had avoided the collision in that brief moment. He dodged that. The woman was flustered, but she got out of her car and bowed her head. Her glossy hair flowed down, and she spoke in a clear, urgent voice. I'm so sorry. My car suddenly accelerated. Are you hurt anywhere? The team leader rolled down his window and stuck his head out. Then he spoke gruffly. Move your car. I need to get to work. But what if there are after effects dash? My car wasn't even scratched. Just move your car first. Thanks to his quick investigator-like reflexes, the team leader's car was fine. Moreover, he had no intention of wasting time on this kind of accident. She seems like a normal person. No one's hurt, nothing's damaged, so let's just move on. The team leader waved his hand out the window. I'm fine. Worry about the car you hit. The woman's eyes trembled slightly. The plan had gone wrong from the start. As expected of an investigation team leader. I'll give up on approaching through the team leader. If I push it here, it'll only make things worse. In the end, she kept her mouth shut and moved her car to let the team leader's car out. The team leader drove out of the apartment parking lot without much concern. Left alone in the early morning parking lot, the woman looked at the car she had hit, then sped away. She quickly recalled her backup plans. I can't approach UGU. There's the ghost from the intelligence department and she was a high-ranking official's family member. The student is tricky too. Finally, the woman gripped the perfume bottle tightly. A direct approach was the best option. She had Yinwo's credit card usage records, after all. He went out for hamburgers every few days, so she'd wait for that opportunity when he briefly left the office. The woman's car sped towards the investigation team's office. She'd wait for a chance to encounter Yinwo. As time passed, the investigation team members recovered from their colds. Choi Jae-min, about to graduate, went out with his high school friends, while the team leader and UGU came to the office and chatted casually. The team leader said, be careful of car accidents too. I've seen some cars suddenly accelerate. There's no helping it if you get hit by one of those. Right. My sister says traffic accidents are the most dangerous, UGU replied, thinking of her sister. Yinwo just nodded vaguely. Car accidents are nothing. He had enhanced recovery from the rain. Unless he was hit by a speeding truck on the highway, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if such an accident happened, he had the dice. I'm pretty much okay with normal dangers now. Of course, accidents that destroyed important points were still dangerous. Like getting hit on the head by a flower pot falling from a high-rise building, or being struck by construction materials near a work site. Whew, that's scary. Yinwo shuddered, getting goosebumps for no reason. UGU looked at Yinwo strangely, then rubbed her eyes with dark circles under them. It's tough getting back to work after a break. Work my ass. We're just killing time in the office. That's true, but still, we came to work. That itself is. As they were talking, they looked at Yinwo. For him, coming to and leaving work had no meaning since he lived right next to the office. No, he actually ate and slept in the room next door? Wouldn't that have more downsides than upsides? Yinwo, are you okay? I mean, is it livable here? Actually, I'm planning to get a place. I found a good one. Yinwo pulled out a document with a satisfied expression. It was the Goldberg Club's real estate contract. At that moment, the team leader stood up. He approached to look at the contract. Where did you get this? The club doesn't distribute these outside. I got it as payment for a request. If I get a shelter and use this contract, wouldn't it be safe? Meanwhile, UGU blinked. She felt like she had seen that contract before. Didn't her sister from the intelligence department bring it to show off once? At that point, Yinwo handed the contract to the team leader and stood up. Team leader, take a look. I'm going out for lunch. Look at what? Never mind. Why don't we eat together? I'm going to get a hamburger. The team leader waved the contract he was holding and handed it back to Yinwo. Hamburgers, really? Alright, go eat. Be careful of accidents. Yes, sir. With that, Yinwo left the investigation team's building and entered the busy street. It was crowded, probably because it was lunchtime. Yinwo walked cautiously, unnecessarily watching out for cars and the sky. Then, he saw the woman. Was she ordinary looking? She seemed to have a common appearance. But Yinwo couldn't take his eyes off her. Spritz, spritz. The woman sprayed perfume as she walked. The wind carried the scent towards Yinwo. The fragrance penetrated deep into his lungs as he breathed in, taking effect immediately. It was the love potion. Ah, Yinwo fell in love. It was love at first sight. His heart pounded. His palms got sweaty. Adrenaline rushed through his body. That reaction was the same as when he sensed danger. I'm screwed. Yinwo perceived love as a crisis. The suspension bridge effect worked in reverse. Wasn't it said that when you get excited in a dangerous situation, your body reacts similarly to being in love, making it hard to distinguish between excitement and love? For Yinwo, who had experienced so many dangers, this got twisted strangely. The physical reactions of love were interpreted as his survival instinct going haywire in the face of danger. Yinwo turned on his heel, sweating profusely. Forgetting his hunger and hamburgers, he dashed back to the investigation team's office. His pounding heart felt ominous. This is almost on the level of a climate anomaly, right? It's like a doomsday scenario is unfolding. He needed to contact Mark Young as soon as possible and get information from headquarters. So Yinwo ran full speed without looking back, leaving the woman on the street staring at his retreating figure with a bewildered expression. He's running away? Why? The love potion wasn't broken. People walking on the street who smelled it fell in love, approaching the woman with dazed expressions. Ignoring the people asking for her number as they pulled out their phones, the woman walked away briskly. He didn't even have time to resist. What's the reason? Did I look suspicious? I don't think so. Should I give up now? No, I still have options. The woman retreated for now, planning her next move. Meanwhile, Yinwo rushed back to the office and started moving frantically. With one hand he called Mark Young, with the other he searched the company intranet. In the empty office, as the team leader and UGU had left for lunch, Yinwo's voice echoed as he spoke on the phone. Yes, it's me. Is a doomsday scenario unfolding? No, I just suddenly felt anxious. There isn't one? Are you sure? Ah, I see. No, it's nothing. Hearing Mark Young's puzzled voice, Yinwo leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat relieved. He stared blankly at the ceiling with a dazed expression. Slowly, he moved his hand to his chest. He could still clearly feel his heart pounding. Then what is this? Is danger approaching? The excitement he only felt in life-threatening situations. Yinwo checked his bag with a serious expression. It seemed an unknown threat was approaching Yinwo personally. It was time to prepare for that. The woman he had encountered on the street didn't leave even a trace in his memory. His survival instinct completely filled Yinwo's mind. The team leader and UGU returned to the office leisurely after finishing lunch. They carried a few cups of coffee from the cafe, swaying in their hands. One in the team leader's hand, two in UGU's. As UGU entered the office, she held up a cup of coffee. Yinwo, have some coffee. What are you doing? UGU stopped abruptly at the doorway. The team leader, who was sauntering in behind her, opened his eyes wide. The office was a mess. Not only were guns and time-buying bills scattered about, but all sorts of tools were strewn around haphazardly. There was even a smell of gasoline. At the center of it all was Yinwo, preparing equipment with a serious expression. He was loading a gun, checking magazines, soaking time-buying bills in gasoline. Did you enjoy your meal? Yinwo asked. Yeah, the food was good, but what are you doing? The team leader quickly scanned Yinwo's equipment. Just ordinary tools. At that point, Yinwo hastily gathered up a document and handed it to the team leader. It's the real estate contract. This building is in your name, right? Use this to exercise the rights of the building owner. The real estate contract that exerted force as the owner of the land. The team leader, who had received the Goldberg Club's core anomalous entity, looked bewildered. Don't you only have one of these? You're giving it to me. It seemed too generous to accept as a simple gift. But Yinwo nodded seriously. It didn't seem like a situation where he could afford to be stingy. When he put his hand on his chest, his heart was still pounding. The sense of danger he had felt while walking on the street earlier kept swirling in his head. I have an ominous feeling. We need to be fully prepared. What? You're saying it's dangerous? UGU choked on her coffee, which she had been sipping through a straw. Even as she hunched over coughing, she looked at Yinwo with trembling eyes. Yinwo wore the most serious expression in the world. Yes. It doesn't feel like a doomsday scenario, but I sense danger coming for me. If that happens, this building will be attacked too, so it's better to use the contract now. The team leader and UGU realized the gravity of the situation. Without another word, they began preparing for the unknown danger. If Yinwo was reacting like this, it must be no ordinary threat. It was probably on the level of a dangerous anomalous entity or the remnants of the doomsday cult attacking with full force. The team leader contacted the higher UPS and renewed the contract, while UGU poured out all sorts of ideas. Ideas to share the danger with others. Yinwu, you're a special investigator, right? Why don't you contact headquarters and request security forces or something like that? I'll do that. Indeed, shared danger is half the danger. The things attacking him would be enemies of the company too, so the company had an obligation to help. Yinwu, who had been fiddling with complex cables like a spider's web and charging tools, pulled out his phone. But Ugu stopped him. Wait, listen a bit more. Don't just request manpower, ask for a location too. They could prepare for battle on a larger scale. Special forces could stand by for long-range attacks, set up ambushes, or prepare a building full of traps. The team leader agreed. He looked up from scribbling with a pen. That's right. Honestly, what can 3 investigators do? If your intuition is correct, it's better to coordinate with the intelligence department or special forces. No matter how powerful the land contract was, it couldn't match the company's full-scale preparation. Intuition. Yinwu hesitated. Was it enough grounds to request professional troops? Would they send combat units just because he had a bad feeling? They should. He wasn't an ordinary company employee, after all. If worse came to worst, he could throw a tantrum like a child and insist. That's how strongly Yinwu felt the sense of crisis. The sensation he had felt then was that level of danger. His heart racing at full speed, adrenaline pouring out, vision narrowing, fingers trembling. Yinwu gripped his phone resolutely. I'll get support somehow. That's when it happened. Boom! Explosions sounded from outside the building. Not just once. Explosions erupted in various places. The investigators all looked out the window at once. Loud noises and explosions were occurring all over the street. On top of that, masked individuals were spraying bullets as if shooting indiscriminately. Civilians screaming and fleeing. It was an attack. While Yinwu sensed a crisis, the doomsday cultists on the brink of collapse felt an equally strong sense of urgency. So much so that they couldn't afford to take their time. The woman who had stepped back immediately called the ghost of the electronic world. It's difficult to approach him personally. It'll take a lot of time. We don't have time to wait. As the ghost of the electronic world, who had popped out of the phone screen, muttered anxiously, the woman twisted the ends of her hair. Even at this moment, all sorts of groups were moving to annihilate the doomsday cultists. They needed to recruit forces like Yinwu as quickly as possible. The woman understood the situation and glanced at the ghost of the electronic world. The ghost wore a thoughtful expression. At that point, the woman spoke up. It might be a bit contrived, but shall we stage an event? What kind of event? The woman pulled out a gun from her chest. Pointing it at her own head, she smiled faintly. Doesn't love bloom in danger? Use the remaining doomsday cultists to stage an attack. She would approach Yinwu naturally in the midst of a staged terror attack. Yinwu's personality had already been analyzed, and a scenario played out in the woman's mind. A scenario to gain Yinwu's goodwill as much as possible before using the perfume. He's a survivalist, right? If we experience the same crisis, I help him through it, and give the impression that I won't be a burden to his survival. Won't the perfume work properly? It was a scenario prepared to maximize the power of the perfume, as simply spraying it hadn't been enough. The ghost of the electronic world looked uncertain. They really didn't know much about this kind of thing. If you say so, I guess that's how it is. Wearing an expression that said whatever you think is best, they sent out a call signal to dozens of doomsday cultists. Those cultists would use anomalous entities to transfer here immediately. These are the elite doomsday cultists who've survived until now. I'll put them under your command for a bit. The doomsday cultists, who usually maintained horizontal relationships and acted separately, had united as one in the face of their group's impending extinction. In less than 10 minutes, the ghost of the electronic world, a high-ranking doomsday cultist, prepared the people, while the woman replayed the scenario in her head. The woman mentally named the operation. Let's call this Operation Suspension Bridge. Danger will be the fuse. The perfume will be the spark. Chaos erupted on the streets. Masked robbers, armed terrorists, serial killers, and wanted criminals moved as one. They blew up cars driving on the road one after another, blocking traffic. An EMP went off, disabling communications in the area. Someone set fire to buildings and gas pipelines. It was an organized attack. A group assault by skilled doomsday cultists. Don't kill them, they're just unarmed civilians anyway. Just injure them. Keeping them alive will overload the medical system and spread fear. Don't we have any viruses? Or mind control? I don't see any kids. Kids are perfect for flaunting as hostages. The doomsday cultists, who had come out determined to attack, spread terrible fear. They didn't need grand anomalous entities. Basic weapons were enough. The once peaceful street turned into a scene from hell. Screams, the smell of gunpowder, groans, the scent of blood. A doomsday cultist who had been in hiding for a long time and had just come out muttered with gleaming eyes. This is it. This is who we are. Even if we die tomorrow, we should kill at least one more today. This was the true nature of doomsday cultists. The enemy that almost every group in the anomalous world wanted to eliminate. Madmen who desired the destruction of the world and the annihilation of humanity. Those who had crossed the line and committed insane acts. At that point, one of the doomsday cultists shouted, "Don't forget our purpose. Move quickly." Those with eyes gleaming with madness began to move slowly. Like hunters herding prey, like fishermen's nets capturing fish, they drove people towards a certain building. Towards the building of the Anomaly investigation team. The 3 members of the investigation team stood side by side at the window, looking outside. People screaming, bleeding, limping ran with terror-stricken faces. Those doomsday cult bastards. The team leader clenched his fist. Anyone could see it was the work of doomsday cultists. Such an organized terror attack in Korea. Yu spoke glumly with a dark expression. Worms. The victims she had seen in the worm cult. The images of people who had cut off their own limbs, deceived by the worm's hallucinations, overlapped. Innocent victims in the face of the anomalous world. The battlefield unfolding before her eyes put considerable stress on Yu. Complex emotions and intense pressure. All sorts of thoughts floated around. If only her sister, the ghost from the intelligence department, were here, if only she could do something, if only she weren't in danger herself. Finally, Yu muttered dejectedly. I wish I could become a worm. I didn't have thoughts like this back then. At novel bin at. Stop it. Don't have useless thoughts. It's all those bastards' fault. We don't need to feel guilty. Instead, let's think about how to save people. The team leader gritted his teeth. Before being an investigator, he was a company employee. There was a value more important than his own survival. Protect humanity. He had lived as an investigator for over 20 years solely for that one value. The team leader decided to save as many people as he could within his reach. He made a cool-headed judgment. Let's guide people to our building. We have the contract, so we can sufficiently block the doomsday cultists. We can provide first aid too. Yu snapped back to her senses and looked for a megaphone. It was in the pile of tools the team leader had roughly brought. Yu crouched under the window, sticking out just the megaphone towards the window, to guide the fleeing people this way. At that point, the team leader looked for Yinwu. Can you use the dice or bills to buy us time? I'm going to call the extermination team now. We just need time until they dash. The team leader, who had the button to call the extermination team as the investigation team leader, was looking for the button when he suddenly stopped speaking. Something was off about Yinwu's state. He was staring blankly out the window where gunshots and explosions were raging. Completely exposed, as if he might get shot in the head at any moment. His eyes were even glazed over. His hugely dilated pupils stared at the road beyond the window. The team leader glanced out and saw a woman frantically running across the road. Isn't that the woman who caused the car accident before? Why is Yinwu acting like this? Yinwu muttered with trembling lips. Ki. The love potion he had been addicted to before was still in effect. The world narrowed. He saw only that woman. His heart pounded as if it would burst out of his chest. Adrenaline poured out like a waterfall. Yinwu now understood. It was that woman. She was the cause of this sensation. The source of danger. Therefore, kill. He had to kill her. In an instant, Yinwu moved at high speed, shouting. A gun appeared in one hand. With the other, he flicked a lighter, setting fire to the bills. The fuse was lit. The pile of time-buying bills soaked in gasoline burst into flames in an instant. Bills that instantly performed labor equivalent to their value, to a person's worth. In a moment, empty magazines clattered around Yinwu. The labor of killing had been carried out. His thought process, which had done a complete 180, made an accurate judgment, eliminating the conspirator. Silence fell over the investigation team's office. The team leader and Yu stared blankly at Yinwu, their mouths hanging open. It seemed like they couldn't even hear the noise from outside. Only a vague sense of shock filled their heads. That woman looked like a civilian. Did he just shoot a civilian dead? The team leader and Yu unconsciously turned their heads back to the window. The woman lay on the ground, soaked in blood. Even those doomsday cultists were only wounding civilians for their purpose, but this woman had been riddled with holes like a beehive. The perfume bottle she had been clutching like a treasure rolled pitifully on the ground. At that point, the team leader and Yu, having somewhat regained their senses, took a step back. They thought Yinwu had lost his mind. That the doomsday cultists had manipulated his mind with some strange anomalous entity. He's scarier than the doomsday cultists. The team leader swallowed hard and held up the land contract. His hand trembled uncontrollably, making the document flutter. Yu inched towards the reflective vest storage, keeping a careful eye on Yinwu. An odd tension subtly settled over the office. Yinwu blinked, catching his breath. I'm back. The woman who had made his heart race was dead. The intense emotion that had filled his head evaporated. It was as if he had been possessed by a ghost, but his mind and body had returned to normal. As that irrationally intense emotion receded, a cold rationality took its place. Yinwu let out a sigh of relief and adjusted his grip on the gun. Then he made a puzzled expression. Something felt off. Was that woman really dangerous? For the level of crisis he had felt, it seemed to have been resolved too easily. Yinwu's expression hardened again. He looked down at the woman's corpse, keeping his gun trained on it. She might come back to life, after all. Based on his past experiences, he couldn't let his guard down. I might need to use the dice. At that point, the team leader spoke up. Yinwu, put that gun down and look at me. Yes. Yinwu turned his head. The team leader observed Yinwu's eyes closely as he spoke. Why did you kill that civilian? She wasn't a civilian. She was the one who made me feel that sense of crisis. She's probably a doomsday cultist. She approached me at lunch too. With his survival instinct awakened in this crisis situation, Yinwu's mind was racing. The woman who had triggered his sense of crisis and the doomsday cultist's terror attack happening at the same time. Surely they must be connected? Maybe that woman was even a high-ranking doomsday cultist. The team leader hesitated, then nodded. Is that so? The hand that had been gripping the land contract tightly, ready to expel Yunwu if necessary, relaxed. To be honest, he was still suspicious, but that woman had been acting strangely too. Causing a car accident, approaching Yunwu, and then coming straight for their building in the middle of this chaos. Her behavior was suspicious, I guess. As the team leader relaxed, Yu glanced around before picking up the megaphone again. Should we evacuate the civilians? Yay, let's do it quickly. As long as Yunwu was okay, that was what mattered. He had the ability to cause even bigger accidents than these doomsday cultist mobs, so it was fine as long as he hadn't lost his mind. Yu turned on the megaphone, but it remained silent, probably due to the EMP or lack of maintenance. In the end, Yu screamed at the top of her lungs without any equipment. Evacuate to this building. Meanwhile, the team leader firmly pressed the button to call the extermination team. The specially designed button worked fine even in the face of the EMP. Good. Now we just need to hold out. Meanwhile, Yunwu retreated far from the window and stroked his chin. That doesn't feel as dangerous as it should. Though the doomsday cultists were wreaking havoc outside, the team leader had the land contract, and Yunwu himself had plenty of time buying bills. They could easily buy enough time for the extermination team to arrive. If there was one thing bothering him, the problem is that woman. Is she really dead? Something felt off. The intensity of the crisis he had felt didn't match the ease of its resolution. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. A strange sense of discomfort. After seriously thinking, Yunwu finally grabbed a stack of bills. Safety first. He muttered softly as he set fire to the time-buying bills. The team leader and Yu reacted sensitively. They quickly turned their heads to look at Yunwu. But even after all the bills had burned, nothing seemed to have changed. The office, and even Yunwu himself, remained the same as before. Faced with their suspicious glances, Yunwu smiled refreshingly. I'll help. He had resolved the nagging issue. Yunwu decided to help people within his reach, like the team leader. In a secure situation, at a level that wasn't dangerous. The team leader rolled his eyes. Certainly, nothing in this office had changed. What did you do with those bills? I moved that woman's corpse far away and buried it. She seemed to be a high-ranking doomsday cultist, so it would be dangerous to keep her nearby. The corpse might come back to life, or maybe it wasn't a corpse to begin with, or it might explode like a bomb, or some monster might tear out of its stomach. Lacking information, Yunwu let his imagination run wild. In this strange world, anything was possible. The team leader agreed with that opinion. Good job. But how are you going to help? It's too dangerous to go outside. It's best if we hole up in the building and take in evacuating civilians. The team leader made a judgment that would save more lives. It was better than going out to confront the doomsday cultists. Even just providing timely first aid would be good. But Yunwu just smiled. I'll kidnap people. Huh. There's no need to wait for people to find their way here. I'll grab them by the collar and drag them in. Yunwu held up the time-buying bills. He would buy time to carry out the labor of kidnapping. It was a safe and quick way to save people. Of course, he might use up all his bills doing this, but Yunwu didn't mind. I can just get more from the club. They want to build a relationship with me, so they won't refuse, right? The team leader stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then muttered to himself. He's right. I guess he is. The team leader mumbled quietly. That's not kidnapping, it's rescue. Why the word choice? No matter how he thought about it, the word choice seemed strange. Or was it? Since people were being suddenly dragged away, was it kidnapping? As the team leader fell into confusion, Yu's eyes lit up. If she didn't need to shout her throat sore, she could do other work. More direct work to save people. I'll prepare the first aid kit and memory erasers. There's plenty of bandages, gauze, and disinfectant in my bag, so use those too. Team leader, please get ready to defend with the land contract. All right. And so, the three of them moved as one to save people. The doomsday cultists slowly gathered near the investigation team's building. They knew the plan too. They were driving people towards that building to naturally infiltrate their spy. One of the doomsday cultists checked their wristwatch. Looks like we've given enough time. Let's get ready to leave. A few of us are missing. They've probably gone crazy and wandered off. Abandon them? To survive long as a doomsday cultist, you had to be strict about time. They busily prepared to retreat. While waiting for the portal to open, they idly raided a nearby pharmacy for medicine or approached injured people lying on the ground with knives drawn. A doomsday cultist giggled as they dragged a rusty machete. The machete scraped against the asphalt road, getting closer and closer. A person who had collapsed with a gunshot wound to the thigh opened and closed their mouth. Overcome with fear, they couldn't make a sound. Time to die. Dash. Swish. The machete sliced through the air. Literally, it just cut through the air. The cultist had clearly swung at the person, but they had vanished. As if teleported. The faces of the doomsday cultists gathered nearby hardened. Are they here already? Is it the company? The club? The artist? A demon? A magician? Who is it? They had so many enemies, it was hard to guess who it might be. Any top-tier group could handle space to some extent. Above all, they didn't have time for leisurely deduction. The next moment, one of them disappeared. They had been caught by spatial movement and dragged away. The doomsday cultists muttered curses under their breath. There's no way these bastards could react this quickly. Let's scatter. Run dash. and a moment later, the doomsday cultist with the machete was caught by spatial movement. More precisely, they were kidnapped by Yinwu. The space changed in an instant. The cultist gripped their machete tightly and opened their eyes wide. They were trying to get a broad view of their environment first. Soon, they blinked. Is this a doomsday cultist hideout? Did another cultist help us escape? There were corpses strewn everywhere. Bodies carelessly propped against walls or thrown on the floor. A strong smell of blood wafted from the numerous corpses, and faint groans could be heard. These aren't corpses. The doomsday cultists snapped back to their senses. They were all patients. Though it was unclear why they were all sleeping together, the traces of first aid suggested this wasn't the work of doomsday cultists. That's when they heard a grumbling voice from behind at novel bin at. No, Yinwu, you should bring civilians, not these guys. Well, the bills work well for simple labor, but when it gets a bit complicated, it doesn't work so well. The doomsday cultist jumped up and spun around. Only then did they see three people. A middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. The atmosphere surrounding them was, who are you people? The middle-aged man seemed to have a company employee's sense of mission. The young woman had a gloomy air like a demon worshipper tormented by a nasty demon. The young man had an unhinged vibe, like an artist, demon, or doomsday cultist. What kind of combination is this? No, wait a minute. This man. His face looked familiar. It felt like someone had shown it to them. As the doomsday cultist racked their brain trying to remember, their pupils suddenly dilated. Their mouth fell open as they let out a scream-like sound. Li Yinwu, what the hell did we ever do to you to make you torment us like this? Excuse me. Are you doing this because our leader with the eraser attacked you? You killed that leader, so the grudge should end there? Why are you going after all of us? The shout pierced their eardrums. Yinwu wore a bewildered expression, while the team leader and Ugu glanced at Yinwu. The team leader spoke with difficulty. Yinwu, seems you've got quite a reputation. Every doomsday cultist who sees Yinwu reacts like this. No. They had already heard the same thing while dealing with the doomsday cultists Yinwu had accidentally brought in earlier. Yinwu was dumbfounded, but he explained to the team leader and Ugu as if making excuses. No, I didn't do anything special. I just struggled to survive, that's all. It was all accidents. You. They could barely speak. The doomsday cultists' eyes welled up with tears of frustration. How could someone who had shattered their organization, regardless of ideology, say such things? Yinwu made an uncomfortable expression, feeling like he had become the aggressor, when he suddenly realized the situation. The person in front of him was a doomsday cultist. He muttered unconsciously. Isn't it right for doomsday cultists to face doom? Wasn't it better if a group trying to destroy the earth and kill people didn't exist? As he uttered this obvious truth, the doomsday cultists' foreheads suddenly bulged with veins, and they rolled their eyes back and collapsed. They had fainted. Guess we don't need to use the land contract. The team leader nudged the doomsday cultist with his toe. A few cultists who had been dragged in one by one and overwhelmed individually were gathered in a corner. They all had strange complexions or something like foam on their mouths. Ugu muttered. I guess doomsday cultists are people with messed up heads. They want to live so badly, yet they try to kill others. I just don't understand. They're all the same. Artists say they want to make art, the club says they want to make money, the company says they want to protect. Enough. Yinwu, there's plenty of room in the building. Let's save more people. Yinwu silently burned the bills once more to bring in another person. This time, it was a civilian. The civilian, who had lost a lot of blood and looked pale, wore a dazed expression. Is this a dream? You'll wake up and it'll all be over. So sleep tight. The building owner's force put the civilian to sleep. Ugu moved quickly. She sprayed memory eraser from a deodorant can into the civilian's mouth twice, cut their clothes with scissors to expose the wound, and used bandages and gauze. The end of the terror attack was gradually approaching. The congested roads and electronic devices damaged by the EMP, along with fires breaking out in various places and injured people lying on the sidewalks, all served as obstacles preventing police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances from swiftly entering the area. That's why the doomsday cultists had calculated the time it would take for the mobile strike force, military units, or anomalous groups to arrive, and they fled before that time came. Whoosh! A blue portal opened. It's time? Run for it! Doomsday cultists with terrified expressions emerged from various places. There weren't many of them left. They had all been kidnapped. One by one, they had been caught by something like spatial movement and dragged away. No one had returned, and the kidnappings hadn't stopped. An unknown enemy's unknown attack. It was difficult to defend against or counterattack. As the doomsday cultists ran at full speed, the blue light of the portal washed over their faces. The blue light reflected in their pupils flashed like a beacon of hope. We made dash. And then they vanished. Just before crossing the portal, they were kidnapped by Yinwu. The remaining doomsday cultists breathed a sigh of relief. That one's been taken, so we should be able to escape safely now. What's the point? There's only 3 of us left. A masked robber spoke irritably. One by one, they had been dragged away until only 3 remained. Their losses far outweighed any gains. In the end, the remaining doomsday cultist muttered quietly as they crossed the portal. Let's hope the operation was at least successful. Whatever that building was, they must have had something that could turn the situation around if they went to such lengths to infiltrate. For example, something like an earth destruction button. And so, the three doomsday cultists crossed the portal and saw the ghost of the electronic world frantically pacing around. I can't tell what's happening on site because of the EMP dash. The ghost of the electronic world suddenly turned their head. You're back? What? Why are only you three here? The doomsday cultists, smelling of gunpowder and looking like defeated soldiers, spoke gruffly. Someone we don't know attacked us. No one's been deployed yet. The ghost of the electronic world tilted their head, wondering what they were talking about. They had hacked into the communications of various groups and were monitoring their movements. Though they had been busy moving after confirming the terror attack, no forces had arrived on the scene yet. After thinking for a moment, the ghost of the electronic world finally sensed failure. Yinwu. The spy must have failed. The only person who would do such a thing near the investigation team's office was Yinwu, and that meant he hadn't fallen in love. Meanwhile, the doomsday cultists had plopped down on the dirt floor, slowly releasing their tension. Their excitement and fear gradually subsided. Then they suddenly looked up. They had caught something they couldn't ignore. Li Yinwu? Yinwu was there. It was the building where Yinwu lives. Didn't I tell you? No, you're crazy. Suddenly, their subsiding excitement exploded. They all drew their guns and shouted angrily. What the hell are you doing? Why would you send us after the guy who killed our leader? Is this a purge? No, the operation was to recruit him. And why would I purge you? We're already short on people. Are you insane? You need to come up with plausible operations. It really made no sense. Recruit a walking doom? The doomsday cultist whose head was working relatively well yelled furiously. What were you planning to do if you recruited him? Could you even handle him? Even that company is suffering because of Yinwu, right? Didn't you read the information you showed us and told us to be careful about? Just like the Goldberg Club's VIP list or blacklist, Yinwu had been added to the doomsday cultists list of people to watch out for, and the information the ghost of the electronic world had leaked had been shared. The satellite weapon had been used twice, a shelter had been destroyed, a department had been wiped out, and recently, they'd heard he'd created some kind of dream demon. The resources the company was pouring into cleaning up after him probably equaled the budget of several decent-sized departments. Why the hell are you messing with someone who's chipping away at the company's strength if we just leave him alone? There was no answer. The ghost of the electronic world blinked, looking at that doomsday cultist. The cultist continued to pour out complaints. If you want to use that guy, just throw anomalous entities around him, or lure other groups towards him. He'll wreck everything on his own that way. The ghost of the electronic world stared intently at that doomsday cultist without blinking. Then they said, "You pass? From now on, you're our brains." Though their combat power was negligible, their head seemed to work quite well. They could serve as a good strategist to replace glasses. Just as the doomsday cultist's expression turned strange, the ghost of the electronic world's face suddenly contorted. They had picked up news from the electronic world. It was news about the smoker, who used to emit black smoke. "I'm dying. Farewell." The ghost of the electronic world hurriedly hacked into various communication networks to check the situation. Information flowed in through CCTVs and mobile phones. The smoker's final moments. The Green Association. Even at this moment, the relentless attacks had reached the smoker. Caught by the leader of the Green sect, they were purified, and their remains became fertilizer. Become a tree and contribute to the world. You, who used to spew poison gas, will now purify the air as a tree. The doom of the doomsday cultists was approaching. No, it was already as good as doom. They had been broken to the point where they could hardly be called a group anymore. But the ghost of the electronic world accepted it calmly. As long as even one person remains, it's fine. They could always make a comeback. Doom was madness, after all. As long as there was even one person who wanted the world to end, the doomsday cultists wouldn't disappear. The doomsday cultists had fled, and the incident was being cleaned up. The city center was bustling with activity. Firefighters extinguishing fires, ambulances transporting patients, police and soldiers rushing about. People complaining of shock-induced amnesia looked for those who had treated them, but they didn't appear. There was no reason to reveal themselves to others, after all. The investigation team's office had become a temporary base for the company. All sorts of people came and went, cleaning up the situation and digging for information at novel bin at. When's the time camera coming? The incident analysis team says they're on their way with the equipment. Tell them to bring that memory extraction thing too. We can't get information from electronic devices because of the EMP. Mark Jung from headquarters also rushed over. Yinwu, are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere. Yinwu looked at Mark Jung with a blank expression. He was disappointed in many ways. You said the investigation team's building was an anomalous entity that wouldn't experience accidents? And you couldn't even detect signs of an attack. He could let the former slide, but not detecting signs of the attack was very inconvenient. Even if they couldn't prevent it in time, they should have at least given him a heads up. Did headquarters not know about this attack? Well, the ghost of the electronic world was interfering, and those guys moved using spatial movement equipment. I see. They were headquarters, after all. Not wanting to create conflict over something like this, Yinwu let it go. In fact, there was something more important than what had already happened. More importantly, I'd like to get more time buying bills. Please contact the club. I don't have any left. The bills? You used up all of those. Mark Jung blinked blankly. He had seen the information while handling things in between. What Yinwu had received from the club. That definitely wasn't a small amount. They were bills given generously to build goodwill. In cash terms, it would be tens of billions of won. It was an amount the club couldn't ignore either. Not just the money, but as an anomalous entity, it had even more value, a resource they couldn't just print off. You got several Apple boxes full of 50,000 won bills. That's right. In money terms, it's, oh. At that point, Yinwu's eyes widened. He had treated them as disposable anomalous entities and used them freely, without leaving a single one. If he converted that to money, suddenly, Yinwu's hands started trembling. Did I just burn tens of billions of won in that short time? Is that for real? I've never used that much money in my entire life. It was like several houses had burned and disappeared. Of course, he had saved that many people, but a dull shock hit his head. Mark Young wore an expression mixed with respect and difficulty as he shook his head. It seems you used them for rescue, which is an incredibly large investment. That's amazing. But it'll be hard to get more. The club can't just make them freely. Ah, I see. Should he have used them more sparingly? Suddenly overwhelmed with regret, Yinwu lost his words. Just then, the team leader sauntered over. He spoke not to Yinwu, but to Mark Young. You're from headquarters. Yes, I report directly to the director. Enough with the introductions. Just confirm the identity of one person for me. A woman who approached me and Yinwu. The woman Yinwu had shot dead. A question to make sure whether she was a civilian or not. If she was a civilian, it meant there was a problem with Yinwu's mind and he would need appropriate treatment. Just then, another company employee barged in noisily. We've recovered the anomalous entity. They held up a perfume bottle high. Oh, right. It was a woman carrying that. So she was a doomsday cultist after all, being an anomalous entity. No need to check, it should be fine. It's the love potion. It's an anomalous entity that female doomsday cultist spies use to extract people. The noisy office fell silent. Silence descended upon the investigators and Yinwu. They stared blankly at the perfume bottle. What was that again? The team leader, at least, regained his senses quickly. That's a relief. Good thing Yinwu didn't fall for it. I did fall for it. Huh. She sprayed the perfume in front of me at lunchtime, and I smelled it. The team leader, Yu, and even Mark Young looked at Yinwu in surprise. Mark Young reacted intensely. Are you alright? Did you resist with the dice? I couldn't resist. Ah, damn. Where's that woman? When you fall for that potion, you keep . Yinwu shot her dead. Excuse me. Mark Young turned his head, and Yu shrugged her shoulders. He shot her dead as soon as he saw her, like he was having a fit. Yinwu, you didn't develop feelings for me, did you? It's kind of scary. Yu messed up her hair, hiding her face behind her bangs. He had fallen in love, then shot and killed the person he loved. It gave her the chills. No. Yinwu wore a truly wronged expression. He felt a level of indignation far beyond what he had felt when the doomsday cultists were spouting nonsense. Both the people looking at him strangely and the situation itself bothered him. This is ridiculous. It can't be. Am I someone who can't even feel love? No. This doesn't make any sense. To be honest, he had never loved anyone before. He tended to have shallow emotions and had never been passionate about anything. His long life as a student had made him even more damaged. But surely he wasn't so far gone that he'd confuse love with a sense of crisis? Finally, the situation clicked in Yinwu's head. I think my instincts are so good that I felt the sense of crisis more strongly. Looking at it now, it seems that woman deliberately caused the terror attack too. It looks like I detected that crisis and eliminated the cause. It was a logical judgment, and a conclusion that twisted the strangely twisted situation back into something plausible. The team leader nodded in agreement. That happens sometimes. You instinctively feel strongly that something's wrong in a safe situation. Later on, it turns out to be right. I see. Even Mark Young, who had been wearing a terrified expression, relaxed a little. If it was the intuition of an investigator, a survival expert, his survival instinct might have acted more strongly than the love potion. Yinwu wasn't an ordinary person, after all. But Yu wore a strange expression. I don't think that's it. The expression Yinwu had shown then felt different from a sense of crisis. Thinking about it now, it looked more like someone experiencing their first love. In any case, the terror attack had been wrapped up. It was a massive world. A giant's house, and a window. Doomsday cultist Yinwu stood blankly in front of the shattered window, then assessed the situation. A dream. It had to be a dream. A memory of falling into the giant's world. The moment he helped Dandelion break the window, a cold wind blew in through the window. The falling moonlight glowed softly, and the glass shards from the broken window frame sparkled like stars. Then, something brighter than the stars poked its head out from below the window frame. Blonde hair. A mixed-race appearance with indistinguishable ethnicity. It was Dandelion, who had lived as a pet human in the giant's house. She said, "Hey, you really not gonna escape?" What had he answered back then? He must have hesitated. Whether to stay in the giant's house and roll the return dice, or follow her out to find the human city. At the end of that hesitation, the Yinwu in the dream said, "No, let's escape together. We should look for the human city. That seems more certain." Dandelion grinned broadly and held out her hand. Yinwu took it. "You're weak, so I'll help you. I've lived on the streets for a long time. I can definitely take care of someone like you." "No, let go of my hand first. I can at least climb down a rope by myself." With that strength, What's that supposed to mean? The doomsday cultist Yunwu calmly observed the two bickering, and the dream flowed on. Quickly, like a replay of his memories, like a kaleidoscope. They went through a lot. They ventured into the wild, onto the giant's streets, facing countless dangers. Even tiny bugs or cats were as huge as monsters, and they couldn't ignore the giants either. Humans living in this massive world were far too small, everything was dangerous. That's why the two of them leaned on each other to overcome the dangers. Sometimes Yunwu saved Dandelion, and sometimes Dandelion saved Yunwu. The number of times they saved each other was countless, and at some point, it felt like their lives had become intertwined. When one was hurt, the other felt the pain too. The flowing dream suddenly stopped. Ah, we barely escaped. Crazy rat bastard. Is your arm okay? Yunwu, hiding under a leaf after escaping a vicious rat, asked quietly. Dandelion's arm had a deep wound from the rat's claws. She shrugged. This is nothing. We still have some of that honey we stole before. If we put that on, it'll heal. More importantly, aren't rats really small in the world where people normally live? As they spent more time together, Yunwu had revealed that he came from the human world and possessed the dice. Since then, Dandelion's eyes would sparkle with curiosity and hope whenever she asked questions. Just think of humans being as big as giants. Yunwu couldn't take his eyes off Dandelion's wound. His heart ached, and he fidgeted with his fingers as he pondered. Should I roll for recovery? No. It's too dangerous. If it fails, she could die. Dandelion looked at Yunwu like this, then suddenly asked. Don't you roll your return dice anymore? Are you still getting only failures? Yeah. I keep getting nothing but failures. It was a lie. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he'd rolled for a return judgment. He couldn't bear to leave Dandelion alone, but he was too scared of a critical failure to suggest returning together. Dandelion noticed that lie too, and she turned her head slightly, muttering. How can you keep getting nothing but failures? What's that? You don't even have dice, what do you know? Oh, come on. The doomsday cultist Yunwu watched this faintly glowing memory. Once, these memories had been painful, stabbing his heart, but now he felt numb. And the memories flowed on again. It was a journey to find the human city. Perhaps they had lost their purpose halfway through, but they kept moving, searching for the human city. And they reached the truth. There's no human city. It's all gone. The two muttered gloomily in front of the ruins. There was no human city. Even if there was, it was different from what they had imagined. The human city, the salvation of the human world, was just a hopeful legend created by street humans wandering the roads and pet humans being raised in captivity. Some humans had acted to make the legend a reality, even creating a human city, but it had all been destroyed by the giants' human relief efforts. They stayed in the ruins for a long time, until the sun set and their shadows, merged into one, lengthened and blended into the darkness of night. Yunwu said, do you want to return with me? Even if the dice critically fails, I think we could survive somehow if it's you and me. Dandelion turned her head. Because they were so close, her nose brushed against his cheek, and her sparkling eyes were filled with Yunwu. You said that only gives failures, dummy. Let's try a little harder instead. Yunwu's eyes were also filled with Dandelion. His head was completely occupied by her. So much so that he could barely hear her voice. Dandelion shone like a star. She radiated a light of endless hope. Let's create the human city ourselves. You can use your dice to contact that company, and get help. Let's make the legend a reality, like the people who built this city. Yunwu couldn't refuse. He nodded blankly. Dandelion grinned broadly and hugged him. The night's chill melted away with human warmth. Yunwu's heart dropped. It raced madly, just like when he faced a crisis. Lolo. Yunwu's hands trembled. He stretched out those hands and hugged Dandelion back. I love her. I love Dandelion. When his heart first raced, he was confused. He thought Dandelion might have caught a strange disease, or that she harbored some potential danger. But that experience repeated, and Yunwu recognized his own feelings. He whispered into Dandelion's ear. Okay, let's build the city together. And so they rebuilt the city. The shining memories flowed quickly. The doomsday cultist Yunwu etched these memories into his mind. To not forget, he recalled them over and over. Having repeated this hundreds of times, the doomsday cultist Yunwu clearly knew the future waiting ahead. Hope was destined to fade. The city was burning. Fire and death loomed over the city that Dandelion and Yunwu had painstakingly rebuilt. The owners of those shadows were giants. Those who came as soon as the city was somewhat on track. The Foreign Species Management Bureau, an organization similar to the Humanity Protection Company in the giant world. Burn it quickly. Human species shouldn't be allowed to gather. This foreign species has the ability to build a civilization equal to ours. If you don't want to fight over dominion, throw away your sympathy and kill them. The city, the fruit of their labor, was crumbling. But neither Yunwu nor Dandelion had the luxury to look after the city. Yunwu, hidden in a burning alley corner, sat down, his hands trembling as he cradled Dandelion's head. No, you can't die like this. She had been hit by some debris. A large stone fragment had pierced deep into her internal organs. Blood flowed endlessly. Dandelion, collapsed on Yunwu's lap, slightly raised her pale face. A weak breath mixed with words. It's a shame. If the company had helped, we could have saved everyone. The company Yunwu had contacted through the dice had coldly refused support. They said they had no resources to help humans from another dimension. Some climate anomaly? They were busy evacuating because of an impending disaster. Yinwu's mind went blank, unable to give any answer. He just called upon the dice. Dice? Recovery, regeneration, wound removal, wound sharing, damn it, roll for anything. Even if failure was scary, what use was that fear in a situation where doing nothing meant death? That's when Dandelion reached out and cupped Yinwu's cheek. Her body temperature terrified him. It was as cold as ice. Dandelion said, "It's okay. I'm going to die soon. If you fail, I won't even have time to leave last words, right? But still dash. You said that dice only gives failures, idiot. So don't waste a chance for success on me. Use it to go back. You came from the human world, right? You should return. But dash." And then, Dandelion's hand fell limply. Yinwu's movements stopped. With her last breath, Dandelion said, "Enjoy the human world to the fullest for me." That was the end. Her breathing stopped. Her body temperature grew colder than ice. Dandelion, who died with her eyes open. The image of her corpse was deeply etched into his mind. But he didn't have the luxury to honor her final moments. The giants who had destroyed the human city were approaching. Boom, boom, smashing buildings and setting fires. Yinwu, who had been looking at Dandelion like a bowed statue, raised his head. He saw the giant. He saw the crumbling city. Dandelion's lifeless body weighed heavily on his knees. His mind felt both empty and full of all sorts of thoughts. Emotions seemed to be boiling up, yet also disappearing. But all of that culminated in one thing. Revenge. Revenge against the giants and the world that killed Dandelion. Yinwu opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish, barely managing to spit out words. This kind of world. There was no warmth or emotion in that voice. Only the cold, sharpened blade of revenge gleamed dangerously. Should be destroyed. Roll. The dice rolled, and the doomsday cultist Yinwu woke from his sleep. He returned from the dream to reality. The world was a mess. The island where the doomsday cultist gathering had been held was filled with corpses and traces of destruction. The island had returned to a rocky state, without even a single weed left. Space was broken, erased, and overflowing with poison gas. Yinwu, who had barely opened his eyes, painfully raised his hand. Blood dripped from his crushed hand. It wasn't a dream, but a life flashing before my eyes. There wasn't a single uninjured part of his body. Deep pain coursed through his entire body like an electric current. From his internal organs to his limbs and face, nothing was unscathed. That was to be expected, given that he had fought a war against the doomsday cultists. Yinwu slowly got up. His wounds were healing at a rapid pace. Limping as he stood, Yinwu looked around. Not only ordinary doomsday cultists, but the smoker, the ghost of the electronic world, the warrior, the reptilian boss, and even Glasses all lay dead. They had all died by his hand. He had killed them before they could kill him. That's when one of the corpses trembled slightly and opened its eyes. It was the warrior. The warrior looked at Yinwu and spat out a curse. "You, what the hell? You said you'd destroy the earth. You said you'd take revenge on the company. Why are you trying to reveal the solution to the climate anomalies?" That was the problem. He had heard the solution to the climate anomalies from the Yinwu of a parallel world, and he was trying to reveal that solution. The doomsday cultists had tried to attack Yinwu, who was trying to save a world that would perish if left alone, and Yinwu had raided the gathering before they could attack him. Yinwu silently looked down at the warrior. A former comrade and now an enemy. He spoke to his enemy. "I said I'd destroy the earth, didn't I? Not with this stupid climate anomaly, but by my own hands. I said I'd destroy it. If the earth was to be destroyed, it should be by his own hands. Revenge against the company that had abandoned the humans of another dimension had to be carried out by his own hands." The warrior's eyes suddenly widened. Then he burst into laughter. "You bastard. If you had such a cool reason, you should have said so. Then we would have joined you." "No." Yinwu turned his gaze away. He staggered as he walked, collecting spoils of war. Each anomalous entity possessed by the doomsday cultists was now his power. As he moved, he spoke casually. "It has to perish by my hands. Not by your hands, but only by mine. Adat novel bin adat." Because the right to destroy the earth belonged only to him. And he, the one with the right to destruction, hadn't yet decided whether to destroy the earth or not. Dandelion's last words flashed through his mind. Her dying wish for him to fully enjoy this world. That wish became the only shackle holding back his feet. It stopped Yinwu at a crossroads. Should he destroy this world that Dandelion would never see, to take revenge on the company? Or should he protect the world Dandelion had dreamed of? Yinwu struggled with this conflict every day, unable to take a step forward at the crossroads. He stood there, pulling down anyone who tried to walk ahead of him. "No one can destroy the earth before I make my decision." The warrior looked at Yinwu like this and sighed. "Fine, you're so great. Maybe if I had that kind of mindset, I could have reached level 6 too." If he had such an inflated ego, if he had the madness to charge ahead regardless of success or failure, maybe he could have fought and won against the world. With a final burst of life force like the light of a dying candle, the warrior raised his hand. He extended his fist, crudely erased, towards the sky. He struck the sky. The sky screamed in pain. The blue sky turned pale white, then black, and finally, dark clouds gathered and shed tears. Whoosh. Rain fell. Raindrops poured down on the corpses of the doomsday cultists. The world, it's nothing special. The warrior, who had struck and made the world cry, dropped his head with a satisfied smile. Yinwu looked down at him, soaked in rain, then turned away. The one who possessed all the legacies of the Doomsday cultists walked away, swaying between destruction and protection. The terror attack was more or less wrapped up. Company employees who had used devices to observe the past and convert memories into data quickly withdrew, sharing that data with other employees. The Doomsday cultists' heinous crimes. This vivid information could be used advantageously at this point. Mark Young visited the investigation team's office and blurted out. Things worked out well. It looks like the Doomsday cultists tripped themselves up. People died, and you call that working out well? The team leader, who had been nodding off, raised his head and spoke in a low voice. Not a small number of people had died that day. No matter how hard the investigators worked to rescue and provide first aid, there were many they couldn't save in time or at all. Yinwu also looked at Mark Young with a strange expression. As expected of someone from headquarters, their humanity is. It's a bit much for them to doubt my humanity after saying something like that. Mark Young wore an awkward expression. He had misspoken. He quickly explained, as if making excuses. That's not what I meant. Haven't the Doomsday cultists been spreading strange propaganda lately? If humanity goes extinct, anomalies will disappear. We must make a noble sacrifice for the peace of the universe. That outdated theory from when the first Doomsday cultist was born had resurfaced, shaking some company employees. Some employees were showing signs of seriously believing it and considering converting to Doomsday cultists. In this situation, if they showed the true face of the Doomsday cultists, company employees wouldn't entertain such foolish thoughts. Even if that theory were true, who would want to move with guys like that? Won't the Doomsday cultists' behavior, driven purely by madness, serve as excellent propaganda to help fortify company employees' mental defenses? I don't care about that. If you've got work to do, finish it quickly and leave. Why is someone from headquarters in the investigation team's office? The team leader, now in a bad mood, grumbled and waved his hand dismissively. Mark Young wore an awkward expression. It's awkward to mention rewards or bonuses in this situation. The investigation team had responded quickly, saving many lives, and even managed to capture Doomsday cultists alive. He had wanted to congratulate them on their reward, but if he added unnecessary words now, he'd likely get an earful. Yinwu. So he quickly turned to Yinwu. It's a request from headquarters. A request. Yinwu tilted his head. All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind, but the first one that came up was, how can I refuse this? If it was a request from headquarters, the scale would be no joke. It was probably something dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he asked, is it work for a special investigator? Or for the dice? It's for the dice. Oh, and it's really not dangerous. Even if it becomes dangerous, we can respond immediately. At Mark Young's assurance, Yinwu narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe it at novel bin at. It's weird for me to say this myself, but won't an accident happen? Considering how things tended to blow up like bombs whenever he did anything, it seemed better not to do it. He was unlucky enough to turn even safe jobs into dangerous ones. But Mark Young wore a confident expression. You really don't need to worry. We can handle any accident you might cause. It was that important of a request, and they actually had the ability to handle Yinwu. Yinwu, we're inviting you to headquarters. Because it was headquarters, after all. Those words were heard by everyone in the investigation team, and they all saw Mark Young's outstretched hand, inviting Yinwu. The team leader and UGU showed interest. To headquarters? Does headquarters really exist? I thought I heard they just scattered people and systems without a base. My sister said that's false information, and even she doesn't know the truth. Headquarters, shrouded in secrecy. Mark Young, a person from that headquarters, grinned, but his expression soon turned strange. Yinwu wore an uneasy expression and took a step back. Headquarters? They were suddenly calling for him? You're not trying to isolate me, are you? Maybe they had judged him as a risk factor after seeing him kill someone despite being affected by the love potion? Yinwu, feeling goosebumps rise, rolled his eyes around, looking at his surroundings. Should I run away? Headquarters is kind of scary. He felt a strange sense of crisis. Goosebumps rose on his arms. Seeing Yinwu frantically rubbing his arms, Mark Young wore a bewildered expression and quickly waved his hands. No, why would we isolate you, Yinwu? Why would we do that to the company's bomb, I mean, elite agent? If things went wrong, even the company couldn't ignore the damage. Besides, if they were going to isolate him, they wouldn't approach him like this. Mark Young recalled the isolation plan the company had prepared for Yinwu just in case. He's the type of person who would hole up in a safe shelter on his own if we just provided one and protected him. There's no need to call him to headquarters just to isolate him. But he couldn't mention that isolation plan, so Mark Young pleaded sincerely. Yinwu, it's headquarters. A place where high-ranking personnel and important resources are gathered. Can't we handle even one Yinwu? Well, that's true, but... Yinwu crossed his arms and lowered his head. He was deep in thought. Mark Young waited anxiously, and after a long deliberation, Yinwu slowly nodded. All right, I'll take on the request. Although he had a bad feeling about it, even with his terrible luck, headquarters should have the ability to respond. If an accident was going to happen anyway, it might be better for it to happen at headquarters. If really nothing happens, I should ask for a position at headquarters. Come to think of it, there probably wasn't a safer place than headquarters. At those words, Mark Young let out a sigh of relief and spoke briefly. Then we'll escort you once headquarters is ready. When do we leave? I don't know when the preparations will be finished. The two stared blankly at each other for a moment, then quickly wrapped up their goodbyes. Then I'll be going. Mark Young hurried away. The team leader and UGU, overcoming their late afternoon drowsiness, had their eyes sparkling. While Yinwoo remained calm, the two showed lively curiosity. Even in the Korean branch, few people have probably been to headquarters. Maybe the records or memories won't remain. The security measures are no joke, so they might be erased from memory or leave no trace at all. Headquarters was like a ghost. It existed, and its people and resources were clearly moving around in the world, but no one knew where or how headquarters actually existed. Even headquarters employees didn't know. The team leader tapped on the desk and said, "They say even if you kidnap someone from headquarters, you can't get information. There must be some safety or security measures in place. Headquarters, protected by the company's cutting-edge technology and strict security procedures. Not just memories, but even souls might have some kind of lock on them." Yinwoo suddenly wore an interested expression. If it's a place protected to that extent, it really feels safe, doesn't it? Isn't it more solid than the final shelter? It's kind of appealing. And so, Yinwoo waited expectantly for Mark Young's call, and the day came. The day Yinwoo would go to headquarters. Since you're a special investigator affiliated with headquarters, Yinwoo, the security procedures have been greatly simplified for you. Security procedures. Mark Young, who had come early in the morning, said the preparations at headquarters were complete and took Yinwoo somewhere. Mark Young's car, with Yinwoo in it, drove for a long time. Mark Young turned the steering wheel leisurely as he spoke. Usually, when someone visits for the first time, we interrogate them thoroughly before escorting them. There was certainly none of that. Yinwoo sat comfortably in the passenger seat, looking out the window. The car drove on ordinary roads, mixed in with other people heading to work. Is it okay to move so openly like this? It seems like anyone who's determined could easily track us. That's fine. You can't see it, but security procedures are already in progress. No one will know how we get to headquarters. Mark Young added a few words. Actually, I don't know either. I just contact headquarters saying I'm going to visit, and as I move, I somehow end up there at some point. Yinwoo kept his mouth shut and lost himself in imagination. What kind of principle is it? What anomalous entity are they using? If he reached a level where he could freely handle the dice, he thought he might be able to do something similar. Like manifesting the possibility that a guest arrived at this place at this time. It was indeed similar. Suddenly, Yinwoo's pupils dilated. He felt a sudden sensation of the world moving. It felt similar to when the Artist Association president moved the world, or when he himself had manifested possibilities. And then, the world changed. We've arrived? They had suddenly arrived at a parking lot. The parking lot was incredibly tall and wide, with several lanes of roads between parking spaces. White lights were embedded in rows on the high ceiling, shining brightly, and all sorts of vehicles were densely parked below. As Mark Young circled around looking for a parking spot, Yinwoo looked at the license plates of the vehicles. They weren't just from Korea, but from countries all over the world. Yinwoo felt his heart racing for no reason. This is headquarters. The air already felt different somehow. It felt like the safest place in the world, but also terribly dangerous. Right, this is how headquarters should be. The subtle sense of crisis felt natural. It was headquarters, after all. All sorts of troops and anomalous entities must be on standby, ready to move immediately in response to any crisis. Yinwoo watched the parking lot with sweaty palms. Vroom. Security personnel on motorcycles were busily patrolling, as the headquarters was so large. Not long after one squad passed by, another squad circled the parking lot. Their armament and vigilance were impressive. Wow, they patrol like this just for a parking lot. In reality, the security level had been raised to the extreme because of Yinwoo's visit, but not knowing this, Yinwoo's eyes sparkled in admiration. While Yinwoo was excited like a child, Mark Young suddenly grumbled. There's no space in the parking lot. I've requested so many times to expand the parking lot. Headquarters, built in an unknown space using all sorts of technology and anomalous entities. That space was limited, and expanding it wasn't easy. In the end, they circled the parking lot for over an hour before finally spotting a car leaving and parking in the empty space. Mark Young, getting out of the car, wore a tired expression as he pointed towards the far end of the parking lot. Yinwoo, we're late, but welcome to headquarters. We'll go straight to the laboratory. So what kind of experiment is it? You said you'd tell me when we arrived at headquarters. After circling the parking lot, any sense of mystery or intimidation about headquarters had completely vanished. Yinwoo asked gruffly, and Mark Young answered simply. It's an anomaly generation experiment. I don't know which department requested it either. It seems to be top secret. But I did see the request form. He added an explanation. It seems the intent is to analyze the principles of anomaly generation. They're asking you to use the dice to turn some ordinary objects into anomalous entities. You want me to create anomalous entities? Yinwoo frowned. His steps, which had been keeping up with Mark Young, slowed a bit. It was possible, but wasn't it a bit dangerous? The plan is to experiment on harmless objects like pens, bags, or handkerchiefs, according to what's written, Mark Young said. But if a critical success happens. Mark Young spoke casually, but Yinwoo muttered with a skeptical tone. A critical failure would probably result in something like an ordinary bullet, but he couldn't predict what a critical success might bring. It was impossible to know how far the object's potential for anomaly might be maximized. Despite clearly understanding this risk, Mark Young walked on confidently. That level is fine. Headquarters is protected by several extinction defense devices. To be precise, they're protecting the world, but headquarters receives even stronger protection. Extinction defense devices protecting headquarters. Yinwu suddenly felt curious. He looked up at Mark Young. You mean like the broken clock that stops time? That's just an emergency measure. As far as I know, there are two devices always in operation. Safety measures 001 and 002. Their footsteps and voices quieted down in the parking lot where security squads patrolled on motorcycles. Mark Young said, Safety measure 001 is a device that tilts the world to suppress accidents caused by anomalies. It works especially strongly in densely populated areas. This was also one of the reasons why abandoned houses or eerie uninhabited areas were the main stages for ghost stories. Because safety measures were weaker in such areas. Yinwu wondered, for something like that, there seemed to be quite a lot of accidents in the world. Even the human qualification exam would pop up in test centers, and the worm cult operated freely in the middle of the city. He himself had been caught up in all sorts of incidents and accidents. Mark Young's expression turned gloomy for a moment. This is the result of the company tilting the world. If safety measure 001 didn't exist, chaos on a completely different scale would unfold. Like in the distant past. Like in an era when myths and legends walked the earth, and people struggled just to survive rather than develop civilization. Even now, they still couldn't completely block anomalies, but compared to that era which only remained in stories and history, it was like heaven and earth. Humans had built their own civilization, and human society dominated the earth, didn't it? Yinwu relaxed a bit, his expression easing. So the company does have some conscience. Seeing that they maintained peace and protected the world, they weren't complete sociopaths without blood or tears. They just made final decisions when necessary, but at their core, they seemed to serve humanity. However, that sense of relief was shattered by Mark Young's next words. And it's also the company's weapon. Weapon. Yinwu tilted his head. Weapon? A device that protects humanity? If you block an attack with a shield, it's armor, but if you strike with a shield, it's a weapon, right? Originally, safety measure 001 is like a dam blocking a flood, but what if we threaten to blow up that dam? What? Mark Young spoke cheerfully with a hint of laughter, but Yinwu blankly doubted his ears. They were walking, looking for the employee elevator. As they walked down a dimly lit corridor, shadows fell across Mark Young's face. The Goldberg Club, artists, demon worshippers. They're all friends who rely on humans and society as their foundation. The club needs cities, artists need audiences, and demons need worshippers. In other words, they had more to protect than the company. To put it extremely, the company could abandon Earth at any time. If necessary, they might even be prepared to blow up the Earth with their own hands. Those who can't give up the current world can't go all the way against the company. Because the company created this order. From the beginning, the company didn't tolerate groups that weren't based on humans. Even magicians cared for Earth, their home star, and even the Doomsday Cultists were originally an organization that split off from the company. The current world existed on the order created by the company. That order was the company's greatest weapon. Yinwu blinked, thinking hesitantly. So, if other guys pissed them off, they threatened to die together? No, they only let those who would be affected by such threats live. It seemed mixed with pride or bluster, but there must be some truth to it. Yinwu wasn't sure whether to call the company's capabilities impressive or insane at novel bin at. The company is scary. It's a good thing I'm part of the company. Yinwu started to follow this train of thought but soon gave up. Anyway, he was high-level personnel for the company, so it should be fine to gloss over this, right? Ah, I can see the elevator over there. Mark Young, walking ahead, pointed to the elevator. The employee elevator looked exactly like a normal elevator. There was just one call button. Click, Mark Young pressed the button, and the elevator moved busily. While they waited briefly, Yinwu suddenly asked, Then what's safety measure 002? I believe it's related to fate or precognition. It gives the impression of fixing a future where humanity survives, but to be honest, I don't really know the details. And then, the elevator arrived. Ding, the doors opened with a cheerful sound. The two entered the elevator. The lab coordinates. Mark Young took out his phone to check something, then carefully pressed what looked like a keyboard screen. Instead of buttons indicating floors, it was a system where you input a serial number on a keyboard. Lab_007. Done. Having finally input the coordinates, Mark Young said jokingly, There's even a ghost story in headquarters. They say if you input coordinates that don't exist, you arrive in a strange space. Is that really just a ghost story? Yinwu felt uneasy, alternately looking at the screen of Mark Young's phone and the coordinates entered in the elevator. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem like just a ghost story. Mark Young shrugged. The elevator management department and the higher UPS insist that accidents don't happen, but there are actually records of experiences and malfunctions. That's not a ghost story, it's just not counting accidents as accidents, isn't it? Yinwu fidgeted, shifting his weight from side to side while glancing at the elevator screen. The coordinate screen, constantly changing letters and numbers like a malfunctioning meter, was dizzying. Fortunately, they arrived at the lab without any problems. The lab was visible through the smoothly opening doors. In the lab researching project, Ordinary World, a researcher frowned deeply while on a call. Even though they held the phone far from their ear, an irritated voice could be heard loudly from it. That Yinwu or whatever, kick him out quickly. The headquarters area is under strain, so before an accident happens. It was a call from the person in charge of safety measure 001. As soon as Yinwu arrived, the world tilted by 001 started to shake unstably. It was as if the luck of a blessed child was being neutralized. The researcher responded indifferently. Even if an accident happens, it's fine, isn't it? We're on the highest alert level, almost at wartime status. That accident? Shouldn't we prevent it from happening in the first place? Their opinions weren't converging. So what if an accident happens? If this experiment goes well, they might be able to achieve the company's dream. That level of risk should be taken. Just as the researcher was about to spit out some irritated words, the elevator arrived with a ding, and two people walked in. Mark Young and Yinwu. A gleam appeared in the researcher's eyes upon seeing Yinwu. The researcher quickly spat out a few words. If you want to stop the experiment, contact the board of directors. I'm hanging up now. 3 hours? Finish within 3 hours? After that time dash. Click, the call was cut off. The researcher smiled happily and hurried towards Yinwu. The precious experimental tool had arrived. Yinwu, who had been looking around with a tired expression, saw the researcher. The researcher spread their arms wide. Welcome to the Ancient Technology Restoration Research Institute. The researcher tried to hug Yinwu, but Yinwu pushed them away with an uncomfortable expression. Yes, I'm Investigator Yinwu. Let's get straight to the request. I like your enthusiasm. Then let's go right to the lab. The researcher, pushed away by Yinwu, didn't seem to mind and led Yinwu and Mark Young to an inner room. The room simply had one table. On the table were small props like pens or handkerchiefs, and there was one loaded gun. Yinwu recognized that gun. His eyes widened. He had seen this gun before. An ordinary bullet. It's a weapon prepared in case of a critical success. So feel free to roll as much as you want. If there's a critical success, we'll shoot it immediately with that. Yinwu felt both a sense of crisis and relief from the ordinary bullet. I guess this is okay then. Looking closely, even the experimental materials like pens were firmly secured with wires or adhesives. If a real problem occurs, they can just shoot and destroy it with that gun. The researcher, doing a final check on the experimental materials, explained the disguised purpose of the experiment. In the distant ancient Earth, anomalous entities were everywhere. Of course, the contamination from them was serious, but the current Earth is clean. Do you know why? Yinwu played along with a suitable answer. Was there ancient technology to remove contamination? The researcher nodded at the answer Yinwu had roughly guessed based on the institute's name. Lost technology. So today's goal is actually twofold. One is to observe the transformation into an anomalous entity upon success, to analyze the principles of anomaly generation. And the other is to analyze failures, I guess. Yinwu vaguely guessed. The possibility of this object being an anomalous entity. If that possibility fails, the possibility of it not being an anomalous entity would be realized, so they plan to analyze that. So it doesn't matter whether I fail or succeed. Yinwu marveled quietly. The researcher grinned. They hadn't mentioned the true purpose. The real goal was top secret, after all. If we get enough data from this experiment, an ordinary world might not just be a dream. Having finished the checks, the researcher turned around. Well then, let's start right away. Roll for anything you like. Yinwu closed his eyes. He could see the dice in a corner of his mind. He called upon the dice, and the experiment began. Dash. Mark Young leaned against the corner like a statue, while the researcher eyed Yinwu with gleaming interest. Yinwu had been searching for the dice in his mind when he suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly grabbed the gun, saying matter-of-factly, if I roll a critical success, I'll shoot immediately. That's the idea. You'll know the result before anyone else. After all, it was better for Yinwu to hold the ordinary bullet. If a dangerous anomaly was created by a critical success, he'd notice first and could destroy it most swiftly. I hope we gather some good data, the researcher said, sweating with tension and excitement. Their clenched fist felt slippery. Yinwu took a few deep breaths, then aimed the gun at the handkerchief. His finger rested on the trigger, ready for any accidents. Shoot if it's a critical success. Alright, dice. Roll for the possibility of this handkerchief being an anomaly. In the darkness behind his closed eyes, Yinwu saw the dice. It struggled to leap, its momentum weak and height low, as if an invisible force was pressing down on it. Clatter. The dice rolled only a few times before showing a result. Failure? Yinwu opened his eyes with an odd expression. It's a failure, he reported. Keep rolling, the researcher urged. Yinwu rolled again and again, but the results were similar. Failure after failure, not even successes, repeated over 10 times. The dice's movement itself seemed off, beyond simple chance. This is... Yinwu stared into space, forcibly heightening his senses to feel the world around him. He let out a frustrated sigh. Is this a safety measure? It feels like possibilities are being closed off. At novel bin at. Was it a force suppressing accidents? It felt like a power dampening the dice's randomness had settled over the area. It was as suffocating as wearing clothes too small, constricting his breathing. As Yinwu gasped for air, tugging at his collar and waistband, the researcher asked anxiously, is there a problem? No. I'll keep trying somehow. Determination flashed in Yinwu's eyes. Whatever company safety measure this was, he couldn't give up. If the dice was blocked by something like this, it would be useless when facing similar dangers. Alright, let's see who wins. Imagining the company's safety measure as a virtual enemy, Yinwu closed his eyes and spread his palm wide. In his mind, memories of being contaminated by the mystery played. That sensation. The feeling of gauging probabilistic possibilities and fishing out the desired one. No, not this. It's more like the sensation of unleashing possibilities to open a closed future felt more accurate. Yinwu loosely clenched his fist, as if holding the dice in his palm. Then he swung his arm forcefully, like throwing a baseball or hurling dice at a wall. Yinwu sensed it instantly. It worked. The dice rolled powerfully. It leapt high as usual and flung itself forward with great momentum. Clatter. The dice danced, and 5 branches of possibility, critical failure, failure, nothing, success, critical success, writhed. The world that had been a solid wall blocking the dice shook. A stronger force immediately pressed down on the dice, but the result had already appeared. Failure? Yinwu opened his eyes. Joy lit up his face, and his voice was cheerful. It failed. Though the result was a failure, the experiment had no issues, and Yinwu's abilities had improved. The mood in the lab brightened at this outcome everyone wanted. The researcher checked some readings on their phone and grinned. They were certain now. This experiment would definitely help. They just needed to gather enough data. As they stuck a failure sticker on the handkerchief, the researcher said, "Good, good. Let's leave the handkerchief and keep rolling for the other items." "Alright. I'll roll for the pen next." Yinwu loosely clenched his fist again. This feels a bit like training or exercise. As he swung his hand, the dice rolled once more, and the experiment continued. The dice kept rolling without stopping. Time passed quickly. Despite Yinwu's efforts, many rolls resulted in nothing. There were also many experimental materials: pens, plastic bottles, cans, water, coffee, earphones, A4 paper, trash, and so on. After nearly 3 hours of experimenting, they ran out of materials. The table was neatly covered in odds and ends labeled with failure or success stickers. "Is the experiment over?" Yinwu asked tiredly. The researcher darted out of the lab. "No, the more data, the better. Just wait a bit. I'll bring more quickly." The sound of rapid footsteps echoed behind the slammed door. Yinwu slumped down, rubbing his face. Mark Young, who had been waiting silently like a shadow, asked, "Are you tired?" "No." Yinwu shook his head. The rain had eliminated all physical fatigue. He was just anxious. Placing a hand over his chest, he muttered, "My heart's racing strangely. It feels like I'm walking on the edge of a cliff." At first, it had been fine. The sense of crisis was weak, and even that faint unease seemed due to headquarters' presence itself. But as the experiment repeated, his heart beat faster. By a certain point, his survival instinct was ringing alarm bells he couldn't ignore. "I don't know why," Yinwu said, wiping cold sweat from his palms. Mark Young also grew serious. "You're feeling a sense of danger even though this is headquarters, where there shouldn't be any risk." They looked at each other briefly, thinking this question. An investigator's instincts couldn't be ignored. Yinwu fidgeted anxiously as he spoke. "Is headquarters under attack? If we were attacked, alarms would sound immediately. And the fallen doomsday cultists don't have the ability, while other groups lack motivation. It'd be more likely we're facing a doomsday scenario." Mark Young quickly checked his phone for information. He shook his head. "The world is safe right now." Yinwu's expression turned grave. "There's no problem now. So is it my survival instinct? Like how the person who used the love potion had given him a sense of danger, was he detecting some future threat? When contamination progresses, senses mutate. Has my survival instinct evolved to detect dangers beyond time?" Yinwu felt utterly frustrated. Sensing danger was good. But what's the point if I only feel the crisis? I can't tell what's dangerous. An attack? A doomsday scenario? Was the experiment going wrong? Was the dice causing an accident? What he needed to do depended on the cause of danger, but not knowing left him only mentally prepared. "Mental preparation isn't necessary," Yinwu grumbled. As a survivalist, his mind was always ready, and he was equipped as best he could be. Meanwhile, Mark Young carefully contacted a director. He sent a few brief messages. The reply came quickly. "The director says to continue the experiment. They can handle one big problem easily." "What level of big problem are we talking about? A doomsday scenario or level 6 danger attack?" "Don't worry." Yinwu sighed at Mark Young's assurance. Not knowing the cause, there wasn't much else he could prepare anyway. "Let's just hang in there for now. Whatever accident happens, this is headquarters after all. There's even an ordinary bullet right in front of me." Just then, the researcher returned. "I've brought lots more materials. Let's continue." The researcher held out a box. Inside, mealworms were writhing in a tangled mass. The researcher placed a single mealworm on the table. Yinwu stared down at it blankly. "Then I'll roll," he said. He clenched his fist and threw forcefully. 3 hours passed. The 3 hours safety measure 001 had mentioned. The force pressing down on the dice suddenly weakened. The dice leapt high in place, much higher than usual, and it seemed to convey emotion. Something like irritation or anger at what had been suppressing it. Clatter rrrr. The dice rolled frantically. An intense sense of crisis hit Yinwu. Critical success? So this is why I felt uneasy. The thought flashed by in an instant, and he reflexively pulled the trigger. The ordinary bullet fired, flying towards the mealworm. Bang dash! The bullet struck the mealworm's tail and lodged in the table. The mealworm's head flew off, disappearing somewhere out of sight. This happened before the dice's result appeared. Belatedly, the dice showed its outcome. Critical success. The possibility manifested. The possibility of the mealworm, now a corpse with only its head remaining, being an anomaly. Yinwu gasped for breath. His survival instinct rang alarm bells. His heart raced madly. A critical success? Asked the researcher. Yes. That's why I shot immediately. The researcher and Mark Young reacted nonchalantly. Hadn't he used an ordinary bullet? The researcher even seemed disappointed. Since we used the bullet, I guess we should stop the experiment now. It's not over yet. Your enthusiasm is great, but any more experimenting would be too danger dash. That's not it. Right now, Yinwu trailed off, frantically looking around. Cold sweat drenched his face. I don't know what it is, but it's dangerous. That's when it happened. Mark Young, who had been keeping quiet to avoid disturbing the experiment, pointed to a corner of the room. His finger trembled. Researcher? Yinwu? Over there, over there. Over where dash? What is that? The researcher's voice and eyes filled with shock. Yinwu quickly looked where they pointed. Something brown and mold-like was writhing. No, not mold. Mealworms. The mealworm's severed head had bloomed like mold. Though the body destroyed by the ordinary bullet was gone, it kept dividing. The mealworm's head began spreading like brown paint. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. In a brief moment, it divided uncontrollably. No one present failed to grasp the situation. Mealworm heads dividing infinitely. The researcher muttered blankly. Isn't that a doomsday-level dangerous entity? Left alone, it would multiply endlessly until it filled the earth. Mark Young immediately pulled out his phone to report to the director and respond quickly. They couldn't give this thing time. Yes? A doomsday-level anomaly has just been created. Emergency measures dash. Meanwhile, Yinwu leapt up and pulled out a gas torch. What are you waiting for? We can take care of this now if we burn it all. It survived an ordinary bullet. You think simple fire can kill it? We should leave this to the company and evacuate dash. That's when it happened. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Then emergency lights hidden somewhere began flashing red. An urgent announcement blared. Level 6 danger alert issued. Level 6 danger alert issued. Emergency isolation measures activating. Between the ear-splitting broadcast, Mark Young's bewildered voice could be heard. What? The warrior suddenly attacked headquarters? What? The warrior seems to have reached level 6. Hearing this, Yinwu put the gas torch back in his bag. The mealworm heads had already multiplied tremendously. Starting a big fire in an isolated space would endanger himself too. Yinwu spoke calmly. Is the shelter safe? I mean, can it withstand that thing's division? It's certain. Let's go. With that, the three followed the researcher's guidance to a room near the lab. An ordinary room. A room where no anomalies could exist. As the researcher and Mark Young were about to close the door with grim expressions, Yinwu, face pale, frantically blocked it. His survival instinct had shut off. The rain's vitality was gone. He couldn't even sense the dice. He had returned to being an ordinary person. That sense of loss and pain hit him as intense anxiety. Where is this? Why dash? It's an ordinary room. Like the ordinary bullet, no anomalies can happen in here. They'll return once you leave, but dash. Lightning flashed in Yinwu's mind. If I'm trapped in here, I'll be isolated just like that? His heart plummeted. Normally he'd just marvel at the company's power and be a little wary, but he'd caused a major incident now. He coolly assessed the current situation. What accident did I cause? I created an anomaly capable of triggering a doomsday scenario. An anomaly that creates anomalies. One that could produce terrifying entities at that. Would the company tolerate him? This went beyond what could be overlooked even for an employee. On top of that, he'd shown his survivalist tendencies too clearly. Someone who'd do anything to survive, no matter the cost. I don't mind being isolated. But if they try to eliminate me, in the worst case, special forces might be waiting with guns when the door to the ordinary room opened after the incident was resolved. That's how potentially dangerous he was. Yinwu made his decision. He stepped out of the doorway. His power returned. I'll escape on my own. No, Yinwu dash. Bang! Yinwu slammed the door shut. A doomsday-level anomaly, a level 6 doomsday cultist, and Yinwu's escape hit headquarters simultaneously. Dash. Inside the newly constructed backup hub prepared for the possibility of headquarters being paralyzed, the director's jaw dropped. What the hell is that? The CCTV showed chaos unfolding at headquarters. Suddenly, space shattered and the warrior walked in with clenched fists. In an ordinary lab, mealworms were dividing. The divided mealworms poured like a waterfall through the path Yinwu had opened. Meanwhile, Yinwu was fleeing, smashing through all the emergency containment measures. This accident went far beyond expectations. Wasn't this a bit much, even for them? A level 6 doomsday cultist, a doomsday scenario level anomaly, an elite agent going berserk. The director muttered in disbelief. To be honest, they had expected some kind of accident. But for all of this to happen at once? This was practically war. Good thing we evacuated the important resources just in case. The director felt a burning sensation in their stomach as they rubbed their chest. As a precaution, they had implemented the headquarters relocation plan the moment Yinwu's visit was scheduled. It had been a brilliant move. They had moved the company's top executives, core personnel, important data, and critical resources. We'll have to build a new headquarters after this, the director said, trying to think positively. The parking lot and other spaces had been getting cramped anyway. There had already been talk of building a new headquarters. Using this incident as an opportunity to build an entirely new headquarters wasn't a bad idea. Honestly, they had been using the old one for too long. Maybe they could turn this accident into a chance. As the director pondered how to respond to this situation, they asked, "Did we preserve the data from Yinwu's experiment?" Yes. Another researcher from the Ordinary Project briefly checked it. They said it's reproducible enough, and the ultimate goal isn't just a dream. Is that so? If that was the case, there was only one way to respond. They would abandon the current headquarters and use this accident. It would serve as a smokescreen while the company worked on creating an ordinary world. Give instructions to the remaining staff and forces at headquarters. Tell them not to engage and retreat immediately. Then naturally leak information to other groups. Tell them headquarters has fallen. Send an official notice too. Say the company lacks the strength to protect the world, so they should cooperate in protecting it. The secretary quickly made calls to various places. The director's eyes filled with a cold light as they thought, it would be nice if other bastards got caught up in this accident and suffered some damage too. A bomb had gone off. It was only fair for everyone to share in the fallout. Just then, another secretary approached, swallowing hard. This one had seen Yinwu. Yinwu, who had created an anomaly capable of causing doomsday and was now fleeing, destroying all of headquarters' containment measures. What should we do about that anomaly? The potential danger is too great. It was an anomaly that creates anomalies. If he ever became irreversibly contaminated, went insane, or fell under mind control, who knew what dangers he might bring? The worst accidents that could happen under the name of probability were far more vicious than any level 6 entity from other groups. Even the Goldberg Club can't destroy the world. They don't have enough gold for that. At most, they might launch nuclear missiles from various countries. But this, he had created an anomaly that could bring about the end of the world if left unchecked. With just a bit of luck, mass production might even be possible. But the director glanced at Yinwu and calmly said, "He's not an anomaly, he's still human. And he won't do anything that would endanger himself either." Sure, he was fleeing like he was having a fit right now, but that was probably because he had panicked after going into the ordinary room and misjudged something at Novel bin at. More importantly, an ordinary world was no longer a faint hope but a realistic goal. Yinwu had been the biggest contributor to that achievement. Besides, they still needed him as a company weapon for the time being. At that point, the director gave the secretary an order. "You should check on the headquarters relocation plan. I'm busy enough as it is." Headquarters was just a space. They had many backup hubs, and even if the headquarters building was destroyed, the Humanity Protection Company would continue functioning smoothly. "I'm going," the warrior said as he stood up in the dark cave. He exuded a calm atmosphere, and his voice was relaxed. The ghost of the electronic world, who had been beside him, jerked their head up. "Where are you going? You might get attacked if you're not careful." "To headquarters. I'm going to fight headquarters." "Are you crazy?" "No." The warrior stared into space, then suddenly clenched his fist. He had felt it since the day he made his resolution. The world within his grasp, the power to shatter the world. If we keep hiding like rats, sure, we might survive. We might even be able to scrape by without fighting the company. But what's the point? The warrior looked down at the ghost of the electronic world. Fire burned in his eyes. Running away, keeping quiet, avoiding. Can we really defeat the world like that? The ghost of the electronic world wore a frustrated expression. With the smoker dead, it was just the two of them left as leaders. "You'll die if you fight headquarters, you idiot. You need to live to bring about doomsday." "Doomsday isn't my goal. I wanted to fight the world, kill the world, to prove I'm stronger. But is a strong person someone who runs away and puts things off when the enemy is tough?" The space around the warrior distorted. His aura grew stronger as he continued speaking. The ghost of the electronic world stared at the warrior blankly. "Level 6? No, then dash. Even if the enemy is strong, charging in and ultimately overcoming them, that's what being strong means." So, he would fight the company, the most powerful enemy. Even if death came for him, he wouldn't run. He would fight and overcome even approaching death. The warrior pulled back his fist. Power gathered in that fist. The power to strike the world. The warrior spoke one last time. "I'm quitting the Doomsday cult. You're the only leader of the Doomsday cultists now." With those words, the warrior thrust out his fist. The rule headquarters had prepared, that uninvited guests couldn't enter, shattered against that fist. Then space cracked open, revealing some part of headquarters. The warrior straightened his back and walked into the shimmering space. The ghost of the electronic world silently watched his retreating figure. As the broken space repaired itself, a gust of wind rushed in, wildly tooling their hair. "If you reached level 6, you should have stayed with us." In the end, the ghost of the electronic world lowered their head. Then they suddenly looked up and gripped their phone. A green light gleamed in the ghost's eyes. "I can't just sit here. If it looks like he's really going to die, I need to save him. Right, let's make this accident bigger. The more chaos there is, the more chances we'll have to rescue him." He was a level 6 focused solely on combat. Even headquarters wouldn't be able to stop him easily. That mayhem would look appetizing to other groups too. The Goldberg Club would enter under the pretext of supporting the company, but they'd actually steal information and resources. Artists and demons would join for inspiration and fun. BZZT. The ghost of the electronic world briefly scattered into strings of ones and zeros, then immediately spread information to all sorts of people. Information that this was the perfect opportunity to loot headquarters. I'm screwed, I'm so screwed. He should never have accepted headquarters' request in the first place. Yinwu ran frantically down the hallway. Behind him, a flood of mealworm heads surged forward. It made a sound like rushing water. It was already far beyond the point where setting a fire could solve things. Those things were multiplying faster than fire could burn them. As he ran, Yinwu messed up his hair wildly. The situation had become as tangled as his hair. No. Why had he done an experiment to create anomalies? Was he an idiot? If an experiment went wrong, even the company would be terrified, right? They wouldn't leave someone capable of mass-producing doomsday alone, would they? From the start, when he first felt that sense of crisis, he should have abandoned everything and run away. Can this even be fixed? No, before that, how do I escape? The emergency sirens blared painfully in his ears. The mealworm heads were chasing him from behind, and somewhere a level 6 warrior was probably causing havoc. There was also the potential danger of headquarters itself. It truly felt like he had been dropped into a war zone. Yinwu's senses sharpened to their limits. Tireless vitality surged through him, he sensed the invisible, and his thoughts raced at high speed. Escape is the top priority? I can't use the elevator. Yinwu had arrived at the elevator without realizing it, but he rushed past. He didn't know the coordinates for the parking lot or exit. Besides, there wasn't time to wait for an elevator anyway. A wall of mealworm heads surged forward. It's hard to move with the dice too, Yinwu said with a frustrated expression. Whether it was the isolation measures or something else, he sensed that the success rate for spatial movement was extremely low. It would be faster to run a bit and find a place with a higher chance of success. He sharply turned his body and dashed towards a corner wall. His senses were heightened to their peak. All sorts of probabilities and possibilities felt almost tangible. Not here. I need to move more. The image of dice briefly flashed in Yinwu's eyes. Those dice began to roll. Continuously, without stopping. The possibility of a hole opening in the wall, the possibility of one step becoming 10, the possibility that a door's lock had malfunctioned and wasn't under emergency containment. Successes came one after another, as if he were possessed. Yinwu ran without hesitation. He crossed through empty offices, corridors, and parks. Headquarters seemed deserted, as if the employees had already evacuated. A wave of mealworm heads followed through the gaps in the broken containment. Not here either. Here, movement? Is short-distance movement possible? That seemed doable with a little effort. Yinwu swung his hand sharply. He shook off the force-suppressing movement. The possibility that he would be in the place with the highest probability of spatial movement within headquarters. Clatter. Success. And then, Yinwu's view changed. It was the parking lot. Wrecked cars and shattered spaces were scattered about, and even the company's containment measures and rules had been broken. He couldn't feel the force-suppressing spatial movement anymore. It worked. Now I can move dash. Just as Yinwu broke into a wide smile. Finally, I see someone from headquarters. I was getting bored since there didn't seem to be any headquarters people around despite coming all this way. An excited voice came from behind him. A voice brimming with fiery fighting spirit. Yinwu spun around. There stood the warrior. Ah, Yinwu, the elite agent who killed Eraser. If I beat you, it means I'm stronger than the boss, right? Good, let's fight. The warrior took a stance. I'd rather not, Yinwu said. He called upon the dice. A roll for spatial movement. Dash. That's insane. Why would I fight? The parking lot was literally in shambles. Even at a glance, everything from space to rules seemed shattered. The warrior who caused this destruction was at least as dangerous as that doomsday cultist who wielded the eraser. Fight someone like that? When he didn't even know how headquarters viewed him. Yinwu made a quick decision. Dice. The possibility of me being in the investigation team's office. Maybe because it was like his home, or because it was his workplace, this possibility had the highest chance of success. With a little more effort, he could almost guarantee it. Yinwu made a gesture as if grabbing the air. Clatter. The dice rolled. Threads of probability gathered and writhed in one place. The approaching future shook chaotically. The warrior felt those threads too. His expression instantly contorted. Ugh. What is that? It's disgusting. The sight of thin, long threads tangling together looked like worms or parasites squirming. It was truly repulsive. Judging by the power shaking the world, it was strong, but its appearance was utterly off-putting. The warrior spread his palm, as if swatting a mosquito or flying insect. Get that away. His palm swung lightly. That casual gesture unleashed a storm. Crash. Space crumpled and shattered along the path of his palm. The world couldn't withstand it. The threads of probability summoned by the dice couldn't resist either. The tangled threads burst and scattered, carried away by the shockwave. And then, Yinwu reached out his hand. No. The aftershock whipped his hair around. The fierce wind stung his eyes. Tears welled up in his wide-open eyes, but Yinwu desperately moved his gaze to follow the scattering possibilities. Alpha OES. Bring me success. His hand moved with his gaze, grasping at possibility. The possibility of Yinwu being in the investigation team's office. The moment that possibility was about to manifest, the warrior swung his hand once more. He didn't know what it was, but it was an enemy action, so he blocked it. Bam dash! His palm, swung down as if crushing a cockroach, shattered the manifesting possibility. The dice stopped. It couldn't produce any result. This was the first fundamental blockage Yunwu had experienced since the eraser. A brief silence fell between the warrior and Yunwu. They had different thoughts at novel bin at. The warrior wore an uncomfortable expression. How to put it, his fighting spirit was fading. Fighting something like that isn't cool. Why did he want to fight and defeat the world, to prove he was the strongest? Because it was cool. Because it was romantic. But this, fighting something bug-like seemed a bit messy. He imagined the scene of the eraser fighting Yunwu. Did he scatter those gross threads, and the boss erased them, and eventually died to the threads he couldn't erase? The warrior stepped back in horror. This wasn't the kind of fight he wanted. Above all, Yunwu, seen up close, was weaker than him. At best, he could shake the world. He had no interest in fighting and beating someone weaker. A weak and disgusting guy. Let's avoid him. There must be plenty of strong enemies in headquarters. No reason to fight this kind of thing. That's when it happened. Yunwu, who had been looking down for a while, raised his head. Something like madness glinted in his eyes. Thread-like possibilities, symbolizing potential, slowly unraveled and rippled around Yunwu. Yunwu spoke in a low voice. Headquarters. Are you watching? I'll deal with this doomsday cultist for world peace. So please consider the accident I caused as a mitigating circumstance. His escape route was blocked. It was just like when he faced the eraser. If I want to live, I need to eliminate this danger. A life-threatening enemy. Kill him. While also building up a justification to cover his own accident. Yunwu wrapped himself in threads of probability and lunged at the warrior. His mind spun wildly. His high-speed thoughts formed the optimal battle strategy. The basics are the same as when I faced the eraser. Keep rolling the dice. Attack like crazy, don't give the enemy a chance to strike back. Offense is the best defense. Clatter. The dice rolled. The possibility of the heart stopping, the possibility of the warrior not being an anomaly, the possibility of the warrior losing his purpose. And that wasn't all. He drew out the chaotic nature of the dice. All sorts of threads of possibility unraveled wildly. The warrior responded simply. Rapid strikes. He quickly threw punches in succession, hitting all the disgusting threads. He shouted angrily. It's pointless. All the writhing possibilities were struck and vanished. But Yunwu, playing the role of a devoted company employee, didn't give up and shouted with a sense of duty. Doomsday cultist threatening humanity? Die. Bang dash. The gun he'd pulled out somehow fired a bullet. Yunwu's shout and the gunshot echoed through the parking lot. The warrior, grimacing, extended his leg. The curved trajectory knocked away the bullet and went on to catch Yunwu's neck. Yunwu's eyes flashed. His senses sharpened. Not the sense of the dice. Survival instinct. Survive. He sensed the danger and felt the path to survival. His reaction speed transcended limits. In an instant, Yunwu's body bent bizarrely. His upper body and head tilted sideways, and the warrior's foot grazed past his ear. Swish. Though the leg just brushed by, it sounded like a blade cutting through air. And it wasn't just once. The warrior didn't miss the chance to go on the offensive. Die. Out of habit, he kept his mouth tightly shut to maintain steady breathing. The warrior moved his legs as if dancing. His 2 feet became a storm. Horizontally, vertically, in curves, diagonally, his blade-like legs extended endlessly. Sharp wounds were left in space. Yunwu dodged them all. Crouching, rolling sideways, leaping up, bending his body. His reactions were far from normal. Why won't he die? How is he dodging all this? The warrior kicking out his feet wore a strange expression. Gritting his teeth, he frowned. Yunwu seemed to be seeing the future. Like a skilled fighter predicting attacks just by sensing posture and muscle movements, he was already dodging before the attacks extended. Even if his posture looked ridiculous, the warrior couldn't hit Yunwu. Finally, the warrior opened his mouth. You cockroach-like dash. I won't tolerate those who threaten humanity's survival. A momentary opening as he spoke. Yunwu charged in. The dice rolled, and bullets poured out. Like mealworms spilling from an overturned container, writhing threads gushed out in a torrent. Thin threads twisted their bodies and densely filled the space. It looked like a swarm of insects descending. This is driving me crazy. The bullets weren't a problem. They wouldn't even scratch him if they hit. The problem was the threads that kept coming no matter how many he destroyed. And when he tried to attack Yunwu, the source of the threads, he dodged frustratingly well. Not just direct hits from fists or feet, but even the aftermath of shattering space was easily avoided. On top of that, Yunwu's voice grated on his nerves. As long as I don't fall, you won't bring down headquarters, doomsday cultist. His exaggerated and awkward voice sounded like someone who couldn't act trying to force it. The warrior gritted his teeth. His impression of Yunwu changed in his mind. From a weak and disgusting guy to a weak, persistent, and disgusting guy. I should avoid this kind of guy. Even if I win, I'll feel gross. He really wanted to smack him hard on the head, but it wasn't worth it. What he wanted was a life-or-death battle with a strong enemy, not this kind of petty, dirty fight. Damn it. Alright, I'll dash. A company employee doesn't listen to a doomsday cultist. You son of a bitch. Finally, the warrior cursed and swung his fist forcefully. The approaching threads scattered. The warrior didn't miss that moment. He pulled back his clenched fist to his waist and then thrust it towards the sky, the parking lot ceiling. His full power strike hit headquarters. Screech dash! Headquarters screamed. Space and the world shattered, and a round hole opened in the ceiling. Not just one. As if a laser had passed through, it penetrated from the parking lot to several floors above. And then, plop, plop, it began to rain. A rain of mealworm heads. The mealworm heads, which had already multiplied to their limit, flowed down through the path the warrior had opened. The warrior, about to leap up, stared blankly into space and then brought his hand to his face. He grabbed a mealworm head stuck to his face. This is mealworm heads multiplying between his fingers. Looking closely, they weren't even alive. Just the heads of dead mealworms dividing. The warrior, watching with dull eyes, clenched his hand. Squish, the multiplying mealworm head was crushed. As if in response, more mealworm heads poured down. Looking up at them, the warrior cried out, "Headquarters? Are you saying you won't give me the fight I want?" He finally understood headquarters' intentions. The reason why he couldn't see even a shadow of a person despite breaking into headquarters. Instead of the resolute battle the warrior wanted, they had prepared a meaningless and petty mud fight that he hated. To stop the warrior with a wave of cockroach-like unwavering and mindlessly dividing mealworm heads. This isn't even a fight. Whoosh! The mealworm heads fell like a rainstorm, engulfing the warrior. A brown waterfall poured into the parking lot. Both the warrior and Yunwo were swept up in the waterfall of mealworm heads. Dash. The company's official notice and the information spread by the ghost of the electronic world reached various groups almost simultaneously. News about headquarters was top priority, so the information quickly made its way to the highest levels. A director of the Artist Association went deep into the Seoul Arts Center. The door, beautifully crafted from gold, jewels, and stone, was tightly shut. The director spoke from beyond the closed door. "President, we've received information about headquarters. It seems they're in crisis. What should we do?" Silence hung in the air beyond the door. The association president usually stayed in a private room to minimize the effects of beauty. In a dark room, illuminated by soft lighting, they were observing a piece on the wall when they raised a hand to their ear, listening to the world's whispers. The sound carried by the wind. The whimpering of the world struck by the warrior, the world's drunken-like mumbling, confused by the dice's chaotic nature. This alone wasn't enough to understand. Something had clearly gone wrong, but, "Show me," the president said. It was a request from the world's most beautiful being. The world obliged. Moisture and light in the air shifted, recreating the scene at headquarters like a mirage. The parking lot flooded with mealworm heads. The warrior's punches making the mealworms burst, and Yunwo, swept up by mealworms with only tentacle-like threads poking out. Ack! The president squeezed their eyes shut and flapped their body. It was a literally horrifying sight. Mealworm heads gathered in swarms. A disgusting scene that made their whole body shiver. Goosebumps rose on their skin. Sensing this reaction, the world quickly erased the mirage. The president trembled, forgetting their usual communication tablet, and shouted, "Don't worry about headquarters. It's not beautiful there." The mealworms were obviously disgusting. The warrior was the embodiment of destruction, and Yunwo had changed into something wrong, like a loach. His movements, slipping and sliding to avoid danger, were appalling. Even the world seemed shocked. They didn't want to bring such things to the arts center. Ignore headquarters. That sincere voice, more beautiful than any song, rang out and captivated the director's mind. The director, losing all sense of self, faithfully carried out the order. Thus, the Artist Association was the first to choose to ignore the situation. Other groups reacted similarly. Demons of chaos, gambling, and the like sensed headquarters and recoiled. The naturally flowing concepts and information made them step back. That place was real. It wasn't a game stirred up for fun or interest. We can't handle that kind of chaos. No. Gambling with those things would cost us our necks. It was practically a battlefield with 3 level 6 entities clashing. Space shattering, the world screaming, doomsday approaching. Even demons were terrified by this accident. They had never created such chaos in the first place. They didn't have that ability. At most, they might take advantage of a war to topple a stronghold. Faced with a real disaster, even the demons regained their senses. What's headquarters doing? Aren't they going to stop this? What if the world gets completely destroyed while they keep fighting? No, look. 2 of them belong to the company. Are they crazy? This could go horribly wrong. Shouldn't we step in and try to resolve this? As conceptual beings from hell, a negative second dimension, demons fed on and weaponized human thoughts and concepts. Humans were their friends. They could play pranks occasionally, but they couldn't let everyone actually die. The demons wore serious expressions. The battlefield's destruction was slowly exceeding safe levels. Broken and cut space no longer repaired itself. The warrior had completely beaten down the surrounding world at Novel bin at. The fallen world began to change strangely under the possibilities Yunwo had unleashed. Gravity malfunctioned, causing debris, cars, and mealworms to float around. Concrete fragments and rebar moved on their own, illusions overlapped. And on top of that, the endless downpour of mealworms. The world and order had collapsed. Even an archdemon, governing many vices and high-dimensional concepts, would die instantly if caught up in this. Can't Abaddon, the demon of pestilence, control those multiplying bugs? Oh, they're corpses. We'd die just entering that place. The demon worshippers in hell. No good. It would make things worse. The demons' mouths gaped, then their heads drooped. There was no solution. If demon worshippers, more dangerous than demons, came to this world, it would fall apart faster. That worshipper who willingly entered the demon world to avoid hurting people was one who turned the world into hell. The powerless demons said, "The company will handle it. Let's check on the demon self-governing region and call in some worshippers." The mealworms, Yinwu, and the warrior were all forces unleashed by the company. The company must have a plan. Having forced this rationalization, the demons gathered in their self-governing region. Meanwhile, the Goldberg Club's decision was the slowest. On the top floor of a downtown skyscraper, the chairman glared at the gold bar in his hand. His furrowed brow revealed deep contemplation. There was only one concern. What question should we ask? The question to pose to golden omnipotence before taking action. Unlike simple displays of power, the cost of information was hard to gauge. Sometimes, information obtained at the price of massive gold was difficult to use properly. Understanding and utilizing the value of information wasn't easy. Information about headquarters was inherently expensive to begin with. The chairman, turning the gold bar over in his hands, saw his own eyes reflected in its surface. I should see the scene with my own eyes first. He swiftly moved his hand, offering gold to golden omnipotence. Seeing distant places was cheap in this era. It was even cheaper now that the warrior had destroyed security measures and the like. Headquarters came into view in the chairman's gold-tinged eyes. Mealworm heads, Yinwu, the warrior. The chaotic parking lot. He quickly interpreted the information as he shifted his gaze. The mealworms seemed to be an anomaly the company had hidden. Yinwu is the company's elite agent. The warrior has reached level 6. Other headquarters personnel, security guards and employees had mostly evacuated. High-ranking officials didn't seem to be at headquarters to begin with. It looked like they were repelling the warrior at just the right level. Of course, the talk of headquarters falling was nonsense. Were they using this as an opportunity to test other groups' true intentions? Or perhaps minimizing damage by borrowing other groups' hands? The chairman made a decision. Picking up another gold bar, he said to his secretary, "The club will not intervene in this matter. Headquarters would suffer significant damage, but that wasn't the club's concern. If it were a disaster that the real Humanity Protection Company couldn't handle alone, that would be different. But why offer support for a simple fight? Recklessly jumping into a battlefield where level 6 entities like nuclear bombs were clashing would only result in losses. There was no need for the club to share in headquarters' losses. Though the fight's aftermath was serious, the company would handle it well. Let's just issue a statement after the company resolves the situation. Yes, I'll prepare a draft." Just as the secretary was about to leave. "Are you enjoying the show? Is this entertaining?" The warrior, his body submerged in the waves of mealworms, suddenly looked into space. His face red with anger, gritting his teeth, crushing the endlessly pouring mealworms, he sensed a gaze. The chairman's and warrior's gazes met across space. "If it's so fun, come fight too, or get lost." The chairman quickly withdrew his gaze, but he was a bit late. In his darkening vision, the warrior's fist came through space. A fist aimed precisely at the chairman. Ugh! Blood flowed from the chairman's eyes. He staggered back a few steps, covering his eyes. The life insurance he had prepared glowed, healing the wound, but the recovery was slow. It was a strike from the warrior that could destroy worlds. Though it had only grazed him from a distance, the injury was terrible. "Chairman! Quick, get medical attention." The surrounding secretaries approached in alarm, but the chairman waved them away. Blood dripped from his hand. A calm voice emerged. "It's fine. This is actually good. We can say we were also attacked by the warrior. He had been hit by an attack best avoided." The chairman decided to play dead completely. Thus, 3 groups chose to watch from the sidelines. The company, more alarmed by the situation's severity than expected, began preparations to end the accident quickly. They prepared to burn the multiplying mealworm heads, using that heat to boil water and permanently run turbines. And they issued the order to kill the warrior. "Tell the ghost to move. Stop rummaging through headquarters." Swept up in the wave of mealworms, Yinwu first held his breath. He tightly closed his mouth and used both hands to cover his nose, mouth, and ears. "I can't swallow these bugs." These were multiplying mealworm heads. If they entered through his ears or nose and divided inside, he could be torn apart from within. Swallowing them wasn't safe either. What if they multiplied faster than stomach acid could dissolve them? His stomach would burst. Still, it's less dangerous than that warrior. Poof! Yinwu's head poked out above the flood of mealworms, and he looked at the warrior. "Damn it! How is this any different from a punching bag?" The warrior wore an irritated expression as he threw punches. Like bombs exploding underwater, mealworm heads burst into fountains. Mealworms caught in the warrior's attacks were completely crushed and destroyed. The surrounding world had also reached its limit. The broken, cut, and torn world couldn't recover, and the damaged world was contaminated by the possibilities Yinwu had unleashed. Order vanished, and chaos arrived. Dust fell like stones, and broken cars melted into liquid, oozing down. Rebar poking out between concrete walls wriggled and slipped out like worms. Yinwu rolled his eyes around. Should I make a run for it now? A clear chance to escape appeared. The warrior was just wary of him. The company would handle the mealworms. It was the perfect moment to flee. Thoughts flowed through Yinwu's mind. I've stalled for enough time. I've said all the right things as a company employee, and it's actually the warrior who's destroyed everything. Surely the company's perception of his danger level had decreased somewhat? Just then, the perfect opportunity arrived. Suddenly, the warrior looked into space and burst out angrily. Are you enjoying the show? Is this entertaining? It was the prying gaze of the club chairman. Yinwu felt that gaze too, but he didn't feel discomfort. Rather, he felt grateful. The warrior's attention was completely focused on the chairman now. It was a chance to escape without interference. Dice? Movement, to the investigation team. If it's so fun, come fight too, or get lost. And then, a gunshot rang out. Bang dash, dash. Right after the warrior struck the club chairman, the flow of mealworms falling from the hole in the ceiling diminished. Like rain letting up, the stream of mealworms weakened. Beneath it, the warrior lowered his head to look at his chest. Red blood flowed from his heart. A bullet had pierced it precisely. He couldn't block it. He couldn't heal. It was as if an ordinary person had been shot. Yinwu, forgetting to call upon the dice, looked around in shock. Someone else was here besides them. An assassin armed with an ordinary bullet. Who? Obviously a company employee. Where are they? Are they going to shoot me too? The filter of survival instinct overlaid the world of probability and possibility Yinwu sensed through the dice. Senses that had been operating separately came together. A strange sensation extended like feelers, detecting dangerous probabilities and possibilities approaching Yinwu. It was insight bordering on predicting the future, a telescope revealing the future where Yinwu would surely survive. Danger. Yinwu's eyes darted around. He felt he could almost grasp the things that could kill him. The warrior, and the ghost of the intelligence department. The warrior and Yinwu's heads turned simultaneously, looking somewhere. Their gazes followed something moving slowly. A person who seemed to belong here naturally, whose traces in the waves of mealworms seemed ordinary. The warrior spoke to that thing which had momentarily deceived even their perception. Ghost of the intelligence department. A company elite agent contaminated in a natural fluorescent vest. In the view of the two men with their senses heightened to the limit, they saw the ghost smiling awkwardly. They marveled to themselves. Wow, so this is level 6. No one could perceive me when I wore the vest. It's really different from what I read in documents. Even that voice flowed naturally like white noise. Voice, appearance, behavior, everything blended into the environment. While Yinwu, recognizing a familiar face, watched warily, the warrior laughed hollowly. Is this my end? Dying from a gunshot. The warrior placed his hand over the wound. His frantically beating heart grew weaker bit by bit. Blood and life flowed out through the hole pierced in the center of his heart. Death approached slowly. A futile death, different from the warrior's wish. The atmosphere around the warrior, which had been a mess of irritation and anger, settled calmly. Little life remained. A pure flame formed in the warrior's eyes. If one cannot kill death, what should one do? Even if dying, one cannot die in vain. The warrior looked at the ghost of the intelligence department, at headquarters beyond them, and finally fixed his gaze on Yinwu, the enemy he had looked down on. I was wrong. At novel bin at. He had dismissed an enemy weaker than himself. Even though that enemy was practicing the warrior's own realization, to charge at a strong opponent regardless of success or failure. In the end, hadn't Yinwu unleashed chaos to confuse senses, persistently clung on, and even created an opportunity for the ghost of the intelligence department to deliver a fatal blow? I shouldn't have ignored you. Recognizing his enemy with such a clear mind, he saw something new. Unlike himself who couldn't overcome death, one who avoids death. A human who has drawn out the fundamental survival instinct of living beings to its limit. The warrior smiled at this strong person who had walked a different path. All right, I'll kill you. Killing one who even the world cannot kill. An achievement more impressive than making the world cry. In a world grown quiet, even his heart stopped. The warrior spread both palms wide, then slowly clenched his fists. Gently curling from his pinky to his index finger, he placed his thumb over his index finger. Carefully, as if learning martial arts for the first time. Recalling only his initial mindset. The multiplying mealworm heads around him were crushed and pushed away. Yinwu's pupils dilated. Terror that made his hair stand on end washed over him. Swish. The threads of possibility rippling around Yinwu scattered and vanished on their own. He could no longer spray random possibilities. Dice. Yinwu called out for the dice aloud. The warrior, slowly pulling back his fist, left Yinwu be. This was his final strike. He didn't want to hit a defenseless enemy. It was right to clash with full force. Yinwu also responded to the warrior's wish. The situation wasn't one where he could think about moving or anything else. An instant stretched like eternity. Lightning flashed in Yinwu's mind, his senses transcending limits intertwined. Yinwu accurately grasped the information. Is the future closed off? No. This is. The future was desolate. A few seconds later, the warrior had definitely killed Yinwu. It meant the probability of survival had become 0. Only then did Yinwu realize the limitations of the dice. It can't manifest possibilities that don't exist. In a world overflowing with anomalies, all sorts of things could happen with extremely low probabilities, but even that wasn't enough in front of a level 6. Bloodshot eyes filled Yinwu's gaze. So, I'm going to die like this? No, there's no unavoidable death. As always, he'd survive somehow. In the stretched out time, survival instinct convulsed. The survival instinct that usually just slept during safe times was activated to its limit in the face of crisis. The survival instinct that had grown alongside Yinwu through dangers crossed the boundary of level 6. It opens a future with only death. If a path to survival doesn't exist, create it directly. Yinwu, his heart racing madly, and the warrior, his heart stopped, locked eyes. The stretched time accelerated. Huff, the warrior who had taken a short breath thrust out his fist. Yinwu fell backward, dodging the fist. Darkness like ink was sprayed along the trajectory the fist had passed. It was pure darkness where even light had died, a scar left on the world. A scar that would never be erased. Neither Yinwu nor the warrior spoke. Yinwu, fallen backward, lay on the mealworms gasping for breath as he stared at the black trajectory before him. I survived. If he had been hit by that, he would have really died. He wouldn't even have been able to roll for resurrection. It was an attack that killed even that possibility. The warrior sighed. It was the strongest punch of his life, but in the end, he couldn't kill. He had no choice but to acknowledge it. You disgusting bastard. You won. I didn't win, I survived. Yinwu said as he staggered to his feet. Victory was never his concern to begin with. It was good to survive even if he lost. Conversely, winning meant nothing if he died. The warrior stared at Yinwu for a while, then sighed. It was a value system hard for him to accept, but he let it slide. There's no sane human at level 6 anyway. Though it seemed Yinwu had crossed the boundary while fighting him. The warrior looked down at his heart. He had rampaged like a tiger that keeps moving even after being shot in the head, or a wild animal that keeps running even after being hit by a car, but even his tenacious life had reached its limit. With all regrets and attachments gone, one curiosity arose. Was this bullet made from the boss's eraser? It was a bullet that erased even his defense and regeneration. No matter how he thought about it, it felt like the eraser had been broken into pieces to make the bullet. Yinwu avoided his gaze and looked away. He couldn't answer about a secret weapon. The warrior came to his own conclusion. Wasting the eraser like this. I don't understand what those company bastards are thinking. It seemed fitting for a doomsday cultist to die by the boss's eraser. The warrior smiled faintly, then slowly fell backward. A death without regrets came to the warrior who had struck the world and turned headquarters into chaos. Yinwu looked down at the warrior with deep eyes. What he had seen and experienced at headquarters. The ordinary room and bullet. The warrior's attack that left no path to survival. It was too dangerous a world to be happy about reaching level 6. There were far too many things threatening his life. The company is the most dangerous. There's no answer for that room and bullet. Yinwu glanced aside. The ghost, who had been sneaking closer, opened their eyes wide. Wow, this is a first for me. How can you see me when I'm wearing the vest? Did the dice give you some kind of sense? Yinwu watched the ghost with an uncomfortable expression as they circled around him curiously. Though he had considered them an awkward acquaintance he'd met by chance and Ugu's sister, what he'd just seen showed they were the worst assassin. Who could withstand it if they approached naturally and fired an ordinary bullet? Only the Artist Association president or the world itself might help by making the gun malfunction on its own. No, this person might even be able to make the world see firing a gun as natural. They were truly dangerous. He must never take his eyes off them. I should look into getting a bulletproof vest just in case. Yinwu, with his vulnerable human body, was lost in thought when he stepped back. Senior. Do you know any news about headquarters? I made a small mistake. A mistake? So that's why. I thought there was some kind of containment plan. What kind of plan? The ghost smiled shyly as if embarrassed. I just happened to see it while wandering around headquarters since I rarely get to come here. No, are you talking about my containment plan? What's the content of it? Yinwu asked urgently. It wasn't something he could gloss over. They even made a containment plan? Should I run away quickly now? No, I need to know the information. So I can deal with it. Vitality welled up in his body, exhausted from the fierce battle. The ghost handed Yinwu a single document. I took it out since you're my sister's colleague, and I've seen you at the counseling center before. It's not really that important. Yinwu snatched the document and quickly scanned the text. The writing was very brief and simple. Summarized, it went something like this. This guy's a survivalist, so if we provide a shelter, won't he go in on his own? And if we give him some basic survival necessities and internet, he probably won't come out, right? Yinwu nodded in relief. This isn't containment, it's protection. If this was the containment plan, he welcomed it. They're giving him a house, food, and even money. Yinwu, no longer sensing threat from the ghost as his survival instinct turned off, made plans to resolve this incident. I should ask to be contained. Wasn't it natural to be disciplined if you caused an accident? It would be a problem if they pretended to take me to a shelter but put me in an ordinary room instead. That anxiety subsided a bit with the ghost's next words. The ghost made a disgusted face looking at the mealworm heads multiplying everywhere. Mealworms that the warrior had ground up were still dividing. Ugh, it's gross. No matter how tempting perpetual motion is, this is a bit much. Perpetual motion. When Yinwu asked curiously, the ghost excitedly explained. Like an infinitely rotating cogwheel, it's power that can be used without worrying about depletion in places like shelters. The company has been steadily preparing emergency resources for a long time. This seems to be one of those resources. A light of hope gleamed in Yinwu's eyes. His thought process twisted reality. Then there's no reason for headquarters to view me negatively, right? He hadn't created an anomaly capable of causing a doomsday scenario. He had created a resource to solve the energy crisis. He hadn't broken out of containment and fled alone. He had quickly mobilized to stop a doomsday cultist threatening headquarters. Shouldn't he receive some kind of award from headquarters for this? Like a merit award or something. Peace returned to headquarters. The warrior was dead. The mealworms were collected by whatever method the company used, as if teleported away. Only surreal, painting-like ruins remained. Space was shattered in places, rebar slithered around like snakes, melted cars pooled in puddles, and concrete debris swirled through the parking lot. The ghost hunched their shoulders. It's almost become two-dimensional. I'm not sure if headquarters can be restored. It'll take a really long time. This was due to the possibilities Yunhua had unleashed. The laws of the world had loosened, turning part of headquarters into something like a spatial anomaly. Yunhua scratched his head. The company will handle the cleanup anyway. It happened while fighting the warrior. They couldn't blame him for this. How would the company evaluate him? That was the only worry left in his mind. Thinking positively, his actions were close to heroic, but negatively, he was a walking nuclear bomb, spreading radiation like chaos and creating dangerous elements like the mealworms. Even I think it's a bit much. It'd be unsettling if something like me existed in the world. Who knows when or where a critical failure of the dice might happen. Just as Yunhua's expression turned serious. Beep. A mechanical sound came from the phone the ghost was carrying. A message had arrived. The ghost looked at their phone and sighed with disappointment. They're telling me to return now that the mission's complete. I wanted to look around headquarters more. They hadn't completely fooled the company's eyes, leaving traces of unlocking security and accessing records. Evidence of the information they had secretly viewed remained clearly. It was fine to freely steal information when emergency alarms were blaring, but not now. Is that okay? Well. This person seems like a level 6 candidate too. Yunhua watched the slightly off-kilter ghost, then relaxed. They were even leaving an information thief like this alone. It didn't seem like they'd rashly contain or kill him just because he was a bit dangerous. And suddenly, well-founded confidence filled Yunhua's face. Even if headquarters turns against me, well, couldn't he survive well enough? He was specialized in survival, after all. Even for headquarters, dealing with him would be difficult. Just then, the ghost waved one hand shyly. Well, I'll be going now. See you next time if there's a chance. Take care on your way back. It was time to part ways. The ghost left the wrecked parking lot naturally. They had barely taken a few steps when their retreating figure blurred faintly. As the distance increased, they faded from perception. Yunhua let out a small sigh. His confidence vanished. He slapped his own cheeks. Don't let your guard down. Carelessness was danger. Take the doomsday cultists, for example. He had underestimated them after killing the one with the eraser, but suddenly the warrior emerged at level 6. Even though the doomsday cultists lagged a bit behind other top-tier groups, they had produced 2 level 6 forces. You never know how the future might unfold or how potential might explode. After pacing around briefly, Yunhua made up his mind. The company is the best. Sticking with the company is safest. The company's military power and information network. In every aspect, it was better to stay with the company. Yunhua looked for the elevator. He knew the code for the lab where Mark Young had taken shelter in the ordinary room. He planned to go there and talk seriously. After a few steps, Yunhua suddenly jumped in fright. Something hit his foot and shot up. What the? It's rebar. It was the rebar that had been slithering around like a snake. The rebar that had been struck raised its head, had a staring contest with Yunhua, then quickly turned away. Yunhua rubbed his wide-open eyes. Then he hunched down and looked around sharply. It's dangerous here too. This won't do. Let's go quickly. So Yunhua returned to the lab using emergency exits and elevators. The lab was neater compared to the parking lot. Books, computers, and odds and ends were scattered about due to the flood of mealworm heads, and pillars and walls were deformed from the pressure of the multiplying mealworms, but it was nothing compared to the chaos in the parking lot. The mealworms had already been collected. Yunhua cautiously stepped into the lab, then blinked. You're back? It seems the situation has ended. He ran into Mark Young, who had just come out of the ordinary room. His clothes were neat. His complexion was normal. Unlike Yunhua, who was covered in dirt and dust from fighting the warrior. Yunhua looked down at a piece of glass on the floor. His face was reflected in the glass shard. A grimy, tired face. Suddenly, regret washed over him. I should have just waited in the ordinary room. At least then he wouldn't have had a life or death battle with the warrior. The company would have handled both the mealworms and the warrior. No, that's not right. I wouldn't have reached level 6 then. This is good. I've done a service for the company. Right? That's right. As Yunhua tried to console himself, Mark Young looked around the lab and smiled bitterly. The lab's a mess. It seems the experimental data was preserved separately on the server, but it's a shame about the damaged equipment. Yunhua kept his mouth shut. If this is a mess, then the parking lot I saw. Yunhua, lost in useless thoughts, soon snapped back to attention. He lowered his voice. Can you contact the director? They're busy, constantly on the phone. It was natural for the director to be busy. Headquarters had been nearly half destroyed. They would need to tally the damage and make plans for restoration. And maybe, perhaps, they might be evaluating me. A trace of tension flashed in Yunhua's eyes. He imagined the director in a dark meeting room. People discussing how to evaluate Yunhua, and the director drawing their thumb across their throat. An anomaly that creates anomalies. A threat to humanity, so kill him. Then safety measure 001 would suppress the dice, and the ghost would approach with an ordinary bullet. No way. Yinwu, having imagined the worst case, shuddered. Just then, Mark Yung spoke. Try contacting them on your phone. They'll probably answer your call. Because you're an elite agent of the company. Yinwu hesitated for a moment, then got the number from Mark Yung and called the director. The ringing tone felt oddly unsettling. Yinwu swallowed hard. Then a voice came through. It was the director's voice. Special Investigator Li Yinwu. You did well this time. The experiment results are good, and the mealworms have high utility. Anyway, you don't need to worry, so relax. The director, truly busy, rattled off these words and hung up. Yinwu stared blankly at his phone screen. A perfunctory response that came back without much effort. If they had intended to be hostile, they would have responded more sincerely to put him at ease. It's fine. The corners of his mouth twitched. He felt like he might burst out laughing. All his worries and anxieties disappeared. If that was the case, there was only one thing left to do. Let's get contained, isolated. He was already living in the investigation team's office without a home. This was a chance to get a house. Mark Yung watched Yinwu strangely, then his eyes widened at Yinwu's next words. Yinwu bit his lip hard to calm himself, then said seriously, I think I've caused a big accident this time. I created an anomaly capable of causing a doomsday scenario. I should be disciplined. It's fine since it was created through an experiment requested by the company. Mark Yung replied immediately. They couldn't hold him responsible for something that happened because headquarters ordered it. But Yinwu shook his head. I broke a lot of the company's containment measures while escaping. Simple discipline isn't enough. I should be contained. What are you saying? Why would we contain you? Mark Yung was alarmed. Contain? Yinwu? Sure, there was a plan, but in the current situation, they shouldn't even mention the word contain. Mark Yung guessed at Yinwu's psychology. Is he anxious because he created a doomsday-level anomaly? Afraid the company might deal with him? If so, he shouldn't stimulate that anxiety. He needed to reassure him with unconditional trust. One wrong move and he might explode at novel bin at. If Yinwu explodes now, can headquarters withstand it? I don't think so. The fate of headquarters rested in his hands. Mark Yung spoke desperately, almost pleadingly. Absolutely, absolutely not. That wouldn't be right. If anyone even mentions the word contain, I'll stake my life to stop them. But still no matter what accidents you cause, as long as you're a company employee, the company will never turn its back on you. The sound of their argument echoed through the lab, and soon, employees who had evacuated returned and noise filled headquarters as they investigated the scene. The director truly worked busily. A perpetual motion machine using mealworms? It shows the highest efficiency when cooperating with the Green Association. This isn't my department, so send it to another director. The headquarters relocation plan has been modified. When am I supposed to review all this? You look it over first and summarize it for me. Have we not figured out the movements of other groups yet? Facing a flood of reports and contacts, they clutched their throbbing head while floundering. I wish I had about 5 bodies. It was an impossible wish. Only humans could rise to high positions in the company, and even the use of anomalies for convenience was restricted. Live life like other ordinary people, and don't lose your human sensibilities. Just then, one secretary hurried over. Director, here's the Ghost's report. Give it here. The director immediately checked the elite agent's report. The hastily written report was quickly read. So Yinwu encountered and faced the warrior. He created an opportunity for the ghost to plant the ordinary bullet, and even dodged the final attack. The meaning was simple. Yinwu had reached level 6. A level 6 force had been born for the company. But the director, unaware of survival instinct, stroked their chin and muttered. The contamination speed is too fast. Is it the nature of the dice? How could a human who had obtained the dice less than a year ago become contaminated so quickly? Had the mist's contamination had that much effect? It should have taken at least a year, even at the shortest. This was merely idle curiosity, and the director moved on. There was too much work. They looked at more reports that had come in during that short time. It was a report submitted by the research team studying Project Ordinary World. Now that we've acquired the fundamental technology, we need to research other foundational technologies necessary for our goal? Tell them to proceed. The company moved ceaselessly, even today. After finishing his request, Yinwu had no reason to stay at headquarters. He left in a hurry, almost like he was running away, and returned to the investigation team's office. A few days later, when Yinwu opened his eyes in the morning, he let out a deep sigh of disappointment. They're not even going to contain me. His voice, filled with regret, echoed in the messy room. It was a cramped space with only a hastily laid out blanket, and various items like water bottles and gas burners scattered about. This was the spare room in the investigation team's building, where Yinwu stayed. Yinwu slowly got up, scratching his head as he looked around the room. Honestly, he didn't have any complaints. He could eat and live without problems, and the team leader, who had signed the contract, could defend the place as the landowner. But after reaching level 6 with his survival instinct, he'd developed some ambition. I think it'd be okay to get a proper house now. No matter what accident might happen, it should be fine to move into any house in an uninhabited area, right? He didn't need to worry about the safety of the house or other factors anymore. He only needed to consider the people who might get caught up in accidents and his own preferences. For example, a shelter in a remote location. A company shelter that could produce its own energy and be self-sufficient in food even if disaster struck. Should I just ask the company? They might give me one since I'm level 6, right? Lost in these idle thoughts, Yinwu suddenly jumped up. Faint light from the rising sun shone through the window. It was time to quickly wash up and go to the office before the team leader arrived. Yinwu rummaged through the clutter around him, found his toiletries, and moved leisurely. And so another day began. In the lit office, Yinwu clicked his mouse. The screen was filled with documents related to the human qualification exam. These were recently updated documents, and their number and responses were unusual. Researchers were arguing fiercely, almost at each other's throats, and people from other departments were also chiming in, adding fuel to the fire. Are humans certified by the human qualification exam really human? This single topic had sparked a small fire that was spreading. It seems to be because of the document I uploaded. The report and proposal Yinwu had submitted earlier. It all started because of the contamination resistance of the human qualification certificate. Yinwu awkwardly moved his mouse around, then quickly read the report with the highest number of views. To summarize, it showed experimental results that the human granted by the human qualification certificate continued to function as human even when contaminated by other anomalies. The problem was whether that human was truly human. All sorts of rebuttals were attached. Does that mean animals that pass the test are real humans? Humans granted by anomalies aren't human. Isn't it just a transformation of existence? Aren't we creating a human anomaly? Even the extinction representative and departments in charge of ethics and morality joined in, turning it into a complete mess. We should treat those who pass as contaminated. What are the criteria for being human? Are cloned humans human? And so on. Yinwu's eyes spun as he read the long and confusing text. His mind was overloaded. What's all this about? The researchers were already using complex and difficult terms, and at some point, the sentences became so long that he couldn't understand them even when he read them. Feeling dizzy, Yinwu quickly closed the window. As the default desktop appeared, the confusion subsided. So, it has a resistance effect, right? That's all that mattered. It meant you could maintain your sense of self, didn't it? Yinwu began counting on his fingers. He associated each finger with one of his anomalies. Rain, survival instinct, dice, human qualification certificate. The rain has no potential. The survival instinct is level 6. The dice is retreating in the face of the boundary. Yinwu's expression darkened. The moment his survival instinct reached level 6, the dice's contamination slowly began to decrease. The sense of possibility and probability he could feel when he concentrated was gradually fading. The survival instinct had judged the dice's contamination as a danger. It was preventing the loss of self at novel bin at. It might be moving towards a future where he wouldn't face dangers in the first place, or perhaps it meant that if he became contaminated by the dice, even the survival instinct couldn't prevent the loss of self. That's why he needed the human qualification certificate. To prevent the survival instinct from judging the dice's contamination as dangerous. Because Yinwu had developed a small ambition. The desire to raise the dice to level 6 as well. It's a shame to give up on the dice. Survival was about preparation and readiness. The more tools you could handle, the better, and the dice was a versatile tool. Even if thrown into extreme situations, he could return immediately, and he could create food and water even if there were none. Yinwu's thoughts deepened. The human qualification certificate. Does it have the potential to resist the dice's contamination? The company hadn't shown much interest in the human qualification exam until now. Although it had the potential for mass destruction, they could handle it well enough. The certificate, a byproduct, wasn't dangerous, so it hadn't been researched much. In the end, Yinwu would have to experiment himself. Yinwu took out the human qualification certificate from his bag. When he turned the leather cover of the passport-like certificate, he saw his ID photo and text certifying that he was human. Looking down at the ID photo, Yinwu muttered softly, I think I need to raise its level. How could he do that? Yinwu thought of his survival instinct. The power he had crossed the boundary with himself. If he referred to that example, the survival instinct was stimulated in the face of danger. The dice contaminated itself because of its chaotic nature. If he acted according to the essence of the anomaly, if he acted in a way that understood and became one with that anomaly, wouldn't there be some change? Yinwu came up with an idea. Will the human qualification certificate be strengthened if I act human-like? It was an idea worth trying. Act human-like while observing the certificate. Of course, the standard of human-like was a problem, but Yinwu didn't worry about it. Since he was human, he just needed to act like himself. As Yinwu shook off his concerns and was about to break into a refreshed smile. Clunk, the door opened and the team leader walked in. Oh, Yinwu. Hello. Yinwu bowed his head in greeting, and the team leader looked around with uneasy eyes. The team leader had heard the news too. That when Yinwu went, headquarters was smashed to pieces. Even the usually unflappable team leader was now anxious. After standing at the doorway for a while, scanning the surroundings, the team leader cleared his throat when Yinwu gave him a strange look and said, Right. Jiu's taking a few days off on vacation, and Jaemin will start coming to work from tomorrow. Choi Jaemin, the parent detector. Yinwu asked curiously. He hasn't graduated yet. They did it last week, apparently. He doesn't really need training either. Just show him some paperwork while Jiu's resting. Seems like they did it earlier than expected. Yinwu nodded. It wasn't difficult or dangerous work anyway. All right. Hello, I'm investigator Choi Jaemin. Choi Jaemin, who had arrived earlier than the work start time, greeted them energetically. Dressed in a new-smelling casual suit, Jaemin looked a bit awkward. Mom told me to leave early since it's my first official day at work, so I came early, but... The team leader and Yunwoo had apparently come much earlier, already sipping from coffee cups they'd mostly emptied. The team leader chuckled and looked Jaemin up and down. You bought some nice clothes. They suit you? I didn't want to buy them, but Mom insisted. Jaemin scratched his cheek. Having worked as an apprentice investigator a few times during his student days, he knew investigators didn't wear suits and such. They wore comfortable clothes for investigation work, and since they were field workers, it was similar even in the office. The team leader nodded. Other people's weddings. No. It seemed odd for someone who had just graduated to wear a suit to someone's wedding. Both Jaemin and Yunwoo's faces showed questions about whether it wasn't fine to just dress neatly. The team leader quickly corrected his words. You need at least one suit for funerals, right? Mom said I should get a suit tailored now that I'm a working adult. Is Ji-Yu not here? Oh, Ji-Yu's on vacation. At that point, the team leader jerked his chin towards Yunwoo. Learn the paperwork from Yunwoo for a few days. Yunwoo raised his hand slightly and waved. Jaemin smiled and sat down at Ji-Yu's desk. What should I learn first? Yunwoo stared into space for a moment, then recalled the first document he had written. He said, how to write an incident report. He still couldn't write reports well, and other documents were clumsy too, but he was confident about incident reports. It was probably the best official document he had written. The team leader, who had briefly turned his attention away, turned back with an incredulous look. No, why are you teaching that first? Well, it's okay to write reports sloppily, isn't it? Yunwoo looked away and offered a reasonable excuse. In formal reports, they don't complain as long as the information about the encountered anomaly is included. Incident reports are more important. Yunwoo said seriously. To survive, you might often need to do things that require writing incident reports. You might need to set fire to a mountain, blow up a department, or lose a confidential weapon. To get through those situations smoothly, you need to write good incident reports. The team leader waved his hand. Teach him how to write reports first. He's been to the field a few times, but he's never written a report. Reports are. He usually writes them sloppily. Yunwoo nodded with difficulty. You can write reports roughly. They don't complain as long as all the information about the encountered anomaly is included. Jaemin took out a notebook and pencil and started taking notes as if he were in class. The team leader opened and closed his mouth a few times, his head aching, then let out a deep sigh and gave up. A few days passed. Choi Jaemin, who had worn a new suit, started coming to work in casual sportswear. Under Yunwoo's bad influence, even the little professional mindset he had as a new employee had completely disappeared. Click click click. Jaemin's face contorted as he furiously clicked his mouse, leaning forward. Come on, what's our team doing? He had died while playing a team game. As always, blaming others, Jaemin's eyes glowed blue. Those eyes could see the parents of his teammates. Above their nicknames, he saw their parents' situations. Some parents were sick, some had passed away. Jaemin, who was about to type passionately, hesitated for a moment. His irritation subsided instantly. Mentioning parents and cursing here would be a bit. We lost. As Jaemin scratched his head, feeling deflated. Whack dash. Ji-Yu, who had returned from vacation, smacked the back of Jaemin's head hard. His head snapped forward, then bounced back like a spring. Ow, what was that for? You're just blatantly playing games. Ji-Yu glared at him, and Jaemin pouted his lips. When there was no investigation work, they had so little to do that it was practically like resting on standby. At most, they might take out the trash or clean the office. Couldn't he play games during that boring time? But Ji-Yu didn't accept such complaints. She shouted at the team leader. Team leader, look at this kid. He's practically turned this into an internet cafe. The team leader, who had been dozing off sprawled in his chair, opened his eyes with difficulty. Just that was enough to make Jaemin flinch and back off a bit. He owed the team leader for saving him when he was about to be isolated and experimented on as an anomaly. Jaemin looked at his desk. The computer he had bought with money saved while working as an apprentice investigator gleamed brightly. The gaming mouse and keyboard flashed in rainbow colors. Is it a bit much? Come to think of it, he hadn't seen any teachers working like this in the staff room. The team leader spoke hazily, still drunk with sleep. What is it? Keyboard. Right, don't slam the keyboard. It's noisy. It didn't matter if he played games or whatever, as long as he did his investigations properly. You need to put in effort when needed, and rest when you can. The team leader started dozing off again, and Ji-Yu wore a dumbfounded expression. Wasn't this too much freedom? Ji-Yu looked at Yunwoo. Yunwoo, say something to this kid. Yunwoo, who had been browsing some donation websites, glanced over. The flashy, glowing keyboard and mouse, plus a high-spec computer. He shook his head. You should have bought tools with that money. Every item lacked practicality. Wasn't it wasteful to buy such things when he didn't even have personal equipment? Besides, even though Jaemin could detect anomalies by identifying parents, he lacked the ability to survive encounters with anomalies. Jaemin blinked. Don't I have a gun? What'll you do when you meet an anomaly that's immune to guns? Or if you fall into some strange space? You should at least carry a survival kit. Ji-Yu smacked her forehead. She was at a loss for words in front of these hardcore investigators. She wondered if maybe she couldn't understand the investigators' mindset because of her family's influence as company employees. In the end, Ji-yu gave up, lightly smacked Jaemin's head, and turned her attention to Yinwoo. Are you making donations? Yinwoo had opened various donation websites and was browsing through them. He smiled awkwardly. I'm thinking about trying it out. At novel bin at. No matter how normally he lived, his human qualification certificate showed no signs of stirring. He planned to try various actions he wouldn't normally do and observe the results. Make donations, do volunteer work. Or maybe do something bad instead. Just as a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, Yinwoo received a phone call. He answered immediately. A tired voice came through the phone. Please help the less fortunate. My insurance company has completely collapsed. I don't even have food to eat today. Please help me. Yinwoo was about to hang up on the spam call he occasionally received, but he changed his mind. Alright. Give me your account number. If you help me just once, I'll repay dash. What? Really? Yinwoo replied calmly to the excited voice. Tell me the account number. Then I'll tell you right away. Yinwoo immediately sent a considerable amount of money to what seemed to be a foreign account, given the unfamiliar bank name and strange number format. The other person burst into pure, joyful laughter and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Their voice was so heartfelt that Yinwoo could almost imagine them bowing their head over and over on the other end of the line. Thank you so much. I'll repay you right away. You don't need to dash. I'll tell you the day you'll die. Yinwoo's eyes suddenly widened. Various thoughts raced through his mind. Was it a scam? An anomaly? It couldn't hurt to be careful. Yinwoo quickly made a decision. He wouldn't listen. In case it was an anomaly. In case it might create and fix his death date. Just as Yinwoo was about to end the call, a bewildered voice came through the phone. Why can't I see your death date? An anomaly. At that quiet voice, everyone in the investigation team turned their heads. The dozing team leader suddenly sat up, grabbing the contract, and Ji-yu approached the fluorescent vest storage. Jaemin looked around, unsure what to do, then gestured for Yinwoo to show him the phone, to identify the parents. But Yinwoo waved his hand. A panicked voice came through the phone. Who are you? I've really never done anything bad. I just took money and told people their death dates, and helped them resurrect in the afterlife. Yinwoo thought for a moment. There certainly wasn't a sense of danger. It didn't seem to be at the level of fixing death like a curse. Normally, he'd report this to the company right away, but Yinwoo decided to do a good deed for once. I'll give you the club's number, so try doing business with them. Telling people their death dates could be profitable, right? Say you came on the recommendation of Yinwoo, a friend of the club. This was a win-win. The club would give him gifts, and he'd introduce them to a product. I'd like to get more time buying bills. Mixing in some greed, he gave the number for the Korean branch manager of the Goldberg Club, and the call wrapped up. Thank you. I'll engrave this kindness in my bones and never forget it. With that, the call ended. Yinwoo felt the investigation team members looking at him incredulously. They stared at Yinwoo with their mouths slightly open. Ji-yu said, "What kind of anomaly makes phone calls?" "No, before that, is it okay to hand it over to the club without reporting to the company?" I guess it's fine for Yinwoo." She answered her own question. Even her sister, the ghost of the intelligence department, freely stole confidential information. Yinwoo, a similar elite agent, seemed to have some freedom from the rules too. Yinwoo shrugged. "I'm planning to report it to the company too. And if that's dangerous, isn't it a bit safer for it to talk to people screened through the club rather than calling just anyone? An anomaly that hadn't been fully identified yet. If there was any danger, they could use the club as a filter to screen out indiscriminate civilians during the time it would take the company to contain it." Jaemin's eyes lit up. "Won't you get dragged off to the intelligence department?" "Jaemin, you'd get dragged off if you did this. His status is special, so it's okay." The team leader sighed deeply and shook his head. At least it could be seen as an action for the safety of ordinary people. Still, he felt worried. He didn't know that Yinwoo's treatment had changed after reaching level 6. Yinwoo hadn't particularly mentioned it. Still, be careful. Even elite agents are part of the company, so while the company might turn a blind eye, they won't overlook defection. Just as he was finishing up some minor nagging and Yinwoo was starting to feel anxious about possibly making a mistake. Wah! A faint baby's cry was heard. Everyone looked towards the office door, and the team leader quickly moved his mouse to turn on the CCTV screen. Through the camera, they could see a baby wrapped in a blanket crying loudly. A baby abandoned inside the office building's entrance was wailing. Ji-yu was startled. Here it comes, her wariness spiked. In the end, Yinwoo's accident had brought an anomaly to the investigation team. The team leader, who had rewound the CCTV footage, stood up from his seat. An old lady left the child and went. "I'll bring the baby in for now. It's not an anomaly." Ji-yu asked again. The team leader nodded with a gloomy expression. The screen he had glanced at showed a hunched old lady gently caressing the baby's cheek before carefully leaving the child. The team leader brought the baby in. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, the baby was squirming in Jaemin's arms. Jaemin looked down at the baby with shaky eyes. The investigation team members gathered around, each wearing a different expression as they looked at the baby. The child, eyes wide open as if able to see, looked up at the ceiling while wriggling its body. Ji-yu poked its chubby cheek. The baby's not crying and is so well behaved. Even in an unfamiliar place. So cute. They all felt the same emotions. pity and bitterness, and a desire to protect. As if half of themselves was this child. Like looking at their own offspring. Meanwhile, the team leader was reading a letter. A yellowed paper that had been tucked in the blanket. Written in crooked handwriting with poor spelling, it seemed to be from the grandmother who had left the child. Soon, the team leader sighed deeply and neatly folded the letter. The grandmother says she has no family or relatives, and she's dying soon so she can't raise the child anymore. She says it's a good and lovable child, so please. A deep sigh filled with complex emotions escaped him. Yinwoo blinked as he looked at the baby. Would he feel these emotions if he had a child? A sense of relief and comfort circled in his chest. 50% of my genes. Even if he died, if he had a child, half of himself would remain in the world. Such thoughts came to mind. That's when it happened. Jaemin swallowed hard and looked at the team leader. Team leader, what are you going to do with this child? Well, the team leader looked at the child with emotional eyes. It was hard to respond professionally to a child that strangely tugged at his heartstrings and made him feel a parental love. Normally, he would contact the company and send the child to a connected protection agency, but the team leader hesitated and said, let's keep the child for a while. We should try to find that grandmother. He wanted to hear the full story. If possible, it would be better for the child to live in the hands of ordinary people in a normal world rather than with a company institution. They all nodded, feeling a familial love for the child. But suddenly, Jaemin shouted, his voice cracking. Then, let me investigate. I just became an official investigator, right? I want to try investigating on my own. It's not dangerous work anyway. The others gave him strange looks but let it slide. Then go with Yinwoo. I'll look after the baby. With Yinwoo. Jaemin looked at Yinwoo with shocked eyes, then back at the child. He saw the blank space above the child. Father. Mother. It was an anomaly. An anomaly that would make Yinwoo freak out. That was the impression Jaemin had gotten from talking with Yinwoo over the past few days while learning the job. That? Wouldn't it be better training or practice if I do it alone? The child needed to be protected. Even if it was an anomaly, it should live as a human. Just as he wasn't a monster, the child wasn't a monster either, and it had the right to live as a person. He couldn't let the child be handed over to the company, have its identity exposed, and be locked up in a lab for life. And he definitely couldn't let it near a dangerous person like Yinwoo. If I find the grandmother and talk to her, and if I sense anything strange. Even Yinwoo wouldn't go that far, but Jaemin, with his strongly distorted impression, sincerely believed so. But Ji-yu reached out and took the baby into her arms. How are you going to investigate? The grandmother's probably long gone by now. It'll take days if we report it to the police. It'd be better for Yinwoo to use his connections. I do have some acquaintances in the intelligence department, and I can borrow company resources. The baby in her arms looked up at Ji-yu with innocent eyes. Then it glanced at Yinwoo nearby and giggled. A faint smile played on Yinwoo's lips. It's better to live safely in the ordinary world. It wouldn't be good if the child grew up in a company protection agency and ended up becoming a company employee, living each day twisting their body. Jaemin's expression darkened slightly, but in the end, the two decided to search for the grandmother. The two left the office. Traces of the Doomsday cultists' terror attack still lingered on the streets. Burned buildings, police tape blocking doorways, and people walking around with gloomy expressions. As they stepped onto the street, Jaemin glanced around nervously before asking in a low voice, how are we going to investigate? Yinwoo, who had been walking absent-mindedly, suddenly stopped. A realization struck him, and he let out a quiet exclamation. Oh, I should have contacted someone at headquarters first. Why did we come out right away? We could have just called from the office. He had acted before thinking. It was an embarrassing mistake, if you could call it that. Yinwoo scratched his head awkwardly, while Jaemin eyed him suspiciously. Suddenly, he wasn't so sure about Yinwoo, but then Jaemin's face brightened. Maybe failing the investigation would actually help the baby. If they found traces of an anomaly while talking to the grandmother who left the baby, it could end badly. Isolation, experiments, exclusion, and such. However, Jaemin's expression quickly darkened with worry as his thoughts went further. But still, what if that baby is dangerous? Nah, it can't be. That grandmother brought it. After all, if it had been killing people or causing bizarre phenomena, she wouldn't have left it at an office-like place. Yes, it's me. I need some help. At that point, Yinwoo called Mark Young. The other end seemed extremely busy, so the call ended quickly, but Yinwoo managed to get help from the intelligence department. Gathering CCTV data, the company's advanced AI tracked the person's movements. A route was drawn in real time on a map. The trail ended at a nearby apartment complex. Yinwoo shook his phone after zooming in and out of the map. He turned his head in a certain direction and strode forward energetically. Let's go. It was close enough to reach in about 40 minutes on foot. And so Yinwoo moved ahead without much thought, while Jaemin's face alternated between darkness and light as he was lost in complicated thoughts. They stopped at the entrance of a 5-story building. It was the apartment building the grandmother had entered, her home. The intelligence department had provided excellent support. They had obtained the suspected grandmother's personal information and extracted accurate data by comparing things like property records for each unit in the building. Although the intelligence department had given them the answer, Yinwoo and Jaemin hesitated to enter. They shuffled their feet in front of the grimy glass door, their faces a mix of uncertainty and tension. They shared the same concerns. How should we start talking? How should we have this conversation? What if she doesn't even open the door? It was their first time doing something like an question or investigation. Plus, it didn't seem like the grandmother who had left her child would cooperate easily. It was a high difficulty problem. Yinwu, not confident in his conversation skills, felt it was as difficult as a house where you die if you. Jaemin also looked like he had hit a wall. Jaemin was the one who gathered his courage. Let me try. Just as Jaemin, with his lips tightly pressed, solemnly grabbed the door handle, Yinwu stopped him by grabbing the back of his neck. No, wait, just a second. We can't just stand here doing nothing. Let's just go in dash. No, I have a way. As Jaemin was arguing, he turned around. A fluorescent light flashed across the grimy glass door. Yinwu pulled out a natural fluorescent vest from his bag. Yinwu shook out the vest with a thwack and said, "We can use equipment." What did it matter if he couldn't talk? He could just borrow the power of anomalous equipment. Besides, it was for the baby's sake, so the cause was good. Jaemin's eyes widened. He was so taken aback that he could barely speak. We're supposed to keep that in storage dash. Suddenly, a realization struck Jaemin. He shouldn't learn everything this person taught him. He was practically a lawless person who ignored rules and lived as he pleased. But such confusion soon disappeared. It's fine. Let's go. Because it was a natural thing. Yinwu wearing the fluorescent vest, them being here, visiting someone's home. Creak, the building's main door opened. Yinwu went down the stairs, towards the grandmother's basement room. It only took a few words to open the tightly closed door. We're here for an inspection. Please open the door. The door opened. Through the gradually widening gap, they saw a hunched grandmother. The deeply wrinkled grandmother looked up at Yinwu, holding a tattered rag in one hand. Welcome. Yinwu reflexively assessed the environment beyond the door first. Near the entrance, trash was neatly organized. A garbage bag mixed with a few empty formula cans, baby diapers, and such. The house, which seemed to be inhabited by the grandmother alone, was filled with a musty smell, and an old refrigerator struggled to operate, groaning. It's not dangerous, is it? Yinwu stepped inside, taking off his shoes. He bowed his head slightly in greeting. We're here to do an inspection and ask a few questions. All right. Come on in. The grandmother welcomed Yinwu without suspicion. Because it was natural. Just then, Jaemin hurriedly caught up and opened the door that was about to close. He smiled awkwardly and bowed. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Hello, grandmother. The grandmother looked at Jaemin. As Jaemin tensed up, about to stammer out some excuse, Yinwu added. He's a new employee who just started working. Is it okay? Although the fluorescent vest's effect didn't apply to those words, the grandmother nodded vaguely. She seemed uninterested in most things. You look so young. That's admirable. Come in, come in. The two followed her inside at Novel bin at. In the small space that served as both kitchen and living room, the grandmother struggled to unfold a wooden table. She was trying to offer some hospitality to the guests who had come. I'll help you. Jaemin rushed over and easily unfolded the wooden table. The short legs spread out smoothly, and the faded wooden table was set up. Have something to drink. The grandmother slowly opened the refrigerator door and practically climbed inside, fumbling around for drinks. Jaemin watched the grandmother, then bit his tongue again. His eyes locked onto Yinwu. Wake up. We came here to protect the baby. They came to help the baby live as a human in society. They needed to hide its identity from the company, from Yinwu. Just as a parent might display superhuman strength in the face of their child's crisis, Jaemin's willpower broke through its limits to resist the perception distortion. Yinwu naturally realized this fact. He couldn't miss the glances. But he didn't think much of it. An investigator should be able to do at least this much. Shaking off vest-level perception distortion increases the chances of survival. At that point, the grandmother brought out barley tea she had kept in the refrigerator, along with 2 cups. I don't have much for young people to drink. It's okay. I was thirsty anyway. Jaemin eagerly received the glass bottle and poured the water with a gurgling sound. Thoughts raced through his mind. How to start the conversation, what to ask. But Yinwu, wearing the fluorescent vest, watched the water falling in an arc and suddenly spoke. You left a baby, right? I have some questions about that. Having put on the vest, there was no need to beat around the bush. He didn't have that ability anyway. Splash dash? Jaemin's hand shook violently, spilling water all over the table. The grandmother also stepped back in surprise. Both of their eyes darted around frantically. A brief silence fell. Just as Yinwu was about to speak again, the grandmother hunched her shoulders and said, I did a terrible thing to that baby. But what could I do with so little life left? If I die and that child is left alone. No. Jaemin waved his hands frantically. Flustered, he spoke urgently. For a moment, his gaze swept over Yinwu. A look that said, why are you stabbing people so directly? Yinwu also felt a pang of conscience and averted his eyes slightly. Soon, the old woman's story began, and the two listened attentively. The baby is a bit sick, but so good. I wanted it to go to good people if possible. The story was simple. An orphan grandmother who had struggled through life found a baby in her younger days. One day, as she was barely getting by, a baby abandoned in front of her house smiled in her arms. The moment she saw the baby's smile, she accepted it as her own child and raised it with devotion. A baby that didn't age. Wariness, questions, and realizations flashed in Yunwoo and Jaemin's eyes. The grandmother lowered her head, staring at the corner of the wooden table as she muttered. I guess the baby had a disease that prevented it from growing properly. I saw it on TV. They said there's a disease that stops growth. Yunwoo vaguely remembered something like that too. Was it Highlander syndrome? But can that appear at such a young age? He asked. Didn't you take the baby to a hospital? How could I? I looked into it. They said there's no cure. What if the baby just gets hurt from needless injections? Is that so? Doubt and wariness mixed in Yunwoo's eyes. It wasn't incomprehensible, but it felt a bit unsettling. Like seeing something straddling the line between anomaly and ordinary. But he couldn't just barge in because the baby really did seem like a simple baby, and his heart was stirring. He felt a desire to protect it. He couldn't just leave, but he couldn't stay still either. As Yunwoo was struggling to find his bearings, caught between parental feelings and reason, Jaemin wore a relieved expression. It's not dangerous. It's just a baby that stopped growing. But what should we do? Worry also mixed into Jaemin's expression. It would be a problem to simply send it to a protection agency. A child that doesn't grow would soon be caught in the company's information network. Perhaps a child that can't live a normal life should rather be in a company institution. At that moment, Yunwoo's voice came. Jaemin, that baby doesn't have parents, right? It was a question asking if it was an anomaly. A chill ran down Jaemin's spine. Jaemin turned his head, his hands trembling. There was Yunwoo, frowning deeply in intense thought. Only a short time had passed, he had only gotten a few clues, but he had reached the truth. It was the result of suspecting that he had fallen into danger, that he had been influenced by an anomaly. Did I feel these emotions when looking at other babies? It was a stronger emotion than what he felt watching news or videos, as if he had become a parent and that baby was his child. An intense feeling that he needed to protect and guard it no matter what. Of course, it might feel different seeing it in person, but Yunwoo, who had experienced so many accidents, even doubted that emotion. If that baby was manipulating emotions to create a caretaker for itself that couldn't grow. In Yunwoo's head, thought circuits ran to shake off the influence. I'm 100%. The baby is 50%. Half. If it fully inherited me, that would be a disaster. He recalled the demon of sloth. Hadn't they tried to kill each other? A sensation like being doused with ice water washed over him, and soon the emotions were pushed back. Yunwoo raised his head and looked at Jaemin. Certainty settled in his eyes. Right. Clang dash. Jaemin dropped his cup. That reaction came back as a definite answer, and Yunwoo smiled. What? It's not even that dangerous. Then we can just hand it over to the company. The company would take good care of it and raise it appropriately. The company wasn't an unethical organization that would even mistreat babies. Yunwoo let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was a story ending well without any accidents. Dash. Yunwoo realized it. The fact that the baby was an anomaly. An unsettling light gleamed in Yunwoo's eyes, and shadows fell across his slightly bowed face. He was like a bomb with a burning fuse. Jaemin felt like his head was about to explode. All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind. I have to protect the baby. But how? Fight and subdue him? Impossible. Though he might be a bit stronger physically, that guy went crazy when survival was on the line. If a lawless person like that ignored the rules while armed with anomalous equipment. In the end, Jaemin's thoughts led to one conclusion. Persuasion. Jaemin hung his head low. His voice came out trembling, choked with tears. Yeah, it doesn't have parents. That baby doesn't have parents. But it's not danger dash. At that moment, just as Yunwoo nodded and Jaemin quickly raised his head to look at him. Why you dash? The grandmother's face contorted. Her wrinkles deepened even more. Tears welled up in the old woman's eyes. Somehow finding the strength, she abruptly stood up and glared down at Jaemin. You little bastard, I'm that baby's mother. I raised that baby with love. It's not a baby without parents. No, grandmother, that's not what I dash. Jaemin awkwardly stood up, waving his hands, but it was too late. Thanks to the fluorescent vest, Yunwoo's words were ignored, and the grandmother's anger was directed entirely at Jaemin. Whoosh dash. The grandmother grabbed a bamboo broom. She swung it roughly, swatting at Jaemin repeatedly. Even as Jaemin frantically tried to escape, the broom persistently chased after him. Ack. Grandmother, calm down for a sec. Ack. You little brat. You. Dust flew everywhere. Yunwoo rolled his eyes around, assessing the situation, then quietly stood up. He hurriedly ran towards the entrance at Novel Bin at. Run away. He had figured it all out. There was no reason to stay any longer. He shoved his feet into his shoes haphazardly and dashed out the door. Jaemin, still letting out short yelps, quickly followed Yunwoo out of the basement room. The grandmother chased after them for a few steps, then stopped at the entrance. Thud, the broom fell. The grandmother, breathing heavily, suddenly lost all strength and collapsed on the spot. After hanging her head for a moment, the grandmother fumbled around and pulled out a photo. A family photo taken at a studio long ago. In the faded photo, a younger version of herself held the baby in her arms, smiling as if she owned the world. Her wrinkled hand caressed the baby in the photo. A soft whisper escaped her lips. Live well, my child. As a beloved baby, it would live well wherever it went, whoever became its parents. In the basement room where only the hum of the old refrigerator could be heard, the grandmother stood up, clutching a damp rag. The baby was gone, and she would soon be gone too. She hoped the place she left behind would be clean. Shadows of people passed by the basement window, and the voices of Jaemin and Yunwoo faded into the distance. I got dust in my eye. Jaemin wiped away tears, rubbing his eye with one hand. Dirt had gotten in while he was being hit with the broom. His eye felt itchy. Yunwoo neatly folded the fluorescent vest and stuffed it into his bag, then glanced sideways at Jaemin. How could he say something like that in front of the grandmother? Though he himself was fine because he wore the fluorescent vest, Jaemin should have been more careful with his words. He looked more like someone spewing insults than a parent detector. This guy must have personality issues too. That suspicion deepened with Jaemin's next words. Jaemin glanced nervously at Yunwoo with bloodshot eyes. He fidgeted with his fingers, and his steps dragged. What are you going to do with that baby? Like, exclude or eliminate? What? Yunwoo, who had been walking ahead, stopped in his tracks. He turned around, his eyes wide with shock. Trembling, he pointed at Jaemin. No, how could you think that? Jaemin looked at Yunwoo in confusion, but Yunwoo recoiled, stepping back a few paces. That's really messed up. Exclude? Eliminate? A baby? Were these words a person should even think of? Was he devoid of emotions? Even he, who had shaken off the baby's emotional manipulation, hadn't thought like that. Suddenly, Yunwoo's expression grew very serious. Did he have thoughts like that while under emotional manipulation? Or was he originally so emotionless that the manipulation didn't work? Either way, there was a serious problem with his mind. Of course, it might have some value in crisis situations, but it was still worrying. Yunwoo spoke seriously. I know a counseling center. You should try getting some counseling. It's not weird or dangerous, it's run by the company. Jaemin shouted. Intense indignation was written all over his face. His expression crumpled, and his face turned bright red. All sorts of words surged up in his throat but got stuck. That's not it? No, really. Yunwoo looked at Jaemin like he was looking at human trash, while Jaemin jumped up and down, expressing his frustration and indignation with his whole body. How to handle the baby dash. Even the word handle is a bit. Arg? I was just asking what would happen to it. I don't know about that. We just report it to the company and they'll take care of it. Why should we worry about it? Thinking about it, it really was a pointless concern. What was the investigation team's job? To encounter anomalies and report them to superiors. They had encountered an anomaly in the form of a baby, so reporting it would be the end of it. Yunwoo came to a conclusion. The protective instinct the baby instilled made us act with good intentions, wanting it to go to a good environment. He vaguely understood why the baby had smiled at him too. A being headed towards a future where survival was guaranteed. Wouldn't he be the best protector? It had instinctively found a safe person. Ignoring Jaemin's grumbling, Yunwoo sank into thought. Isn't my human qualification certificate getting stronger? I've been certified as a suitable guardian for the baby. Isn't that very human-like? Or not? Well, it is older than me after all. And so they returned to the investigation team's office. The investigation team's office smelled of baby formula. While Yunwoo and Jaemin had been investigating, someone had bought bottles and formula, and the team leader was feeding the baby. Jiyu was taking pictures or poking the baby's cheeks and feet. She turned her head slightly. Oh, you're back? How did it go? The baby also turned its head to look at Yunwoo and giggled. Yunwoo nodded and smiled faintly. It was definitely emotional manipulation. Looking at the baby's innocent face, his emotions suddenly changed. A desire to protect, parental love, such things colored his heart. It won't work on me. After running through his thought circuits a few times, he said, it's an anomaly. We should report it to the company and let them handle it. An anomaly. The team leader looked up. Jaemin nodded weakly, wearing a deflated expression. He was about to answer right away but hesitated, choosing his words carefully before speaking. Yes. It was a child with a disease that prevents it from growing. The grandmother said she'd been raising it since she was young. Jaemin. Can't you see? He meant the parents. Jaemin answered briefly. No. Then you should have said so from the start. The team leader was about to start lecturing in earnest when the baby squirmed, and he quickly adjusted his hands to support it. He couldn't bring himself to raise his voice. It's finished eating. Should I burp it? Yes. Shall I do it? Jiyu reached out her hands. She patted the baby's back gently and spoke in a regretful voice. Then it'll live in a company department for its whole life. Poor thing. As a baby forever. That's the best option. It's good for the baby too. Still, just in case, we should send an auditor later. In case they might try to develop technology to stop aging through experiments. Yunwoo watched this scene from a few steps back. It was a sight of people thoroughly caught by the baby's emotional manipulation. Perhaps because it didn't threaten life and only drew out natural human instincts, even veteran investigators seemed to accept it without feeling any dissonance. Though they seemed to have resisted somewhat, unlike ordinary people. I wonder how dangerous it could be if things like this came together in synergy. If an accident happened, they might waste resources trying to live with the baby, and it could take advantage of that waste. Yunwoo was imagining a new form of threat when he quickly snapped out of it. There's emotional manipulation too. It makes you feel like you want to protect it and want it to grow up well in a good environment. Suddenly, all three people turned to look at Yunwoo. They stared at him with eyes full of doubt, then spoke in worried voices. Yunwoo, it's normal to feel these emotions when you see an abandoned baby. No? Is that why you tried to send me to counseling? Jiyu, in particular, filled her eyes with wariness as she hugged the baby tightly. He was a person who murdered love. Even if he felt emotions normally, his perception and expression were strange. No, Yinwu, don't touch the baby. Who knew how the sympathy and protective instinct he felt towards the baby might be expressed. The team leader looked at Yinwu with pity. You've developed paranoia. Right, that can happen. When you experience a lot of anomalies, you can start doubting your thoughts and emotions. There are many people like that. Yinwu's jaw dropped. He was dumbfounded. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, then gave up trying to persuade them. It wasn't seriously dangerous anyway, and if he shook off the influence and then really developed paranoia, that would be troublesome. Let's just send the baby away quickly. Yinwu reported directly to his superiors. A baby that doesn't grow, a baby that manipulates emotions. The higher UPS quickly came and took the baby away, while the investigation team members saw it off with sadness and sympathy. Well wishes for the baby and requests to the company employee followed. Bye-bye, baby. Make sure they don't do anything stupid with the kid. I'll be coming for an audit anyway. Pass on the warning. Yes, yes. I'll make sure to pass it on. Yinwu stood apart, fiddling with his gun. He was a bit worried about the investigation team members. If they're still under its influence after some time passes, should I point a gun at their heads or something? After all, threats were the most effective immediate cure for shaking off interference. And so the investigation team's day passed. The next day, Yinwu received a letter. Human Qualification Certificate Cancellation Notice Name, Li Yinwu. As this certificate can no longer guarantee that you are human, we hereby notify you of the cancellation of your human qualification. My Human Qualification Certificate. The Human Qualification Certificate had disappeared. A spark flashed in Yinwu's eyes. Though losing the certificate didn't turn him into an animal, taking away something he possessed. Blocking his way to reach level 6 with the dice. Yinwu read the notice again with shaking eyes, then muttered to himself. Can't guarantee? No, they must guarantee it. Dash. Something felt off from the moment Yinwu woke up that morning. An unsettling feeling, a sense of unease, clung to him as he forced himself awake. It refused to let go. What's going on? Yinwu muttered, his eyes glinting sharply as he paced around the cramped room. Any trace of sleepiness had vanished. It felt like taking off a mask he'd worn for years, or suddenly finding himself without clothes he always wore. Like the legs of a chair or bed he'd been sitting on had suddenly snapped. More accurately, it felt like he'd lost his bulletproof vest. Like something that had been protecting him was gone, leaving him exposed to danger. Yinwu frantically searched the room, unable to pinpoint the source of this feeling. He wrung his hands, messed up his hair, and even checked his gun. A knock at the door made him whip his head around. The team leader walked in. Oh, Yinwu, you weren't at work, so I thought dash. The team leader stopped short as their eyes met. Yinwu's hair was matted from not washing, his eyes glassy and devoid of emotion. His body fidgeted restlessly. Normally, the team leader would have been concerned. But instead, he instinctively took a step back. This felt wrong. Like facing a dangerous anomaly wearing a human disguise. Yinwu let out a short gasp. Had that much time passed already? I'm sorry. I lost something and got caught up looking for it. I didn't realize how late it was. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thought struck him. Why am I apologizing? I'm not even part of the investigation team anymore. Yinwu's face went blank, like a mannequin's. His mind raced. The team leader. He's the landlord. Someone who provided shelter-like safety. And the head of the investigation department too. Creating conflict would only cause problems. Yinwu forced an awkward smile. I'll just wash up quickly and head out. The team leader reacted instinctively, drawing on years of experience as a veteran investigator. His hand moved behind his back, touching the folded property contract in his back pocket ready to exert his rights as the landowner against an anomaly. Yinwu's eyes rolled, following the team leader's hand. A tense silence fell. The two stared at each other, unblinking, breathing steadily as usual. Just then, the sound of shuffling footsteps approached. It was Jiyu. Her blank face popped up over the team leader's shoulder. Is Yinwu here? Oh, there you are. Yinwu, you've got a letter. A letter. Yinwu's eyes rolled again, but he kept the team leader in his peripheral vision. The team leader remained on edge. Something was off. The person before him wasn't the Yinwu he knew. Has he been replaced? Is his mind being controlled? The easiest way to find out would be to use the property contract, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. The moment he demanded Yinwu reveal his true identity, danger would strike. Jiyu reached out from behind the team leader's shoulder. A white envelope fluttered in her hand. Yinwu stretched out his arm to take it, keeping the envelope low as he tore it open. He pulled out a mostly blank sheet of paper. His eyes were drawn to the letter. His pupils dilated. Human Qualification Certificate Cancellation Notice. Name, Li Yinwu. As this certificate can no longer guarantee that you are human, we hereby notify you of the cancellation of your human qualification. Did you oversleep? That's unlike you. You're always the first one here. Did something happen yesterday? The atmosphere feels a bit different. Jiyu tilted her head, studying him curiously, but Yinwu barely registered her words. His mind was consumed by the text on the paper. The next moment, Yinwu let out a scream and jumped in place. My Human Qualification Certificate. The ultimate tool for protecting his sense of self. His means of leveling up the dice to level 6. It had been cancelled. No wonder he'd felt so uneasy. He was no longer aware of the team leader's wariness or Ji-Yu's curious gaze. Yinwu frantically dumped out his bag. Is it really gone? A jumble of items clattered to the floor. Guns, fluorescent vests, ammo boxes, bandages, emergency rations, lighters, drills, chainsaws, first aid kits, tents, blankets, and more. The mess spread across the room, but no matter how much he searched through the pile, the human qualification certificate was nowhere to be found. It had truly vanished. As suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The team leader and Ji-Yu took a few steps back. Yinwu was moving like a madman. Ji-Yu picked up the discarded notice. Oh, They both realized something, though their thoughts differed. Ji-Yu figured it was bound to happen, while the team leader thought the certificate's absence explained the unsettling feeling he'd had. Yinwu's always been a bit odd. It's not surprising his certificate was cancelled. Does the human qualification certificate have some kind of perception-altering effect? That would explain why he seems like an anomaly now. He does have dice embedded in his head after all. Suddenly, Yinwu snatched the notice from Ji-Yu. His hands trembled as he read it again. A spark flashed in his eyes, and his voice took on an eerie quality. They're taking what's mine. They couldn't guarantee it, so they were cancelling it? Who gave them the right? Some unknown anomaly deciding on its own? No. My peace of mind, my safety is more important. You have to guarantee me. He couldn't give up the human qualification certificate. Yinwu dashed out, still in his pajamas, heading for the office. The team leader and Ji-Yu were left behind, awkwardly scratching their cheeks and blinking before returning to the office themselves. Let's go. Well, it must have meant a lot to him, so it's understandable he'd be upset about it being cancelled. His mind was always a bit strange. The office was filled with the sound of Yinwu furiously typing. The investigation team members kept their mouths shut, warily watching him. Beyond the unsettling sense of wrongness, Yinwu's demeanor was alarming. His bloodshot eyes gleamed. He looked like a survivor who'd had their food stolen in an apocalypse. It wouldn't be surprising if he exploded at any moment. In reality, Yinwu was preparing to torment the human qualification exam. He'd gathered enough information in a short time. The harsh typing stopped. Click dash. A notepad opened on Yinwu's screen. He carefully typed out words. Ways to get it back. Steal. Retake the exam. Methods for obtaining the resources he needed. Yinwu glared at the black text on the white screen. Stealing would be easy. He could contact Mark Young and ask him to collect and send human qualification certificates. Then he could roll the dice on the possibility of each certificate being his. Retaking the exam would be simple too. He could ask the Goldberg Club for help. He just gifted them an anomaly that could see death dates, so he could ask for their assistance with the exam in return. The exam? He could just rely on his survival instinct and guess. It would guide him to the path of not becoming a beast, of surviving as a human. But that wouldn't do. Yinwu tapped the backspace key, erasing the two words. He muttered quietly. These methods won't work. They were all temporary solutions. The certificate would be cancelled again, or he might lose his eligibility to take the exam. He needed a way to secure the certificate permanently. Yinwu slowly typed out another word. It was simple. Blackmail. Yinwu stood up abruptly, a computer pen in his hand. He spoke. I'm taking the day off today. Oh, sure, take it easy. Ignoring the awkward farewells and sighs of relief, Yinwu returned to his room. He dialed the number for the elderly branch manager of the Korean Goldberg Club. You want me to summon the human qualification exam using golden omnipotence. I trust you can do this much, given the gift you received, Yinwu said, spreading out his computer pen and A4 paper on a folding table. After a moment of silence, a businesslike voice came through the phone. All right. I'll inform the chairman. The call ended there. Just before it cut off, Yinwu caught the old man's worried mutter. Is this how people feel when we try to befriend them? It's giving me a headache. Yinwu ignored it and did a final check of his setup. The A4 paper would serve as the exam sheet. He had a writing utensil, and his phone would act as a speaker for the broadcast at novel bin at. My senses are at their peak. Good. Now he just had to wait for the exam to arrive. Time ticked by, flowing like water. Yinwu's brow furrowed more and more. He was about to call the old man again when, ding dong dang dong, the familiar chime of the human qualification exam, his first encounter with an anomaly, rang out from his phone. Yinwu's eyes lit up. He might have felt nostalgic, but he focused solely on his survival instincts. There was a burst of static, then a voice of poor quality came through. The exam will now begin. The voice stopped unnaturally. Questions began to appear faintly on the A4 paper, then froze. As Yinwu tilted his head, the broadcast continued. This exam has been cancelled. Furthermore, examinee Li Yinwu's eligibility to take the exam has been revoked. The static from the phone speaker faded. The faint questions on the A4 paper gradually disappeared. Yinwu placed his computer pen on top of it with a soft tap. I have two ways to end you, you know. One was to use the company's destruction plans. The other was to roll the possibility of the human qualification exam being abolished. These were his prepared blackmail tactics. Yinwu smiled. Issue me a certificate that can block even level 6 mental contamination. Then I won't destroy you. A response came back. Attention all examines. As of today, the human qualification exam is abolished. We will return with a new anomaly qualification exam. Yinwu wore a blank expression. This isn't what I expected. Faced with an impossible demand, the human qualification exam had chosen to change. Abolished? Anomaly qualification exam? Just like that. Yinwu's face went blank for a moment before all emotion drained from it. He was on the verge of losing an important resource, one he'd already lost once before. There was no room for leisure or emotion. Yinwu made the most rational decision he could with a cold mind. Wait, don't go yet, let's talk for a bit. You know I can keep summoning you anyway, so isn't it better to settle this now? He straightened his posture respectfully and reached for his phone. A small sigh and some static came through the phone. The voice that followed sounded reluctant, as if it had no choice but to listen, like it had a gun to its head. Yinwu licked his dry lips and spoke carefully. I apologize for my harsh words earlier. I was upset. If I offended you, I'm sorry, but can't we negotiate? They might be able to reopen the abolished human qualification exam. Even if a level 6 certificate was too much, he could still get a regular one. Yinwu drastically lowered his demands. Just give me back the certificate. It's not that difficult, is it? You didn't even tell me why it was cancelled. Think of this as an appeal. The reason for cancellation. The voice trailed off, as if struggling to be honest. Whatever the reason, telling a level 6 fixated on the human qualification certificate could lead to a terrible future. In the end, the voice through the speaker equivocated. We cannot disclose the reason for cancellation as per regulations. Please understand. Also, according to regulations, we cannot reissue a cancelled certificate, and an abolished exam will not be reopened. There was no going back to the human qualification exam. They couldn't issue human qualification certificates either. Its fundamental nature had changed. It was like a mosquito turning into a fly. Yinwu, the source of this pressure, wore a frustrated expression as he tapped the table with his computer pen. For a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I can't just change those regulations with the dice. It might fail, and even if it succeeds, they could just change them back. Yinwu let out a groan. This was truly a difficult opponent. Blackmail? They just abolished themselves. There didn't seem to be any openings for the dice to exploit at novel bin at. Finally, Yinwu decided to appeal to emotions. He clutched the phone with both hands. Come on. The certificate is important to me. It was the first anomaly I encountered, and the reason I, a longtime student, joined the company. His voice was filled with desperation, like someone who had lost a precious keepsake or memory. An uncomfortable silence followed through the speaker, and suddenly Yinwu realized something. Wait a second. This thing is the reason I've been living such a twisted life, isn't it? If it weren't for the human qualification exam, he would have passed the civil service exam and lived a normal life. Of course, he would have died in the climate anomalies, so this was better, but Yinwu decided to argue this point. Yinwu's brow furrowed. He pressed the phone's microphone close to his mouth and burst out with a voice filled with intentional anger. It's because of you that I'm living this messed up life? You made me like this? You ruined my life. We sincerely apologize. The static-filled voice responded immediately. We are sorry for any unintended inconvenience caused by the human qualification exam. The abolition of the human qualification exam was part of our apology for the accident you experienced. The new anomaly qualification exam will take these mistakes into account and strive to prevent similar inconveniences. We would like to apologize once again. We are sorry. The voice flowed smoothly without pause. If not for the static, it could have passed for a public apology with how flawless it was. Apology, act of atonement, preventive measures, no excuses. Yinwu gaped, a defeated look on his face. He could nitpick if he wanted, but judging by that response, it seemed they absolutely wouldn't give him the certificate. No way. No, seriously. No. It would have been easier if they had threatened him or tried to run away or fight. Trying to persuade them with words seemed utterly impossible. I really can't do this with words. Yinwu swallowed hard. The only option left was to circle back to threats. He gripped the pen like a dagger. The company's destruction plans. Rolling the dice on the possibility of you not existing. Please, while I'm asking nicely attention all examines. We hereby announce that the anomaly qualification exam may be permanently abolished due to external reasons Stop talking. Yinwu screamed, throwing the pen. It fell limply. He said he'd kill them if they wanted to die. What more could he do? This is driving me crazy. In the end, Yinwu gave up on extracting the certificate. There was no way. He'd never faced an opponent like this before and had no idea how to deal with it. The static from the speaker gradually faded. It seemed to be quietly slipping away. Yinwu spoke weakly. At least let me take the anomaly qualification exam. He clung to this last hope, wondering if failing it might have an effect similar to the human qualification certificate. Ding dong dang dong. A cheerful chime rang out from the phone speaker. The voice, sounding relieved, spoke in a higher tone. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Yinwu gathered up the computer pen he had thrown. He let out a deep sigh, his mind in turmoil. He simply clasped his hands together and prayed. I hope failing has the same effect as the human qualification certificate. Silence fell over the small room. Yinwu quietly looked down at the A4 paper. Several short answer questions were printed on it. Under the title Anomaly Qualification Exam written in large letters, the questions were lined up. 1. What is 1 plus 1? 2. Are you an anomaly or a person? 3. What comes after A, B, C, D? 4. Is the earth flat or round? Yinwu schemed through the questions without tension. There was no danger anyway. His mindset and purpose were completely different from when he first took the human qualification exam. To fail, I just need to get a low score, right? For an exam, you need a high score to pass. Aiming to fail, Yinwu lazily scribbled with the computer pen. The questions were so easy that it was simple to aim for wrong answers. 1 plus 1 is 3. After A, B, C, D comes mwok, the earth is triangular. He finished in an instant. For the question asking if he was an anomaly or a person, he hesitated briefly but guessed that person would be the wrong answer for an anomaly qualification exam and wrote person. I am a person. After writing that final answer, Yinwu waved the exam paper. I'm done. Grade it quickly. This exam couldn't apply strict rules. The exam paper vanished in an instant, and a few seconds later, a certificate was spat out of thin air. At that moment, Yinwu's pupils dilated. The dice stirred. The contamination of the dice, which had been suppressed by survival instinct and couldn't even dream of spreading, arose. Huh? What? Yinwu, doubting reality, hurriedly opened the certificate. There was Yinwu's ID photo and a short line of text below it. This certifies that the above entity is an anomaly. No, why? I got everything wrong. No, that wasn't the real problem. The real issue was the contamination of the dice itself. Just as the survival instinct and human qualification certificate had resisted the dice's rampage when invaded by the mist, now the dice and anomaly qualification certificate were resisting the survival instinct that blocked contamination. At this rate, the dice and anomaly qualification certificate seemed poised to push back the survival instinct. If I leave this alone, I'll lose my sense of self, won't I? Yinwu jumped to his feet. He wildly waved the anomaly qualification certificate he held in one hand. Cancel? Cancel? No, I'm returning it. Quickly. We accept the examinee's request. The exam has ended. A voice that sounded exhausted came through, and the anomaly qualification certificate vanished with a whoosh. Then, without another word, the connection was abruptly cut off. The static from the phone speaker disappeared. It had fled before he could stop it. It's gone? Really? This can't end like this. Yinwu slumped down. No, everything had gone wrong. It was a complete failure. The lost human qualification certificate hadn't returned. In the silent room, after sitting dejectedly for a while, Yinwu suddenly brightened as he recalled what had just happened. That's right. I made a mistake. He had approached this wrong from the start. Of course he got the wrong answer when he hadn't asked the right question. The path of survival is often a lonely one. Relying on an anomaly like an exam was a mistake to begin with. If you need a resource, you should obtain or create it with your own power. Yinwu crawled around, rummaging through his odds and ends. He picked up an ID photo, took out some A4 paper, found some glue, and placed them all next to the computer pen. Yinwu carefully crafted a certificate. I shouldn't rely on someone else's guarantee. As he'd experienced today, it could suddenly be cancelled on someone else's whim. He might be asked for something in return, or he could face dangerous situations due to interference. It was better to make it himself. Splat, the ID photo, covered in glue, stuck crookedly to the A4 paper. Yinwu wrote below it. Human Qualification Certificate. Name, Li Yinwu. I guarantee and certify that I am human. Valid until I die. Now only the final preparation remained. Yinwu comfortably spread his hands on the table and closed his eyes. He muttered to himself. This needs to become an anomaly. It helps with survival, right? It protects against contamination, and I definitely need the dice. Look at today. I just got something taken away and that was it. I need to block contamination with the certificate and level up the dice to 6 to flexibly handle various situations. He stimulated his survival instinct to work and then, dice, you too. You need to reach level 6. How long are we gonna live like this? Let's roll a critical success. Let's make something like those mealworm heads or that eraser from before. He tried to persuade the dice. He knew that level 6 couldn't be achieved just because you wanted it. But he could create something close to level 6, like the mealworm heads. He didn't know if these words had any effect, but Yinwu muttered to himself as if giving himself a suggestion. Then he clenched his fist tightly. The possibility that this is my human qualification certificate. Clatter. The dice rolled. Amidst the chaotically shaking possibilities, the survival instinct avoided futures where failure and critical failure would happen. The suppressed dice stretched, as if pushing away the bang. Possibility writhed between success and critical success. Finally, Yinwu mindlessly made a fist-clenching gesture and critical success? The result came out. The clumsy piece of paper Yinwu had made became his very own human qualification certificate. Moreover, it was a certificate that exerted tremendous power in protecting his sense of self and maintaining his humanity. Yinwu smiled contentedly. With this, no matter what that exam says, no matter what anyone says, I'm human anyway. Everything had returned to normal. A sense of stability washed over Yinwu, as if he'd put on protective gear. His mind, previously fixated on a single issue, relaxed and began to take in his surroundings more broadly. The subtle sense of wrongness that Yinwu had been exuding disappeared. He flopped backwards, drained. Holding up his self-made certificate with both hands, he stared at it against the ceiling. The crooked ID photo and messy handwriting. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh. His own handmade equipment. A certificate that was entirely his own, which no one could cancel. Yinwu carefully tucked the piece of paper against his chest and closed his eyes. Ignoring his darkened vision, he focused on his inner senses, his survival instinct and the dice's contamination. It worked. The dice's contamination was slowly increasing. His survival instinct was no longer blocking the contamination. It didn't see it as a threat anymore. This certificate would protect his sense of self. The path to raising the dice to level 6 had opened. In the near future, he'd reach level 6 with both his survival instinct and the dice. A smile played on Yunwu's lips. I'm feeling a bit more confident now. Wasn't this enough to earn the right to live proudly in this perilous world? As Yunwu was imagining a hopeful future, he drifted off to sleep. The tension had eased, and his energy was spent. The sound of his soft breathing filled the small room. A few days passed. After taking a few days off to rest in his room, Yunwu came to work late, grinning from ear to ear. He'd taken a refreshing shower, checked his certificate several times, and put on his old suit for the first time in a while. Good morning, everyone. His cheerful greeting rang out. The investigation team members, who had already arrived, looked at Yunwu with puzzled expressions. Since Yunwu had seemed unwell, they hadn't visited him, so this was their first time seeing him since he'd made his human qualification certificate. The sense of wrongness was gone. He seemed to have pulled himself together. The team leader spoke up. Oh, Yunwu, did you get your certificate back? There was no way to get it back, so I made one myself. Yunwu proudly pulled out his human qualification certificate. It was a makeshift certificate on A4 paper. The others' gazes turned subtle as they saw it. Thoughts flashed through their minds, from the team leader to Choi Jae-min. He's even forging official documents now. He made something similar because his comfort object disappeared. He used the dice to create a substitute, and so on. Shock, pity, understanding, various thoughts crossed their minds. In any case, it was a good thing. To be honest, having an on-edge Yunwu around had made them all feel uneasy. Well, I'm glad it worked out. So, are you going to start taking requests and working again? Yu Jiyu asked. Yunwu shook his head. I'm planning to take a break from requests for a while. Was work really that important? The dice would reach level 6 if he just spent his time well. What mattered now was eating well, sleeping well, and staying safe. Though I guess there won't be any dangerous work anyway, thanks to my survival instinct. He felt lazy and reluctant to work. Hadn't he just fought the warrior after taking a request from headquarters? No matter how careful you were, accidents were never far away. Yunwu sat down and asked casually, are there no investigation tasks these days? Oh, we haven't been getting much work lately. Actually, I heard there's talk about possibly disbanding the investigation team. The team leader spoke up. It was the first time he'd mentioned this. It was important information. Jiyu and Jaemin whipped their heads around. Their eyes widened. Disbanded? What'll happen to us? No way. If this place shuts down, I'll end up in a lab? Or maybe some weird department. For the investigators, this wasn't just about losing one department. Their livelihoods, even their lives, were at stake. But the team leader lounged back, unconcerned. Departments can disappear anytime. We're capable staff, so we'll just be moved to other departments. But, he dragged out his words, then smiled. Not just Jaemin and Jiyu, but even Yunwu leaned in to listen. The team leader continued. The talk of disbanding has disappeared. Because we investigated anomalies on our own. We did. Jaemin and Jiyu looked at each other, puzzled. Had they done something like that? Well, you know, we handled the Doomsday cultist terror attack well, retrieved the love potion, and even found that baby recently. The higher UPS had postponed their decision. Might the investigation team and its members be bait for anomalies, just like Yunwu? Wouldn't it be better to keep them around and find ways to use them? Plus, the team leader owned the building as the landlord. As he explained this, Yunwu smiled awkwardly. No matter how he looked at it, his own nature was the cause. I guess this helps too. If the investigators went to other departments, it would be boring and frustrating. No, difficult to adapt. It could cause problems if people who were used to running away became special forces or security guards. Just as the investigation team showed its tenacious survival ability, much like its investigators. Yunwu's phone rang. It was Mark Young. Yunwu quickly answered. Hello, this is Yunwu. I hope you've been well. A voice heavy with fatigue came through. It was low and subdued. Yunwu wore a bewildered expression. Are you okay? No, I feel like I'm dying. The human qualification exam suddenly went crazy and changed. The data center that was blocking it got flipped upside down, and because of that. Mark Young poured out his complaints. The data center that had been running countless simulations to prevent the human qualification exam from entering the world. The AI running the simulations had passed the anomaly qualification exam, causing chaos. The data center is paralyzed. Even the backup center produced a passing candidate, so the exam has been let loose in the world. This means more anomalies will be created in the world. An anomaly that creates anomalies had gained freedom. Cold sweat beaded on Yunwu's forehead. What? Did I cause this accident? Adat novel bin adat. He swallowed hard. Can't safety measure 001 handle this? That's designed to suppress a specific area. We don't know where the exam will pop up, and the current suppression power isn't enough to stop it. Mark Young sighed, saying that phenomena-based anomalies were the hardest to block. We've raised the danger level to 5 and managed to contain it for now, but there's been too much damage. Wanting to share his pain, Mark Young sent a video to Yunwu's messenger. Feeling guilty, Yunwu muttered. You don't need to show me this. I'm showing you this for a reason. If anomaly creating judgments go wrong, this is what happens. Please refrain from the requests headquarters made. It seemed Mark Young didn't know that Yinwoo had contributed to creating the anomaly qualification exam. Click. Yinwoo reluctantly played the video. It showed a poultry farm where an egg quality inspection had suddenly turned into an anomaly qualification exam, and the eggs had become anomalies. Suddenly, a farm worker lifted an egg. His voice was filled with enlightenment. Life is an egg. Life is an egg. Kim, what are you doing with that egg? Life is an egg. It was an egg all along. Life is egg. Our lives are eggs. The farm workers gathered around, gazing reverently at a single egg, then rushed out together, chanting, "Life is an egg." Yinwoo watched the scene, speechless. The video moved to the next scene. An autopsy was in progress. The autopsy itself had become an anomaly qualification exam, and the corpse had become an anomaly, suddenly sitting up. Urgh. The zombie-like corpse wreaked havoc in the autopsy room, but the medical examiner quickly set it on fire. The zombie burned. Its skin and flesh blackened and fell off, and then the corpse shuddered. As the flesh fell away, stark white bones were revealed. The seal of flesh has been broken. I am the king of skeletons. I shall free the world from the bondage of flesh. The zombie had become a skeleton. Blue ghostly flames formed in its eye sockets. The next moment, the medical examiner's hammer shattered its skull, killing it. Clang! Yinwoo squeezed his eyes shut and turned off the video. The world had turned into chaos. He'd really messed up big time. No, wait. It's the fault of the anomaly that transformed just because I asked for a human qualification certificate. Anyway, I'm human, and it's the anomaly's fault. Still, pangs of conscience made Yinwoo speak in a small voice. Is there anything I can do to help? No, it's fine. This isn't a big enough problem to require your intervention, Yinwoo. We've managed to clean things up for now. It's just that there's a ton more work now. Mark Young spoke with a heavy sigh, then forcibly raised his voice. More importantly, I called to tell you about your compensation for wrapping up the headquarters matter last time. See compensation. Yes. After all, the experiment results were beyond our expectations, and you captured the warrior too. Conscience was hurting. Yinwoo wore a pained expression, then quickly waved his hand in the air. No, I don't need any compensation. Actually, I caused an accident, so I should be disciplined with isolation dash. Not at all. If we don't reward employees for things like this, why would anyone work? Mark Young's voice suddenly became more alert as he continued. There was talk of giving you a medal or a commendation, but I thought you wouldn't like that, so we prepared a different reward. For an elite agent like Yinwoo, simple material rewards were difficult. If they needed something, they could get it themselves, or they already had enough. So they usually rewarded with honor or other non-material things, but Yinwoo was a survivalist, so material rewards were actually better. Yinwoo suddenly looked tempted. He licked his lips and carefully asked, "Is it a house?" It's not a house." Mark Young sounded flustered. Giving him a house would be pointless since it might just explode, so a house was. Then maybe some ordinary bullets. Huh? No, it's not that either. There weren't many ordinary bullets left now. They'd used one during the experiment, and another to kill the warrior. He'd heard that they'd developed the technology to mass-produce them, but the company didn't seem to care about bullet development and was focusing on something else entirely. Yinwoo tried to hide his disappointment. It was fortunate enough that the anomaly qualification exam incident had been buried. Or he could save this for later, in case it came to light. Well, then I'll accept just a small reward. If there's anything you want, please say so. We'll do our best to meet your request. Is full-scale military equipment possible? Yinwoo's eyes lit up. It was a minor request. Well, if you're talking about missiles, warships, or fighter jets, that might be difficult. Mark Young's stopping words made Yinwoo panic. He wouldn't take those even if they were offered. They weren't personal equipment. They needed infrastructure like runways, plus maintenance. He couldn't use them even if they were given. Besides, it seemed like he could borrow them if needed anyway. Not those, I mean like special forces equipment. Combat suits? Bulletproof helmets or vests? That's certainly possible. But it still seems too little for a reward dash. No, it's fine. If you really feel bad about it, you can just turn a blind eye when I accidentally cause trouble in the future. Yinwoo answered smoothly, and Mark Young accepted his request. The call ended. Yinwoo smiled faintly. With a bulletproof vest, even ordinary bullets won't be a problem. A board meeting was held. The directors gathered via video conference, quietly looking at the reports they'd received. Project, Ordinary World. Their ideal had been firmly closed off for a long time, but Yinwoo had opened that closed door. The possibility of non-anomalous anomalies obtained through the dice. The standard of ordinariness. Data proving the numerous theories researchers had established from various angles. And now, a wedge had been driven into the open door. The anomaly qualification exam. One director spoke. You're saying we've secured cases where anomalies failed the exam and became non-anomalous. The process of anomalies becoming non-anomalous. The door to an ordinary world had been flung wide open, and now they were paving the way. Once the door was open, preparing and walking the path wasn't difficult. If we combine this with our other technologies, we can create an ordinary world. The core theory and technology had been secured. Other technologies needed for the ultimate goal were already prepared. All that remained was trial and error. Act for the test, correct mistakes, and ultimately create an ordinary world. But aren't we moving too hastily? Another director nervously flipped through the documents. They detailed the technology for this experiment, but there was a problem. This is what we prepared as our last resort, but it's not even complete yet, and there are many unstable aspects. If something goes wrong, it could be disastrous. That's right. Maybe it would be better to move slowly, step by step. There's no need to rush. Several directors voiced their opposition, but many didn't accept these objections. If we fail, we fail. Even if we perish, humans from parallel worlds and two-dimensional worlds will carry on our mission. It's better for us to sacrifice ourselves and pass on the data. Even if we fail, it won't result in anything dangerous for humanity anyway. Let's just vote. No one's going to change their mind here. The vote was held. The result was majority approval. The dangerous experiment had been authorized. The directors made various sounds. Exclamations, expectations, anxiety, repulsion. Their eyes were all fixed on the document. This experiment. The unfinished last resort. Extinction defense device, world alteration. Dash. All accidents happen in an instant. No, if the output is like this, wait dash. An unfinished device could go haywire, turning a simple experiment into world-altering chaos. What the hell is the company doing? Why is it suddenly going berserk? Damn it. I'll use up all the gold I've already offered to defend against this? Not enough? Well, I'll defend as much as I can with the gold I've given dash. Insufficient preparation might only block a little. You'll love me no matter what form I take? I don't get it. I'll trust you for now. Worshipper? Quick, get a worshipper. No, it's too late dash. Whether by choice or force, some might be unable to act against the accident. What's this? What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? What is it this time? Dice? Block whatever it is, I don't know what's happening. No, create a way for me to survive. Clatter. An uncertain factor might also interfere with the accident. Success? And twist it. The world was altered. Both the world and the company's essence changed. The experiment succeeded, but in a world where success held no meaning. After tossing and turning all night, Yinwu fell into a deep sleep without realizing when he'd dozed off. When Yinwu opened his eyes, dawn light of unknown duration filled the room. The light held an ancient, weathered quality, making Yinwu idly worry that humans might have gone extinct, or the sun had drifted away. But such fanciful thoughts were pushed aside by the reality of pain. With his head feeling like it was about to split open, Yinwu clutched it with both hands and let out a deep groan. Ah, my head. It hurts so bad. The pain wasn't just physical. It felt as if the world was rejecting Yinwu's very existence, pushing away his body, mind, and soul with thorny walls, causing a loss of self. Who am I? What was I doing? Why do I feel like I'm in danger? Amidst hazy memories and confused identity, Yinwu wore a bewildered expression. Yet instinctively, he reached out and grabbed a certificate from the scattered items around him. It was a crudely made human qualification certificate on A4 paper. The moment he looked at it, his survival instinct screamed, the dice unleashed possibilities, and together they pushed back against the world's rejection. Light gleamed in Yinwu's eyes. His memories became clear. Li Yinwu. I encountered the human qualification exam during my 4th civil service exam attempt and joined the company. The company's name is Anomaly Protection Company. Protect anomalies from the world. A company that protects anomalies, arguing that even anomalies rejected by the world have the right to exist. And he, having gone through various incidents, had become a level 6 entity opposing the rejecting world, treated as an elite agent of the Anomaly Protection Company. Is that right? The next moment, Yinwu frowned. Is this correct? Something feels off. Yinwu tapped his fingers on the floor, deep in thought. The memories of his past life seemed intact, but something felt wrong. The context didn't make sense. I twisted my body to reach level 6, but why did I do that? It was to survive, right? But in this world, being level 6 is disadvantageous. This world hated anomalies. The higher the level, the more strongly the world rejected anomalies. At level 6, one had to constantly fight against the world just to remain in it. It was happening right now. Ugh. Yinwu let out a strained breath. The world constricted around him, as if gravity had intensified several times over or he'd been plunged into the deep sea. His survival instinct twisted his body, the dice unleashed possibilities, and the human qualification certificate pleaded that he was an ordinary human, allowing him to endure somewhat more easily. In this cruel world that discriminated against anomalies, wouldn't it be better to live as an ordinary person? Or not? With this level of power, it might be better to survive even while fighting against the world. Maybe that's why he made the human qualification certificate in the first place. Yinwu wore a confused expression, caught between his persistent doubts and the somewhat rational reality at novel bin at. Ah, seriously, what's going on? As he scratched his head vigorously, it was about time to go to work. Though he'd created the Gambling Eradication Center, he wasn't actually working there. He needed to go to the office, show his face to the Anomaly Rescue Team members, and maintain a peaceful daily life. Yinwu set aside his unease and headed to the Anomaly Rescue Team office, a department that searches for and rescues anomalies that suddenly appear in the world. Good morning. Oh, Yinwu, you're here. Morning. The team leader greeted him normally, while Choi Jaemin nodded weakly, looking sickly. Jaemin, an anomaly that could identify parents and was always sick from the world's persecution, looked at Yinwu with envious eyes. He coughed repeatedly. Do you think I could reach level 6 too? Living is so hard. Yinwu, who had suffered similarly, had suddenly reached level 6 one day and was now fighting against the world's violence. Jaemin envied how normal and healthy he looked. Yinwoo exhaled uncomfortably and smiled awkwardly. I don't know. It might be difficult. Though he felt sorry for the constantly sick Jaemin, the possibility seemed low. Can parent detection reach level 6? By identifying the world's parents and cursing at them. He couldn't imagine it. Yinwoo turned to look at Yu Jiyu, who was sleeping face down on her desk. Jiyu. She said she was tired from staying up late yesterday. And so began another day for the Anomaly rescue team. Yinwoo slumped in his chair, lost in thought. A world where even breathing was uncomfortable. A world that oppressed him. A world where relaxing meant death or exile. This was too dangerous. Why is the world like this? Something's wrong. Something doesn't seem right. The sticky feeling of wrongness and unease wouldn't go away. It felt like watching a movie or reading a novel where the plot made no sense. But I can't figure out why. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The thread of his thoughts wouldn't untangle, and a headache throbbed in his skull. No matter how hard he pondered, he couldn't understand. In the end, Yinwoo came to a simple conclusion. Anyway, the world is the problem. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. There was no need to think so complicatedly. If the world was the problem, then he should fix the world. Just as a farmer deals with wild boars or snails that damage crops, he should fix this hostile world. Into a world where he could live safely. Didn't the Anomaly Protection Company's dream of a strange world align with his intentions anyway? Yinwoo called Mark Young. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? It's nothing much. You know how the company dreams of a strange world. I want to help. Living like this is too suffocating. A deep sigh came in response. Mark Young spoke gloomily. The company tried this time, but it failed. They say the device just broke because we rushed things too much. Yinwoo lamented, hearing the voice filled with regret and disappointment. This meant they'd have to wait for a long time. After a brief silence, the call ended with a light farewell. We'll contact you if we need help, Yinwoo. Take care of yourself. Okay. Yinwoo stared blankly at his phone. If the company failed, is there no way I can do something? Maybe when the dice reaches level 6. Or if I team up with Golden Omnipotence or the association president. He couldn't tolerate this threatening world. Just then, beep beep, a mission came in. The team leader fiddled with his computer, then stretched widely. His face brightened. We've got work. Apparently, there's been an increase in people suddenly claiming they're not human. Looks like some kind of anomaly has appeared. Jiyu got up groggily. We'd better rescue them quickly. They needed to save the weak anomalies before they collapsed and died. That was their job. Yinwoo raised his hand abruptly. I'll help too. You. The team leader looked at Yinwoo suspiciously. This guy who only cared about his own survival suddenly wanted to help? Yinwoo smiled awkwardly. My head's been complicated lately. I want to go out, like taking a walk. It was true. The sudden problem had made his head cloudy. He wanted to move around without thinking for a while. Jiyu hastily grabbed her coat. She patted Yinwoo's shoulder. Then I'll go with you. Send us the information through messenger, please. Oh, alright. Be careful out there. Yinwoo, don't go destroying things just because they look dangerous. The team leader reluctantly tapped on his keyboard, then looked at Jaemin, who was groaning in pain. He seemed to want to volunteer but couldn't bring himself to do it. Finally, the team leader said a few words. You just rest, man. When we capture the anomaly, it's enough if you identify its parents to check if there are other entities. But I still feel bad. Leaving that conversation behind, Jiyu and Yinwoo left the rescue team's office. They were under a bridge crossing a river. It was a sparsely populated area, overgrown with weeds and reeds, shadowed by the bridge. Yinwoo blinked as the cool riverside breeze hit his face. Is it here? Yeah. Apparently, people who were fishing or living rough around here suddenly started claiming they weren't human. Jiyu tapped on her phone screen, then slipped it into her pocket. She rubbed her eyes and spoke with forced energy. Come on, let's hurry and rescue them, before they catch a cold and die, or get destroyed by bumping into something. We should be careful. If they're really anomalies, they might have perception distorting effects. Yinwoo spoke with concern. He'd be fine, but wasn't Jiyu a bit vulnerable? Jiyu rolled her eyes. I know that. Do you know how embarrassed I was after that worm incident? I've mentally prepared myself this time, so I'll be fine. Her own safety was less important than rescuing the anomaly, and above all, she was determined not to make a fool of herself again. Yinwoo said no more. They just rustled through the weeds and reeds, searching the area. Soon, they encountered an anomaly under a thick bridge pillar. Smooth gray skin, a large head, big black eyes, a protruding belly, and elongated arms. The alien-like anomaly was shedding tears and muttering. I'm human, why is the world pushing me away? Cruel world, cruel world. They'd found it. They'd found it quickly without much trouble. It should have been a good thing, but Yinwoo frowned deeply. This feels bad. His thoughts spun. That thing is human. I'm different from that. I'm not human. This strange syllogism filled his head. Yinwoo shook his head roughly to push away the thoughts. I'm human. I even have a certificate. The interference dissipated. But Jiyu was different. Yinwoo. She suddenly grabbed Yinwoo's arm and started jumping up and down. Like an excited child, her face flushed red. I wasn't actually human. I was an anomaly all along. Senior. Yinwoo was at a loss for words as he stared at Jiyu for a moment. Hadn't she said she was mentally prepared? Yinwu struggled to speak. I'll finish up the rescue work. Rescue? That person's human? You need to take me to the company and protect me. Well, okay. Just wait a moment, please. Yinwu painfully shook off Jiyu. Thoroughly affected by the anomaly, she bounced around excitedly on her own. Now I can live without working, just being protected. Isn't that great? Yinwu tried his best to ignore her and approached the alien-like anomaly. His voice came out firmly. I'm from the Anomaly Protection Company. We're a company that protects anomalies like you, so come with me. The alien looked up at Yinwu with teary eyes. No, I'm human, unlike you. I'm not some strange thing, so I'm fine. No, you are an anomaly. Don't you feel the world's hostility towards you? That's because the world is being cruel. How could it do this to a normal person like me? Sob. The alien covered its face with its four-fingered hands and started wailing. Yinwu wore an expression of utter frustration. Come on, why are you refusing when I'm trying to rescue you? Finally, Yinwu pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Look at this. What dash? Plop. The alien lowered its hands and stared blankly at the piece of paper. Yinwu's human qualification certificate. Its fingers trembled faintly, and its eyelids twitched. But Yinwu, oblivious to these signs, continued trying to persuade it. I'm human. You're different from me, right? So you're not human. Therefore, come with me to the company. You're human? Then what am I? The alien spoke, trembling. Yinwu nodded, urging it to accept the truth. You're not human. The company is an organization for beings like you, so don't worry dash. At that moment, Yinwu's eyes widened in shock. Splat! The alien melted into grey mud. The moment the alien doubted its own existence, the world's pressure crushed it. Huh? What? No, rescue? What? Stunned by the unexpected situation, Yinwu remained dazed for a while before finally wearing a grave expression. His voice came out low. The world really is the problem. A world that would do this to an anomaly just for letting its guard down for a moment. Looking at the grey mud that was all that remained of the alien, Yinwu felt sadness. He might end up like that too if he let his guard down. This wasn't someone else's problem. I need to change the world so things like this don't happen. Yinwu steeled his resolve. Dash. The extinction defense device, world alteration, still unfinished and bearing a temporary name reflecting its purpose, was designed to rewrite the world. If extinction threatened, it would erase that crisis, declare the Earth was actually flat, claim climate anomalies never existed, a device to alter reality. But this was the result of forcibly activating an incomplete device. Bang dash. The device exploded. Red lights flashed in the secretly constructed department building, and sirens blared loudly. Dash. See? I told you we should have taken it slow. We didn't even start the experiment and we've already blown up the device. 3 directors who had come to observe were frantically running away. They had finally created a chance to make a strange world, but reckless progress had only resulted in the device's destruction. Another director running alongside them gasped for breath and managed to shout. His strained voice burst out like a scream. Look, we're the only ones trying to protect anomalies even after searching through all the parallel worlds. How could we not rush? But rushing got it blown up? Do you know how hard it'll be to rebuild that thing? Even as they ran breathlessly, they started arguing, pointing fingers at each other. The board of directors was inherently an organization where members kept each other in check. There was no love lost between them. I clearly opposed this. Oh, come on. Really? As the red-faced directors were about to start a real fight, another director screeched. Let's focus on escaping, strategic retreat first. The board meeting should be in session now, we need to attend that. Directors were the brains of the company. They were just as soft and fragile. As ordinary people, even a brush with debris from the accident could be dangerous. If these 3 directors were incapacitated at once, a significant portion of the company would be paralyzed. Remembering their mission of anomaly protection, they fled with grim expressions. They quickly left the department, entered a nearby safe house, caught their breath briefly, and then hurriedly connected to the video conference. Sitting in front of computers in separate rooms, their microphones connected first. The director who had observed spoke gloomily. We couldn't even start the experiment. The device just exploded. With those words, the director squeezed their eyes shut. As the strongest advocate, they had nothing to say. Someone would likely try to assign blame and tear into them. But even as time passed, there was no response. No, faint sounds of hollow laughter, choking, and despairing groans drifted through. The directors who had observed looked at the screen in confusion. Why do you all look like that? Even if we failed, it's not a bad situation. I was against it, but it's not an accident that should disappoint the supporters this much. The screen showed directors with disheveled hair, cracked glasses, dull eyes, and ragged fingernails, all in terrible states. One of them giggled and said, "The experiment? It succeeded. But it failed. Haha. We've forgotten who we are, haven't we? We've lost our mission by our own hands." What do you mean? The observing directors wore puzzled expressions. They didn't understand. The world hadn't changed. Anomaly Protection Company. A company that protects anomalies hostile to the world. The only company in countless parallel worlds that protects anomalies. Only they bore the noble mission of protecting anomalies. Just then, the giggling director gestured. Here's the data we backed up before starting the experiment. Look at the experiment plan and contingency documents we kept in a different dimension from the ordinary room. See what we originally were. The data was transmitted. The highly secure files opened slowly. The observing directors felt uneasy as they watched the loading bar creep up. Something had gone wrong. Their mouths went dry, and their hands trembled. Then the document opened. Experiment plan. Test operation of the world alteration device before creating an ordinary world. Purpose, materialize safety measure 001. Create a world where the force suppressing anomalies exists naturally. Record document. Our mission, protect humanity from anomalies. We are the Humanity Protection Company. This. Are you sure? Isn't something wrong here? The shock hit their heads. All sorts of emotions welled up instinctively. This doesn't make sense. My memories, the records left in the world are so clear. We're people who protect anomalies? Those poor anomalies whose very existence is denied. Denial. Isn't there some problem with this data? Doubt. Even if we were the Humanity Protection Company, there's no need to protect humanity in this world. It's not bad to protect anomalies like we are now. Compromise. They quickly went through the same process other directors had already experienced, and like those directors, they swiftly accepted reality. A sigh escaped. We're screwed. Even we were altered. Even the company had been rewritten. Their most precious mission had been flipped upside down. The directors accepted this reality. They suppressed the burning mission of anomaly protection in their hearts with cold reason. They forcibly reminded themselves of the goal of protecting humanity. Suddenly, someone raised a question. Why did this happen? Let's say the world hostile to anomalies was an excessive result from the device going haywire. But why were we altered? We don't know. There are many possibilities. An elderly woman with white hair began counting on her fingers. The possibility that the world alteration device produced unexpected results. The possibility it collided with golden omnipotence. The possibility the association president moved the world. The worshipper dash. It's not the worshipper. If they had interfered, the earth would have become hell. That rebuttal was accepted as a matter of course. If someone who turns the world into hell had meddled with world alteration, such a moderate world couldn't have been created. Even now, around the demon worshippers who were outguarding the demon self-governing region. The old woman nodded, then belatedly continued. What about Yinwu? If the dice reached level 6, it could have interfered, right? That's unlikely to. If the dice had interfered, a different result would have occurred. They believed Yinwu had reached level 6 with the dice and didn't grasp the exact situation. Originally, this accident would have created a world that annihilated anomalies, but golden omnipotence weakened the alteration, and the survival instinct and dice combined forces to flip the company. The reason the survival instinct turned the Humanity Protection Company into the Anomaly Protection Company slowly emerged. Anyway, the experiment results are positive. Let's think about the future now. It was a world hostile to anomalies. Even if it wasn't an ordinary world where anomalies didn't exist at all, it was favorable for the goal of protecting humanity. For example, forcibly excluding anomalies with power. In a world like this, couldn't humanity's power alone be enough to destroy all other anomalies? There would be casualties, but we could annihilate them. But the directors laughed hollowly. Even the director who had suggested this immediately shook their head. It's impossible. The employees won't listen. Employees with a sense of mission to protect anomalies wouldn't easily follow the director's orders. They might think the directors had gone crazy and try to replace them with a new board. It was like brain A being implanted in person B's body. The body wouldn't follow the brain's orders. And above all, they may be weaker than in the original world, but they're still level 6. The standard for level 6 in this world. Those who opposed the world. Those who overcame the world's pressure built castles and reigned as kings of the anomalous world. Whether it was Yinwu roaming alone or a king who had built a fortress, they were as dangerous as nuclear weapons. If only the company was intact, we might have had a chance to fight. Sighs full of regret drifted from all around. A formidable enemy they should have fought in peak condition, but their body was in shambles. Just then, the director in charge of Yinwu received a call and their eyes trembled. We have a problem. Bigger than the alteration? We can't even think of anything we can do right now. In a way, after a brief silence that drew the other director's attention, they spoke. Yinwu is contacting other groups. According to information from the intelligence department, he simply says this world is uncomfortable to live in, so he wants to join hands and fix it. What kind of world does he want to create? In response to the anxious question, the director answered. An anomaly-friendly world. Because this world is uncomfortable and a bit dangerous for Yinwu. An ominous thought crossed the mind of the director in charge of Yinwu. Yinwu, can he work with us? Could he share their goal of an ordinary world, which was now unfamiliar to them? Perhaps they should eliminate him now, while they had the world on their side. Yinwu stood slack-jawed in front of a skyscraper in the middle of the city. The building gleamed brilliantly. As if they had money to burn, its exterior was plastered with gold. No, it wasn't just simple gold. Contamination? No, wow. It's coloring the world. This was a world infiltrated and contaminated by golden omnipotence. The club's headquarters, their royal castle built with gold. A land carved out by golden omnipotence as it opposed the world. Level 6 entities had maintained their existence to match the rewritten world. Yinwu took a deep breath. Breathing was easy. The world here held no hostility. So this is how it's done. Yinwu marveled at the method of fighting the world to create one's own domain. Though he couldn't replicate it with his survival instinct, he felt he could form a similar domain if the dice reached level 6. Just then, the building's main entrance opened and a secretary with a gloomy expression approached at Novel bin at. The chairman is waiting for you on the top floor. Yinwu grinned broadly. As expected of a friend. He'd asked to talk about changing the world, and they immediately agreed to meet. Let's go quickly. Yinwu followed the secretary into the building, and the skyscraper began to emit a dazzling golden light. It was as if a warning light had been turned on. The building's interior was deserted. There were no people wandering around, only a sterile golden glow and a low mechanical hum. In the vast space, the only signs of life were the footsteps of Yinwu and the secretary. Yinwu's expression turned strange. The atmosphere here feels like a workplace on the brink of collapse. It was as if all the employees had fled, leaving only the worksite behind. In reality, everyone had been urgently evacuated because Yinwu was coming, but unaware of this, Yinwu started to worry that the club's situation might be dire. What if they can't help? What if they don't have the power to change the world? Yinwu glanced sideways at the secretary and casually remarked. So, is the club in a bad way? Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on the secretary's forehead as thoughts raced through their mind. What would be the appropriate answer in this situation? A person we can't get too close to, but can't push away either. It was awkward to show any signs of discomfort by saying things were bad, but equally awkward to create an opening by saying things were good. Either choice would result in a loss for the club's natural enemy. The secretary thought. He's a madman who roams freely outside his domain without even creating one in this world. Not just the chairman, but other level 6 entities didn't leave their domains either. This wasn't something a mere secretary should judge. The secretary secretly swallowed dry saliva and shook their head. I'm sorry. As a mere member, I can't speak freely about such matters. You should ask the chairman directly. Yinwu nodded as if he understood and didn't probe further. If they'd been ordered to keep quiet, there was nothing he could do. He could just ask the chairman anyway. They took the elevator to the top floor. The doors of the smoothly ascending elevator opened seamlessly. Yinwu's eyes widened. Beyond the elevator stretched a floor with only sparse columns instead of walls. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window stood the club chairman, backlit by yellow sunlight like a halo, and at the center of the floor was a massive golden sculpture of a face. The club chairman and golden omnipotence. An entity he could consider a friend, more or less. Yinwu stepped out of the elevator with a faint smile. It's my first time seeing you in person. Hello, I'm Li Yinwu from the Anomaly Protection Company. The chairman, who had been looking down at the city and the world beyond the glass, turned around. His face was an unreadable poker face. Click. The chairman twisted his wrist to check his watch. The second hand ticked relentlessly. I'll give you 3 minutes. Try to convince me. The moment Yinwu entered this place, the gold consumption rate increased. On top of blocking the world's rejection, they now had to block the possibilities and strange fate Yinwu naturally scattered. It was like being attacked from both outside and inside simultaneously. They needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Yinwu muttered. 3 minutes is too short. It was far too little time to explain and persuade someone of such a grand goal as changing the world, but the chairman waved his hand firmly. Staying any longer is an attack. Think about how much gold is being consumed even at this moment. 20 seconds have passed. Only then did Yinwu turn his attention to the other decor. A conveyor belt humming with motor sounds slowly carried gold. Gold bars dropped at intervals in front of the slightly open-mouthed sculpture. Just then, the chairman spoke again. Another 5 seconds have passed. Come on, 3 minutes is too short. It's not like we're making cup noodles. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. And I don't eat cup noodles. Yinwu pouted briefly, then finally understood the chairman's position. Even if the conveyor belt is slow, those are gold bars. Time was literally money here. He couldn't even guess how much a single minute or second would be worth in monetary terms. He didn't know the price of gold. Yinwu cleared his throat a few times and said, let's join forces to create an anomaly-friendly world. The current world is too uncomfortable, isn't it? For a moment, the corner of the chairman's eye twitched. He was right. The world was uncomfortable. Despite being level 6, they had to live within their domain like prisoners. Every moment outside their domain was a war against the world. It was all meaningless expenditure. But hearing such words from Yinwu, who could freely roam the world without loss, felt like mockery. If you're uncomfortable, then what about me? What about other level 6 entities? His poker face was about to crack. Fissures appeared in his expressionless mask. The chairman quickly collected himself. Your goal is good, but it's an excessively risky venture. It doesn't feel that dangerous to me. As Yinwu grumbled discontentedly, the chairman smoothly picked up the conversation like a skilled moderator. It would be great if it succeeds. But the amount of gold required for this project would be truly astronomical. The moment it fails, we'd be shouldering an irrecoverable loss. The businessman explained logically. The club would be lucky to just stagger. We might even go bankrupt. With the world in this state, even the slightest problem in gold procurement could be fatal. Yinwu, lacking in conversational skills, blankly repeated the same words like a parrot. But isn't it uncomfortable living like this? So we should change it. To make it livable, safe. That's precisely why we shouldn't recklessly take on such a challenge. The chairman spread one hand behind him. The floor-to-ceiling windows and the city visible beyond them. We've built this domain with steady gold investment over time. Maintenance costs have decreased significantly, and the club's profits are gradually increasing. But still, Yunwu stumbled over his words. He was losing the logical argument, but he couldn't bring himself to use the dice to persuade the other party, who possessed an equal level of power. In the end, Yunwu let out a deeply disappointed sigh. Alright, I'll handle it on my own then. Maybe he could persuade the Artist Association president or the demon worshipper to do something. At that moment, the chairman was horrified at novel bin at. This guy's going to act on his own. They had gathered plenty of information on Yunwu. That's why they knew. Had any situation involving Yunwu ever ended smoothly? Never. And now he had reached level 6 and was talking about meddling with the world? They couldn't even imagine what kind of accident might happen. The aftermath would be similar to a sudden war breaking out or natural disasters striking, throwing the stock market into chaos. The chairman glanced at his watch and spoke in a placating tone. His voice was urgent. There's no need to rush. A livable, safe world will come with time. Though there was no need to say even this much, the chairman revealed his own vision to stop Yunwu, the future as he saw it. Think about the level 6 entities on Earth. There aren't just one or two. In not too long, we'll eventually infiltrate the entire world. Domains expanded over time, and in the future, the domains of level 6 entities would cover the entire world. The Anomaly Protection Company would likely desire such a world too. Yunwu was momentarily tempted by these words but quickly came to his senses. This wasn't the world he wanted. A world hostile to anomalies or a world of other level 6 entities, it's all the same. What I want is an anomaly-friendly world. He didn't even want the dice's world. A world where taking a step forward teleports you to random coordinates? A world where living things could become non-living and vice versa? A world where time and gravity are all jumbled up? That's not it. Yunwu rolled his eyes around. Then he smiled awkwardly. Anyway, the future the club chairman dreamed of and the future he wanted were different. I understand for now. I didn't think I'd be refused, so my head's a bit muddled. I'll have to think it over again. That's a wise decision. Sometimes, time is the most valuable resource. The chairman let out a sigh of relief. He briefly exhaled and imperceptibly regained his composure. And then, the next moment, Yunwu's words shattered that composure. Yunwu casually said, "But don't you have any gifts? I came all this way to visit. The club's headquarters feels like a famous tourist spot, so I'd like to take home some kind of souvenir. Time's almost up. Please leave." "Really, you don't have anything?" Yunwu's eyes sparkled as he didn't move an inch. Having failed to secure cooperation, he intended to at least take something away. That firm resolve was clearly visible in his eyes. The chairman's fingertips trembled. "A loss. It's a loss. This is a loss." But even as he thought this, time ticked away, and the strain on Golden Omnipotence's domain intensified. The chairman gritted his teeth. He tried hard to rationalize. Think of it as bomb disposal costs. Accident prevention, an investment to avoid greater losses. Finally, the chairman spoke to the secretary in a suppressed voice. "The time-buying bills. Give him the one stored as first priority for use." First priority meant items with little time left before expiration. In this world hostile to anomalies, item-type anomalies had expiration dates like food. When the expiration date passed, the effects would disappear, or the item would break or be completely destroyed. The secretary hurriedly tapped on their phone. Then they quickly grabbed Yunwu's sleeve. "They'll be ready on the first floor. Let's go quickly." "Okay, I'll be going then." Yunwu, who had made a decent gain, smiled brightly and bowed to the chairman, who reluctantly nodded in return. Sure enough, when they reached the first floor, several boxes filled with 50,000 won bills were waiting. It seemed they had been moved by transport drones or robots. As Yunwu leisurely checked the boxes, the secretary impatiently tapped their foot. "Mr. Yunwu, you need to leave as quickly as possible. The building can't hold out." I'll just do one thing and then leave." Yunwu, who had been examining the boxes from various angles, smiled with satisfaction. The boxes were made of conveniently flammable material. His hand reached into his bag. The secretary was about to say something when their eyes widened in shock. Yunwu had suddenly pulled out a container of gasoline and a gas torch. No, what are you dash? Splash splash splash. Gasoline poured over the boxes. Yunwu's smiling face reflected in the oil spreading across the floor. Then, the blue flame of the gas torch shot out. Whoosh, red flames leapt up. The secretary jumped in shock. Their voice was filled with astonishment. What are you doing? Why are you starting a fire here dash? Isn't it better to use them here for maximum effect, since I've received them?" Yunwu spoke calmly. Using the bills in a world hostile to anomalies would greatly reduce their efficiency. If the hourly wage was 10,000 won, you'd need to spend much more than that to complete an hour's worth of labor. On the other hand, here in Golden Omnipotence's domain, you could buy more time with less money. The flickering flames reflected in Yunwu's eyes. He had decided what to buy with the bills. Let's buy the time needed for the dice's contamination. The bills were anomalies with an expiration date anyway. He'd pour everything into strengthening himself right here and now. Because the world was dangerous. Because there was no time to wait slowly. In an instant, the bills burned up, and Yunwu bought time. Yunwu closed his eyes and reached out into the air. He felt a sensation at his fingertips. The sense of possibility and probability. Add the survival instinct to this, and it worked. I'm a bit safer now. It feels slightly insufficient to change the world, but if I can join hands with just one more level 6 entity, it should be fine. And then, he heard a sound. Crack, the sound of a fissure opening. The dice's power suddenly increased with the help of the survival instinct. Scattered possibilities. It became a sharp awl, drilling a tiny hole in golden omnipotence's domain. A hole punctured in the building that was the club's headquarters. Yinwu looked up at the air, startled. Huh? What? The secretary also blankly raised their head. The golden light rushed to seal the hole, but it was too late. The enraged world surged in like a fierce wave, pushing back the golden light and widening the crack. A strong shockwave, bang, struck the building. The building shattered into pieces like a cookie. Large and small fragments rained down like a shower. They could be crushed to death if they weren't careful. Just as Yinwu's eyes darted around wildly and he reached out his hand, the club chairman's voice, filled with fury, rang out. Restore the building, repel the world, recover the domain. The whole world was dyed golden. Within this golden-wrapped world, the fragments that had been falling stopped mid-air, as if time had frozen. Then, as if rewinding time, the fragments traced back along their falling trajectories. The jagged pieces reassembled themselves, and the building's cracks healed. But the world that had rushed in and the golden light were still fiercely struggling against each other. The boundary between the world and the domain pushed back and forth little by little. Yinwu quickly shouted, "I'll help. No need. Just, quickly, go back. But I made a mistake. No, just go back. That's how you can help." At that sincere voice, Yinwu smiled awkwardly. Then he hurriedly turned and fled from the building. A faint light of emotion shone on Yinwu's face. He's a real friend. Overlooking even this level of mistake. I should think of him as a true friend too and get closer. In the place Yinwu had left, the secretary, alone on the first floor, shuddered and quickly took the elevator up. A deep sigh escaped their lips. "Chairman, we shouldn't have tried to get close to that guy in the first place." Ding! Beyond the opened elevator doors, the chairman poured gold bars into the sculpture, lamenting. "I regret it too." He couldn't understand how they kept incurring losses every time they got involved with him. The worst part was that he had no ill intentions. He was truly the club's natural enemy. As soon as Yinwu left the Goldberg Club's domain, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. It felt like a hammer falling, ready to crush him. He'd expected this. Looking up at the sky, Yinwu spoke logically. "You shouldn't do this to me. I helped you by punching a hole in Golden Omnipotence's domain. I'm your ally." It was complete nonsense. From the world's perspective, Yinwu was like a cockroach. As disgusting as something it wanted to kill, but an elusive pest it couldn't touch. Whoosh! The immense pressure distorted space as it fell. The air warped, and nearby leaves and dust swirled in a vortex. Swish dash! Yinwu made a gesture as if throwing dice into the raging wind. The possibility of persuasion. Using his sense for gauging probabilities, he chose a judgment with high possibility. His survival instinct erased failure and critical failure, leaving the dice to roll between a miss, success, and critical success. Clatter. Success. A decent success achieved by cheating with his survival instinct. Though the dice seemed a bit disgruntled, the result was fine. The pressure that had been distorting the world suddenly dissipated. It had been persuaded by Yinwu's logic. The pressure turned into a simple gust of wind, ruffling Yinwu's hair. "That's right. This is how it should be. Let's keep working well together." Yinwu grinned cheerfully. Breathing was easy. Clean, fresh air filled his lungs. It was a completely different level of comfort compared to before when he had to twist his whole body to resist. Of course, this persuasion was short-term and the world would soon come to its senses, but he could just roll the dice each time. He could persuade, evade perception, weaken, or deceive. Wait a second. If it's like this, safety had arrived. The lurking dangers around him vanished. Yinwu's brisk pace gradually slowed. His mind, which had been racing, and his heightened nerves began to relax. Yinwu muttered absently. "Do we really need to change the world? Wouldn't it be fine to just protect this world as it is?" The world trembled. For some reason, the sky turned yellow as if stained by sunset. Wow! Yinwu briefly marveled at this strange weather phenomenon before quickly coming to his senses. Logic unfolded in his mind. If I'm safe no matter what I do, it's okay to act for convenience. There was nothing to lose by trying. So there was no reason not to act for a comfortable world. Even if he failed, he could at least preserve his life. With that, Yinwu picked up his phone. It was a call to his next negotiation partner. "Hello, this is Li Yinwu from the Anomaly Protection Company. I'd like to discuss changing the world with the Artist Association president as a level 6 entity. What? Oh, a director will meet me instead. You're saying we'll negotiate outside the domain." An appointment was made. And that call was completely intercepted by the company's intelligence department and relayed to the directors. The board meeting continued for days on end. They even ate during the meetings, and except for bathroom breaks and sleep, they talked incessantly. At the end of this grueling marathon, the directors reached a consensus. "All right, let's consider the framework settled and each proceed with our projects as we see fit." Under the grand purpose of protecting humanity, the directors set different goals and decided to move independently. Secretly creating a humanity protection department by recruiting promising employees, sabotaging anomaly groups, mass-producing ordinary bullets, plans to reverse the inverted safety measures, rebuilding the world alteration device, and so on. Above all, eliminating the unstable factor that was Yinwu. As the meeting was wrapping up, the director in charge of Yinwu relayed some news with a subtle expression. "Well, it seems Yinwu has dealt a blow to the Goldberg Club's headquarters." "Why?" The directors, who had been thinking about washing up and getting some good sleep, opened their bloodshot eyes wide. Yinwu dreamed of an anomaly-friendly world and was actually moving to realize that dream. He was a potential enemy of the Humanity Protection Company. Why would the most unstable factor at present do something helpful? The director in charge shared some photos. Pictures of a shattered building, followed by images of the restored building surrounded by golden light and the world struggling against each other, and Yinwu fleeing the domain. They must have consumed quite a bit of gold. That's not the important part. Didn't he go there to cooperate? What did he do? The directors, who had been rubbing their eyes and doubting the photos, wore dumbfounded expressions. Then, memories surfaced. The accidents Yinwu had caused in the altered world. The company's ally who tried to destroy the world hostile to anomalies, the doomsday cultists, had been destroyed by him. The company's troublemaker who ruined their alliance. The directors belatedly let out exclamations of realization. Their narrow vision, shocked by the revelation that they were actually the Humanity Protection Company, broadened. Come to think of it, he's the one who killed 2 level 6 doomsday cultists. Yinwu, who met the eraser to join hands in stopping the climate that was annihilating anomalies, had a fit. The doomsday cultist wielding the eraser died. The warrior who came seeking revenge also died at Yinwu's hands. The directors looked at the director in charge of Yinwu. Is there really a need to eliminate him? If we leave him alone, won't he just go around biting all the other groups? But we can't be sure, can we? What if he joins hands with the association president or the worshipper? A truly anomaly-friendly world might be created. In response to this worried statement, the directors pondered briefly. But perhaps because they were exhausted to the point of physical limits, their minds weren't working well. In the end, they decided to postpone the decision. Your concern has merit, but let's observe a bit more. When has anything Yinwu does ever succeeded properly? He's a bomb. It's hard for him to create anything. The director in charge wore a frustrated expression. No, he's going to talk with the artist side right now dash. Then the artist side is more likely to suffer damage. The directors who had casually spoken these words began to yawn one by one. They had been conducting meetings while drastically cutting down on sleep. The stamina of these ordinary people was reaching its limit. Some were already nodding off. Let's end the meeting for now. We'll meet again after everyone has planned their projects. I'm dying of fatigue. Simultaneously, the directors busily clicked their mice. Click click click. They enthusiastically pressed the button to close the meeting, escaping. In an instant, the camera screens went black. Only the director in charge of Yinwu, left alone, frowned. Is this right? I'm too sleepy for my brain to work. I need to rest first. Click. The board meeting ended. Everyone went to rest, leaving a gap of several hours. Yinwu moved quickly. The Artist Association's director hurriedly entered a nearby prepared location. An atelier, you might call it. A workshop where stone dust from unfinished sculptures floated in the air. Inside, a sculptor holding a chisel and glaring at a marble block suddenly stood up. Yinwu, sculptor. They had an unpleasant history. This was the person who had turned Yinwu's shelter into a terrifying anomaly in an attempt to obtain the eraser. They awkwardly stared at each other for a moment before clearing their throats and sitting down. Yinwu pushed aside a roughly square stone piece and sat on it, saying, well, let's put the past behind us. We have more important things to discuss now, don't we? Right, right. I'll give you the letter from the association president first. The sculptor rustled about and handed over a white envelope. Yinwu asked curiously as he opened the envelope. The association president couldn't come. Of course they couldn't. What was this? Was he bragging about his freedom? The sculptor continued with a sour expression. Love and hate are separated by a paper-thin line, you know. The moment the president steps outside the arts center, the world would tear them to shreds. Then how do they create their domain? Yinwu suddenly looked up, pausing in the middle of unfolding the letter. If they die, they can't create a domain, right? They couldn't have had a domain from the beginning, could they? The sculptor sighed. The world went mad. It suddenly regrets and revives them, but then kills them again. Anyway, they created the arts center after countless cycles of dying and reviving. So don't even think about going to the arts center. The major news of the club's building exploding was quickly understood, and Yinwu became a banned visitor. It was a domain the association president had built through suffering, the last museum protecting works of art. That was a bit of an unexpected accident. But I can't blame them for being careful about accidents. Yinwu smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to unfold the letter. It looked like an email printed out, rather than a handwritten letter. The first line made Yinwu's mind freeze. You want to return the world to its original state? I welcome that. That's exactly what I want. The rest of the letter continued with complaints about when they would do it, how they would do it, feeling like they were being stalked, how this world was really too much, but Yinwu read the first sentence. Original. Yinwu muttered. He didn't understand what it meant. He quickly looked up at the sculptor, but the sculptor seemed clueless. The sculptor, who had been looking at Yinwu curiously, flinched. What? Did the association president write something bad? If so, it's because they lack social skills, so don't take it to heart. They've never really had a proper conversation with anyone dash. That's not it. Can you contact the association president now? The sculptor, who had been afraid of getting caught in the crossfire, quickly pulled out their phone. A call is impossible, but text is possible. I'll connect you right away. The phone was handed over. Yinwu carefully typed a message. What do you mean by original? You're not very smart, are you? Not even knowing the meaning of words. No, I'm asking what the original world was. Yinwu tapped the phone impatiently, and a reply slowly came back. You don't know? This world has been altered. The world confessed to me. Originally it allowed anomalies, but the Humanity Protection Company used a wicked device to rewrite itself. Altered? Humanity Protection Company. Yinwu's eyes widened. All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. His heart pounded, and sparks flickered in his brain. Mark Young said the company tried to create a strange world but failed. He said only the device broke. No, it had succeeded. The world had changed to be hostile to anomalies. The Anomaly Protection Company was originally the Humanity Protection Company. The world that company dreamed of wasn't a strange world, but a world where humanity was safe from the threat of anomalies. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yinwu instinctively sensed danger. Does the company not know about the alteration? When even the association president knows, the company that led the experiment. If even just the upper echelons or some departments knew, what would they do? They would maintain the current world, and might even move to create a world where anomalies couldn't exist. They might even start assassinating level 6 anomalies right away. Because if the level 6 entities were gone, they could easily destroy anomaly groups and anomalies. Sirens rang in Yinwu's ears. It was an auditory hallucination. The world seemed to turn red in the face of this imagined danger. Yinwu's fingertips trembled. I'm in danger too. They might overlook minor anomalies that just survive, but the dice was enough for the Humanity Protection Company to consider it a target for destruction. In the first place, he had been going around saying he'd create an anomaly-friendly world without knowing anything. If someone from the Humanity Protection Company, which had created this world hostile to anomalies, saw him. Assassination? I might be assassinated. It was a terrifying thought. Yinwu jumped up as if convulsing and looked around in a lowered posture. The atelier itself, the street outside, the people and cars visible through the window, and even the buildings across the street, everything was suspicious. That's right, they had ordinary bullets. What kind of people dreaming of a strange world would make ordinary bullets? The ordinary bullets remained unaffected by the alteration, but Yinwu, unaware of this, was convinced. The sculptor stood up in surprise. What's wrong? Please relay a message? Tell them the company probably knows too. Tell them to think about what the company might do. And please, don't keep this to yourself. Share it with the club or the worshippers' side. At novel bin at. Yinwu tossed the phone back and immediately rummaged through his pockets, throwing his own phone into the trash can. Assume my phone was tapped too. I'm being bugged. There's a listening device on my body. It was a moment when a somewhat reasonable suspicion escalated to the level of paranoia. Yinwu quickly came to his senses. He had been jumping around, twisting his whole body, but suddenly stopped. His hands, which had been roughly shaking his clothes, fell limply to his sides. No, that's not it. Cold reason returned to his wild eyes. They wouldn't have implanted any mechanical devices. The company wasn't stupid enough to use such an easily detectable direct method on an elite agent. If they were monitoring him, it would probably be through some bizarre anomaly, satellite surveillance, or phone tapping. What should I do now? Yinwu fell into deep thought. The sculptor looked at him with terror-stricken eyes. Yinwu had been fine just a moment ago, but suddenly became agitated and started acting like a madman. The sculptor couldn't understand his train of thought. What's the problem? Please be quiet for a moment. I need to think. The sculptor clamped his mouth shut. He slowly backed up towards the back door, ready to animate the statues if necessary. The owl statue, knight statue, and wolf statue displayed in the atelier slightly tensed their bodies. Silence fell for a few seconds. Then, Yinwu suddenly lunged forward and rummaged through the trash can. He retrieved the phone he had just thrown away. Right. Let's check the mood among the company directors first. This might just be my paranoia. The phone had cracked when he threw it. The screen kept registering false touches, but after fiddling with it for a while, Yinwu finally managed to call Mark Young. This is Yinwu. Yes, Yinwu. What can I do for you? Mark Young answered the phone in his usual voice. Yinwu stared intently at the simple call screen on his phone, held close to his face. He didn't want to miss even the slightest clue. Voice, emotion, any hint. Yinwu spoke carefully. Well, I suddenly got an uneasy feeling. Is something going on with the company? Let's see. Apart from the experiment failing and the device exploding recently. The board of directors has been meeting for several days. A board meeting? Yinwu's eyes started to roll again. Clenching his fist tightly, he barely maintained his composure and managed to continue speaking. Did this board meeting happen after the device exploded? Yes. Chronologically, that's correct, but... A note of suspicion crept into Mark Young's voice as well. A single device exploding shouldn't warrant such a long board meeting. Did something serious really happen? Do you know what was discussed at the board meeting? I don't have that kind of authority. That's a secret only the directors know. Yinwu closed his mouth. His hand holding the phone trembled. Suspicion turned into certainty. A scream echoed in his mind. They must have found out about the alteration. No, they probably knew from the start and are now planning a new future. The company's brain has returned to being the Humanity Protection Company. It was over. Really over. It wasn't just one department, but the entire board of directors. The worst-case scenario had taken a big step closer. Yinwu managed to speak in his usual voice. Well, if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. I'm a company employee after all. The company's problems are my problems. Alright, I understand. I'll contact you as soon as I know more about the situation. With Mark Young's voice trembling as if the unease had been transmitted, the call ended. Yinwoo immediately threw his phone back into the trash can. He looked down at the rattling trash can with an expression close to tears. Can't I just live quietly and peacefully? Why is this happening to me? He wasn't asking for much. He just wanted to live without dying. But the whole world seemed to be tormenting him. The next moment, an eerie light gleamed in Yinwoo's eyes. His only wish was survival. He couldn't leave alone anything that threatened that wish. The company is scarier than the world. This means the club will have to act too. No, we need to form an alliance among all level 6 entities. Whether it was taking out the directors or blowing up the company, he couldn't do it alone. He needed to form an action plan. Yinwoo rolled his eyes. His gaze swept over the tense statue-like sculptures and the sculptor who was quietly opening the back door. The sculptor froze like a statue himself. If the conversation is over dash. You came as the association president's proxy, right? Let me ask you one favor. Yinwoo spoke quickly. Please ask the association president to talk with the club chairman. Share what the president knows and suggest a meeting among the level 6 entities. I'll contact the demon worshippers side myself. I'll definitely relay the message. Now, I'll be going. The sculptor fled hastily. The back door swung open roughly, clattering, and Yinwoo immediately turned and left the atelier. The demon worshipper. I've only heard about them a few times. I should be able to persuade them. Attacks should happen unexpectedly. He had to save every minute and second. While the Artist Association president persuaded the club chairman, he would persuade the demon worshipper. And then, the 4 level 6 entities would join hands to bring down the company that threatened their survival. I've got to kill them before they kill me, Yinwoo muttered as he walked down the street. The dice seemed to faintly reflect in his eyes, and his steps seemed to tread on time and possibility, heading towards a future of survival. Yinwoo rolled the dice as he headed towards the demon self-governing region. He shortened distances and moved spatial coordinates. When he arrived at the domain of the demon self-governing region, Yinwoo frowned deeply. Ugh, the smell. A strong sulfur smell wafted through the air. Acrid smoke floated in the sky, which was pitch black. Occasionally, sparks rained down like fire, and lightning struck randomly. In the distant wasteland, glaciers jutted out, and next to them, a lava lake boiled furiously. No way, this is insane. What kind of place is this? It wasn't just the natural environment that was strange. Yinwoo clutched his head. His mind felt clouded. Various emotions rushed in. Who dares to kill me? Pride. Anger towards everything that threatened his survival. A craving for hamburgers. The desire to live without doing anything and just be protected. Envy towards people who lived well without experiencing accidents, and so on. 7 sins boiled like an active volcano. If an ordinary person stepped into this domain, they would become a slave to sin and live as a resident of hell. Yinwoo shook his head vigorously, clutching it. No, these emotions don't help with survival. Emotion cut. After cycling through his thoughts a few times, the emotions receded. Yinwoo looked at the distant demon self-governing region with clear eyes. It was like a black fortress. Beyond the high walls, the peculiar roofs of various buildings poked out, and bats and demons flew through the air, cackling. This place is the best. Seeing some demons shouting like this, Yinwoo slowly took a step forward. He was a visitor, after all. If he suddenly barged in using the dice, it might be seen as an attack. He had to maintain the etiquette of a guest. Judging by the state of this domain, they seem like a somewhat dangerous person, so I should be extra careful. Yinwoo walked across the wasteland. A wasteland full of dried, twisted weed corpses from drought. After walking for a while, he heard someone yelling angrily. A voice mixed with fury and pleading. You damn locusts! You're my minions? Just, please, listen to me. A man in farmer's attire, with somewhat insect-like features, was gesticulating at the locusts scattered around. Crunch crunch. The locusts were eating each other's bodies, attacking each other, mating, and sometimes just sprawling out to sleep as if they knew nothing. The man in farmer's clothes, Abaddon, the demon of pests, stomped his feet. Why is the plague of locusts like this? Wake up quickly. This is driving me crazy. Yinwoo stared blankly at the demon. It seemed okay to ask him for directions. Just then, Abaddon let out a deep sigh. Stupid locusts. Why did you leave where you were living? Huh. I'll have to ask the worshipper. Are you going to see the level 6 worshipper? I need to ask that friend to handle this quickly. You, what are you? Yinwoo had approached without a sound and was suddenly standing right next to Abaddon. Abaddon fell backwards with a thud, looking up at Yinwoo from an awkward sitting position. Confusion flashed in his eyes. The possibilities Yinwoo subtly scattered. You're not the demon of confusion, are you? No, you're not even a demon? What are you? I'm Lee Yinwoo, level 6. I've come to discuss important matters with the worshipper. Could you show me the way? As Yinwoo spoke matter-of-factly, Abaddon scratched his head. His bangs waved like an insect's antennae. Is that so? It's been a while since we had a visitor looking for the worshipper. Follow me. Abaddon started walking ahead without much caution. He walked at a leisurely pace, so it would take a while to reach the fortress of the demon self-governing region. Yinwoo followed, asking curiously. It's my first time seeing this demon worshipper in person. What kind of person are they? He had only heard a few snippets of information and didn't even know what kind of anomaly they were. Judging by this domain, they seemed quite powerful. Abaddon shook the locust in his hand vigorously and spoke thoughtlessly. The one who turns the world into hell. That friend created this whole domain. For the demons to rest well on earth. This entire domain. Yinwu turned his head. Some parts were an ice hell, others had hellfire blazing, and some areas embodied the 7 sins. He had thought the demons had helped create it all. Abaddon nodded. Demons like me come and go in areas like famine or disaster. The 7 deadly sins live in that wasteland you just saw, and demons of war or plague live in their suitable areas. Yinwu fell silent. And then, belatedly, he realized something was wrong. The variety of domains wasn't the problem. His survival instinct, which had been on high alert in the face of the company's threat, had turned off. It probably happened after entering this domain. Even though he was clearly in a dangerous environment, his survival instinct was sleeping like it was just another day. What's going on? Why has my survival instinct turned off? His fingers trembled. Cold sweat beaded on his skin. With his survival instinct off, a terrible anxiety swept over him. He hastily changed the subject. Is it not dangerous here? Of course it's dangerous. It's hell. But you don't need to worry. Even ordinary people don't die when they come here. Abaddon raised his hand. He clenched his fingers. The locust in his grasp was crushed with a squelch. Yinwu stared intently at the locust. The fatally injured locust didn't die. It struggled with its legs and slowly recovered after a few minutes. Abaddon spoke casually. Death is an escape, a blessing. There's no such thing in hell. A domain where death doesn't exist. A domain where survival is guaranteed. The survival instinct had fallen asleep. Yinwu felt his sharp senses dulling and his thought processes slowing down dramatically. Think. Yinwu's hands and feet trembled. His reliable safety device, the survival instinct, had shut off. It felt like bungee jumping without a rope. A dizzying vertigo. After staggering for a moment, Yinwu bit his lip hard and took a step to follow Abaddon. I came here as a guest, so there's no danger. And I can't die here anyway, right? If he couldn't die anyway, was there any reason to feel this anxious? In a way, wasn't this place optimized for survival? You could live through starvation, there was no natural death, and accidents didn't matter. Yinwu slowly regained his composure. Comfort and confidence returned to his face. Besides, even if something dangerous happens, I still have my dice and equipment. Even without his level 6 survival instinct, he could still twist his body somehow. His experience and abilities were completely different from when he first started working for the company. As his mood changed, so did his perception of the environment. The hellfire burning alone nearby looked like a single flower blooming in the wasteland, and the dark clouds swirling in the sky seemed like a clear autumn sky. Yinwu took a deep breath of the sulfur-scented air and said cheerfully, "Nice weather, isn't it?" The weather. Abaddon glanced up at the sky, then looked back at Yinwu. What's with this guy? There was no way this weather could be nice. The environment outside, with bright sunshine, clean air, and abundant crops, was much better. Of course, some demons might like hell, but are you a demon by any chance? What? No, I'm human. The two beings stared blankly at each other before hurrying on their way. All sorts of demons and worshippers were wandering around inside the demon self-governing region. It looked somewhat similar to a street in the ordinary human world, but upon closer inspection, it was utter chaos. Abaddon and Yinwu stopped walking. A demon pushing a barricade blocked their path. You can't pass. Get out of the way, you idiot. You can't pass. The large demon clicked on a headlamp. A red light like a traffic signal turned on. Abaddon and Yinwu's feet froze. The demon said, "I'm the demon of red lights and traffic jams? You can't take a single step dash. Shall we play a dice game?" Yinwu casually reached out his hand. The traffic jam demon blinked. Its eyelids trembled. As a demon governing red lights and traffic jams, it had a sense for these things. Aioic? This guy's crazy. Someone who ignores signals and pushes through like a tank when the road is blocked. Something beyond its authority. Click, rattle dash. In an instant, the demon turned off its headlamp and dragged away the wheeled barricade. As it ran off, the demon shouted, "Please go carefully. Don't curse us. Geez. This really isn't a place for people to live." Abaddon shouted angrily, then shook his head with a tired expression. Yinwu tilted his head. Can that demon actually cast curses? Yeah. It can make you hit red lights every time you go out, or cause traffic jams. It was a truly petty curse. Yinwu found it rather amusing. The die seemed to like this environment too, squirming slightly. Yinwu looked around. I like it here. Maybe because there was no risk of death, the chaos felt like a fun game. Like visiting an amusement park or theme park. Abaddon waved his hand dismissively. The eyes of the locust in his grip rolled around. You'd get sick of it after living here for a few days. Indeed, it was similar. In the short distance they walked, Yinwu was accosted by several demons. A demon that wanted to gamble before letting them pass, a demon scattering Lego blocks on the road that could cause pain even through shoes, a demon of getting lost and stranded, all sorts of obstacles blocked their way. Finally, Abaddon's face turned red as he raised his hand. You crazy bastards? Just, please, let us through. A black storm gathered beyond the wall. It was a swarm of locusts. Buzzing loudly, the flying locusts swept through the street. The nearby demon worshippers hurriedly took shelter in buildings, while the demons pointed at Abaddon, cackling. He's getting angry. Are you mad? Are you mad? Arg. Following Abaddon's irritated shout, the locust storm blew away the surrounding demons. The street emptied. Abaddon, still panting, quickly ran ahead. Let's go before those guys come back. Okay. Yinwu followed, looking utterly exhausted. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. I'm dead tired. This place isn't for me. It's mentally draining. Perhaps because the troublemakers were gone, the two soon arrived at a tall tower in the center of the city. The tower, built with black bricks, had its door open. Abaddon entered without hesitation, and Yinwu swallowed hard before climbing the stairs. The demon worshipper. I hope they're not too unpleasant. The level 6 entities he had met so far were more or less human-like. Feeling it was about time to meet someone strange, Yinwu remained cautious. Abaddon opened the wooden door without knocking. Worshipper, do something about my locusts. They went into the 7 deadly sins area and went crazy. That's annoying. An irritable voice came from inside. Yinwu, standing behind the door, peeked his head in. At the top floor of the tower was a room like a studio apartment, where a man with a neurotic expression was flipping through a newspaper. The man, scanning the newspaper with gloomy eyes, ignored Abaddon's request. Abaddon jumped like a locust. Come on, is that what the king of hell should say? When a demon living in your land complains of discomfort, you should listen. I'm a worshipper, an ordinary human. I'm not going to do anything. Oh, please. Do you know how hard I worked to breed those guys? Just this once dash. At this point, the worshipper frowned. His face reflected an emotion of utter annoyance. Just as Abaddon was about to get his hopes up, the worshipper spoke. Abaddon, I demand you return in exchange for the domain I sacrificed as an offering. Go. It was a contract using true names. The domain had been in the form of a loan, and the most basic demonic contract forcibly expelled Abaddon in an instant. Then the worshipper slowly turned his head towards Yinwu, the mysterious guest. Yinwu smiled awkwardly. Hello, I'm Li Yinwu, level 6. I've come to discuss something important. At Novel bin at. Company? I didn't hear anything about this in advance. No, it's a personal a matter to discuss among us level 6 entities. The worshipper wore a sour expression. But since Yinwu was also level 6, he couldn't just chase him away like a demon. Sit wherever you like. There's no water or tea. We don't have that stuff in hell. Indeed, the teacup on the table was filled with sewage. Yinwu quickly sat down in a chair beside the table. Then he spoke immediately. Let's change the world and blow up the company. Are you in your right mind? I think my presence might have messed with your head. I'm perfectly sane. I'll tell you the facts. Our world has been altered. Originally, it was a world that allowed anomalies, but the Humanity Protection Company rewrote it. Yinwu carefully laid out the information. The original world and company, and the new goals the company might set, and the crisis that anomalous entities like themselves would face. The worshipper listened seriously. A faint light of hope secretly rose in his gloomy eyes. This isn't a delusion. The company directors have already returned to their pre-alteration state, so an attack will soon dash. That's great. It's a good thing. A very good thing. Pardon. Yinwu stopped abruptly. Something was off. This wasn't the expected reaction. The worshipper was smiling. It's better if things like anomalies don't exist in the world. People can live peacefully that way. His meaning was clear. An ally of the company. Yinwu's enemy. Yinwu's mouth went dry. He swallowed hard and continued speaking, trying to persuade. You won't exist in the future the company wants either. You'll die. The threat of death. But even this fundamental threat didn't work on the demon worshipper. The worshipper looked down at the teacup filled with sewage. I turned the world into hell just by existing. I can't help it. Do you know how many people suffered because of me before I became a worshipper? Yinwu slowly stood up. The situation had twisted strangely. He needed to run away. The worshipper continued his monologue. In the world before the alteration, I probably went to the demon's dimension. I didn't want to hurt people. Now I'm just protecting this demon self-governing region for the worshipper and demons who helped me. The worshipper and demons who helped you will also be annihilated by the company. As Yinwu clung to a faint hope, the worshipper looked up. His shoulders, which had been slumped with depression and despair, straightened. Brightly shining eyes looked at Yinwu. That's a small sacrifice. For them, for me, it's not worth stopping a world for humans. So, hell began to stir. Through the small window, the sky was visible. The dark clouds that had been flowing freely began to swirl around the worshipper. The demons who had been playing around all raised their heads at once. The time to pay the price for their contract with the worshipper was approaching. I should help the Humanity Protection Company. You can't leave here. A calm before the storm settled over hell. All according to the worshipper's will. And just as that calm was about to explode. Wait. Yinwu raised both hands high. His hands spread out neatly, pointing towards the sky. It was a surrender pose. What are you going to do with me? Are you going to kill me? I can't kill you. You're level 6 too, and there's no death here anyway. It meant he would tie Yinwu down with endless fighting. Then I surrender. Please treat me properly as a prisoner. Yinwu surrendered immediately. Why fight in someone else's home base when even my survival instinct is asleep? Honestly, he might be able to handle the worshipper alone or a few demons, but escaping from all of them was impossible. Why get hurt fighting unnecessarily? The worshipper looked at Yinwu suspiciously, then waved his hand. Don't do anything strange and stay put. Clank. Iron chains sprouted from the floor, binding Yinwu's wrists and ankles. Then, following the worshipper's downward hand gesture, the floor crumbled with a rumble. Beyond the floor was an underground prison lit by torches. Yinwu fell into a cell with a thud. Ow. Yinwu, who had landed on his backside, rubbed the sore spot pointlessly before slumping down. He scratched his head. So, the current situation is, both the worshipper and himself were sealed. The worshipper couldn't do anything else while watching him. At most, he might contact the company directors to share information. If he stayed still, the company would either act to create a world without anomalies or team up with the worshipper to assassinate him. Either way, it was dangerous. Yinwu glanced up at the cell ceiling. The Artist Association president and club chairman won't just sit around. They might come to rescue me, or they could deal with the company while I keep the worshipper tied up here. The war with the company had already begun. Unexpectedly, the worshipper had sided with the company, but it wasn't the worst-case scenario. I'll just act according to the situation. At least there was no immediate risk of death for now. Yinwu took out his phone to pass the time, but seeing that communication was blocked, he wore a bored expression. Just then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. A demon holding a torch slowly came closer. I'm the demon living in the prison domain. The worshipper told me to watch you closely, so I'll be next to you for a while. What kind of demon are you? To Yinwu's curious question, the demon with a soldier-like appearance answered. I govern concepts like restraint, restriction of freedom of movement, and prisons. Ah, I see. Silence fell for a moment. The demon stood stoically, watching Yinwu, while Yinwu rolled his eyes in boredom. The prison was so quiet that even the crackling of the torch could be heard. Beyond the torchlight, heavy darkness settled. Suddenly, Yinwu reached out his hand. Let's play a dice game. With nothing else to do, he might as well roll the dice for fun. Whether he got a critical failure or a critical success, there was no reason to hold back when he couldn't die. The prison demon spoke gruffly. I don't communicate with prisoners. It was a basic principle, but the entity before him was especially dangerous and required extra caution. The demon's shoulders sagged under various burdens, the fact that the worshipper had personally requested surveillance, the sense of crisis he felt as a prison demon, the weight of the title level 6, and so on. Yinwu, oblivious to the demon's inner tension, wore a blank expression. That's fine. Yinwu made a fist-clenching gesture without much thought. I can do it alone, or I can play with this demon. The moment the demon entered his sight, its possibilities were in Yinwu's grasp. He could feel the demon's possibilities at his fingertips as he reached into the air. The possibility of the demon vigilantly watching Yinwu as a faithful guard. It was the most probable future, and one Yinwu could easily manipulate. The demon's future, existence, thoughts, and sense of self, everything was in Yinwu's hands. More precisely, they were caught up in the dice's chaos. Everything about the demon was no longer its own. Still, I shouldn't do anything too extreme, right? After all, it was a living being just like him. Plus, the demon worshipper was probably watching. As Yinwu started fumbling through the threads of possibility, the demon broke out in a cold sweat and opened his mouth wide. A threatening shout burst forth. Don't move. If you do anything strange Oh, I'm just moving my hands. That's too much. I'm a legitimate prisoner, you know. Yinwu pouted. He felt wronged. He was about to do something, sure, but he hadn't actually done anything yet. Wasn't it going too far to stop him from even moving his hands? This is too much. I can't take it. Stop. Clank. The demon pulled out a long skewer from his waist. It was a tool for torturing prisoners. The rusty skewer with dried blood on it gleamed ominously in the torchlight. Yinwu frowned. Torture is really crossing the line. Listen, I'm not a criminal, I'm a prisoner who surrendered voluntarily. You should treat me accordingly. Stay still. Wow, now you're even speaking informally. Listen to what I have to say. The iron skewer poked through the bars, as if telling him to shut up. Yinwu quickly assumed a surrender pose and spoke rapidly. It's normal for guards to converse with prisoners and help with hobbies for their mental health. Right. You're not an ordinary person? Who knows what you might do? Crunch. The demon gripped the skewer tightly. Veins popped out on the back of his hand. Persuasion. The dice rolled. Clatter. Success. The threads of possibility wavering at Yinwu's fingertips touched the demon. The demon, who had been brandishing the skewer, suddenly stopped. A confused look crossed his face. He's right. He's level 6, isn't he? I shouldn't be acting this way towards him. He wasn't an ordinary criminal. The demon had overreacted. The demon awkwardly withdrew the skewer. You said you wanted to play a dice game? I'll bring some dice. I have dice. More importantly, let's change this blanket and chair first. Yinwu casually patted the ragged blanket. The blanket, more like a rag, and the mattress, which looked like it had been chewed by rats, sent up clouds of dust. Yes. The demon hurried off. How much time passed like this? The musty, old cell transformed into something like a hotel room. Hellfire lanterns hung from the bars like decorative lights, and comfortable beds, blankets, and furniture lined the walls. Most importantly, the cell door was open. Well, this time it came up as a failure. So I won. Congratulations. Yinwu sat comfortably on the bed, fidgeting with his hands. Across from him, the demon sat docilely in a chair, but horns had grown on his head, and he now had 6 fingers at novel bin at. All these changes were the result of playing dice games with Yinwu. This is getting boring too. Yinwu wore a bored expression again. Mindful of the demon worshipper, he had only given the demon meaningless physical changes, or rather, free plastic surgery, to the demon who could change its name and appearance at will, but it was starting to lose its appeal. The demon asked, "What should we bet on this time? Skin? A tail? Wait a minute. I want to do something more interesting." Yanwu fell into deep thought. What could help with the dice's contamination, be fun, and not cross the line with the demon worshipper? Various ideas flashed through his mind, but none met all the conditions. Making the prison his domain, reversing the concepts the demon governed, making an unfair contract in his favor. That's when it happened. Suddenly enveloped in golden light, the demon's eyes widened. A short, questioning voice burst out. "Huh? Why is the contract dash?" The demon vanished with a whoosh. As if it had never existed, the demon's presence disappeared from Earth. Yanwu blinked, slowly realizing what had happened. This feels more like a return. Such things didn't happen without reason. Yanwu looked up at the ceiling with a bright expression. He could sense it. Golden omnipotence's golden light was seeping through the stone ceiling. Like the sun rising, the golden light illuminated the demon's domain. Yanwu jumped to his feet. Rescue had arrived. He couldn't just sit still now. He had to help the club by causing chaos from the inside. "Dice, get ready." As he boldly stepped through the wide-open door, Yanwu wore a troubled expression. Just causing confusion or making a mess would be enough to distract the demon worshipper. But how do I cause chaos? I don't know. I'll just have to roll the dice like crazy. Yanwu ran down the prison corridor, lit only by flickering torches, threads of probability creeping out around him. The club chairman, having restored his domain, was trembling in the top floor of the building. The Artist Association president, who had suddenly requested a conversation, had shared some terrible information. The Humanity Protection Company, the enemy that had created a world hostile to anomalies and now sought to annihilate them. "Please wait a few minutes." "Okay." The association president, connected through golden omnipotence, quickly nodded. The club chairman gestured to his secretary. "Bring gold bars." "How many should I bring?" "A lot. As many as possible." The secretary hurried down in the elevator, while the chairman paced restlessly around the top floor. He swayed from side to side and rubbed his forehead. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. If this information is certain. No, first I need to verify the information. And when the secretary returned with labor robots carrying gold bars, he poured all of them into golden omnipotence. The goal was to obtain truthful information. "Please verify the truth of the information the association president shared." Golden omnipotence answered that it was true, and the chairman's body stiffened. He made his eyes glow golden and slowly gestured. "Keep inputting gold. Tell me what was discussed at the recent board meeting." This was a matter of life or death for the club. He wouldn't spare any gold. World alteration device. Humanity Protection Department. Sabotage. Plan for mass-producing ordinary bullets. Reversal of safety measures that protect anomalies. Ha ha. Having obtained all the information from the board meeting, the chairman laughed. The secretary standing beside him opened his mouth in shock after hearing the chairman's muttering. Chairman, if the situation is like this wait. Please give me the documents and information related to the ordinary bullets. The chairman finally obtained information about the ordinary bullets. He knew everything else, but that was completely new to him. Golden omnipotence couldn't reveal the ordinary bullets themselves, but project reports and documents related to them were engraved in the chairman's mind. They were bullets that nullified anomalies. It was definitive proof that the Humanity Protection Company dreamed of and aimed for a world that didn't allow anomalies. The chairman let out a hollow laugh. War. A war with nothing but losses. War only brings losses. But if it's a war for survival, where losing means extinction and winning means survival. The chairman glanced at the fidgeting secretary. He completely changed his expression and said, "Prepare for total war." It was a war with no way back. No matter how much gold they had to burn, they had to win. Even if it meant destroying the society they had protected for the sake of business and steady profits. The secretary snapped to attention. The criminal enterprises the club had prepared immediately came to mind. "We'll attack banks and gold storage facilities around the world right away." Because the club was as well integrated into normal society as the company, they had incredibly detailed plans in place. Spies bought with gold, blueprints, and security systems for each facility, and plans for attacks and transport using anomalous entities like golden omnipotence appropriately. The chairman added, "Stop all business and switch to a war footing." As the secretary pressed his phone, signals were transmitted, and robots inside the building began to move busily. Boxes full of time-buying bills piled up on each floor. Then, the members who had evacuated returned and set fire to the bills. There was only one thing to buy time for with the bills: offering gold bars to golden omnipotence. Time was shortened, and gold bars were moved. In a brief moment, countless gold bars entered golden omnipotence's mouth. The chairman spoke coldly. "Please kill all the company directors." It was a request the chairman wouldn't normally make, because it took too much gold to kill protected directors. But conversely, it meant that anything was possible if enough gold was offered. With the club facing a crisis of extinction, the chairman's eyes had gone wild, and golden omnipotence, having received its payment, granted the wish. In an instant, the directors died. "Next, tell me who our enemies are in the current situation." "The demon worshipper, I see. Good. Let's start by cancelling the contract between the worshipper and the demons." The gold stockpiled in the building for emergencies was rapidly consumed. As another wish was granted, the Artist Association president, who had been waiting quietly, spoke. What should I do? You should broadcast. I'll help you broadcast simultaneously worldwide through all media. Sounds good. For the broadcast script, yes. I'll give you the locations of the company's strongholds. Please ask the people who see you to rush and attack those places. The nuclear bombs of the anomalous world began to detonate. The apocalypse was coming to the world. The demon worshipper acted as usual. Lost in thought, he summoned a demon he could boss around and gave some vague instructions. Let's contact the company directors. The thief demon, wearing a hood and mask, somehow managed to steal an internet connection and establish communication. Giggling, the thief demon handed over a phone. Connections ready. This is the demon worshipper. An exhausted voice came through the phone. Which demon worshipper? I just fell asleep. The level 6 worshipper. Humanity Protection Company. Let's create a world without anomalies together. Silence. After a moment of heavy breathing, a trembling voice responded. How did you know that? No, how many people know? Yunwu knew. He wanted to destroy the company and change the world together. How did Yunwu know? Damn it! He can't be the only one who knows. Quick, emergency ugh. The sound of someone coughing up blood came through. Seconds later, there was a commotion of footsteps and people shouting. Director, get the medical team here now. We're under attack. Sound the emergency alarm. The demon worshipper stared blankly at the phone, then shifted his gaze. Had Yunwu done something? But Yunwu was just playing around, customizing the prison demon. The demon seemed to be enjoying it too. Then the worshipper recalled the director's words. Yunwu couldn't be the only one who knew. If not Yunwu, then the club. Just as he muttered this to himself, the thief demon was enveloped in golden light. The demon blinked its gloomy eyes. Worshipper, our contract's been terminated. Not just yours, but all the contracts I had with other worshippers too. That was it. The demon vanished. The contracts of all demons staying in the domain, on Earth through contractual power, had ended. Through the small window, brilliant golden light lingered like a wheat field before disappearing at Novel bin Adat. So all the demons' contracts have ended. Using this much gold means they have no future, right? No, it's because they have nothing to lose that they're spending it like water. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. At this rate, instead of a world for humans, it looked like war was about to break out. What should I do now? As he pondered this, a voice spoke up. The club chairman's voice. The chairman's face appeared in the air, tinged with amusement. Worshipper, I hear you've sided with the Humanity Protection Company. Any chance you'll change your mind? No, things like us shouldn't exist in this world. For the sake of humans. For the sake of humans. The worshipper's calm voice made the chairman laugh. You know the world will be destroyed before that world for humans can be created, right? It was simple profit and loss. If they tried to create a world for humans, humans would die. If they gave up, many people would live. The worshipper frowned at this roundabout statement. He could feel it. The world was becoming hell. The one who turns the world into hell sensed the world changing into hell. What did you do? The Artist Association president used her power. TV, radio, streaming, internet, videos, text messages, social media, billboards. She appeared on every medium. The chairman showed a short video. People from various countries, looking fanatical, were rushing towards the nearest company outposts. People looking at their phones went mad. The association president appeared on urban billboards, and countless people started running like zombies. Military units acted independently, and armed police and firefighters raced with sirens blaring. Gunshots, shouts, explosions, screams. The worshipper squeezed his eyes shut. Childhood nightmares resurfaced. If I give up, will this stop? We'll keep it up until we bring down the company. Because that would tie up a significant portion of the company's personnel. On top of that, information warfare was already underway. All sorts of false information was being spread to slow the company's recovery after losing its board of directors. It was made to look like the club had provided information as the company's ally, or as if the company had figured it out themselves. The chairman spoke. The company is too big and dangerous. It's right to take them out now. If this was the altered world, the company would eventually figure that out and revert. They had to be eliminated now. No one knew how long that war would last, or how many people would die during that time. This was a war without even minimal standards. The worshipper opened his eyes. Determination settled in those eyes. He had made up his mind. No, people won't die. I'll make sure of that. There's no death in hell. He would save people. And at the same time, design the future. There was a vision of a world without anomalies. As long as people were alive, the company would eventually create tools to achieve that vision. Or he would do it himself. People will not die, and a world where we cannot exist will come. The worshipper had both the power and the will to do this. The chairman fell silent. The worshipper also hunched his body. The hell they had created would soon become his power. He intended to make the entire surface of the earth his domain. Just as golden light flashed in the air and hell contracted like a tightly coiled spring, it happened. Bang! The ground exploded and Yunwu crawled out from underground. Covered in dirt and ash-like dust, twisting his joints, Yunwu crawled out on all fours with difficulty and quickly raised his head. The worshipper and chairman's gazes shifted simultaneously. The worshipper wore a dumbfounded expression, while the chairman's face contorted. They had the same thought. Why is that guy out there? A strange sense of foreboding swept over them. Yinwu, seeing the shimmering golden light in the air, grinned broadly. You came to rescue me? Thank you. I'll help now. No, what are you trying to do? Just stop for a moment. Yinwu, if you move even an inch, you'll no longer be a prisoner but a criminal facing eternal torment. Even as the worshipper turned away from the chairman and threatened Yinwu shook his head. A regretful voice poured out. You're truly a good person. Wasn't eternal torment the same as eternal life? Anything short of death couldn't threaten him. The worshipper's threat didn't work at all. If anything, it encouraged him to act without hesitation. Yinwu loosely clenched his fist. Dice. In an instant, time stretched out for the 3 level 6 entities. Extreme concentration made even time seem to slow down. Threads of probability wriggled out from Yinwu's body. Damn it. The chairman panicked. He immediately cut the connection. That was a bomb. There was no reason to get involved. It was better to let the worshipper take the hit alone. On the other hand, the worshipper's eyes flashed. There's no need to face him directly. Now that the chairman was gone, he would turn the world into hell. Whatever Yinwu did didn't matter. After all, he wouldn't die anyway. He murmured. Hell will come. Yinwu wore an apologetic expression as he swung his hand. If we had met at a different time, in a different situation, we could have been good friends. Dice. The possibility of the worshipper's nightmare, the worshipper's hell being realized. He was giving a personalized hell as a gift to someone who governed the concept of hell shared by many people. The dice rolled. Time, which had slowed down, sped up again. Hell explosively expanded its domain, and threads of probability writhed around Yinwu simultaneously. And then, silence fell over the world. The exploding power vanished in an instant. The two men stood staring blankly at each other. The power of anomalies had disappeared from the world. They had become completely ordinary people. Critical failure? Because the dice had shown a critical failure. Instead of the worshipper's hell, the worshipper's ideal world was realized. No, critical failure? What? Isn't this a world without anomalies? The two men were confused. Yinwu lost all sense of not just the dice, but his survival instinct and even the raindrops, while the worshipper was no longer the one who turns the world into hell, but just a grumpy-looking middle-aged man. Nevertheless, both men were experienced enough to quickly grasp the situation. The expansion of hell had stopped, and the moderately sized hell had become a world without anomalous power. Yinwu, who had been gauging the situation, let out a scream and quickly turned around. He ran away, kicking up dirt. Run away. He had become weak. A wrong fall could kill him. A wrong hit could kill him. Getting hit on the head by hail could kill him. Getting struck by lightning could kill him. A sudden heart attack could kill him. Simply put, the possibility of death had appeared. A lot of it. He needed to quickly leave this domain and regain his power. To make death non-existent again? Stop. Yinwu, let's create a world without anomalies together. The worshipper hurriedly chased after Yinwu. His eyes blazed with fire as he pursued Yinwu. The vision? The means to create a world without anomalies. I must catch him. The chase began. Yinwu screamed and screamed until he was out of breath, gasping for air, while the worshipper, equally lacking in stamina, stumbled and fell on his own or drooled as he struggled to keep running. How long did they run? Probably not even a few minutes. But both men looked years older, their limbs trembling as they pushed their bodies to the limit. Yinwu, just talk for a moment. No, stop chasing me. Crash. Yinwu tripped on a rock and fell. He barely managed to get up, twisting his whole body. His heart was racing, and his breathing was labored. Drip, drip. Yinwu, dripping with sweat and saliva, gritted his teeth. He had reached his limit. He had hit the wall of physical exhaustion. Move. The worshipper, more tenacious than a demon, was chasing him. He had to run away quickly. Even a misplaced punch to the jaw could kill him. The demon worshipper seemed intent on subduing him, but if that went wrong... Grind? The sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Yinwu, his hands trembling, barely managed to lift his feet. The demon worshipper, looking crazed, stretched out his legs. Only willpower moved his physically exhausted body. Op. At that point, Yinwu gave up on running away. I might die if I run wrong. I'd better drive the worshipper away here. Thwomp, his hand went into his bag. In this domain, it wasn't an anomalous entity, so nothing could be found. Yinwu staggered as he glared at the worshipper, as if pretending there was a gun in the bag. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. In hell, there's no... Oh, there is death now, isn't there? The worshipper stopped in his tracks. He bent over, hands on his knees, dry heaving a few times before wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Time passed as they caught their breath, trying to regain their stamina. The worshipper spoke casually. Yinwu, right. I've heard about you. A survivalist who destroys dangerous anomalies he's supposed to protect. Isn't a world without anomalies good for you too? Yinwu's eyes darted around as he showed signs of trying to run away again. He was slowly backing away. The worshipper, looking like he was about to lose it, waved his hands frantically. I won't catch you, just listen to me. Go ahead. Without anomalies, it's that much safer. The world won't be messed up because of level 6 entities like us, and there won't be accidents from suddenly appearing anomalous entities. His words carried genuine emotion. Yinwu responded seriously. I probably would have agreed with you before I reached level 6. Perhaps at one time, he had wanted a safe world without anomalies. wanting to be safe from too many accidents. But now that he had reached level 6. But now that I've experienced a world without anomalies, I'm certain. No, a world where anomalies exist is safer. Why? The worshipper, who had been listening intently, asked. Yinwu smiled faintly. This was probably the first time he was revealing this to someone else. Because I'm a survivor. I reached level 6 through my survival instinct, not the dice. The one who avoids death, who may have even surpassed the limits of lifespan, asked with pure curiosity. Why should we change a world where we don't have to die into a world where we must die? Natural death, traffic accidents, heart attacks, viruses, stray dogs, falls, fractures, fires, absurd accidents, and so on. Why create a world with so many possibilities of death? The worshipper closed his mouth. He realized they fundamentally couldn't understand each other. He felt the same sense of alienation he had felt when he first saw a demon. Demons who play around with the concepts they govern as their theme. If he thought of Yinwu as a demon of survival, I can't ask a demon to give up the concept it governs. Fine. Go. Then we each have our own work to do. Agreed. Let's both do our best for our goals. With that, the two men turned their backs on each other. They walked in opposite directions. Towards the edge of this domain. Towards the world where war was breaking out. Dash. The two men staggered a few steps, then simultaneously broke into a full sprint. They shared the same thought. Gotta get out of here faster than him. Hell had become a domain without anomalies, belonging to neither the worshipper nor Yinwu. The moment they left this domain, their powers would return. Whoever got out first and regained their power would have the advantage. The worshipper gritted his teeth as he ran, determined to capture Yinwu as a prisoner and use him as a means to create a world without anomalies. If I can get out just a bit sooner, I'll surround this domain with hell and catch Yinwu. Though his stamina was slightly worse than Yinwu's, he knew the way. This was his domain. The hell he had created and designed. He knew not just the roads, but all the shortcuts too. The worshipper threw himself into the complex alleyways, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Yinwu wore a desperate expression. He keenly sensed one danger. We'll each do our best. We'll both work towards our goals. Bullshit. With their ordinary human bodies, fighting would only hurt them both, so he just spouted some polite nonsense. The truth was different. Would the worshipper, who was willing to throw away his own life, give up on him so easily? It's dangerous if the worshipper gets out first. In the extreme case, if the worshipper got outside the domain and threatened him with a gun, Yinwu would have no choice but to comply. Even if he just threatened to keep Yinwu from leaving the domain, Yinwu would have to negotiate due to the many possibilities of death. So the two men ran and walked alternately, acutely feeling the limits of their ordinary bodies. Made it. Yinwu got out a little earlier. His heart pounded as the rain's vitality surged through him. Fatigue washed away from his entire body. At the same time, his survival instinct switched on, and he felt the dice in his head at novel bin at. Yinwu quickly rolled the dice. Dice. The possibility that I'm in a nearby city. The dice danced as they rolled. At the same time, a shout came from far away. The worshipper had just gotten out. Yinwu, you can't leave. The sky, swirling with dark clouds, flowed as if enveloping the domain without anomalies. Countless iron chains wove themselves in the air, becoming a steel snake that approached. Yinwu smiled. You should exercise more. For a demon boss, you're too weak. Just as the shadow of the giant steel snake with its gaping maw fell over him, the dice showed a success. Success? Yinwu's view changed in an instant. He had moved to a nearby city. Then, Yinwu wore a dazed expression. What's happened to the world? The city was in chaos from the association president's terror. It was like a war zone, or as if the apocalypse had come. Yinwu finally saw the war. The association president, dressed like a news anchor in a suit, appeared on every billboard lining the streets. Not just on bus stop displays, but even on screens high up on buildings, the association president was reading from a script. Audience members in this area, please go to the nearest location I mentioned. Go there and attack. Yinwu, who had avoided the association president's influence, slowly turned around. His gaze swept across the city center. People were running and screaming. Cars had crashed into roadsides after speeding, and explosions and fires were breaking out everywhere. Occasionally, gunshots rang out. A person with crushed legs crawled along the asphalt road with their arms, showing a fanatical expression. Their hand brushed against Yinwu's leg. For the most beautiful one. A trail of red bloodstains followed where the person had crawled. Yinwu's lips trembled. War? They're going this far? This isn't what I expected. Wasn't mobilizing even civilians a bit much? This wasn't the assassination or all-out war he'd thought of. This was more like destruction, isn't it? At that moment, Mark Young's urgent voice rang in his head. Yinwu, where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone, and why did you reject the emergency contact through anomalous entities? We're in a state of emergency. Yinwu unconsciously raised his hand. He was about to use the dice to cut off communication, but he couldn't quite clench his outstretched palm. The human qualification certificate in his pocket seemed to radiate heat. Warmth spread through his cold, rational mind. Yinwu's lips quivered as he looked at the numerous victims. Even children and the elderly ran through the streets with wildly dilated pupils. Mom, Dad. He saw his family reflected in these people. It was a meaningless and cruel death. Mark Young heard that voice. We've protected your parents. They're not hostages. They really weren't hostages. Would hostages work on Yinwu? It was simply a service provided to level 6 agents. Half listening, Yunwu walked through the city center in a daze. His survival instinct stirred. In this world facing destruction, his survival instinct seemed to be trying to change into something beyond its limits. His view, which had only focused on himself, expanded to include his family, then society, and finally the entire human species. A strange thought floated through his hazy mind. In a world where all of humanity is extinct, does my survival alone have any meaning? Survival where I can't even have children and live alone. That's the extinction of humanity. A value higher than individual survival. The survival of humanity. The spirit of sacrifice to protect humanity even if it meant his own death. At that moment, Yunwu snapped back to his senses. Wake up. This isn't my thought. It was the contamination of his changing survival instinct. Yunwu stopped walking and gritted his teeth. His thought circuits spun at high speed. This isn't destruction. It's just a war. The extinction of humanity? That won't happen. Even the club would need to leave a foundation to continue their business, right? At the very least, humans to mine gold from gold mines. Plus, the demon worshipper would save people. It's not something I need to worry about yet. If, really, a crisis threatening humanity's extinction came, who knows? He might save people just to be able to buy a hamburger. But not now. His changing survival instinct returned to its original form. His view narrowed. So what should I do now? Just then, Mark Yung gulped. His voice came through, full of tension. Yunwu, I heard you visited other groups and tried to change the world. Please tell me a few things. What's the current situation? And, are you still a company employee? The situation is simple. The company struck first. Us? Why would we, the Anomaly Protection Company dash? In response to this confused reaction, Yunwu calmly answered. The company altered the world. The original world and the Humanity Protection Company. The alteration they committed. The war that broke out because of it. As he explained, he organized his thoughts. He recognized reality again and recalled what he needed to do. Wait, let me recall those memories first. Yes. Mark Yung answered loudly. He had found context in a situation full of false information. He would relay that first, then verify its truth. Yunwu clenched his fist in the middle of the noisy city center, full of shouts and sirens. The possibility of recalling my memories from before the alteration. The dice rolled. Success. Memories from before the alteration, a person's worth of data, poured in. Memories that were similar yet different. Yunwu calmly digested the memories. Double the memories. Double the experience. Double the experience of surviving accidents. Absorb it all. Centered on his identity of survival, the memories from two worlds merged into one. And so Yunwu recalled the memories from both before and after the alteration, and dreamed of a new future. Not the ordinary world that the Humanity Protection Company wanted, nor the world overflowing with anomalous entities without the company that he had dreamed of just moments ago. Yunwu scratched his head. The original world was the best after all. A world that allowed anomalies, where the company managed the risks, where other groups and the company maintained a balance and preserved society, and where he could live moderately. That world was the most ideal. After his eyes flashed for a moment as he thought, Yunwu said to Mark Yung, I'm on the company's side. I've already terrorized the club's headquarters and attacked the worshipper. Yunwu, please wait a moment. The company is in chaos, so it'll take some time to restore your status. Is the situation that bad? The sound of Mark Yung taking a deep breath could be heard as he was busy talking and typing. His voice came through, tense. Reserve personnel have become directors, and an emergency alert has been issued. According to the war scenario, the company plans to counterattack within an hour. It meant they were extremely busy. He didn't give exact information, but Yunwu could guess. They'll grow the Green Association's seeds, and elite agents will move. They probably have plans to mass spray memory erasers, and they might activate the extinction defense device simultaneously. But that wasn't important to Yunwu right now. He calmly continued speaking. To achieve his goal. Where's the device that altered the world? I'll fix the device and make this war never happen. That needs to be requested through the directors, but it doesn't seem like it'll be prioritized right now. Above all, we need to verify if the alteration is true before we can determine the direction of our scenarios and operations. As Mark Yung spoke, Yunwu quickly glanced around at the disaster surrounding him and forcibly strained his voice. An exaggerated shout burst out to persuade him. People are dying even as we speak? Whether it's the Anomaly Protection Company or the Humanity Protection Company, we should save people, shouldn't we? But if we alter it anyway how can a person say such a thing? Just because it's altered doesn't mean death isn't death. The sound of Mark Yung grabbing his head in pain came through. Conscience, the company's confusion, war, and alteration. Everything became pain that stabbed at his head. Finally, Mark Yung spoke with difficulty. All right. I'll have you participate in one project. Follow the instructions of the researchers in that department and fix the alteration device first. Understood. I'll do my best. He received location information. Yunwu immediately ended the call and glanced at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering. The worshipper's hell was expanding. In the distance, at the edge of the city, eerie screams echoed. In the face of destruction, his survival instinct tried to change again, but Yunwu coldly opened his palm. This isn't my world. A world changed by the company's experiment. Even the memories were fabricated. It was a world manipulated by anomalous entities. Yunwu moved to reclaim the original world. Even the most perfect security program can't always stop people. After all, a lock that only opens with one key is useless if the key's owner decides to sell it. Tap tap tap. Mark Young's fingers flew over the keyboard and mouse. Various programs flashed across the screen as he discreetly added a department to the World Alteration Device Project. The Gambling Eradication Center. The department where Yanwu rolled dice for requests. Done. Mark quickly changed the screen and wiped his sweaty hands on his clothes. His face showed a mix of relief, confusion, and worry. Did I do the right thing? Is this okay? Yanwu's status as an elite agent had been suspended due to suspicious activities. Several more verifications were needed, but Mark couldn't stand by and watch people die. He'd abused his authority. Doubt crept in, making his eyes waver. Yanwu. Anomaly Protection Company. Humanity Protection Company. War. What the hell is all this? As he struggled to think with his exhausted and stressed mind, Mark shifted his gaze. A newly appointed director suddenly burst out of the director's office, shouting, "Change the war scenario? The demon worshipper is on our side? Redirect the forces meant for the worshipper to the club and association president. Is the club an enemy too, sir?" "Yes, we've already secured evidence." The director, looking like he might cough up blood, whipped his head around. He quickly yelled, "Who's in charge of Yanwu?" Quickly. "That's me, sir." Mark stood up, raising his hand. The director and other employees turned to look at him. Mark broke out in a cold sweat as the director waved his hand. "Yanwu is an enemy of the company? You, start working on the assassination plan." Mark hesitated before replying. "There's not enough evidence to consider him an enemy yet. He attacked both the club, who are enemies, and the demon worshipper, who's an ally. We can't simply judge him as an enemy." If anything, it seemed like he wanted to undo the apocalypse approaching the world. The director looked like he was about to die from frustration. As a level 6 variable, he'd heard information right after the alteration, including the last words of the deceased director. He noticed the alteration wants to create an anomaly-friendly world, and is acting independently with other level 6 entities. Why would someone like that be on the company's side? His voice rose in anger, but the director swallowed his emotions. The atmosphere felt off. The faces of the employees in the director's immediate secretariat were full of questions. They fundamentally didn't understand this war. Why fight a war against the anomalies they were supposed to protect? It was hard to understand even counterattacking according to the scenario after being attacked first by the association president. Are we really going through with the war scenario? They're valuable anomalous entities. Isn't Yanwu level 6 too? Why destroy a level 6 that opposes the world? Wouldn't it be better to capture him alive even if he's an enemy? The gap between the Anomaly Protection Company and the Humanity Protection Company became a wall dividing the director and the employees. Faced with these unsettling gazes, the director took a step back. The Anomaly Protection Company had no justification. But if he revealed the truth about the alteration, there's no way they'd go through with a plan to destroy anomalous entities using war as a means. Even if the board of directors agreed, it would be meaningless. The company would fall into chaos and surely be destroyed while paralyzed under attack. In the end, the director blurted out an excuse. "We were attacked first, is that what's important right now? The company comes first. If the company survives, we can protect as many anomalous entities as we want." "Director, is it true that we're the Humanity Protection Company?" An employee sitting near Mark raised their hand. They had overheard Mark talking about the alteration on the phone. Their eyes trembling uncontrollably, they continued. "I'm asking if it's true that the company altered the world. If so, then this world." They had too much to say and couldn't get the words out. Different thoughts flashed through the employees' minds. The company had no right to rewrite their lives, their mission was a lie, what should they do and why, who should they protect? Heat built up in the secretariat like water about to boil. They set aside their busy phones and pushed away their keyboards, focusing solely on the director. The director took several steps back towards his office, inwardly cursing. His curses were aimed at the previous board of directors. "You crazy bastards! Starting this alteration without any preparation. How could a mistake twist even the company? If only the company had stayed intact." That instinctive physical reaction was a clear answer. The employees, nerves connecting the brain and body, let out hollow laughs. Anger, despair, confusion, sadness, doubt. All kinds of emotions boiled over. And then, white papers exploded like firecrackers all around. The employees had thrown them simultaneously. "Even my family was affected by the association president. I stayed at this post only because of our mission, and now what? That mission wasn't even true to begin with. This dog of a company? Are we just tools? Rewriting us as you please, using us as you like. How is this any different from brainwashing?" Their mission had been shaken. Their mental armor had come undone. Employees suffering from intense stress let their emotions run wild. Emotions focused solely on the individual. The director desperately reached out, trying to persuade them. "The company's alteration was an accident that even we didn't expect. So you're admitting there really was an alteration?" Smack! A wireless mouse flew through the air. As the director rubbed his forehead and tried to speak again, this time keyboards, lunchboxes, and fruit were hurled at him. At that moment at Novel bin at. Mark Young, who had been coolly observing everyone, suddenly lit up. He'd organized his thoughts amidst the chaos. There's only one thing to do now. Protecting humanity. That had nothing to do with the company's identity. Because people were dying outside. Because destruction had come. It was something he had to do as a human being. He climbed onto the table with a bang, spreading his arms wide. A piercing shout burst out. Everyone, please calm down. This won't dash. What's your deal? Ack. Mark was hit by a flying monitor and fell with a crash. His foot slipped. He tumbled under the table. A horrifying crunch of breaking bones rang out clearly. The sound alone was enough to make one feel the pain. For a moment, silence fell. Oh, the person who had thrown the monitor gaped blankly. Their hands waved aimlessly in the air. Hey, are you okay? My arm, my arm. Mark looked at his broken arm. His elbow was bent as if he had grown an extra one. Maybe because of the adrenaline, he didn't feel any pain. No, now's the time. Now that everyone had shut up and was focusing on him, Mark quickly opened his mouth. Everyone, let's set aside the complicated issues for now. What we need to do right now is protect people. You're saying we were originally the Humanity Protection Company? If even that was the company manipulating us dash. An employee holding a resignation letter spoke, and Mark immediately cut them off. People are dying out there. If we leave them alone, it'll be no different from extinction. We need to do what we can. Stop the war and save people. This simple yet powerful justification reached the employees. The employee who said their family had been affected by the association president muttered unconsciously. We could change the war scenario to a rescue scenario. It's not even that difficult. No, how would we deal with the club and association president? Oh, but protecting anomalous entities. No, there are many ways. Assassination, ceasefire negotiations. Ideas began to pour out. Their thoughts had already shifted to protecting humanity. Mark shook his head. We can use the world alteration device. The director, who had been listening quietly, chimed in. That's broken. It'll take a lot of time to fix. No, Yinwu will fix it with his dice. And he's agreed to make the war never happen. At that moment, everyone fell silent. They suddenly felt a chill, as if cold water had been dumped on them. Regardless of what thoughts Yinwu might harbor, will that really work? A troublemaker. A man who produced chaotic results like his dice. Even the employees who had been spouting all sorts of ideas under the goal of protecting humanity couldn't speak anymore. The director stared blankly into space for a while before slowly lowering his head. Complex thoughts crossed his mind. Humanity Protection Company. Protect humanity from anomalies. Perhaps the company had changed its essence at some point? Had it prioritized the eradication of anomalies over the protection of humanity? After a moment of silence, the director spoke. All right, let's do that. But after we verify Yinwu's intentions with the interrogation device and anomalous entities dash. At that moment, the director stopped speaking. His phone in his pocket vibrated 3 short times. It was a notification for priority messages about elite agents and the extinction defense device. The director took out his phone and continued speaking. If his intentions aren't dangerous. He couldn't believe his eyes. The message contained serious news. World alteration device completely destroyed. Blueprints lost. Perpetrator, Yinwu. Given enough time, the ultimate safeguard for rewriting the world had been completely ruined. The director threw his phone and screamed. Kill Yinwu. Why so suddenly dash? How could someone who destroyed even the blueprints of the world alteration device be on our side? Mark stared blankly at the director before suddenly passing out from the pain that hit him. Yinwu arrived at the department with the world alteration device by spatial movement, before Mark Young could add his name to the project, just after hearing the location information. Is this the device you're talking about? Yinwu looked at the massive chunk of steel. It was a pile of scrap metal, burst, broken, shattered, and collapsed beyond recognition. The researcher, who had been persuaded by Yinwu, let out a deep sigh. It's a shame. It shouldn't have been broken like this. If only this had stayed intact, we could have easily dealt with the current war. Yinwu slowly reached out towards the pile of scrap metal. His expression wasn't good. He could feel the possibilities at his fingertips. The chances of fixing this are low. As expected of an extinction defense device, the probability of successful repair was extremely low. It was hard to trust his survival instinct too. Yinwu's hand twitched slightly. His sense of survival instinct felt dull. As if it didn't matter if he couldn't fix this, it wasn't avoiding the possibilities of failure and critical failure. Perhaps it saw destruction as advantageous for a level 6 device. Still, I might as well try rolling. Yinwu hesitated before rolling the dice once. The dice rolled. Misses don't count as numbers. Yinwu rolled the dice again. After a few more misses, a failure came up. Bang! The device exploded. A steel fragment grazed his face. Yinwu rubbed his cheek with trembling hands. This kind of thing wasn't life-threatening anyway, but the device to revert the world had been damaged even more. No, well, okay, I just need one success. As long as he succeeded once, it would be fixed. Yinwu quickly rolled the dice again. After repeated failures, even the blueprints that could have helped with repairs were lost. As the researcher screamed and ran over, Yinwu's hands shook violently. The probability of successful repair had fallen infinitely close to 0. Yinwu stared blankly at the steel debris. He turned his gaze away. This was a lost cause. There was nothing he could do. And when he couldn't do something himself, he could always make someone else do it. I need to see the club chairman again. Dash. The World Alteration Department was a scene worse than hell itself. Researchers ran around screaming, while others crawled on the floor, wailing. The device, even the blueprints are gone. No, no. In an instant, the core of their department, the device they'd poured their blood and sweat into, had vanished. They'd witnessed it with their own eyes. The intense mental anguish overcame even the dice's persuasion. One by one, the researchers began glaring at Yinwu. A light bordering on madness glinted in their eyes. What have you done? You bastard? How could you do this? Who are you anyway? Yinwu? It's Yinwu? Why did this department destroyer come here? One researcher hurled insults. Some rushed to report to the director, while others called for security. Yinwu, his eyes darting around, slowly backed away and said seriously, "Don't worry. This can be fixed quickly. I'll somehow reverse it." "Don't." The employee who had directly guided Yinwu screamed. They could imagine what accident might happen if he failed again. They might even erase the memories in their heads, forcing them to rebuild the world alteration device from scratch. No, perhaps even the anomalous pencil that was the core of the device. Wait, is the pencil still intact? At that moment, a researcher threw themselves at the device's remains, their bodies shaking violently. If that pencil disappeared, they could never recreate the world alteration device. Steel fragments tore their clothes and scratched their skin, leaving red wounds, but the researcher swam through the debris like a madman, flailing their hands. "Find it quickly, that. Other researchers rose one after another. They moved fragments with their bare hands, the sharp and rough edges tearing their palms. Just then, the door burst open with a bang, and armed security guards poured in. They immediately aimed their weapons at Yinwu. Yinwu clenched his fist. To the city with the club building. The dice rolled. Success. Movement could be fatal if done wrong. His survival instinct erased failure and critical failure. A moderate success came up. Yinwu's view changed. It was the city he'd visited not long ago. As if the sun had fallen, the entire city was bathed in golden light. Yinwu quietly looked up at the sky. The world that rejected anomalies was lashing out at golden omnipotence domain as if in its death throes. That power was mighty, but somehow weakened. Because the world was on the brink of destruction. The expanding hell, the association president's influence spreading from inside the arts center, and golden omnipotence exerted authority. All of these were weakening the world. Even the persuasion Yinwu had set was still deceiving the world. No, is that because I created an ordinary space? He wasn't sure. After scratching his head briefly, Yinwu slowly started walking. His destination was the club building where the chairman was. Looking at the dazzlingly bright building, Yinwu fell into thought. His goal. Returning to the original world. What he needed for that. What he had to do. Repairing? No, rebuilding the world alteration device was just the first step. He had to do much more. He recalled the words he had shouted just before the alteration. "Dice. Create a way for me to survive." I interfered and turned it into the Anomaly Protection Company. If he could interfere, other level 6 entities could too. Each level 6 would dream of a different world, so he had to stop their interference. And then there was the company. I need to make them give up on an ordinary world. The intertwined situation was more difficult than world alteration. There were too many involved entities, and the knot was so tangled he didn't know where to start. Would it take the company's think tank hours of meetings to even begin to grasp it? Lost in thought, Yinwu walked unsteadily. The answer wouldn't come, making his steps slow. And that time was long enough for the chairman to notice Yinwu's visit. Golden light gathered in front of Yinwu, forming the chairman's figure. "What is it? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be attacking the company at a time like this? Or the demon worshipper?" The chairman showed his discomfort. The alliance was certain, at least. Yinwu wouldn't tolerate a company trying to eradicate anomalies. But Yinwu was a bomb that should be thrown at the enemy lines, not kept at headquarters. Yinwu, who had been thinking with his head down and eyes lowered, slowly raised his head. His lips moved as if to say something to persuade, but then closed firmly. This isn't someone I can persuade. He'd lose if he tried to win with words and logic. Hadn't he already experienced that when he came to change the world? At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Why did I try to persuade and deal with this rationally? Who was it? I think some king in the past said to cut the knot. If you eliminate the problem, there's no need to solve it. Or threaten the knot with a knife to make it unravel itself. Just as the chairman was about to speak again, sensing danger, Yinwu reached out his hand. The image in his mind was of a doomsday cultist holding an eraser. He spoke flatly. "Dice. The possibility of the earth exploding." The dice rolled. The survival instinct erased success and critical success, but the possibilities of miss, failure, and critical failure wriggled. Without related senses, it was a tangle of probabilities impossible to distinguish. In an instant, the chairman panicked. He couldn't think of anything else and just shouted, "Stop it." Golden light flashed so brightly it seemed white, enveloping Yinwu. The wriggling threads of probability shrank like bugs hit with insecticide. The rolling dice stopped. It had been cancelled. Silence fell for a moment. The two men just stared at each other. "What are you doing? Are you insane? Suddenly trying to explode the earth?" The chairman spoke first. He assessed the gold consumed and came to his senses. For stopping Earth's explosion, very little gold had been used. It meant it wasn't going to happen in the first place. Annoyance settled on the chairman's face. "Is this a joke? Is this the time for such pranks?" "It's not a joke. This isn't my world. It's an altered world. My memories, my life were rewritten. My real life and connections only exist in the world before the alteration." Yinwu slowly opened his hand again. The chairman's gaze focused on Yinwu. Yinwu muttered as if talking to himself. A world like this should be destroyed. Should I erase people first? Dice. The possibility of a disease that kills people spreading worldwide. Cancel. Golden light flashed again. This time, a lot more gold was consumed. Unlike Earth's explosion, this had a real possibility of happening. The chairman's expression hardened. Are you serious? Do you really think that? No, you can't be. Or can you? The chairman pressed his head, feeling a headache coming on. He couldn't understand what Yinwu was trying to do, what kind of person he was. You came to change the world. I don't know what you did with the demon worshipper, and now destruction? Do you perhaps have multiple personalities? Does your personality change based on the dice roll results? The most rational possibility was that Yinwu's mind had been corrupted by the dice's contamination. Yinwu maintained his expressionless face. I told you, a world like this needs to be destroyed. The chairman looked at Yinwu quietly before slowly realizing the situation. It was a simple negotiation technique. First, make a strong demand, then ask for what you really want. Like saying you'll sell at a high price, then slowly adjusting it. You have something else you want. Tell me. Stop this pathetic threatening. Yinwu, his intentions exposed, stopped his clumsy act and sheepishly scratched his head. His voice came out somewhat embarrassed. My goal is to return to the original world. No matter how I think about it, the original world was the most ideal. What on earth are you talking about? The Humanity Protection Company wants to eradicate anomalies. How is that ideal? That's a problem too, but I've prepared countermeasures for that in my own way. Yinwu turned his head slightly. The ordinary domain he had created. He'd use this as a carrot for the company and these destruction threats as a stick to negotiate. The company's policy is protection, not attack, right? I think I can appeal to that. Let's say that works. But why should I agree to this? The chairman wore an incredulous expression. The war was going in their favor, and the club had procured tons of gold. If they brought down the company in this world, it would be over. Why go back to the pre-alteration world where the company existed? Yinwu wasn't confident he could change the club's stance either. He spoke hesitantly at Novel bin Adat. I'm not asking you to agree, just to fix the world alteration device and not interfere when I try to revert things. So, why should I? No, forget it. I don't think this world is that bad. I'll stop you. In the end, the chairman insisted on keeping the current world. Yinwu lowered his head in disappointment. A deep sigh escaped him. This isn't working. If the chairman had helped, the world alteration device could have been fixed right away. Even threatening with a knife hadn't made the knot unravel itself, so the only option left was to cut the knot with the knife. Then I have no choice. I'll have to get rid of you first. Golden omnipotence wasn't the chairman. If he killed the chairman, he could use it himself. This was actually more certain. Dice. The possibility of the chairman dying from a heart attack. Kill the chairman and solve all problems with golden omnipotence. At the same time, the chairman's figure also shone with golden light. He countered attack with attack. Stop Yinwu's heart. The dice rolled and showed a result, while golden omnipotence, having heard the wish, consumed gold to exert its force. In an instant, the attacks pierced each other. Thud. Both men's hearts stopped simultaneously. And then, both hearts started beating again. The chairman fell backwards but recovered as his insurance activated, while Yinwu's survival instinct simply guided him to a future where his heart beat again. The two level 6 entities, having briefly experienced death, glared at each other. Fine. Let's see which is more omnipotent, golden omnipotence or your dice. Don't worry too much. You'll be alive and well in the world I revert to. Immediately after, the dice began rolling madly, unraveling threads of probability, while golden omnipotence devoured gold endlessly, twisting reality. Dash. The air twisted viciously. Killing intent manifested into reality. The possibility of the chairman's neural connections breaking. The possibility of his spine fracturing, his blood turning to water, his lungs rejecting oxygen, his bioelectricity becoming lightning. As Yinwu chanted, the dice eagerly flung themselves. They rolled so fiercely that a whirring sound could be heard, producing results in a short time. A mix of busts, failures, and successes. Several threads of probability materialized these possibilities, engulfing the chairman. The chairman didn't just stand there either. Ignoring defense completely, he spat out words filled with murderous intent. Kill Yinwu. He didn't bother with defense. There was no need. Golden light flowed down from the chairman's crown like a wave. The insurance and defenses he had prepared by constantly offering gold instantly restored him. Moreover, the chairman's attack never even happened. His gaze turned to golden omnipotence. Not enough to kill him? How much gold have I offered? Something was off. Yinwu hadn't blocked it with the dice, nor had he resurrected. Was there not enough gold? I won't die, Yinwu said, maintaining a calm expression as he continued rolling the dice. He wasn't omnipotent yet. He merely possessed an absolute quality. The absolute law that he would always survive. The chairman finally realized. Something that even an enormous amount of gold couldn't interfere with. The demon worshipper's hell, the association president's beauty, golden omnipotence transactions. He said. So it wasn't the dice, but survival. Yes. So let's stop this pointless fight and cooperate. If it was a battle that would only end with one side's death, the ultimate victor would be the one who couldn't die. Yinwu was confident. The chairman chuckled. His wariness eased a bit. You reached level 6 with such a useless ability. Level 6 entities don't die in the first place. The association president would be revived by the world if they died. There was no death in hell, and he wouldn't die as long as the gold didn't run out. It would have been more threatening if it was the dice. I don't think so. Yinwu shook his head at that judgment. Thanks to reaching level 6 with his survival instinct, he had remained himself. The Artist Association president was obsessed with beauty, collecting artworks like an addict. The worshipper had trapped themselves in hell. They loved humans more than anyone, but their self-loathing for creating a hell that harmed humans was their own hell. I'm not obsessed with profit and loss like you. I'm still me. Those words grated on the chairman's mind. He frowned. His eyes, glowing with golden light, narrowed. He had already lost much of himself too. He knew his past self was very different from his current self. Sometimes when he recalled the past, it felt like looking at a stranger. He spoke as if making an excuse. Even if I'm contaminated, using golden omnipotence and becoming the club's chairman is profitable enough. Even if I lose my humanity. Then he immediately glared straight at Yinwu. And if you're really not contaminated, it means you were an anomalous entity from the start. If anything, I'm more human than you. I have a human qualification certificate, so I'm human. Even though his durability had decreased after his heart stopped once, he was still human for now. A real human doesn't need such a certificate. No, why are we talking about this in the middle of a fight? The chairman, briefly caught up in Yinwu's words, snapped back to his senses. This was a loss. Time and gold were being wasted meaninglessly. They started fighting again. Now that they had roughly gauged each other, they changed tactics. A battle between immortal level 6 entities. Spatial containment. Two-dimensional banishment. Die sealing. Mind control. Seal resistance. Just resistance. Persuasion. Move the chairman to the opposite side of Earth. Steal golden omnipotence. The chairman aimed to neutralize Yinwu temporarily, while Yinwu tried to remove the chairman and use golden omnipotence. The world twisted and shook. Space closed like a square box. Yinwu flew into the second dimension and came back. Black threads of probability removed seals, and possibilities that failed and succeeded extended out only to bounce off the building. Yinwu's face scrunched up. I'm being pushed back. The club, on war footing, shook off all interference based on their ample gold. On the other hand, Yinwu's survival instinct was dull, and the dice produced random results, lowering their output. At this rate, he couldn't do anything. He had only succeeded in completely destroying the world alteration device. Yinwu retreated step by step. It was hard to withstand the golden waves. Though he was somehow resisting fatal interference, he was gradually losing ground. You're busy just defending. I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. Go back now. Give up on the original world. The chairman casually threw out a suggestion. It wasn't a bad offer. He could live without dying in this world too. There was no reason to risk dangers like mind control or die sealing to revert to the previous world. A thought crossed his mind. Should I give up? Yinwu stopped walking. Giving up was the rational and efficient choice. But the reason he didn't like that option was, the chairman also stopped attacking, waiting for Yinwu's decision. When the company falls, our world will come. Would immortal level 6 entities fight each other? You can just live comfortably. People will live on as usual too. No. Yinwu raised his head. The dice reflected clearly in his eyes, and his dull survival instinct faintly surrounded him, but Yinwu's own thoughts shone most brightly. I was mistaken. Thinking I wanted to go back because the original world was better to live in. That's not it. Survival couldn't be the reason. Having reached level 6 with his survival instinct, he wouldn't die in any world. There was only one reason he wanted the original world. This isn't my world. I want my world, the world I've lived in. A world not interfered with by strange devices, where only the trajectory of the life he had lived remained. The experiences he had and the people he had met. That past was as precious as life itself. He had to undo the alteration that had changed his past, just as he resisted interference that manipulated him. The chairman sighed. Well, you don't have the ability to do that. This is a waste of time, a waste of gold. Can't you please stop wasting? I may not have the ability, but I have the potential. Yinwu smiled and pulled a pistol from his bag. It was a handmade gun from the club. He pointed it at his own head. He recalled his future self. The version of himself who lived in a world destroyed by climate anomalies, thinking alone on how to solve them. The one who wandered searching for the Ark. The one who had the ability to turn back time, to make the climate anomalies never happen. He understood that self who had accepted even humanity's extinction and the deaths of people he had grown close to as his past. Yinwu muttered inwardly. What I need is power as strong as my future self. What could he, who had only spent 4 years as a civil service exam student and barely survived in the field, do about such complex and massive problems? He'd just break things if he touched them. Only omnipotent power was the solution, and he already knew how to obtain that power. Survival instinct. Let's make the war and destruction never happen. Yinwu pulled the trigger. A red flower bloomed on his head. The torn human qualification certificate scattered like cherry blossoms at novel bin at. Suicide? Do you really have mental problems? The chairman sighed as he looked at Yinwu who had fallen backward. It was a good thing, anyway. He would surely resurrect, but that could be dealt with by sealing him. Threads of probability slowly spread over Yinwu's body. It was clearly a resurrection judgment. The chairman waved his hand casually. Seal him. However, golden omnipotence didn't move. It was saying that was impossible. The chairman paused and turned his gaze back. An inexplicable chill ran up his spine. No, even the world shook uneasily. The boundaries between Golden Omnipotence's domain and the world blurred, mixed, and changed into something unknowable. The survival instinct screamed. It had created a future where he would live on. The dice's resurrection judgment. Critical success. Black threads of probability sutured Yinwu's wounds like a surgery. They replaced destroyed body parts with threads of possibility and probability, and Yinwu's heart started beating again. Threads jutting out like a mask covering his nose and eyes rippled. Yinwu slowly rose. Only his smiling mouth remained as a human face. After fumbling at his face, Yinwu laughed out loud. I should have done this sooner. He could clearly feel the probabilistic possibilities. They were within reach. As Yinwu lightly waved his hand, threads of probability gathered in his grasp. The crumbling domain was restored. He had grasped and realized that possibility. First, the human qualification certificate. Oh, I don't need it anymore. Yinwu, who was about to create 100 human qualification certificates, pushed away the threads with a thud. Perhaps it was because he had given up on being human himself. Yinwu's survival had progressed to humanity's survival, and that survival instinct appropriately checked the dice's erosion. It maintained his sense of self, saying that humanity would perish if the dice ran wild. On top of that, the dice had become his body, allowing him to control it as easily as his original emotions. At that point, Yinwu turned his head. The chairman, after staring at the mask-like eye area made of black threads of probability, spoke with a trembling voice. Dice level 6. Yes, that's what happened. Now you don't need to cooperate. There would be no more mistakes. Yinwu reached into the air with his clenched hand, drawing out threads of probability. Not the possibility of the world alteration device being repaired. The possibility of cancelling the alteration. The possibility of returning to the original world. Stop. Golden light rushed in. It was the authority to cancel Yinwu's actions. Yinwu leisurely clenched his other hand. The possibility of blocking all interference for 10 seconds. A world where destruction loomed due to war. The survival instinct added its strength. The golden light hit a wall and stopped. Those 10 seconds were enough. Yinwu clenched his fist. The world was rewritten. All accidents happen in an instant. But people who have experienced an accident once handle it skillfully. The company, having gone through the unprecedented accident of alteration, had preemptively backed up important data like the progress of the war and the dangers of level 6 entities in an ordinary room. Please preserve the current memories. The chairman, who had witnessed Yinwu altering the world right before his eyes, protected himself. You're saying you won't hurt me anymore? Finally, we're going back. Alteration? If I stay here, the world will become hell. No, first to a domain without anomalies? If the war continues, I'll come out again. Some could choose to passively observe. And so, the world was rewritten. Yinwu quietly looked up at the sky. He could do anything as long as the probability wasn't zero. The probability of restoring the world alteration device was extremely low, but it still existed, which meant he could alter the world. Yinwu closed his eyes. In an instant, the world changed. The war had never happened, the world allowed anomalies, and the company existed as the Humanity Protection Company. The world just before the alteration caused by the device had returned. With just a blink of an eye, the world had changed. Yinwu, wearing a mask of probability threads, quietly looked at the club's building. The club's headquarters existed as an ordinary high-rise building. It wasn't plastered with gold, nor had it created a domain. There was no need for that in this world. Only the gold that had been consumed earlier remained consumed. It had been used in transactions and was absolutely spent. A secretary came out of the building. They looked at Yinwu's face curiously before gesturing. Mr. Yinwu, the chairman says to come up. Let's go. Yinwu calmly followed the secretary. He had taken the first step. Many problems still remained. The Humanity Protection Company dreaming of an ordinary world, anomaly groups that had to fight the company. His survival instinct seemed to whisper, war leads to destruction. We must prevent such a thing from happening. Yinwu answered inwardly. I know. I won't make the same mistake as my future self. If possible, it was best for everyone to live together. Rather than accepting loss and pain, it was better not to experience them in the first place. Of course, if a life-threatening crisis came, he would probably scramble to survive alone again, but now there was no reason for that. He had the power to save not just his own life, but everyone's lives. He had room to breathe. There's no reason not to do it if I can. It's difficult, but not impossible. Swish. Yinwu suddenly clenched his fist. The probability threads covering his face. He realized the possibility of them appearing as a human form, replacing part of his brain and face. As he tied those threads of possibility to his ring finger like a ring, the threads of probability and dice in his head added an impulse. So what are you going to do? Can you persuade the company, anomaly groups, and level 6 entities? You can't, right? Let's just crush them with force. Yinwu, who had entered the building and gotten into the elevator, pressed his temples hard. He glanced at the mirror. The same face as before. The dice reflected in his eyes. An impulse causing confusion with simple thoughts. Gather the directors to threaten them to give up on an ordinary world, and threaten other level 6 entities not to fight. Yinwu muttered. That's not it. He coldly pushed away the impulse. Was it because he had become one with the dice? It felt closer to fusion than contamination, making it easier to control impulses and emotions. The secretary kept stealing glances at Yinwu, swallowing hard. At that moment, ding, the elevator doors opened. The secretary said, "You can go in." The chairman said he wanted to talk with you alone. "All right." Yinwu stepped out of the elevator. Befitting the original world, there was no conveyor belt on the top floor, just the chairman, golden omnipotence, and furniture like tables and sofas. The chairman, looking exhausted, sat on the sofa and glared at Yinwu. "Well done. We've just wasted gold, and now we can't stop the company from moving to eradicate anomalies. Yeah, you're a complete anomalous entity now, so what are you going to do about the company?" It was the worst situation. The club had wasted a ton of gold, and the company had returned to being the Humanity Protection Company. If war broke out in the current situation, everyone would die at novel bin at. Yinwu scratched his head and slowly sat down in the opposite chair. He found it hard to open his mouth. The chairman wore a frustrated expression. "Don't you know about ordinary bullets? Even you'll die if hit by those. And it's not like you love humanity like that worshipper. You must have had a plan when you pulled this stunt." "I don't have a plan," Yinwu said briefly. He really didn't. He lacked the ability to handle grand things like policies or strategies. He had learned that painfully while moving through the altered world. Hadn't chaos ensued every time he tried to directly intervene? The chairman's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. He wanted to say something, but it seemed like it might come out as curses. Without a plan, without thinking, that. But Yinwu slowly spoke. "I've been thinking, and I don't know how to balance profit relationships or handle diplomatic matters between groups. So." He looked into the air for a moment before slowly lowering his gaze. His eyes were on the chairman, but his mind was recalling more people. The Goldberg Club, the Artist Association, the Demon Worshipper, the Humanity Protection Company. Gather experts from different groups to create a solution. Let's have a meeting with people from all groups. To find a way to create a world where we can all live together like now. Do you think that's possible? Yes. The chairman felt like he was going crazy. Would the company, which could mass-produce ordinary bullets and had the ability to create an ordinary world, accept this? They'd probably try to annihilate everyone instead. Even he, as the club's chairman, wanted to kill the company before they were destroyed, and the association president and worshipper would likely take extreme measures too. The chairman unfastened his wristwatch as if frustrated. He carelessly tossed the watch into a corner of the sofa. There's no reason for the company to accept this. In the end, only war remains. In other words, your alteration was meaningless as it is. Yinwu's eyes lit up as he briefly glanced at the watch. No, it's not too late yet. They hadn't crossed the point of no return. Because the company's power wasn't overwhelming. With time, they might not be able to stop the company, but not now, Yinwu said. Ordinary bullets aren't a fatal danger. They could be blocked with bulletproof gear. They could create a domain where guns malfunction using golden omnipotence, or grasp the possibility of nearby guns not firing. The association president would make guns malfunction on their own anyway. Since the powers are similar now, why not negotiate instead? The chairman leaned back on the sofa and stared into space for a moment. Various thoughts crossed his mind. It's not impossible. If only the company cooperates. We could even sign a treaty. Yinwu blinked, not quite understanding, so the chairman explained. Prevent the company from creating an ordinary world and ordinary weapons, disclose related information, and give anomaly groups the right to audit. In return, anomaly groups also have the obligation to protect humanity and act accordingly. That sounds great. Yinwu clapped his hands. It certainly seemed like a better method than just barging in. But the chairman shook his head. The problem remains the same. The reason for the company to accept this. I can only think of threats. I guess we really need to gather people and hear their thoughts. Yinwu spoke firmly. Just lend me the club's personnel. I'll call in some people I know as well. The chairman reluctantly agreed, and so a meeting was convened. The club's think tank, some demon worshippers and artists the club maintained friendly relations with, and a few clock repairmen who had once been organized to stop the climate anomalies. The meeting continued for a long time. They somehow managed to get a grasp on things. Yinwu's eyes shone with hope, and even the chairman clenched his fist, seeing potential. All that remained was the summit. The chairman said, I'll gather the association president, the worshipper, the board of directors, myself as chairman, and you? Golden light flashed, creating a video conference screen in the air. About 10 people wore strange expressions as they assessed the situation. Then Yinwu said, let's sign a treaty. What kind of treaty? One of the directors who had been revived when the alteration was cancelled asked glumly. They had already noticed the alteration and its cancellation and were in the middle of discussing countermeasures. I'll explain. The chairman stepped forward and explained coherently. A treaty to give up on an ordinary world on Earth. Information disclosure and audit rights. Also, the obligation of anomaly groups to protect humanity. The world alteration device is meaningless anyway. Having experienced 2 alterations, we've prepared countermeasures. The company can't create an ordinary world. He was saying that since it was a goal they couldn't achieve right away, they might as well negotiate reasonably. One director said. We have no reason to agree. Fine, since everything's out in the open, I'll be frank. A world without anomalies, an ordinary world, is a mission we can't give up. Some things couldn't be compromised. The director's expression hardened as much as their firm voice. War will break out. But if it's for the future, that's a sacrifice we're willing to make. At this point, Yinwu stepped in. That's why I'd like to propose something. Humanity Protection Company. Isn't its purpose to protect humanity, not eradicate anomalies? Rather than sacrificing humans through war, save people. The director's gazes turned to Yanhua. Their expressions weren't of looking at a traitor, but as if something inevitable had happened. A level 6 anomalous entity, a survivalist at that, wouldn't want an ordinary world. The director in charge of Yanhua spoke. We thought you wouldn't stick with us until the end. If you're saying that to survive, I understand. But that's not what I mean. Yanhua firmly shook his head. He remembered. The world of giants. Humans living miserably as pets. I'm telling you to save humans not on Earth, but in the second dimension. Let all groups join forces to protect Earth, and the company should move outward. Leave Earth as it is, and have the company build an ordinary world in the second dimension. That world would itself become an ark and a shelter for humanity. The company faced a crossroads. One path led to a war with a clear future of mutual destruction. The price, a few remaining humans on Earth and an ordinary world. The other path involved venturing into the second dimension to build an ordinary world and a new civilization. Concern settled on the directors' faces. They frowned, stroked their chins, and tapped their fingers on the table as they calculated. The second option seemed better than expected. It was faithful to the goal of protecting humanity and made sense from a long-term perspective and risk management standpoint. But something bothered them, and one director spoke up. It's not bad, but we can't give up on Earth. Earth's resources. The civilization and technology of 8 billion humans. All of that was also the company's foundation. Abandoning everything to start over was too risky. The chairman smiled skillfully and waved his hand. We're not asking the company to abandon Earth. We're saying all groups should join forces to protect Earth. The company will use Earth as a base to pioneer the second dimension. And the club would procure gold from the second dimension too. Hiding a bit of greed, the chairman casually picked up a nearby gold bar and offered it to Golden Omnipotence. Please send these documents. Documents outlining only the important points were transmitted to the meeting participants. This isn't pretty. The Artist Association president stared blankly at the string of text before shaking their head. It was hard to understand. It wasn't an artwork, and they didn't want to keep looking at it. On the other hand, the demon worshipper seemed focused on something else. While the directors were hurriedly reading through the documents, the worshipper turned their head to find Yanhua. The ordinary domain. Did you create it? Oh, yes. I made it before canceling the alteration. Yanhua suddenly snapped to attention. The ordinary domain he'd created before the alteration. It was a domain similar to what the company could create, including ordinary bullets and ordinary rooms, so the dice had used the power of critical failure to raise the low probability. The problem was that this domain had been created in the demon worshipper's headquarters, the demon self-governing region. Yanhua's eyes darted around. Is this going to be a problem? It seems like it might be. Their headquarters was still gone even after the alteration was cancelled, right? And all the demons there would have returned to, right? It'll be tough if the worshipper becomes an enemy. Hell was truly a counter to his survival instinct. It just turned off the moment he entered. He didn't die and people didn't die there. He could face it with the dice, but the worshipper wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Yanhua's legs shook, but the worshipper closed their eyes and let out a deep sigh. Mixed emotions crossed their face. Relief, regret, remorse. The worshipper held up the paper. They hadn't even looked at it. I agree. Without even reading it, the chairman frowned slightly. Wasn't this too careless for a meeting that would determine their future? The worshipper, currently in the demon dimension, dipped what looked like a brush made of finger bones into thick blood. Why would I refuse a treaty for humans? This wasn't a meeting to exterminate humanity. Rather, it was a meeting to protect humans. Of course, the worshipper would agree to whatever the specific clauses were, and, most importantly, they had found their salvation. Of course, there's a condition. Transfer the ordinary domain to me. It's mine anyway since it's in the demon self-governing region, but I want you to build a city for people to live in there. Swish swish, the brush moved, engraving blood-red letters. Their only dream. Just by existing, I turn my surroundings into hell. If I could escape that curse, I don't care about anything else. Within the ordinary domain, the worshipper could live a normal life as just another person. The life they had always longed for but could never achieve. While an ordinary world was good, a world protected by all anomaly groups working together would be just as safe. The worshipper was convinced. Yanhua let out a sigh of relief, and the chairman nodded willingly. That's not a difficult task. It'll be easy if the company helps. Their gazes swept past the directors. The directors were staring blankly at Yanhua. They hadn't even read the documents, and their voices trembled as they spoke. You created an ordinary domain. The company had only accidentally created ordinary bullets, and it was by chance that they'd made an ordinary room after investing countless resources and time. They had barely managed to bring an ordinary world into reality using the world alteration device. And Yanhua just made one on his own? Just like that? It wasn't a difficult task, Yanhua said, casually reaching out his hand. He showed his palm to everyone. A few threads of probability rippled above it. You just have to grasp this kind of probability. Oh, right. This should be in the clauses too. As compensation for the treaty that I'll provide. An ordinary domain. The directors stared intently at Yanhua, their eyes burning. An ordinary domain that didn't require separate investment of resources or technology development. This was bound to spark greed. Yanhua quietly nodded. He didn't add anything more or demand personal compensation. He recalled his role in this treaty. I am a tool. I am a low-level civil servant. He would only perform his given role. He wouldn't step out of line with work outside his duties. He would exist solely as compensation and enforcement for the treaty. Yinwu spoke as if reading from a manual. I'll create a domain of limited scope in some areas of Earth. Of course, activities within that domain will be subject to audit by anomaly groups. How much can you create in the second dimension? When a director tentatively asked, Yinwu immediately answered, as much as the company wants. At that moment, the director's heart swayed. A second dimension guaranteed to have ordinary domains? Their mouths opened simultaneously. Different questions poured out. Is that completely ordinary? Something other anomalous entities absolutely can't interfere with? How long does it last? Are there any resources needed for maintenance? How large can you make them? The question and answer session continued. Yinwu answered some things right away, considered the probabilities before speaking for others, and shook his head at some. After a while, the directors nodded positively, having confirmed Yinwu's abilities. This is an offer we can't refuse. They would receive ordinary domains. That alone was enough to give up on war. Each ordinary domain would function as a final shelter. They could build an ordinary world in the second dimension too. The directors, whose minds had already been swayed, made a final check of the documents. Treaties created by several people racking their brains. The Humanity Protection Treaty. The company and all groups protect humanity. Minor issues are the company's responsibility. If crises like the threat of extinction came, Yinwu, along with the chairman, the worshipper, and the association president would step in. A joint attack by level 6 entities. However, those groups didn't have the ability to cover all the small accidents across the globe, so the company would still take charge of that. The company's information resources were overwhelming. After all, the Earth Protection Treaty is aimed at us. The other was the Earth Protection Treaty, a treaty to keep Earth in its current state, preventing things like alterations or an ordinary world. Looking at the details, it contained clauses to check things like the company's world alteration device. Of course, it also included apocalypse-level attacks from other groups, such as the Association President's Global Terror, the expansion of Hell, and Golden Omnipotent's massive wishes. Disclosure of the company's confidential information and research, verification of gold liquidity, restrictions on the Association President's broadcasts, restrictions on the worshipper's residence. There were also various documents on preventing ordinary weapon production, audits, information disclosure, and so on. It put chains on both the company and anomaly groups, with all of them holding the ends of those chains. Swish swish, the directors flipping through the documents stopped at one particular document. There was an unfamiliar term there. Survival Agency? What group is this? They seem to have a lot of audit authority. They participated in the Humanity Protection Treaty and Earth Protection Treaty too. When and who created this group we've never heard of. Yinwu, who had been staring blankly into space lost in thought, suddenly came to his senses. He cleared his throat a few times and straightened his back. It's a group I'll create. You. A look of understanding flashed in the director's eyes. No wonder the group name included survival. The directors were about to gloss over it. After all, he was level 6. Having a level 6 entity meant it was a top-tier group. They had no intention of asking more about the Survival Agency, but Yinwu leaned forward slightly, somewhat excited. His face was enlarged on the video conference screen. Survival Agency is a group with the sole purpose of survival. At novel bin at. Your own survival, one director reluctantly responded, but Yinwu shook his head. The survival of both humanity and anomalies. Of course, he would protect humanity. He had a survival instinct that touched the realm of humanity, and even he himself wanted everyone to survive if possible. His family and acquaintances were human, after all. It was better if society remained intact. Also, since he had become an anomalous entity himself, the survival of anomalies was essential. An ordinary world was absolutely not an option. There were too many possibilities of death. The director in charge of Yinwu raised his head to look at Yinwu strangely. Isn't that something that will earn the hostility of both the company and all groups? The treaty was the treaty, and the meeting was the meeting. They couldn't suddenly join hands and become one while laughing together, and conflicts would still arise knowingly or unknowingly in the future. In that situation, protecting anomalous entities would invite checks from the company, while protecting humanity would invite checks from anomaly groups. They might not fight openly, but things like information warfare or political checks would follow. Yinwu smiled faintly. Still, that's my role. To prevent either side from crossing the line. A counterweight between the company and anomaly groups. The enforcement power of the treaty. Because if one of them crossed the line, war would break out again. He had seen it once, but that really wasn't an option. Yinwu leaned back and raised both hands, so that both hands were visible in the video conference. He moved his hands up and down alternately. If anomaly groups cross the line, I'll scatter ordinary domains. If the company crosses the line, I'll do the opposite. The one who had to protect both humanity and anomalies spoke. In one hand he held threads of probability, and in the other he concentrated his survival instinct. The Artist Association president was the first to notice this. Their eyes, which had been bored to death, sparkled as they looked at Yinwu. 2 level 6. Humanity's survival instinct and an omnipotent dice. Now you'll understand why I said I'd protect both. The association president reached out their hand. The dice wasn't honestly pretty. It looked like worms or parasites wriggling in a ball-like shape. but the survival instinct had a strange beauty. The world moved with that hand trying to grasp it. Yinwu roughly grabbed the threads to refuse, then made a disgusted face. This kind of thing is a bit dash. I'll agree to the treaty if you show me. Yinwu's mouth clamped shut. He couldn't understand the Artist Association president's way of thinking. The Artist Association president was childishly naive but had an equally clear madness. They kept thinking, who cares if people who aren't even artworks die or not? I, who am beautiful, don't particularly want to protect them. But that's why child-level negotiation worked. All they wanted was one artwork. If they could see the great artwork that was humanity's survival instinct, that was good. It was like a child working hard on errands and studies to get one toy. Yinwu nodded with a tired expression. All right. Then I'll compensate the Artist Association by showing my face. Great. I'll agree. But let's do it after we sign the treaty, not now. Watching this scene, one director muttered unconsciously. Extinction defense device. It wasn't called that because there were 2 level 6 anomalies. It was because humanity's survival instinct existed as an anomaly. At the same time, the meaning of this treaty was newly understood. A treaty truly to prevent humanity's extinction. Didn't this mean that without this treaty, destruction was approaching? Some directors muttered blankly to themselves. Were we about to bring about humanity's extinction? It's similar. Before I cancelled the alteration, war broke out. That war was. No, you don't need to say it. We've seen the backed up data, so we know roughly. The directors started organizing the documents. They schemed through them and neatly stacked the scattered papers. Signing the treaty isn't something to do right away. We agree for now, but let's slowly check and revise the details. Sounds good. The chairman clapped his hands once, then smiled contentedly. This had gone well enough. There would be long arguments over each clause, but there was no need for a war that would only bring losses, right? Since it's a new world, we all need time to think. Let's take our time and consider carefully. With those words, the video conference ended. A new world and order was approaching. Yinwu slowly stood up. This was a much better result than recklessly acting alone. He slightly bowed his head to the chairman. It went well thanks to your help. I'll collect a high price for this favor. Oh, and you need to provide compensation for the treaty too. The chairman rubbed his hands together. The price for mobilizing his staff. On top of that, Yinwu had given ordinary domains to the company and the worshipper, and viewing rights to the association president, so the club should get something too. Yinwu smiled slightly. He had received many gifts from the club, knowingly or unknowingly. Of course, he would take care of them. Of course. I'll make sure to take special care of it. Why did those words sound like a threat? Cold sweat beaded on the chairman's forehead. No, wait. If that guy gets involved, no. Yinwu popped out of thin air. The investigation team members, who had been leisurely enjoying their day, were startled. Suddenly moving through space was clearly the work of an anomalous entity. What the dash? The team leader frantically grabbed a land contract, Gu pulled out a natural-looking vest, and Jaemin threw his mouse while playing a game. The team members, who had been staring at Yinwu with wide eyes, now looked suspicious. The team leader spoke. Is that you, Yinwu? We didn't see you this morning. It was the wariness befitting investigators, and they were ordinary people he hadn't seen in a while. After encountering all sorts of monsters like directors and level 6 entities, Yinwu smiled warmly. Yes, it's me. I had some business to attend to, so I stepped out for a bit. The investigators trembled at that smile. This wasn't like him. The friendly smile was so unnatural it was creepy. It felt like something inhuman trying to imitate a person. As the owner of this building, I command any unwelcome guests to reveal themselves. They reacted instantly. The team leader invoked the power of the contract and drew his gun. Gu quickly put on the fluorescent vest and threw some to the team leader and Jaemin. All this happened in a flash, and only Jaemin, who could see parents, grasped the situation. Yinwu's parents were the same as usual. Jaemin hurriedly shouted. Team leader? It's really him. Or is it? Jaemin's voice trailed off. The power of the contract enveloped Yinwu. He didn't resist. Swish. The possibility of appearing in human form unraveled, and threads of probability sprouted over his face. Yinwu quickly raised his hands before the team leader could fire. It really is me. I reached level 6, and I just came back from work related to that. Level 6. The team leader tilted his head. He'd heard the term before. An extremely dangerous threat or the leader of a hostile group. If he'd reached that level, he should naturally go to headquarters for various discussions, but Yinwu awkwardly smiled as he returned to his human face. So I came to say goodbye, among other things. At novel bin at. Click, the team leader lowered his gun and contract. The other investigators slowly sat down too, pushing aside the fluorescent vests. They realized it was Yinwu. They looked hurt, as if they'd never pointed guns at him. You're going to headquarters? Well, if you've reached level 6, that's what you should do. Wow, so you must be super strong now, right? Can I call you if something big happens later? Yinwu scratched his head. Then he slowly reached out. He could feel the threads of probability. Those threads were the probability of the investigators dying. I'll give you a little blessing right now. What blessing? No need. We've already received plenty, why give more? Even as the team leader waved his hand dismissively, Yinwu concentrated all his senses on his palm. Oh, so I can use it like this too. He grasped the probability of the team leader dying. but upon closer inspection, that one thread was composed of numerous thin threads. Random probabilities of death. If he unraveled that single thread like untying a knot, it separated into heart attack, natural death, gunshot, and so on. One vague thread was made up of several detailed threads. After gauging those threads for a moment, Yinwoo made a subtle expression, then quickly felt for Jiyu and Jaemin's possibilities too. Your chances of dying are really low, as expected of investigators. Their chances of encountering accidents or anomalous entities were high, but their chances of dying were almost non-existent. The investigators, who had been curiously watching the threads wriggling on Yinwoo's palm, suddenly panicked. They grasped the situation quickly. Yinwoo, don't do anything. If you mess with that wrong, we might die right now. Stop. Hey, their deaths were in Yinwoo's hands. Surely Yinwoo wouldn't kill them, but just having their lives physically manifested like this was terribly unsettling. It felt like having their hearts exposed. Empathizing with that feeling, Yinwoo quickly released the threads. Well, if your life is in danger, please call me. I'll move through space right away to find you. Probabilities were fluid, and even if he manipulated them now, new ones could form in the future. At his words that he'd come to rescue them with just one phone call, the investigators wore expressions mixed with guilt and gratitude. Thanks. That's reassuring. Wow, we've got a level 6 acquaintance now. Can I brag about this? At that point, Yinwoo felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Jaemin, who had approached without him noticing, his eyes trembling as he spoke. Can you maybe use that to make me a normal person? He had been born an anomalous entity. He'd suffered hardships at a young age when caught by the company, though it was because he'd recklessly thrown out parent-related insults and gotten caught, but he wanted to be a real human, not a monster. Isn't being an anomalous entity a good thing? Plus, it's a useful ability for detecting anomalous entities. Not understanding why he wanted to lower his own survival ability, Yinwoo blinked before slowly reaching out. He stirred the air, finding the probability. It's possible, but do you really want me to? If he could create ordinary domains, there was no reason he couldn't apply it to a single entity. Yinwoo seemed somewhat reluctant. Jaemin pressed his lips together for a moment before opening them with determination. I'd rather be normal than some kind of mons dash. Jaemin, if you become a normal person, you'll have to go to the military. An anomalous entity that detects monsters is better. I always liked this ability. It's special, you know. In an instant, his stance completely changed. Going to the military vs living as he had been. The answer was obviously the latter. Racial identity wasn't even a factor to consider. Jiyu looked dumbfounded at Jaemin, who had shamelessly changed his tune, while the team leader clicked his tongue. The company won't bother solving your military problem if you're not an anomalous entity. Because he was an anomalous entity that could detect parents, they helped him substitute company work for military service, like an industrial specialist. If he was just a normal person, there'd be none of that. Unexpectedly, those words hit Yinwoo hard. You don't have to go to the military if you're an anomalous entity. Why would they send someone who might cause an accident to the military? No. Yinwoo's mouth opened and closed. I think I was originally an anomalous entity too. He'd felt it after reaching level 6 with both. The survival instinct seemed to have been inside him from the start. It was just sleeping safely without any accidents, then woke up and evolved as he experienced serious incidents. No, I didn't have to go to the military. I didn't even have to prepare for the civil service exam and could have just joined the company. It was unfair. Really unfair. In the end, Yinwoo's face contorted as he cursed the company for no reason. They found Jaemin just fine, so why couldn't they find me? If they'd found me earlier, I wouldn't have had to go to the military or get a job. No. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment as Yinwoo stuck out his lips like a duck, but the team leader clapped his hands to clear the air. Well, let's go eat some meat. To send Yinwoo off. And so they chatted until evening before heading out in a group for a company dinner. It was around dusk when the sky was growing dark. The investigation team members strolled leisurely through the city streets. Being outside, they were careful with their words as they conversed. So I decided to start a new business. It's called Survival Agency. That name is. Survival Agency didn't seem like a proper name at all. It seemed Yinwoo lacked a sense for naming things. The Gambling Eradication Center was the same. Jiyu's eyes lit up. Do you need people there by any chance? I want to change jobs. The desire to take a different path from her family of office workers welled up inside her. Yinwoo nodded. Weren't investigators masters of survival? Of course, they would be suitable talent for Survival Agency. We do need people. It's too much for me alone, after all. But what would I do there? Monitoring? Administration? I don't know. How many people do we need and what kind of positions? He'd never done administrative work, so he had no idea. Seeing Yinwoo's troubled expression, Jiyu fell into thought. At that point, they arrived at the meat restaurant. It was just a place near the office. Let's go in. Jaemin opened the door first and held up 4 fingers. 4 people. But Jaemin slowly lowered his hand. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world changed. The ordinary meat restaurant transformed into a bizarre one with bright red lights. Everyone following him stopped at the door. In the visible kitchen, something that looked human was hanging from hooks, and the chef wielding a large Chinese cleaver was wearing some strange skin. It was an anomalous entity, both spatial and entity types. Tension settled on the investigators' faces. They were sharp as blades. Their hands moved towards their weapons. The chef wearing skin chuckled. The cleaver stained with blood scattered an eerie light. Fresh ingredients have arrived. Good, good. 1 human female, 1 young human male, 1 old one, and Yinwu rubbed his face. An emotion of utter annoyance radiated from his entire body. Ah, what now? How annoying. A farewell party? A send-off? Whatever it was supposed to be a good occasion, and this was ruining it. He gave up on his human form. Threads of probability covered his face. Yinwu strode forward and sat down in any seat. Order. Yes? What would you like? The chef had already put down his knife and politely clasped his hands. There was a monster in front of him. Something on a different level from himself. The investigators glanced around before sitting near Yinwu, and Jaemin spoke. There's no menu here. What accident could happen with Yinwu here? The chef's attitude alone explained everything. Jaemin didn't miss the chance to tease this evil anomalous entity that killed people. Maybe it's because it's an anomalous entity without par dash. Shut up. Ji quickly covered his mouth. He needed to be careful. Why was he spouting unnecessary mean words? For a moment, the chef gripped the cleaver tightly, but then jumped in shock at Yinwu's gaze. An awkward smile appeared. I don't know how to write letters or numbers. Hamburger. Yinwu slammed the table. The chef was bewildered. Sir, this is a meat restaurant dash. Hamburger. But that's dash. Hamburger. The chef fell silent, then spoke with difficulty. What kind of burger would you like me to make? Just a hamburger. If I don't like it, you die. Yinwu clenched his fist. Several nearby tables and chairs disappeared. Without any sound, as if time had stopped and then resumed. The chef started moving desperately. Dash. The chef moved busily. He minced meat to make hamburger patties, cut meat into bread shapes since there was no bread, and fried thinly sliced meat to resemble lettuce at novel bin at. Sizzle. The sound of meat hitting the hot frying pan. The sizzling of meat frying like the sound of rain. Soon, the delicious smell of cooking meat filled the air, and the investigators glanced at Yinwu. Yinwu, shouldn't we just deal with this and leave? Yinwu briefly glanced at the chef, then spoke loudly as if for him to hear. If I don't like the hamburger, I'll deal with it. In truth, he'd already decided to deal with it. This was clearly an anomalous entity that killed people, so there was no reason to let it live. This was merely tormenting a monster that had ruined a good occasion, or rather, righteous punishment of a murderous anomalous entity by the representative of survival agency. That confident voice reassured the investigators but put pressure on the chef. The chef's knife-wielding hand trembled as he muttered inwardly. Where did such a monster come from? He was clearly intimidated and scared. His shoulders were hunched, and his hands were shaking. At that point, Ji relaxed too and took a deep breath. The smell of cooking meat. A smell that automatically made one hungry. It really smells good. Well, meat can't taste bad when it's grilled. Growl, her stomach screamed from hunger. But the others, who were quicker to catch on than Ji, wore dark expressions. What else could those ingredients be? Jaemin, who had been looking at the person hanging in the kitchen, clenched his fist tightly as if he'd never joked around. He whispered, that's really a person. Ugh. Ji covered her mouth and dry heaved as she realized the meat's identity. She felt horrible for thinking the smell was good just moments ago. In an instant, the smell of grilling meat turned into a terrible stench. It's done. The chef, who had been using his best skills during this time, hurriedly brought the hamburger. His busy movements made the hamburger-shaped stack of meat on the dirty plate wobble unsteadily. The chef swallowed hard. Sir, it's a meat burger. I thought you must have had plenty of ordinary burgers, so I made a special. The chef, who had been explaining only to Yinwu without paying attention to the investigators, stopped speaking. Yinwu's demeanor as he looked down at the hamburger was ominous. Holding threads of probability in one hand, he sensed the possibilities of what might happen if he ate this burger and let out a deep sigh. There's no strange problem. But it was made from a person. It was a horrific act. Jaemin finally vomited after seeing the parents' names clearly floating above the hamburger. Yinwu closed his eyes. A small mutter escaped him. I can understand why the company wants an ordinary world. With anomalous entities like this popping up everywhere. Of course, they'd want a world where such things couldn't exist in the first place. But just as not all humans were doomsday cultists, not all anomalous entities were evil. Yinwu recalled the trapped man he'd seen long ago, an NPC that caused errors when gathered. He had died for the sake of people. The blessed child he'd unintentionally tormented was just a child, and the baby that triggered protective instincts was just a baby. Yinwu had experienced and met too much to wear the colored glasses of prejudice. He opened his eyes and slowly stood up. No one wants to eat this, right? Let's leave. Screech. The chairs made a loud noise as they were pushed back. The investigators, in a foul mood, almost threw their chairs as they stood up. For a moment, their eyes full of hostility glared at the chef. The chef hurriedly tried to follow Yinwu, but it was too late. Sir, at least taste it dash. Yinwu, who had sent the investigators out first, looked at the chef expressionlessly. Then, he clenched his fist. The possibility that this never existed from the start. A thin thread of probability was caught in his grasp. That was the end of it. The chef and the meat restaurant were denied existence. Their existence was erased. There would be no more accidents threatening Yinwu. Without reaching the imaginary realm of level 7, it would only be an annoyance. Entities that threaten human life should die. Muttering this, he went outside to find the investigators sitting down, clutching their stomachs, and spitting repeatedly, their faces pale. They had merely been moved to an anomalous entity's space, so the original meat restaurant still existed in reality, spreading the smell of meat, which was causing psychological pain to the investigators. The team leader, covering his nose, said, "Yinwu, we can't have a company dinner. We can't eat anything." The other investigators nodded their pale faces in succession. They had completely lost their appetite. Yinwu unconsciously reached out his hand. The possibility of their appetite returning. No, this isn't right. Wasn't that a bit inhumane? After turning various thoughts over in his mind, Yinwu scratched his head. Should we grill some meat in the office later? I feel like we'll just run into accidents if we go out anywhere. The investigators, who were already prone to encountering incidents, gathering for a special occasion. The probability of suddenly encountering an anomalous entity was high, like at this farewell party. Not meat. Let's order something else. I don't think I can even look at meat for a while. And so the investigators agreed with Yinwu's opinion, and they parted ways there. Time passed. Yinwu moved busily. He checked the constantly revised treaty, pondered on how to establish survival agency, and how to obtain the resources needed for the group. A group naturally needed money to be maintained, and Yinwu decided to obtain money through legitimate means. Survival agency, which pursued the joint survival of anomalies and humanity, needed a method befitting that goal, not some underhanded trick. Rather than creating money with the dice, wouldn't it be cleaner to receive sponsorship? So please sponsor survival agency. Regularly. Another meeting was held. Yinwu confidently made his request, looking at the screens in the air. Given how much compensation he had provided, he should receive something too. Of course, people agreed. It wasn't with the intention of controlling Yinwu using sponsorship money as a leash. Doing something like that would backfire. If Yinwu wanted, money could literally be copied. The chairman, in a good mood, said, "Investment is fine. How do you plan to do it?" This was a matter involving large sums of money. Naturally, there were many ways to do it, and as many as there were ways, it was complicated. Yinwu's expression said he didn't know about such things. He blinked. Wasn't it just a matter of sending money? What more was needed? A director asked glumly. This survival agency? Has it actually been organized? No, I was going to ask about that too. What should I do? The directors and the chairman closed their mouths. It felt like they'd gotten involved in someone else's business. Their heads throbbed. Yinwu was level 6, but they wondered if survival agency should really be considered a top-tier group. Of course, the answer was 1. With a level 6 entity there. Even if he just went into an abandoned building alone and declared it a group, they'd have to acknowledge it. In the end, they found an appropriate solution. We'll send people from the company. The club will help too. They would send people to help establish the group. On the other hand, the association president and the worshipper just blinked blankly. They were just as amateurish as organizations. Almost at the level of a club. In any case, Yinwu smiled brightly. I'd be grateful for your help. Right, there was no need for him to do the brain work himself. Couldn't he just leave it to experts? He just needed to exist as a level 6 entity. After briefly discussing the survival agency issue, they tapped their heads. The conversation went off track. More importantly, we need to talk about the issue of smaller groups and dimensional portals. A new order had been created. Of course, there would inevitably be discord. Synth dynamics, which kidnapped people and modified them into machine humans, remnants of the doomsday cultists, numerous smaller groups with different intentions. The chairman frowned. It's a waste to use gold on each of those small fries. Should I ask them? The association president, who had been shaking their head with a bored expression, spoke, but the directors shook their heads. Let's send out an official notice once the treaty is signed, then respond based on their reactions. More importantly, the magicians are a problem. They're not interested in creating and maintaining dimensional portals. The second dimension where the company would advance. They had planned to subcontract the portals to magicians, with magicians maintaining them. All groups would participate in management and surveillance. The company could do it sufficiently, but that was checked. They were also worried the company might create ordinary nuclear bombs, ordinary nuclear backpacks, such weapons in the second dimension and bring them over. I know a bit about magicians too. The worshipper stepped forward. They'd been enjoying daily life in an ordinary world lately, and their complexion looked very good. The representative of black magicians, who were practically a branch of magicians, smiled. Provide one ordinary space. Will that be enough? Suspicious responses came back. Magicians weren't ordinary humans. Dimension-traveling wanderers. Terrorists who would throw a bomb and run if they felt like it. Even moderate magicians would abandon everything and flee if they got annoyed. Magicians, masters of escape, weren't the type to stick around for tedious work like dimensional portals. But the worshipper smiled slightly and raised their hand in the air. They twirled their fingers, drawing something like a magic circle. Magicians are obsessed with discovery, pioneering, and adventure. The fact that their magic doesn't work in ordinary spaces means there are dimensions they can't visit with their magic. If there were dimensions that rejected magic like ordinary spaces, wouldn't they naturally want to discover them? They would cooperate even just to develop magic that would work in ordinary spaces. Of course, only master-level magicians would focus on development and research while their disciples below would do the labor, but that was the hierarchy of magicians. Masters were the kind of people who would chase their disciples to the ends of hell to catch them. Only magicians who could escape their master's pursuit could be considered full-fledged magicians who had outgrown being disciples. The directors nodded. Then let's contact the magicians. That's all we need to discuss today. And so the meeting concluded. Yinwu stretched widely, then slowly got up from his seat. He had finished the farewell party with the investigators, but he hadn't moved his belongings yet. He had no intention of moving until survival agency was properly established. Feeling bored, Yinwu went to the investigation team's office. He heard shocking news. Jaemin looked carefully at the space above Yinwu's head as he spoke cautiously. It says your parents are in an injured state. Did you know? What? Without even time to think further, Yinwu grabbed the threads of probability and moved through space. 191, Endinaz Yinwu grasped the threads, his surroundings changed in an instant. It was his first visit home since starting work. The scent of childhood memories wafted through the air, and the house looked exactly as he remembered it. The living room was cluttered with drying vegetables, a stereotypical countryside scene. But there was no time for nostalgia. Groans of pain echoed from the main bedroom. Yinwu rushed to fling open the door. Mom, I'm dying, I swear. His mother, her leg in a cast, lifted her head slightly from the bedding. Her wrinkled eyes widened at the sight of her long-absent son. Am I seeing things? Is it my time already? There was no way her wayward son would suddenly show up like this. It wasn't like him at all. Is he the Grim Reaper? She quickly grabbed a nearby water glass, ready to throw it. Yinwu noticed the cast and medicine packets, signs of medical treatment. He relaxed a bit and sat down beside his mother. What happened? Is it really you, Yinwu? Of course it's me, who else? It could be someone else. A doppelganger or some anomalous entity manifesting memories, or hostile groups trying to take a level SIXS family hostage. Yinwu pushed those thoughts aside and changed the subject. How did you get hurt? A wild boar got me. I dodged quickly enough that it only got my leg. I'm lucky to be alive. Don't worry. But why did you come all the way here? A wild boar. Yinwu recalled his childhood memories. The rural village where he grew up. A battlefield between humans and wildlife at Novel Bin Adat. Packs of feral dogs roamed the streets, hungry for blood. Wild boars and deer raided crops, while snakes lurked in the grass like assassins. That wasn't all. In the sky, magpies, sparrows, and birds of prey circled, searching for prey. On the ground, scavengers waited for corpses, while underground, moles and earthworms tore up the earth. They were all enemies of the farmers. From a young age, Yinwu learned that life formed atop death. This place was always like this. Yinwu smiled awkwardly. He remembered hearing about deaths quite often. The neighbor who died eating poisonous mushrooms, the old man who perished fighting wild dogs, the young student who crashed his motorcycle into a stream. It was the dynamic rural life where life and death intertwined. Maybe I survived thanks to my survival instinct. As Yinwu pondered whether his survival instinct had been awake from the start, his mother threw off her blanket and sat up. You look better since you started working, but why are you so thin? Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Yinwu firmly rejected his mother's concern. He had more pressing matters. Where's Dad? Don't even ask about that man. He said he wanted to live as a hermit and built a house up in the mountains. Who knows if he's dead or alive? His mother grumbled as she hobbled out of the room on crutches. She ignored Yinwu's refusal. Whatever brought him here, she intended to at least cut some fruit for him. Yinwu hurried after her. No, wait. I'll go see Dad too. I'll come back for dinner later. Absolutely not. Kim and Park went up to hunt that wild boar. Hunters from other villages are up there too. Don't go wandering around and get shot. Accidental shootings during hunts weren't uncommon. There had even been cases in this village. Of course, a mere hunting rifle wouldn't hurt Yinwu, but he couldn't exactly say that. There was no need to suddenly reveal the reality of anomalous entities and monsters to his parents who had lived as ordinary farmers. So right now, the possibility. Yinwu hid one hand behind his back. Threads of probability rippled above it as he sensed the possibility of his family's death. After a quick check of the death probabilities, Yinwu let out a sigh of relief. No major issues. Let's just eat. As his mother took out some fruit, Yinwu called out. Mom, I'll have dinner. It's too late. Eat this fruit before it goes bad. Fill up on fruit. His mother, who had gone to the kitchen to check the fruit, replied coldly. A plate of bruised apples and overripe bananas appeared. In a few more days, they'd be fit only as bait for traps. Yinwu reluctantly put the fruit in his mouth. It tasted awful. Well, the fruit itself wasn't bad, but his mother's nagging killed his appetite. She bombarded her long-absent son with endless worried questions. So what exactly do you do for work? You don't even come home for holidays, and you say you make good money. It's not dangerous, is it? She had picked up hints of danger from the bits of information Yinwu had let slip. Are you seeing anyone? All the kids your age around here are married now. The typical holiday questions flowed non-stop. Yinwu's face darkened. He chewed the apple with his eyes tightly shut. The head of survival agency, a level 6 entity in the anomalous world. Was he really going to cave to nagging? Yinwu shoved his hand in his pocket. He grasped the threads of probability and manifested a possibility. The possibility of recovering well without side effects or issues. He couldn't exactly make her think he was never born or manipulate her memories and mind. After bestowing an ordinary level blessing, Yinwu smoothly changed the subject. I quit my job. Good, that's good. I always thought it was suspicious. Are you thinking of moving back? His mother smiled brightly, oddly pleased with her improved condition. Take over the farm. It makes enough to live on. What do I know about farming? Don't be silly. Times have changed. You can just hire workers for everything. Time-honored farming methods rather than modern technology. Just provide the land and hire people. You could even rent tractors when needed and employ farm workers. If you didn't know something, you could just ask the villagers or copy what others were doing. Even with labor costs, it's enough to live on. No thanks. I already have plans for my next job. Yinwu shook his head quickly. Farming? If he farmed, he'd probably end up creating and selling strange anomalous entities like the Green Association. Would that be fun, though? Ideas popped into his head. Fruit that provided a full day's calories and nutrients in one bite, plants that boosted regeneration, tea leaves that enhanced mental power. It seemed fitting for survival agency and could be a good source of income for the group. As they chatted, evening fell. Yinwu, who had filled up on fruit, stood up. Before going to find his father, there were people he needed to meet. Are there any recent newcomers to farming around here? There are. Poor young folks, struggling with all the local prejudice. His mother's expression turned sympathetic, feeling sorry for the young people suffering from rural discrimination. Yinwu asked casually, do they live nearby? In that house where the village chief stacked fertilizer bags against the wall. They were surely company employees sent to protect Yinwu's parents. Yinwu left the house. Smelly fertilizer bags of unknown origin were piled high along the wall. Inside was a two-story building with an overgrown yard. Yinwu peeked through the makeshift iron gate and called out, hello, anyone home? After a moment, a young man emerged from the building. With dark circles under his eyes, he held his nose against the foul fertilizer smell, his face etched with stress. He'd had his fill of rural eccentrics. Another incident sparked more irritation than curiosity. What is it no dash? The man's movements froze as he opened the gate. He couldn't fail to recognize Yinwu's face. A moment of panic struck him. We're doomed. Yinwu's mother had been hit by a wild boar. He must be here to reprimand them for failing to prevent it. None other than a level 6 entity and leader of an allied group. I'm so sorry. Due to our inadequate protection dash. He reflexively bowed his head, but Yinwu grabbed it to stop him and pushed him inside. The boar incident is fine. These things happen occasionally. More importantly, thank you for your hard work coming all the way out here. No, not at all. Despite the man's repeated protests, Yinwu felt bad for him. An elite company employee secretly guarding the family of a top agent. He felt sorry for the man's suffering, unnecessarily dispatched to the countryside. I'll be counting on you in the future as well. Yinwu grasped the threads to bestow a weak blessing of luck. Having said his piece, he was about to leave when the man quickly grabbed his sleeve. Mr. Yinwu, there's something suspicious about this incident. Our agents are searching the mountain. Something suspicious. Yinwu stopped. If it was a simple accident, there was no need to worry. But if it was a plot targeting him, a strange light gleamed in Yinwu's eyes, and the man gulped. It's not the season for wild boars to come down the mountain. But not just boars, many wild animals fled down as if escaping something. Did something happen on the mountain? It's definitely suspicious. For now, the agent we stationed near your father is scouting the area. Yinwu turned his head. The dim evening light was falling. His gaze swept over the darkening mountain. He grasped the wriggling threads of probability in his hand. Unlike before, when he'd only roughly checked his parents' survival, he now examined all related probability threads in detail. When that wasn't enough, he sometimes manifested the possibility of gaining knowledge, mixing in abilities like clairvoyance or past viewing. Yinwu's eyes darted about, probing the air as he clumsily imitated omniscience with his omnipotent power. A moment later, his expression changed. A magician. Someone had clumsily opened a two-dimensional door in the mountains. Not quite a magician, more like an amateur who caused an accident while imitating magic with a spellbook they'd stumbled upon. The man was startled. A magician is involved. Not exactly, but something similar. I'll handle this. We should resolve it quickly. In the past Yinwu had seen, the amateur magician had turned a clearing into a mass of flesh. That door was still open. In the future, the contamination would spread, turning the entire mountain into flesh. Why another incident? Yinwu clenched his fist irritably and teleported. An amateur magician who'd taught themselves from a spellbook without a proper teacher. He'd have to arrest them and hand them over to the company. Let them manage dimensional portals or something. There was no reason to waste time. Yinwu instantly crossed through space, arriving at the clearing where the amateur magician had opened the two-dimensional door. It was a night with a bright full moon. Under the pale moonlight, a grotesque scene unfolded in crimson. The earth had become reddish flesh, and the trees surrounding the clearing swayed like fleshy tentacles. The mountain, which should have been filled with the hoots of owls and night birds, was now full of squelching sounds. At the center were two people. A man with an axe slung over his shoulder. A woman in shaman's clothes, kneeling as she rifled through a book made of flesh. Both had bodies grotesquely transformed, but their minds seemed intact as they conversed. The man, Yinwu's father, whose hand had melted and fused with the axe, swung it menacingly. You crazy woman. What the hell have you done? At novel been at. Come on, Yinwu's dad. How was I supposed to know this would happen? How could I have known the spirit possession went wrong? The shaman woman snapped back. Her mutated shaman clothes rippled. Colorful strings that had transformed into fluorescent tentacles waved in the air, as if trying to lure prey. The spellbook's influence was similar to spirit possession, and its power was real, so it was understandable for a shaman to make such a mistake. But that wasn't his problem. Yinwu's father swung his axe at the nearby tentacle trees. Blood spurted like a fountain. Covered in blood, he brandished the axe threateningly. If you made a mistake, fix it quickly. At this rate, the whole village might go to hell. A door had opened. Contamination poured through the open door. The area turning to flesh was gradually expanding. The shaman hurriedly began searching through the flesh book again. Blood vessels spread across the book made of thin skin, forming characters. Her protruding eyeballs quickly scanned the text. All right. But you know, Yinwu's dad. This really happened. If you spout nonsense, your head will fly off. Think before you speak. If things go south, I'll chop off your head and set the mountain on fire. Yinwu's father lived in a house he'd built in the mountains. He had plenty of kerosene for his stove, as well as firewood and charcoal. Enough to methodically set fires and burn down the entire mountain if needed. Since it's flesh, it should burn if set on fire. His father slumped down, wiping his face with his liquefying hand. What the hell is all this? I thought I'd eaten something bad. A strangely mutated deer had invaded his home. He'd killed it with his axe and then doubted himself for a while. He'd wondered if the mushrooms he'd gathered in the mountains were hallucinogenic, or if his stove had malfunctioned and leaked gas, or if the alcohol Park had given him was laced with opium. But it was real, and searching the mountain had led him to this crazy shaman. He lamented. You crazy woman. You've lived in the village all this time, how could you do something so dangerous? That's why I did it secretly in the mountains. I followed all the taboos, how was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? The shaman raised her head indignantly, but quickly lowered it again when she saw the blood-red axe blade. The countryside, with its low population density, was less affected by safety measures. Rural areas that had experienced anomalous events for generations naturally had taboos. As a shaman who passed down such taboos, she had been careful in her own way. So it was Shaman Ant. At this point, Yinwu, who had been observing the situation, stepped forward puzzledly. There was no sound of leaves crunching underfoot. Everything had turned to flesh. Dad. At that shout, both people turned their heads simultaneously. They blinked silently. Though it had been a long time, it wasn't hard to recognize him. Yinwu, when did you come down? I didn't hear you were visiting. My, how Yinwu's grown. You were just a little thing, and now look at you. Both waved their hands in delight, forgetting the situation. Their mutated hands waved oddly. Only then did they realize the situation. A place where bodies were deteriorating as if exposed to radiation. Yinwu, get down the mountain quickly. You can't stay here. That's right. Hurry down and tell that Haixiang shaman over the next mountain. That woman might know how to deal with this. Yinwu sighed deeply. If it had been someone he'd never seen or heard of, he might have kidnapped them to use as a magician. But it was hard to be harsh with an ant he'd known since childhood. Yinwu clenched his fist. First, he closed the door, then reverted the mutated land, and restored the two people's bodies to their original state. With 3 clenches of his fist, everything returned to normal as if time had reversed. A deer cried out in the mountains. Hurry down the mountain. I heard people came up to hunt wild boars. Is this a dream? Yinwu's father blinked. He couldn't understand what was happening. In fact, the whole flesh dimension issue had been beyond his comprehension, but he'd accepted it with the typical rural open-mindedness. But Yinwu solving this was too much to handle. Do they teach this kind of thing in the city these days? You've really become a city person. You know how technology advances so quickly. That's city life and cutting-edge technology for you. Well, strange things happen in the countryside too, so there must be even more in the crowded cities, and ways to deal with them. Yinwu said no more and quickly led the 2 people down the mountain. Yinwu's father lived in a mud house halfway up the mountain. The 3 of them went inside and sat awkwardly in the living room. Yinwu was skimming through the spellbook. In one hand, he openly held threads of probability. There was no need to hide anything from people who had experienced an anomalous event. A spellbook that attracts talented people through telepathy and makes them open doors. Its origin. Some magician had carelessly tossed it into a dimensional gap like throwing away garbage, and it had fallen into this village. Yinwu sighed and handed the spellbook to the shaman. I used to work for a company that manages these kinds of problems. A public corporation? You said you were going to be a civil servant. I guess you ended up doing something similar. His father immediately asked. In his mind, such issues should be managed by the state, and a company handling these problems must naturally be a public corporation. But the shaman saw something different. Her eyes, trembling as if possessed, looked at Yinwu and the threads of probability. Have you received divine possession? Woman, why are you trying to make the kid out to be mentally ill? Divine possession isn't a mental illness. How can you doubt after seeing that chaos? Well, you're just a quack dash. The 2 bickered. Yinwu sighed heavily, exhausted. He didn't feel like explaining everything one by one. God? You mean those pathetic anomalous entities? I am the truly omnipotent God. Yinwu briefly entertained such arrogant thoughts before waving his hand. Ant, you'll have to go to the relevant authorities now. Since you've learned magic, you can't live like you used to. Magic. A bright light flashed in the shaman's eyes. She had learned from the spellbook, practiced magic, and felt it. There were infinitely many worlds. She had been able to make contact with those worlds. More than just interested, she wanted to throw away her entire worldview as a shaman and dedicate her life to this craft. Yes. You know those young people who recently moved to the village to farm. Those outsiders who don't even follow the village rules. Don't be prejudiced. They're people the company sent down to protect my parents. If you tell them everything honestly, they'll explain the necessary procedures and where to go. The shaman looked guilty. She had done many mean things in the name of taboos and customs. Writing talismans with chicken blood on gates, spraying dog urine, or throwing salt when she saw people passing by. In any case, Yinwu didn't want to stay in this countryside any longer. He felt like he'd only experience more strange accidents if he stayed. It was as if all the village folklore was coming to life. Right. Dad. Mom got hurt by a wild boar. Those dem boars, need to wipe them out. All right. I'll go down and check on her. Yinwu bowed his head one last time. I'll be heading back now. Please call me if anything like this happens again. All right, son. His father nodded casually, and the shaman tried to grab Yinwu to use him as a bridge to the outsiders, but Yinwu crossed through space without hesitation. His father marveled. I wonder when that'll be commercialized. Are you out of your mind? Does that look like science to you? Is there any reason it can't be commercialized if it's not science? Well, the shaman tried to argue but ended up looking convinced instead. A minor episode had passed. Time flowed on relentlessly. What Yinwu had experienced was merely discovering one wild magician, and the affairs of large organizations continued without pause. Yinwu smiled contentedly inside a 3-story building's top floor. The survival agency had finally been established. He hadn't done anything himself. People from various places had done all the work. As a result, they now had a building and many employees. Yinwu, are you in? Jiyu burst through the door. She had expressed a desire to change jobs and had eventually transferred to the survival agency. Yes. What's the matter? Here's my resignation letter. What? Yinwu looked up at Jiyu in confusion. With dark circles under her eyes, Jiyu waved the resignation letter, urging him to take it. I can't work here anymore. There's too much work. I just wanted to be an investigator. There really was a lot of work. Partly because the agency had just been established, and partly because it felt even more intense after living the relaxed life of an investigator. But why so suddenly? As Yinwu took the resignation letter, Jiyu collapsed into the chair opposite him, slamming her head on the desk. Sprawled out as if sleeping, she spoke tearfully. I tried it for a few days, but I really can't do it. This isn't a way for people to live. As an investigator, she only had to be present at her desk except when going out for investigations. But here, I come to work overtime, sleep, come back to work, and the tasks keep piling up. I really can't do this. Being an investigator was better. Yinwu tried to dissuade her. But it's safe here, isn't it? And I believe the salary isn't bad either. I don't care about any of that. Jiyu sprang up, glaring at Yinwu with bloodshot eyes. Her former colleague was now the enemy. An enemy who assigned work, the company boss? An enemy who tormented life like a life-threatening anomalous entity. Yinwu backed down in the face of the investigator's desperate intensity. All right. What is it? Approval? I'll approve it when it comes up. Please do it quickly. I want to escape as soon as possible. It seems she wouldn't back down unless he processed it right here and now. Yinwu quickly moved his mouse. Conveniently, they were using the company's system, so he could check it easily. With a few clicks, it was approved. It's done. Freedom. With that, Jiyu threw her hands up and ran out. Oh right. It's the day to inspect the dimensional portals. Yinwu left to do work and meet someone he had seen long ago. He headed to the company outpost in the giant dimension that he had strongly recommended. The dimensional portal was built inside a vast structure resembling an aircraft hangar. At its center, an oval-shaped blue door rose vertically, surrounded by a magic circle intricately adorned with precious gems and gold. This doorway was the passage to the giant dimension. Container coming through. Hold it. It's time for the other side to come over. Beneath the blue light, countless people, transport equipment, and machinery bustled about. Workers in fluorescent safety vests frantically waved light sticks and shouted instructions, while heavy machinery roared with exhaust-spewing engines. The magician assigned to this task trembled, looking as if they'd rather be anywhere else. If only I'd managed to escape from my dim master, I wouldn't be stuck doing this crap. This wasn't magic, it was just managing a portal, nothing more than being a cog in the machine. Should I make a run for it? This was no way to live. Infinite second dimensions awaited. Adventure? Discovery? Exploration? Just as the magician was about to grasp their jeweled necklace, Yinwu suddenly appeared beside them. Inspection time. The magician startled. Yinwu had built quite a reputation, tracking down escaped magicians, pursuing and kidnapping them faster and more accurately than even master-level magicians. He was the magician's nemesis. I won't run away. The magician's voice quivered with premature fear. Yinwu's gaze swept over them. He naturally saw the possibilities that would unfold in the future. Out of 10 potential futures, the magician fled in 9 of them. Yinwu sighed deeply. These damn crazy magicians. He couldn't understand why they'd run away after signing contracts to work as a group. It seemed they lacked even the most basic concepts of trust and promises. If you want to run, go ahead. I'll just catch you again anyway. An ordinary person would have taken this as a warning. But the magician was different. Sounds like he's giving me permission to escape. If I'm capable enough, he's saying I can run. This is implicit permission. As the magician's eyes darted about and their hand tightened on the jeweled necklace, Yinwu clenched his fist. Nigerian Naira. This is ridiculous. He manipulated probability and possibility. This fixed the future. The magician's future, their possibilities, narrowed to a future where they didn't escape. The magician snapped to their senses. For now, there was no way to escape in front of Yinwu. The right move was to prepare thoroughly before taking action. 1 year. I'll prepare hard for a year and then make my escape. At that point, Yinwu strode forward. He glanced around. Magicians managing the dimensional portal, the company advancing into the second dimension, other groups monitoring the portal. Yinwu looked at some of the scanners and devices. Let's see. What I need to check is scanners? Detectors? He just needed to verify the devices installed to prevent the company from developing ordinary nuclear backpacks or ordinary biochemical weapons in the second dimension and bringing them over. Yinwu approached the complex machinery installed next to the dimensional portal. The club member in charge of the device bowed their head. Hello, sir. Hello. I'm here to inspect if the machine is working properly. Yinwu pulled a small metal case from his bag. Inside was a single ordinary bullet. The moment he took out the case, changes occurred. Beep 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 beep. The machine screamed. There was a discrepancy between the scan results from the scientifically constructed detector and the anomaly-based detector. True to its nature as a security system designed to analyze ordinary objects, it immediately identified the issue. Complex strings of characters flashed across the monitor. Discrepancy rate, 12.2668082408326657. In an instant, red lights flashed throughout the department. Sirens wailed madly, and warning broadcasts blared. Ordinariness detected? Ordinariness detected? Yinwu nodded. Working well. He just needed to confirm it was functioning properly. Of course, the employees who suddenly found themselves in an emergency situation ran around like headless chickens. Containment? Containment? Containment. What's the company doing? How long has it been since we signed the treaty? Arg? The company's gone berserk. Report this quickly. Yinwu didn't try to stop them. How swiftly and properly they moved when ordinariness was detected was also part of the inspection. It was a kind of drill. He glanced at the club member. I'll be on my way now. Did you inform the higher UPS about the inspection? Yes. They were probably evaluating things like reporting time, containment strictness, and such remotely. Yinwu leisurely clenched his fist. The job was done, so he'd cross over to the giant world. He moved to the company outpost built in the giant world. Temporary barracks and container buildings, structures being diligently constructed with concrete and steel. All of this was creating a human city atop ruins. After casually creating a few blocks of ordinary space, Yinwu slowly walked through the city. The outpost manager followed behind him. We've found out that this used to be a human city. A place where street humans tried to make the legend of the human city a reality. It's perfect for the company's outpost. The legend of street humans and pet humans. A city by and for humans. But it was just a legend of salvation, and when some humans tried to build an actual human city with hope, it was ultimately destroyed by the Giant's Foreign Species Management Bureau. Still, since humans following the legend kept coming here, it was suitable as a company outpost. Yinwu looked around the city, lost in memories. Company employees building the outpost worked alongside people from other groups. Occasionally, scruffy people ran about excitedly, clearly street humans from the giant world. A human city? Our salvation has come. Voices and eyes shining with hope and passion. Naturally, the face of a certain person came to mind. What was her name again? Danda something. He remembered the woman he'd seen when stranded in the giant dimension. The one he'd almost escaped with. Yinwu, who had grasped the threads to recall his memories, stopped walking and looked at the outpost manager. He asked, "Is there a woman named Dandelion here? A human born in this dimension? I'll check." The manager tapped away at their phone. The profiles of street humans who had already arrived in the city were registered. Yinwu waited with anticipation, and after a short while, the manager shook their head. "There's no one by that name." "I see. It would have been nice if she was alive. It would have been great if she could see the human city, the salvation of the human world, with her own eyes." Yinwu hesitated, then selected a thread of probability. The possibility of moving to where Dandelion was. But before Yinwu could clench his fist to move, the manager grabbed him. There were a few things they needed to brief him on, regardless of what he was planning. "Mr. Yinwu, there are some things I need to tell you first. First, please try not to kill giants if possible. The Foreign Species Management Bureau isn't much of a threat, but test results have shown that giants are also human. The first thing the company did after crossing over to the giant world was to kidnap giants and put them in labs. To determine whether to wipe them out or establish cooperative relationships, they analyzed their genes and existence. But giants were just a type of human, massive, and sturdy due to the laws of their dimension at novel bin at. No. Yinwu wore a dumbfounded expression. He wasn't some doomsday cultist. Why would he randomly kill giants? Unless he'd been neutered during his time stranded here. "I won't kill them. Just in case. Oh, and please don't randomly rescue street humans and pet humans." The manager pointed at the city under construction. "We don't have enough space or food to accommodate many humans yet. In about a month, we should have sufficient infrastructure. Bluntly put, if Yunwo were to manifest the possibility of all humans except giants moving to the city, things would get complicated. Yes, yes. Nodding, Yunwo grasped the threads of probability. The world changed. He had moved. A blue field, beneath dandelions as massive as trees in the original world. Dandelion was leaning against one of these giant dandelions. With her blonde hair and mixed race features that made it hard to pinpoint her ethnicity, she was shaking dandelion seeds in one hand. She looked up, her eyes widening. You? Hi. Yunwo smiled. He approached and sat down beside her. Did you find the human city? Why are you here? Dandelion jumped up, looking down at Yunwo. Her eyes were full of doubt, as if seeing an illusion. This was the field she'd reached after escaping from the giant's house and traveling a long way through all sorts of hardships. It was far too distant for the weak Yunwo she knew to have found. I told you I'd escape on my own. But how did you get all the way here? Are you hurt? You'd die the moment you set foot outside, you know. Yunwo wore a sour expression. He had certainly shown her his extremely lacking physical abilities. But time had passed, and he had become level 6. Yunwo waved his hand. Threads of probability rippled around it. I have the power to do this now. Isn't that what the management bureau uses? Those giant bastards. While it was a power far beyond that of small groups without level 6 entities, Yunwo just nodded vaguely. He reached out his hand towards Dandelion. Remember I mentioned a company. The Humanity Protection Company. Yeah. People from the human world have come to save humans. They've built a human city. Let's go together. Dandelion's eyes sparkled. They looked as if stars had been embedded in them. Hope welled up like a spring. All right. Dandelion grasped Yunwo's hand. At the same moment, Yunwo moved through space. They vanished from the field as if they had never been there. A warm spring breeze blew. The dandelion they had been leaning against swayed. Pure white dandelion seeds scattered on the wind. Just like humanity and the company. Humanity had already spread to many second dimensions. Now the company would follow humanity outward, and both humanity and the company would flourish like dandelions. The flower of humanity, which had tenaciously survived in the face of dangerous anomalies, was beginning to bloom everywhere. And Yunwo, tougher than any weed, would survive forever. As the head of the survival agency, Yunwo had many responsibilities. He traveled through second dimensions creating ordinary spaces, conducted surprise inspections, and sometimes barged into the company to extract information. All to verify items that could bring about macroscopic changes to the Earth or the world, like the world alteration device. That day, Yunwo had crossed over to headquarters to investigate extinction defense devices and the like. As he sifted through mountains of documents with tired eyes, Yunwo suddenly paused at one particular file. What's this? He'd initially planned to just skim through, pretending to read. After all, Yunwo only needed to keep his seat warm while other investigators did the real brain work. But there were words he couldn't just ignore. Yunwo's expression turned serious as he grabbed a handful of documents. At the top was written Extinction Defense Device, Writer, followed by a list of familiar names. Yunwo read them aloud. Tentative list. Investigation Team Leader, Choi Jae-min, UGU, Marine Response Unit Captain, Trapped Man, Kim Gapdong, Demon Hunter, Clock Repairman, Demon of Absurdity, Kang Yal, Lee Soyeon, Park Sangjun. Names of people and anomalous entities Yunwo had encountered and incidents he'd experienced. And then, Lee Yunwo. That's me. Something was off. Why were his name and the names of people he knew on this list? Goosebumps prickled across his skin. An eerie discomfort crept up on him. Is there a problem? A company employee who had been glaring at the auditors approached. Though they were supposedly from headquarters, they seemed uncomfortable with the current situation of the company being investigated. Yunwo aggressively held up the document. His tone was harsh as he spoke. What's this? Why is my name here? Well, that's because you obtained Extinction Defense Device status dash. The employee started to explain based on their assumption but stopped. The company had granted Yunwo Extinction Defense Device status after confirming humanity's survival instinct, and Yunwo knew this. They thought he was just picking a fight, but that wasn't it. This was a device and document even they didn't know about. I don't know either. Their eyes darted about, seemingly flustered. Yunwo observed this calmly, as if analyzing a life-threatening enemy. The employee backed away from that cold, glassy stare. Excuses poured out. I really don't know. Only the directors might know about extinction defense devices, or maybe not even them. It's like an independent department that operates on its own. Are you sure? Yunwo clenched his fist. Threads of probability were grasped. The possibility of speaking only the truth. The employee wore an aggrieved expression. They were just some random worker thrown in to stand around while others rummaged through company files. I really don't know anything. Please contact the director. All right, I understand for now. Yunwo took a step back. There was no point in pressing this person. If it was an extinction defense device, it was something similar to level 6. If it was a hidden trump card of the company, he needed to approach carefully. Yunwo focused again and started reading through the stack of documents. If it's something that interferes like the world alteration device, I must verify it. Especially since my name is written here. It had been a while since he'd felt this tense. His nerves were on edge, his senses heightened. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. A tense silence fell over the data storage room. People watched Yunwo nervously, careful not to make even the slightest sound of swallowing or turning pages. Only the rough sound of Yunwu tossing aside finished documents could be heard. His expression grew darker and darker. The documents alone didn't provide accurate information. It was either a truly secret department, an independent unit, or it was written carelessly. There were no details on what the extinction defense device, Rider was, how the list of people was chosen, or where the department was located. It was as if its existence had been erased. The only clue, written as if in mockery, was that it was beyond the wall. After rifling through documents for a long time, Yunwu smiled. Interesting. It's been a while. He'd been getting a bit bored with his safe, peaceful daily life. And now this subtle threat had appeared. A level 6 class extinction defense device targeting him? He could have some fun with this, like his squabbles with Golden Omnipotence or the Worshipper. He felt a surge of energy. Yunwu stood up vigorously. Who's the director in charge of this? I'll check right away. The employee immediately pulled out their phone to make calls. But after a short while, they shook their head. Everyone says they don't know. Not just pretending not to know, but that they have no knowledge at all. Yunwu stroked his chin, as if he'd expected this. Based on the documents, this was a completed extinction defense device. Not an unfinished project like the world alteration device, but something on par with the arc that even his future self couldn't find. The fingers stroking his chin suddenly brushed his lips. Yunwu realized he was smiling. The corners of his mouth had curled up. Hide and seek, is it? A real game of hide and seek. Humming a tune absently, Yunwu closed his eyes. The threads of probability on his face unraveled, probing the air like tentacles. He also coaxed his survival instinct to sharpen his senses like blades. Whatever it is, it must be like a nuclear bomb. I need to know about it to respond to threats to humanity's survival. And my name was written there too. If I'm in danger, humanity is in danger. His senses, his condition, rose to their peak. Thump thump, listening to the pleasant beating of his heart, Yunwu opened his hand. But no threads of possibility appeared above it. Yunwu's expression hardened. He stared silently at his empty palm. He'd tried to find the possibility of knowing its location, the possibility of a detailed report appearing before him, possibilities to gain information, but no such possibilities existed. 0%. He couldn't manifest something that didn't exist. Ordinariness? No. An ordinary device is impossible. You can't create an extinction defense device with pure science and technology. This was level 6 class information defense. The dice couldn't do anything about it, and even if he turned the world upside down, Yunwu couldn't interfere with it. The light atmosphere sank into heaviness. This was no longer a game. This isn't right. Didn't this mean his options for responding would be limited if the company suddenly went berserk? People around watched fearfully as Yunwu muttered to himself, but he ignored them and closed his eyes. If his life were at stake, he'd create non-existent possibilities, but it wasn't that serious yet. So he'd find loopholes and work around them. The dice are omnipotent. The problem is that I'm the one using that power. What good was omnipotence, when the one wielding it was a weak, limited human? The limits of imagination were the limits of omnipotence, and the shackles of perception and senses bound omnipotence. Yunwu spread his wings of imagination wide. Information defense. I can't obtain information about the extinction defense device, Rider directly. So then, he'd use the clue about it being beyond the wall. It surely wasn't referring to a simple wall, but some metaphor or jargon. If he could just sense that, he'd be done. Yunwu grasped a possibility. The possibility of sensing the wall by transcending the limits of perception. His senses expanded. The extended threads of probability detected something he normally couldn't perceive. Yunwu slowly raised his head to look at the air. A smile spread across his face. His voice came out cheerfully. There you are. He took one big step forward. He crossed the wall. The nameless department. The intersection beyond the wall where the extinction defense device, Rider, was installed. The frame. In a space where only the sound of typing could be heard, a scream rang out. The doctor, veins bulging in their neck, jumped up and down. Stop it! Stop it somehow! Don't let that cockroach find us. This place was humanity's last bastion, using metapower as energy to manipulate the world when faced with extinction crises. No unauthorized person should be able to invade. No, they shouldn't even be able to invade in the first place. At that moment, the doctor looked at the wall with terror-filled eyes. A hand suddenly protruded from the wall. Beyond the hand flailing in the air, two gleaming eyes appeared in the black wall. Found you? A shadowy figure stumbled through the wall. The doctor closed their eyes. It was too late. All was lost. That crazy survivalist wouldn't leave alone something that interfered with him. Is this where that extinction defense device, Rider, is? Yunwu approached, cracking his joints, and looked at the doctor and the giant keyboard-tapping mechanical doll. His eyes glowed with faint wariness. Level 6. He sensed an omnipotent power like golden omnipotence or the dice. The doctor, having given up completely, let out a deep sigh. Yes, that's right. The doctor kicked the floor pointlessly, looking at Yunwu with eyes mixed with jealousy, fear, and irritation. That crazy cockroach. The protagonist. Yunwu first grasped the threads of probability to assess the situation. He manifested the possibility of the other party speaking only the truth. What does that device do? It's a device that processes our world into a story form and provides it to the metadimension. Thus, it's a mechanical doll with the authority to write the story as it pleases. That explanation was difficult to understand, so Yunwu interpreted it in his own way. Story. Novel. Protagonist. He remembered the director he'd seen during training. An artist who manipulated reality like a movie set. It must be something similar. In a novel, the protagonist doesn't die and somehow solves problems, so it's like creating a protagonist to solve problems when an extinction crisis comes. But that statement seemed to touch a nerve with the doctor. They suddenly burst out. That's right. Protagonist? You crazy cockroach? You're not the protagonist. The doctor, who had desired the outer dimension, showed clear jealousy towards the protagonist. Originally, the goal of the Nameless department wasn't this kind of story. An omnibus? A collection of short stories? We were going to express the stories of our world through different protagonists. Yinwu backed away at this sudden outburst. The doctor even pointed a finger at Yinwu accusingly. But you stole the protagonist's position? You interfered with the story and completely changed the genre. According to the original plan, Yinwu was supposed to exit after the human qualification exam. But Yinwu, with his cockroach-like vitality, had changed himself into the protagonist. Yinwu's back hit the wall as he retreated. His face hardened. I'm the protagonist. His voice trembled as he spoke at novel bin at. Then the reason why many people died in my hometown. No, that's just because your hometown was strange. Then the reason I survived in the face of accidents that's also because you're strange. The doctor answered coldly. They, the writer, the Nameless department, truly hadn't done anything. Yinwu had just survived on his own. If anything, they had tried to kill Yinwu. We were trying to write stories about how people in our world live. But you arbitrarily stole the protagonist's position and derailed the story, so we tried to kill you. The director's intrusion during training, the anomalous entities encountered from his first job as an investigator, the subsequent terrorist attacks by the doomsday cultists using NPCs. But Yinwu had survived. All attempts to kill Yinwu and make someone else the protagonist to continue the story had failed. At this point, Yinwu realized. Then the reason I experienced so many accidents. That's right. We did that. Faced with the brazen doctor, Yinwu's eyes rolled. An enemy disrupting his peaceful life? A source of anxiety bringing dangerous accidents and threatening his life. Having grown somewhat, Yinwu restrained himself. A question came out. That writer? Will there be problems if I kill it? No. Does a house disappear when you close a window? Does the world vanish when you close your eyes? The writer merely provides their world to the metadimension in story form, and manipulates the world with metapower. The doctor said. It's just like hanging up a phone. Even if the call ends, the person still exists. We just won't know what's happening on the other end of the line. Do I need to explain every little detail? I see. Yinwu's eyes flashed as he pulled out a long thread of probability. The black thread was grasped like a whip. Then it needs to die. His hand drew back. Yinwu gritted his teeth. Writer? Something that only brings accidents to my life needs to die. No. The doctor came to their senses. They desperately lunged forward, stretching out their hand, but it was too late. Whoosh! Yinwu's hand lashed out. The thread of probability sliced through the air fiercely, striking the mechanical doll's neck. The possibility of the mechanical doll, the writer, being destroyed cleanly severed its head. Thud! The massive head fell to the floor. Yinwu nodded with satisfaction. Now he wouldn't have to experience accidents anymore. Finally, a peaceful life had arrived. Yinwu turned around. He walked out beyond the wall, to a world no longer visible, to a world closed yet open. The doctor screamed, and the headless body of the writer creaked as it slowly moved its fingers. The end. Author's note. With this, Humanity Protection Company is essentially concluded. Did you all enjoy it? I hope you had as much fun reading as I had writing. Now for the concluding remarks. Wow, it's really over. I was able to make it this far thanks to you, the readers. Thank you. I'll start with what you're probably curious about. There are so many things I want to write for my next work. It'll likely be either a backroom story mixed with magic, a heavenly horse apocalypse, or a zombie apocalypse. I'm tempted to roll dice to decide. As for when I'll start serializing again, since writing is my only source of income, I'll probably begin as soon as I finish planning the new work. To be honest, I wrote and deleted a lot of things repeatedly, but it felt like unnecessary rambling, so I decided to cut it out. Rather than just going on about myself, I think it'd be better to take questions from the readers. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments and I'll answer them.